In the early morning, the village of Hushi awakens. In the balmy month of March, it is a time of leisure for the farmers. The villagers rise languidly, unhurried in preparing their breakfast, while a group of idle men and women congregate at the crossroads, exchanging idle chatter. Across the way, the gate of the Cui family stands ajar, revealing two adult men and two young boys engaged in a spirited display of 5 animal frolics in the courtyard. The idlers exchange knowing glances and stifled laughter. What on earth are they up to? The whole family seems to have lost their senses from studying. That Shui boy, just 8 years old, fell into a stream barely deep enough to wet his trousers and couldn't manage to get back up. Are the eldest and second sons of the Cui family still attempting the imperial examinations this year? Of course. Old Cui has declared that his sons shall continue to take the exams indefinitely. Oh dear, have they not been at it for nearly 10 years now? When will this ever end? In Hushi village, the Cui family has long been a subject of gossip among the villagers. The eldest and second sons have devoted nearly a decade to the imperial examinations, depleting their family fortune and reducing them to poverty. Yet, despite their relentless efforts, the brothers have failed year after year. Now nearing 30 and still merely candidates with no prospects, I in the courtyard of the Cui residence. The elderly patriarch, Old Cui, wields a ruler with a stern demeanor, overseeing the exercises of his 2 sons and 2 grandsons as they perform the 5 animal frolics to strengthen their bodies. The villagers, lacking understanding, mockingly refer to it as a bizarre ritual. Suddenly, as Old Cui becomes momentarily distracted, his younger son, Cui Xian, seizes the opportunity to slack off. In an instant, the ruler descends with precision, landing sharply on the boy's backside. Ouch! 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 Cui Xian cries out in distress, casting a pleading glance at the little boys beside him. Xian, quickly plead with grandmother on behalf of your father. Old Cui tends to be more lenient with his grandchildren. However, upon witnessing the fearsome ruler, Cui Xian disregards his father's mournful gaze and offers a contrite smile to his grandmother. Having struck my father, you surely cannot strike me as well. In the courtyard, the eldest son, Cui blushing, his wife, their eldest daughter, youngest son, and the second son's wife all maintain a fad of busyness, keen to avoid any repercussions. After a span of more than half an hour, the 5 animal frolics finally conclude. Old Cui commands, eldest and second sons, return to your rooms to study. Eldest daughter-in-law, prepare breakfast. Second daughter-in-law, tidy the courtyard. Xian, please feed the chickens. You and Xian, take a brief rest and then assist your mothers. The family quickly resumes their bustling activities. Old Cui heads to the backyard to tend to the cattle. Cui Bushing and Cui Zhongyuan retreat to their rooms, their sonorous reading voices soon echoing through the air. Eldest daughter-in-law Lin heads to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Lin's eldest daughter, 10-year-old Cui Xian, busies herself feeding the chickens. Lin's youngest son, Cui Yu, having just completed his exercises, stand beside Cui Xian, slightly out of breath. He is Cui Xian's cousin, a year older at 9. The second daughter-in-law, Chun, who is 5 months pregnant with Cui Xian's mother, leans against her waist while cleaning the courtyard. Cui Xian, taking a moment to rest, promptly rushes to lend a hand. As he swept to the entrance, he overheard a group outside deriding his family, prompting him to glare at them with fierce indignation. The idle women, caught in their mockery, were unashamed and merely laughed as they dispersed. Observing this, Cui Xian turned to glance at his family's dilapidated and impoverished abode, letting out a silent sigh. It was no wonder they were looked down upon indeed. They were destitute to the point of being laughable. Without a doubt, Cui Xian had traversed into another realm. In his previous life, he was a doctoral candidate in Chinese language and literature at a prestigious university, tragically meeting his end in an unforeseen car accident. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself inhabiting the body of an 80-year-old boy named Cui Xian in the village of Hushi during the Daliang dynasty. A curious twist of fate had placed him in the shoes of this child, who had fallen into the stream and lost consciousness 2 weeks prior, awakening to find himself in an entirely different existence. Fortunately, Cui Xian had melded with the child's consciousness, arousing no suspicion from those around him. After all, this was a time long past. If he were to be perceived as possessed by a spirit, the consequences could be dire. Then there was the Cui family. Cui Xian's grandmother, the old Mrs. Cui, was an ardent advocate for her son's education, fervently hoping that they would excel in the imperial examinations and bring honor to their family name. Regrettably, years had passed without success, rendering them a source of ridicule across several villages. People would mock, saying, "Old Mrs. Cui has lost her sense as the Cui family is doomed to never achieve recognition." Listening to the sounds of his father and uncle studying within the house, and glancing at the meager courtyard, Cui Xian murmured, "Is it truly impossible for us to achieve recognition? Perhaps not." When he first arrived 2 weeks ago, Cui Xian had felt a sense of bewilderment, for he had never heard of this Liang dynasty. The illustrious figures of history, who once shone brightly, were nowhere to be found. However, after discreetly observing the text his uncle and father were studying, he felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, they were engaged with the 4 books and 5 classics. By analyzing the comprehensive examination system of the Liang dynasty, including the provincial, metropolitan, and palace examinations, along with other indicators, Cui Xian surmised that this dynasty bore a striking resemblance to the Ming dynasty of his former life, save for the change in the founding emperor's surname from Zhu to Liang. Yet for Cui Xian, these were trivial matters. As long as the 4 books and 5 classics were still being studied and Confucian principles governed the world, that sufficed. As a former doctoral candidate in Chinese language and literature, Cui Xian possessed knowledge that could astound this era. His expertise extended beyond the timeless and celebrated poetry. He could compose essays in the traditional style, discern classical texts, and craft treatises. He had meticulously copied the calligraphy of the revered Wang Shiji, perused the collected annotations of the 4 books, which served as the standard for examinations, and was familiar with Zhu Shi's principles of knowledge acquisition, that he understood Wang Yangming's doctrine of the unity of knowledge and action, and had even studied the 9 chapters on the mathematical art. He had reviewed the comprehensive collections of examination papers from past top scholars, and delved into works such as the exploitation of the works of nature, compendium of Materia Medica, Su Xiaoka's travels, and the art of war. Moreover, he had even explored the intricacies of the thick black theory, discourse on salt and iron, and the theory of the hidden gentleman. These were the foundations of Cui Xian's confidence. In fact, from a certain perspective, this journey into another realm was a fortuitous turn of events for Cui Xian. Before his journey through time, he was merely a somewhat knowledgeable PhD. After traversing to another realm, he became akin to a walking cheat code. In an era where the hierarchy of society is dictated by the scholarly, with education held in the highest regard, the moment Cui Xian opened his eyes upon arrival, a path paved with opportunities lay before him. Cui Xian is a person of remarkable resilience. In his previous life, he was born an orphan, beginning amidst adversity, yet he persevered and clawed his way to earn a doctorate. Although he felt a tinge of despair due to his dismal circumstances after his arrival, he was resolute not to be easily defeated, at least in this lifetime. He had a family, he had kin. Temporary poverty was nothing to fear. He firmly believed that he could thrive in this unfamiliar ancient dynasty, leveraging his vast knowledge, and carve out a respectable existence, too. The imperial examination to prosperity. Just as Cui Xian pondered how to make his mark in the world. "Dinner is ready," his Aunt Lin called from the kitchen. Thus, the family set aside their tasks and gathered around the aged dining table in the main room, eagerly awaiting their meal. The food was quite simple. Coarse grain cakes, a thin soup, a large bowl of stir-fried greens lacking in oil, and a sizable bowl of cold marron head. In the center of these dishes lay a generous portion of smoked cured meat. The meat was succulent and richly colored, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding humble fare. Cui Xian understood that this piece of meat was the family's mainstay. Indeed, grandmother old Cui glanced at the cured meat, nostalgia flickering in her eyes. "When your grandfather and great-grandfather were alive, our family feasted on poultry and fish, daily, living in splendid luxury." Uncle Cui, blushing, immediately chimed in. "Mother speaks true. My son and brother shall strive to excel in the examinations, ensuring that our mother enjoys fine foods and wears gold and silver daily." Aunt Lin remarked, "With mother managing the household, we shall live comfortably with steady resources. Even without this piece of cured meat, we are the envy of the village." Cui Xian's father said, "When my son was young, he ate too much meat with my grandfather and father now. He craves only light fare." Cui Xian's mother added, My daughter-in-law is suffering from severe morning sickness. Just the sight of meat makes her uneasy. Cui Xian swallowed hard and declared, I am not tempted at all. In conclusion, Cui Xian, the eldest grandson of the Cui family, solemnly summarized, this piece of cured meat represents our grandmother's hopes and encouragement. Please, grandmother, save the meat for future days to spur the grandson towards progress, restoring the family's former glory. Cui Xian remained expressionless. If only you all wiped the drool from your mouths, I might believe your fanciful words. Ah, a family of pretenders. Well, it is no surprise that the children of the Cui family are so ambitious. Upon hearing her family's words, old Lady Cui felt a wave of contentment and instructed Lin, eldest daughter-in-law, please put away the cured meat. Yes, Lin responded, skillfully taking the meat back to the kitchen. Only then did the family eagerly begin their breakfast. Cui Xian found the meal quite torturous. The grain cakes were difficult to swallow, somewhat choking. The soup was as thin as water. The stir-fried greens had been reheated multiple times, yielding a peculiar taste. The cold marronhead salad, crisp and refreshing, was still rather palatable. Yet, in the feudal agrarian society of ancient times, merely having enough to eat was a stroke of fortune, leaving little room for picky preferences. Since they were already here, they might as well settle into it. After the meal, old Lady Cui wiped her mouth and declared, starting tomorrow, for the next half-month, we shall add 3 eggs to our evening meal. The eldest and the second son will each have 1, and the remaining 1 shall be shared by the entire family. The term evening meal refers to their supper. The Cui family lived in modest circumstances, seldom indulging in meat, and eggs were a rare delicacy. The few eggs produced by their chickens were typically sold for money. However, upon hearing old Lady Cui's mention of an improved diet, the family's mood did not brighten, rather, it grew tense. Cui Xian understood the underlying reason. In just half a month, the imperial examinations for the Liang dynasty would commence, a critical event held twice a year. His elder uncle and father, both scholars, had already passed the county and provincial examinations, and the next step was to participate in the court examination for the title of Xiaocai. The additional eggs were intended by old Lady Cui to nourish her 2 sons in preparation for the upcoming tests. Yet calculating in his mind, this would mark the 7th examination for the brothers Cui Xian and Cui Zhongyuan. They had failed to pass the previous 6, and 9 years had slipped by like water through fingers. The Cui family had once enjoyed affluence. How had they fallen to such dire straits in just over 20 years? Was it not because they had to support 2 students simultaneously? It is often said that all pursuits are inferior and only education holds merit. Yet, after so many years and expenditures, they had yet to achieve success. With their circumstances deteriorating, was it truly wise to continue pursuing examinations? The 2 daughters-in-law wore expressions of worry, and Cui Zhongyuan's gaze was dim. However, faced with old Lady Cui's daily declarations of high honors and restoration of the family name, no one dared to suggest to stop the examinations. Uncle Cui Xian took a deep breath and, with a trembling voice, said, "Thank you, Mother, for your consideration. This time, I will surely succeed and bring honor to you." He had forgotten how many times he had made similar promises. From the ambitious aspirations of a decade ago to the current despondence, the heartache was palpable. Old Lady Cui seemed completely oblivious to the family's expressions. With a beaming smile, she insisted, "Do not feel pressured, study well, and perform your best. Just the other day, your father visited me in a dream and assured me that you 2 brothers will certainly succeed this year. I have faith in you both." Though she spoke of not feeling pressured, under her fervent and nearly obsessive gaze, the eldest and second sons of the Cui family felt suffocated. Eventually, it was Auntie who broke the silence, suggesting husband and younger uncle should return to their studies. Only then did Cui Xian and Cui Zhongyuan exhale with relief, retreating to their rooms to study. Meanwhile, the 3 women, old Lady Cui, Lin, and Chen, went to the yard to weave ramie. The younger siblings, Cui Xian, Cui Yu, and Cui Xian, were tasked with assisting in gathering the ramie threads. During the farming off-season, villagers would stockpile ramie to weave into cloth, either for their own garments or to sell for a bit of silver. However, the ramie fabric was coarse and among the cheapest available, fetching little in the market. For the impoverished Cui family, it was but a drop in the bucket. Cui Xian was unwilling to remain shackled by poverty. Yet this body is but 8 years old, making it exceedingly difficult to turn the tide in a short span of time. In ancient times, the most effective route to escape poverty and elevate one's social standing was undoubtedly through the imperial examination system. However, as he recalled his father and uncle preparing to partake in the forthcoming civil examination, despair enveloped Cui Xian's heart. As for the reason, daylight faded, giving way to night. Aunt Lin concluded her weaving of hemp and prepared yet another unpalatable meal, identical to that of the morning. The family hastily finished their meal. Old Lady Cui, weary with age, retired to her room early to rest. In the chambers of brothers Cui Xian and Cui Xian, oil lamps were lit in succession. Sister-in-law Lin and Chen returned to their respective quarters, under the matriarch's orders to oversee their husband's studies. Lin held a thimble beside Cui Xian, while Chen secured Cui Zongguwen's hair to a hemp rope dangling from the beam above. At the hour of the Jiazi, the Wang dynasty arrived at the pastoral fields of Shang, thus swearing an oath. The king wielded the yellow axe in his left hand and the white banner in his right, proclaiming. As Cui Xian read by lamplight, fatigue overtook him, and he stifled yawns, unthinkingly leaning towards the table. Suddenly, the rope tightened sharply, yanking his hair upward. The pain jolted him awake, and he cried out, proclaiming, "Oh my heavens! It hurts! No more proclamations! My hair, it's going to fall out!" In another chamber. On the 15th day of the second month, 6 days later, on the day of Yiwei, the Wang dynasty departed from Zhou, arriving at Feng. The Grand Protector, Duke Zhou, oversaw the residence, and should we wait until the 3rd month? Yet. Uncle Cui Xian, in utter disarray, exclaimed, "What is it, my dear wife? Prick me quickly." Aunt Lin trembled as she jabbed the thimble into his thigh. In agony, his face contorted, yet he exclaimed with exhilaration, "I remember. It's the day of Bingwu." Aunt Lin quivered. "That's incorrect. You're bleeding." Upon hearing this, Uncle looked down, then rolled his eyes back and fainted. This was followed by the startled cries of Aunt Lin, Cui Yu, and Cui Xian. Cui Xian lay in bed, eyes shut, engulfed in despair. Echoing in his mind was a particularly catchy and captivating tune from past life. Daring not to open my eyes, hoping this is but an illusion. His uncle and father were likely beyond hope. The heavy burden of elevating the Cui family through the imperial examination must fall upon his own shoulders. In the main bedroom, listening to the weak sounds of her 2 sons studying from within, old Lady Cui lay in bed, her murky, aged eyes filled with sorrow. 20 years had passed. Her husband's fierce and hoarse voice from before his death still echoed incessantly in her ears. "Even if it means exhausting our family's wealth, we must ensure Buosheng and Zhong Yuan achieve distinction, or I shall not rest in peace. Heaven above, I beseech you to open your eyes. Let the ancestral grave of the old Cui family emit a wisp of green smoke and produce a literary star." In the evening, within the confines of the bedroom, Cui Zhongyuan was still lamenting over his thinning hair while fervently immersing himself in his studies. Meanwhile, his uncle, having regained consciousness after fainting, was also engrossed in reading. Cui Xian felt a pang of urgency in his heart. He yearned to advise them to cease their relentless reading, reminding them that the upcoming examination required them to engage in some mutual practice and attempt to tackle the examination questions together. With their current fervor akin to hanging one's head from a beam and pricking one's thigh with a awl, it would be a miracle if they succeeded. Furthermore, they were grappling with an examination of hellish difficulty, second only to that of the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, the Gaokao of Hishi village, situated in the heart of central China. In Nanyang Prefecture, Hunan Province, the tribulations faced by scholars from Hunan throughout history were innumerable, far too many to articulate. Yet, Cui Xian found himself unable to voice these thoughts. How could an 8-year-old child comprehend such matters? After his arrival in this world, he carefully maintained his persona, fearful of revealing any inconsistencies. Even so, there were moments when his facade nearly faltered. After finishing his reading, Cui Zhongyuan massaged his head and climbed into bed, meeting his son's gaze with a self-satisfied grin. "Xianer, look at how diligently and wisely your father is studying." I pondered deeply. "And since your grandmother mentioned that your grandfather conveyed a dream, it seems destined that I shall succeed this time." Cui Xian thought to himself, is this the delusion of a poor student? Truly terrifying. He refrained from responding, silently turning over and closing his eyes to sleep. Feeling ignored, Cui Xian looked at his wife, Chen Shi, with a hint of grievance. Why do I feel as though Xian is becoming increasingly indifferent to me? He doesn't even call me father anymore. This sentiment was not uncommon. Since his arrival in this world, Cui Xian had adapted reasonably well. However, having been an orphan in his previous life, he was accustomed to solitude. The terms father and mother were difficult for him to utter in such a short time. Chen Shi, somewhat absent-minded and irritated by her husband's disturbances, muttered, "Perhaps it's because your hair is thinning more and more. It's not a big deal. Go to sleep." Cui Xian, having felt a momentary lift in his spirits, couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Cui Xian caught wind of this. He glanced at his son and then deliberately lay closer, wrapping his arms around Cui Xian. "Oh, you dare to laugh. If you no longer cherish your father, then your father shall cherish you." Cui Xian attempted to wriggle free but found himself unable to escape, resigning himself to the embrace. Soon, the rhythmic sound of Cui Xian snoring filled the darkness. In the comforting darkness, encircled by his father, Cui Xian felt a subtle smile grace his lips. As the saying goes, flowers may bloom again, but youth does not return. Cui Xian never anticipated that as an orphan, he would traverse time and space to the ancient past, beginning anew as a child and experiencing the warmth of family. This sensation, in truth, was quite delightful. The following day, Cui Xian rose early as usual to practice the 5 animal frolics, consumed the unpalatable breakfast, and assisted the family in weaving hemp. His uncle and father continued their studies in the room. While the family busied themselves in the courtyard, the village chief arrived for a visit. As Lin Shi diligently wove hemp, Chen Shi spotted the visitor and quickly stood up, calling out, "Seventh uncle." Cui old lady cast a glance at the visitor, but remained silent. The village chief rubbed his hands together and addressed Cui old lady. "I have come to discuss some matters with my sister-in-law." Only then did Cui old lady respond, "Please come in and sit down. The eldest daughter-in-law will prepare some hot water." Chen called for the village head to the main hall, and did not forget to turn back and wave at the younger children in the house. "Xian, take your brothers out to play for a while." Cui Xian obediently responded. Aunt Lin went to the kitchen to heat water, and taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, she quietly called her son, "You." When Cui, puzzled, hurried into the kitchen, Lin handed him a small paper package. "Your grandmother is talking to Uncle Qi and has no time to manage anything else. Hurry and eat this, don't let anyone see." Inside the paper package were 3 small pieces of preserved meat. Cui Yu's eyes widened in surprise. After a moment's hesitation, he quickly grabbed 2 pieces and dashed outside. "I'll take 2 pieces, one for my little brother and one for my sister, and the last one for mother." Lin was exasperated upon hearing this. Wooden-headed boy, just like his father, never thinks of himself first. Just then, Chen called from the yard, "Sister-in-law, mother wants you to come in." "I'm coming." Upon hearing this, Lin instinctively hid the paper package in her bosom. But moments later, she pursed her lips and stepped outside, stealthily stuffing a small piece of preserved meat into Chen's mouth. "You need to replenish your strength." Chen smirked, "Oh my. It's meat. So delicious." She savored it in her mouth, reluctant to swallow, murmuring softly, "Sister-in-law, you are so kind. You are the best in our family." Lin was flattered, her heart bubbling with joy. However, the 2 sisters-in-law's delight was short-lived. From inside the house, an angry voice of old lady Cui echoed, "Old Qi, your elder brother treated you well when he was alive, and now you want to send Bushing and Zhongyuan to labor service? You know that in half a month, the village examination will take place." The village head sighed and stammered, "Sister-in-law, I am also in a difficult position. In previous years, how often did your family get a quota for labor service? If this continues, others will complain. If you do not intend to take part in labor service, you should prepare money early, 5 taels per person." It turned out that the village head had come regarding the labor service quota. Chen and Lin's faces changed drastically. Meanwhile, the 3 siblings of the Cui family stepped out of their home. Heshi village was not small, with about 100 households, but the houses were dilapidated and shabby. Looking at the surrounding village, which was in a state of disrepair, Cui Xian felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Having read history, he was acutely aware of the dire conditions endured by farmers under the feudal dynasty. Thus, he resolved to find a way to leave Heshi village. Despite being well educated, remaining in this backward and remote village held no promise for advancement. In truth, Cui Xian had considered discussing his desire for further education with his family. However, with 2 scholars already being supported, the family was overwhelmed, and he could not bring himself to speak. Old Lady Cui was wholly focused on her son, while her grandsons were occasionally taught a few simple characters by their fathers, merely as a rudimentary education. The rest was simply neglected. Alas, for now. The only option was to take things one step at a time. Ideally, he would find an opportunity to visit Nanyang County to see if he could earn some silver. Cui Xian's thoughts were heavy. Walking beside him, Cui Yu glanced around nervously and extended his hand. Sister, brother, here is a piece for each of you. I've already eaten. Hurry and enjoy. Cui Xian, upon seeing this, gasped in astonishment. Cured meat. Grandmother will surely punish us. Oh, it smells so delicious. Noticing her raised voice, Cui Yu quickly shoved a piece of cured meat into her mouth. He then looked longingly at the meat, swallowed hard, and offered it to Cui Xian. Brother, this piece is for you, quickly. Oh, it's so fragrant. Cui Xian immediately perceived that Cui Yu had not tasted the meat. This so-called younger cousin had always possessed a gentlemanly demeanor since childhood. Thus, he feigned reaching for the meat, and, taking advantage of the moment, stuffed it directly into Cui Yu's mouth. As a modern individual, he was not particularly tempted by that morsel of cured meat. Cui Yu, instinctively chewing on the meat, was momentarily taken aback and eagerly exclaimed, Brother, that was meant for you. Cui Xian was equally astonished. However, Cui Xian did not wish to waste words over a piece of meat and decided to run home. You two enjoy it, finish eating, and then return home. I'll check on why the village head visited our house. Recalling the village head's expression earlier, he felt an unsettling foreboding. Cui Yu, still in a daze while chewing, turned to Cui Xian and said, Sister, Xiangu has been longing for cured meat, but he willingly shared it with me. Cui Xian nodded vigorously, indeed. It's so fragrant. Cui Yu smiled, saying, Since Xiangu shared his cured meat, I shall offer him something in return. Cui Xian, intrigued, asked, What will you give him? Cui Yu shook his head, unwilling to elaborate, and pulled his sister along, hastening to catch up with Xianji's strides toward home. A few days prior, their grandmother had privately approached him and said, If your father and uncle do not pass the exams this time, I shall send you to the county to study under Master Gu. Cui Yu instinctively inquired, What about Xiangu? The grandmother fell silent. The family was impoverished, and supporting two scholars was already an immense burden. To take on another would be adding insult to injury. It was simply impossible to support two. In such circumstances, the eldest grandson naturally took precedence. However, Cui Yu pondered deeply. As the eldest grandson and brother, he ought to show humility. Moreover, Xiangu had always been intelligent, destined for greater success than himself. Thus, it would be best for Xiangu to receive an education. Upon returning home, Cui Xian found that the village head had already departed. Yet, the atmosphere in the household was gravely tense. Lin and Chen were sobbing quietly, wiping their tears. Cui Bushing knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to old lady Cui, pleading sorrowfully, Mother, I shall not study anymore. I will take on labor, allowing my younger brother to continue this year's imperial examination. Cui Zhongyuan, hearing this, quickly knelt beside him, exclaiming, No. It is only right for the elder brother to participate in the examinations. Before he could finish, old lady Cui suddenly seized the ruler and struck it fiercely against her two sons, her face contorted with rage as she shrieked, I could strike you both for being such unfilial sons. For the past decade and more, your father and I have not slept a single good night to ensure you brothers could study in peace. And now you say you will not study anymore? Do you think you have the right to forsake me and your father? Who dares to utter a word against reading? I shall dash my head against the wall right here and seek out your fathers below. This statement, steeped in hysteria, exuded an air of madness. The two brothers from the Cui family were shaken to their core, trembling and rendered speechless. The cries of the Lin and Chen families abruptly ceased, following behind Cui Xian. The siblings Cui Xian and Cui Yu were equally taken aback, their faces paling in shock. What was happening? Only Cui Xian caught the phrase forced labor, and a heavy feeling settled in his heart. In his past life, he had perused historical texts and felt a faint sympathy whenever he encountered references to forced labor and military conscription, simultaneously grateful to have been born in a prosperous era. Now, having traversed time, he found himself living within the annals of history, confronting the oppressive feudal society of ancient times, and truly grasped how such a rigid class system rendered ordinary citizens utterly helpless. In the main hall, after reprimanding her two sons, the matriarch of the Cui family turned in silence to retreat to her bedroom, cautiously opening a fabric pouch that had been stowed away. Inside lay a pair of golden jade bangles. She took out a handkerchief and meticulously wiped the bangles clean, reminiscent of the day she entered the Cui family. As the bride served tea, her mother-in-law had similarly polished the bangles, smiling as she adorned her delicate, fair wrist with them. Decades flew by, and the bride had transformed into an elderly woman, her wrist now lined with weathered skin, suppressing the nostalgia and reluctance in her gaze. The matriarch tucked the bangles into her bosom. Alas, knowing they could not be retained, she resolved to sell them. Emerging from the bedroom, the matriarch observed her family. Expressions filled with despair, and calmly stated, "Eldest and second, continue your studies. The rest need not worry. I shall make a trip to the county." Chin's voice broke through the silence. "Mother, are you going to pawn something again?" The labor fees for 2 heads amount to 10 taels of silver, and the valuable items in the house have long been sold off. The matriarch paid no heed, striding purposefully towards the door. Cui Xian instinctively clenched his fist. 10 taels of silver. For this impoverished household, it represented an alarming expenditure. Observing the dismal countenance of his family, Cui Xian resolved that he could no longer remain passive. He must take action. At that moment, as the matriarch hurriedly exited, she stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. Cui Xian's eyes brightened with opportunity. What a fortuitous moment! He exclaimed dramatically, rushing to support the matriarch. "Grandmother, be careful. I shall assist you." "Good boy, Xian Gur," she replied, visibly burdened yet comforted by her grandson's thoughtfulness. Thus, she unconsciously leaned on Cui Xian, and the two, with the watchful eyes of their family upon them, hastily departed from home. After a while, Cui was the first to regain composure, stating foolishly, "Little brother went to the county with grandmother." Chun wiped her tears, fuming, "That little rascal." The moment he heard about the county, he became more eager than anyone else. "Just wait until I return. I shall teach him a lesson." The rest of the family, however, had no time to dwell on such trivial matters, especially Cui Bahang and Cui Zhongyuan, whose eyes were filled with sorrow and shame. Cui Xian assisted his grandmother out of the door, and just as they reached the village entrance, he fortuitously spotted a donkey cart ahead. The silhouette of the old man driving the cart appeared familiar, reminiscent of the village's Uncle San. He was aware that Hishi village was somewhat distant from Nanyang County, and traveling solely on foot would require at least 5 to 6 hours for a round trip. However, if they could hitch a ride, they would arrive in just over an hour. Therefore, Cui Xian hastily called out, Uncle San, please wait for us." The old man driving the donkey cart halted upon hearing the voice. "Is that you, Xian? What is the matter?" Cui Xian quickened his pace, running towards him. Breathless as he explained, "My grandmother and I wish to go to the city, and we noticed you were heading out as well. If it's not too much trouble, could you take us along?" The old man chuckled in response. "Of course, it's on the way. Come aboard." Cui Xian expressed his gratitude and climbed onto the cart, not forgetting to urge his grandmother, who was lagging behind. "Grandmother, hurry up. We can ride the donkey cart." Once Cui Laut settled herself onto the vehicle heading towards the county town, she suddenly realized and glared at her grandson. "You crafty child. When did I ever promise to take you to the county?" Cui Xian, with a charming smile, reassured her. "Do not worry, grandmother. I promise not to cause you any trouble." While speaking, he attentively began to massage her legs. Despite her heavy heart, Cui Lautai could not help but smile at her little grandson's antics. She marveled at how much sharper he seemed since his near drowning, contemplating that he might indeed possess the makings of a scholar. Alas, given their circumstances, they could afford to support only one Uyghur at most. Feeling a pang of guilt, Cui Lautai instructed Cui Xian, "Once we enter the city, you stick with Uncle San. Once I finish my errands, I will come find you. Don't be mischievous, and I will buy you some meat buns." Cui Xian was not particularly interested in meat buns. Rather, he was captivated by the prospect of visiting Nanyang County town. Having spent days in the remote Hishi village, this was his first venture beyond its confines. Approximately an hour and a half later, the donkey cart arrived at Nanyang County town. Cui Xian gazed at the ancient city gates and the bustling crowd, reluctant to divert his eyes. After centuries of dreaming, he was finally immersed in this unfamiliar dynasty, experiencing an overwhelming sense of resolution. From this moment forth, he would live a new life here. Nanyang County is an adjunct county, subordinate to Nanyang Prefecture. In simpler terms, today's Nanyang City boasts 2 administrative offices, the county magistrate and the prefect. Thus, Nanyang serves both as a county seat and a prefectural city, making it relatively more vibrant and prosperous than typical county towns. Upon entering the city, Cui Laut ventured alone to the pawn shop, while Cui Xian accompanied Uncle San to the market in the donkey cart. Uncle San was there to sell eggs and river fish. They agreed to meet outside the city gates in 2 hours. As they strolled along the bustling streets, Cui Xian quietly observed the lively Nanyang city. His eyes filled with wonder. Shops selling paper offerings, toothbrushes, headscarves, pink confections, medicinal herbs, treasures, yarns, hats, butcheries, vegetable markets, and rice markets lined the streets, with vendors loudly hawking their wares. Nanyang Prefecture, part of Hunan Province, shares cultural customs and practices similar to those of Kaifeng Prefecture. In his previous life, Cui Xian had the privilege of beholding the renowned masterpiece along the river during the Qiming festival. The scene before him resembled the painting remarkably, evoking a delightful sensation of living within the artwork. The flourishing commerce was undoubtedly advantageous for Cui Xian, as the discovery of business opportunities promised effortless profit. Yet, as an 8-year-old child, what business could he possibly engage in? His anxious gaze swept across the bustling market. Given his family's financial constraints, this rare visit to the county town warranted utmost appreciation. Yellow clay dolls for sale. Come and get your delightful mud dolls. Suddenly, a vendor's cry pierced the air. Cui Xian momentarily froze, then his eyes sparkled with excitement. The yellow clay doll, a ceramic figurine crafted from mud, was the most beloved toy of ancient children. Akin to the modern action figures, not only did children adore them, but adults also employed these dolls to entice others to drink. As recorded in the Dreams of Tokyo, the city was alive with songs and dances, with performers returning home at dusk, each carrying dates, flatbreads, yellow dolls, knives, exotic flowers, and more, collectively referred to as the local customs beyond the gate. Amidst the lively marketplace, the vendor's call of yellow dolls not only captivated Cui Xian, but also attracted numerous eager boys and girls. Mother, I want to buy a yellow doll. Me too. Me too. However, the price of the mud dolls was not insignificant, starting at 20 to 31. The finer, intricately carved pieces could fetch 50 or 61. Consequently, many parents hesitated to spend such an extravagant amount. Seizing the moment while his great-uncle was preoccupied selling eggs, Cui Xian squeezed closer to inspect but was soon disheartened. The craftsmanship was rather crude. To a modern eye, they were merely mud figures that had rolled about in a kiln, lacking even a hint of color, looking rather drab. Stand back, those who aren't buying, the vendor proclaimed, adopting an air of exclusivity. Cui Xian fell into deep contemplation. At his tender age of 8, it would be imprudent to engage in business. However, using the toy dolls as a starting point seemed much more reasonable and less likely to raise suspicion. Yet, he found himself lacking in capital, connections, and a kiln. How could he possibly conduct business? Ultimately, he was still too young. I'll take them all. A youthful voice startled Cui Xian from his reverie. To his astonishment, it was the wealthy young master, Fei Ge, a boy just over 10 years old. Adorned in luxurious silk attire, approached the yellow doll stall and boldly declared his intent to purchase everything. Unsurprisingly, gasps of admiration echoed from the surrounding children. Cui Xian looked up to see the well-dressed lad, slightly plump, and, as for his looks, well, he appeared to be an ordinary boy. Upon recognizing the young master, the vendor's demeanor transformed dramatically, his tone turning cordial as he exclaimed, "Ah, it is the young master of the Pei family. My apologies. Why are you without your servants today? In that case, I shall deliver Huang Peng directly to your esteemed residence, sparing you the exertion." Young Master Pei merely responded with a faint hum. This elicited not only the curiosity of the surrounding children, but also the adults, who turned their gazes in astonishment. It was, after all, the young master of the Pei family. No wonder his generosity was so lavish. The Pei family had produced 2 esteemed scholars, a household boasting dual scholars. In all of Nanyang County, and indeed throughout Nanyang Prefecture, this was undoubtedly regarded as a noble lineage. It seemed that this young man was not solely wealthy but also of high social standing. Cui Xian felt a twinge of envy. The vendor, carrying a basket of Huang Peng, bade farewell to the affluent young man with a cheerful demeanor and proceeded to the Pei residence for delivery. Meanwhile, the young gentleman, who had just indulged extravagantly, disregarded the astonished gasps of those around him and sat down alone on the steps by the street, his expression one of despondency. By some uncanny intuition, Cui Xian vaguely surmised the predicament of the affluent young man at that moment. Either he had run away from home or was skipping school, certain to face reprimand upon return, yet finding the prospect of staying away equally dull. It was during such moments that the affluent young man was most susceptible to persuasion. No, rather, most amenable to forming connections. With this revelation, Cui Xian pondered why business dealings must always involve adults. As for matters such as startup capital and networking, these were trifles for someone like the affluent young man. After a brief contemplation, he recalled his cousin, who often assumed the role of an older brother, and an idea sparked in his mind. He took a step forward and sat beside the affluent young man. carefully positioning his hands as if cradling something precious. Young Master Pei, in a state of ennui, instinctively shifted to make room when he noticed someone approaching. Initially, he paid little heed to the newcomer. However, after a while, he noticed this person remained motionless, hands held aloft in a posture of support. Turning in suspicion, young Master Pei beheld a finely chiseled young boy clad in coarse linen. He scrutinized the boy's face with a discerning gaze, feeling a pang of jealousy. Fair and handsome, he was almost as good-looking as himself. Sensing young Master Pei's gaze upon him, Cui Xian deliberately adopted a cautious expression, safeguarding the object he was pretending to cradle. The affluent young man, feeling somewhat insulted, spoke first with irritation. My family has plenty of money. Why would I covet your trifling possessions? Show me what it is. The first step to engaging the young boy in conversation, to prompt him to initiate dialogue with you. Some individuals can be described as those whose very first words reveal their susceptibility to persuasion. Cui Xian feigned hesitation for a moment, cautiously extending his hand, reluctantly stating, "Look." The affluent young man cast a casual glance, then another, and perplexedly remarked, "You have nothing in your hands. What am I to look at?" Cui Xian lowered his voice, affecting an air of seriousness as he replied, "Fool, do you not recognize it? This is Mo Ho Luo. If Wang Peng could be considered an ordinary figurine, then Mo Ho Luo was the premium figurine of this era, akin to the pop mart among collectibles. The record of the drunken elder mentions that in the capital city, there are many exquisite clay figurines, delicately crafted, known in the local dialect as Mo Ho Luo. They vary in size and are not inexpensive, adorned with garments for both genders, some of which are extravagantly luxurious. The southern folk refer to them as crafty children. Unlike the coarse and ruddy yellow dolls, the Mo Ho Luo dolls are exquisitely crafted, resembling real humans in attire. They have become rare treasures eagerly sought after by the children of nobility in the capital. Upon hearing the term Mo Ho Luo, Master Pei appeared visibly startled, only to dismiss it with a scoff. "I'm not blind. You clearly." His words were abruptly interrupted as Cui Xian handed him the item. "Please hold my Mo Ho Luo for a moment." Oh, Master Pei, caught off guard, instinctively fumbled and accepted it. This time, it was Cui Xian's turn to smirk. "If you do not believe I possess Mo Ho Luo, why would you catch it?" Master Pei's expression stiffened, and in a fit of embarrassment, he feigned a gesture of discarding it. "Nonsense. I did not catch anything." Cui Xian raised his voice. "You have damaged my Mo Ho Luo. Compensate me with 5 taels of silver." This was clearly extortion. Though the wealthy gentleman was somewhat naive, he would not tolerate such an insult. With a glint in his eye, he mimicked Cui Xian's earlier action, producing a handful of air and offering it. "If you want compensation, here is 10 taels of silver. Take it." With that, Master Pei beamed at Cui Xian, eager for his exasperation. To his surprise, Cui Xian indeed accepted the 10 taels, bowing respectfully to the wealthy gentleman. "I have roamed the world for 8 years, carrying my Mo Ho Luo through streets and alleys, testing countless heroes. You are the first to willingly compensate me, and so generously with 10 taels. You are truly admirable. I shall recognize you as my elder brother." What? Master Pei was taken aback by this unexpected turn, his eyes wide. "You want to call me your elder brother?" Cui Xian's gaze was resolute, filled with admiration. "Of course. Only a man is magnanimous, open-hearted, generous, handsome, upright, and full of gentlemanly grace as you deserves to be my elder brother." Master Pei was utterly flattered by this unabashed flattery. His face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and exhilaration, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit in this world. Finally, someone recognized him, Pei Jian, as a gem in the rough. Thus, with a slight blush, Master Pei shyly replied, "Actually, I'm not as exceptional as you say." Cui Xian, perceiving this demeanor, understood that he had secured his position. To forge a connection with an adult, one must treat them as a child. To bond with a child, one must regard them as an adult. As a former adult, Cui Xian adeptly navigated the whims of this pompous young gentleman. He intended to lavish more praise upon his brother, but at that moment, his uncle, having sold all the eggs, called out urgently, "Sten boy, Xian boy. We must head to the city gate to find your grandmother. It will be dark soon." "Coming," Cui Xian responded, turning to run back. After a moment, he paused and turned to Master Pei, earnestly stating, "Brother, my name is Cui Xian, and I reside in the 3rd house east of Heshi village, by a large locust tree. Should you need anything, feel free to summon me at any time. Today, my younger brother has matters to attend to and must take his leave. Furthermore, I have formed an instant bond with my elder brother, who in my eyes is the epitome of excellence." His gaze is piercing, filled with admiration, as he receives compliments. Master Pei's cheeks flush with warmth, and he instinctively straightens his posture, adopting the demeanor of an elder brother. Since you have acknowledged me as your elder brother, you must conduct yourself with gravitas from now on. Go now. I shall send someone to find you in due course. For a lad of around 10 years, one might say he possesses the wisdom of a sage. Yet it would be futile to deceive him with mere tales. Not to mention, Cui Xian currently lacks such resources. However, if one were to declare him an elder brother, then indeed, the young lad is fortunate. Henceforth, any morsel of food my elder brother has will be willingly shared, albeit with some reluctance. Thus, there is no rush. A hope remains for the future. Eventually, trailing behind my elder brother, he will engage in business and earn some coin, thus securing his own fate. Cui Xian departed, leaving Pei Jian standing foolishly, a silly grin plastered on his flushed face. He could never have imagined that after quarreling with his mother and storming off in a fit of temper, he would unwittingly acquire a younger brother. Though this younger brother seems somewhat simple-minded, as soon as he heard the promise of 10 taels of silver, he readily acknowledged me as elder brother. Surely, he could have waited until the money was in hand. Yet, the boy's flattering words and the discovery of his own admirable traits were enough to sway him. Alas, when next we meet, what harm would it do to grant him the promised 10 taels? After all, it is the mark of a generous elder brother. Unbeknownst to the beaming Pei Jian, the family's old steward and the servants had been trailing him from a distance, anxious for his safety. In the alley opposite the market, the steward sought to inquire about the boy who had just been playing with the young master. Observing the smile that lit up the young master's eyes, the steward couldn't help but remark, "It has been a long time since I have seen the young master so joyfully radiant." As for the second part of the tale, while Cui Xian was busy charming the wealthy boy, old lady Cui, well-versed in the routine, made her way to the pawn shop. Before entering, she tidied her disheveled hair, striving to present herself with some semblance of dignity. Once inside, she put on a show of sorrow, weeping inconsolably until the shopkeeper, his patience wearing thin, reluctantly agreed to lend her half a tael of silver. With the silver in hand, old lady Cui exited the shop, leaving behind not only the pair of gold and jade bracelets but also her once cherished dignity. Yet, at least her 2 sons would be spared from laboring in servitude. Perhaps this time, they might just pass. Taking a deep breath, old lady Cui composed herself. On her way back, she passed a steamed bun shop and, with determination, purchased 3 meat buns, denying herself even a single coin's worth of a plain bun. Struggling against her hunger, she hurried to the city gate, where the donkey cart awaited her arrival. Climbing aboard, she cheerfully inquired, "Was Xian obedient today?" The third uncle, driving the cart, replied with a chuckle, "Rest assured, Sten was quite well behaved." Thus, old lady Cui produced a paper package from her bosom, saying, "Since your uncle has deemed you well behaved, grandmother rewards you with meat buns." Cui Xian's gaze swept over his grandmother, lingering momentarily on the faint redness at the corners of her eyes, stirring a bittersweet sensation within his heart. Yet he did not show it, eagerly accepting the meat bun and taking a hearty bite, mumbling, "Delicious. Thank you, grandmother." Subsequently, Cui Xian offered the bun to his grandmother, saying, "Grandmother should have some too." Cui Laodai symbolically took a small bite, watching her grandson, who was blissfully entranced by the aroma of the bun, and smiled silently. That day, Cui Laodai and Cui Xian returned home quite late. However, upon her arrival, she brought a sense of calm to the entire household. Tomorrow, mother would go to pay the labor tax. The eldest and second sons could focus on their studies, preparing as usual for the upcoming imperial examination. After sharing this joyful news, Cui Laodai handed 2 meat buns to Cui Yu and Cui Xian, saying, "Here, eat up. Xian Gur has already had his share. These are for you too." "Thank you, grandmother." Cui Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even Cui Yu could hardly contain his delight. The siblings, perceptive and well-behaved, savored their buns, attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere that lingered in the home. Aunt Lin let out a sigh of relief and lit the oil lamp. Her husband would no longer have to serve in labor. Under the dim light, Cui Laodai appeared somewhat weary, yet her eyes twinkled with joy, and the wrinkles on her face softened with tenderness. Cui Buishing and Cui Zhongyuan remained in their bedroom, engrossed in their studies, not daring to emerge. However, upon hearing their mother's words, the intensity of their reading increased markedly. Chen Shi suddenly thought of something. Mother must not have eaten yet. "I shall go to the kitchen." Before she could finish her thought, she was interrupted by Cui Laodai. "I have already eaten. You both should return to your rooms and rest." Chen Shi and Lin Shi exchanged knowing glances. They understood that their mother-in-law was likely reluctant to spend money on food from outside. Yet neither of the daughters-in-law spoke further. Lin Shi went to boil water, while Qin Shi prepared a simple noodle soup to bring to Cui Laotai's room. In the main room, Cui Xian silently observed his grandmother as she slowly made her way back to her room, reflecting that the human heart is ultimately tender. From the very beginning, having traversed into this new life as an outsider, he quietly scrutinized this unfamiliar home. Now, he found himself gradually and unconsciously integrating into this family, genuinely wishing to contribute and hoping for its prosperity. However, he refrained from mentioning his desire to engage in the toy business. Firstly, he was still uncertain whether he could truly connect with the wealthy gentleman. Secondly, he was too young. Adults often instinctively adopt a condescending stance towards children, especially someone as stern as Cui Laotai. If Cui Xian were to express his ambition to enter the toy trade and deceive the young master of a scholarly family, he would undoubtedly face a harsh reprimand. Thus, speaking further seemed futile. Once he earned some money, he would naturally be able to support his family. That night, Cui Zhongyuan and Cui Bushing studied for an extended period. Qin Shi lacked the heart to scold her son for following her to the county town, as he constantly turned over, unable to sleep soundly. In the early hours, Cui Xian heard Cui Zhongyuan quietly sobbing. Half awake, he reached out tentatively to touch Cui Zhongyuan's hand. The sobbing ceased abruptly, and Cui Zhongyuan grasped his son's hand tightly. In the darkness, no one spoke. Cui Xian felt the sensation of his palm being tightly grasped. And with a dawning realization, he thought, perhaps, this is what it means to have a father? Having already recognized Big Brother, he found himself in a state of too many debts to worry about. So what harm could another father do? Thus, he hesitantly called out in a soft voice, "Father?" Cui Zhongyuan responded. For the first time in his 2 lifetimes, Cui Xian addressed someone as father, and he felt somewhat embarrassed, truly unsure of what to say next. He lacked the ease he had when persuading Big Brother. Ultimately, he could only muster the courage to awkwardly reassure Cui Zhongyuan, "Do not cry. For you are both diligent and wise. Surely you will succeed this time." A silence enveloped the room. Then, Cui Zhongyuan released his son's hand, turned over, and mumbled, "Go to sleep." Cui Xian, this is rather difficult. In the subsequent half-month, days passed in this manner. The atmosphere in the Cui household grew increasingly tense. Until the midday before the entrance examination, Grandmother Cui instructed Aunt Lin to stir-fry a generous portion of delectable cured meat. A large basin of stir-fried cured meat with water celery glistened enticingly. The moment the dish was brought to the table, the entire room was filled with an aromatic fragrance. This mouth-watering scent momentarily alleviated the strained atmosphere in the Cui family. The whole family gathered around the table, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Even Grandmother Cui could not resist swallowing her saliva. Heaven knows how long it had been since meat had graced their dining table. Before they began to eat, Grandmother Cui glanced at Aunt Lin. Understanding the cue, Aunt Lin lowered her voice and said, "Rest assured, the door is tightly closed." Only then did Grandmother Cui declare, "Let us eat." The meal was consumed in profound silence, yet every face bore an expression of satisfaction, for it was truly delicious. Cui Xian devoured several large pieces of cured meat, and indeed, the quality exceeded that of modern, water-injected pork. Perhaps this was one of the few advantages of an era devoid of technology and harsh labor. After the meal, Cui Xian licked the grease from the corner of her mouth and sighed, "I wish we could have cured meat at every meal." It was evident that she was a standard glutton. Grandmother Cui chuckled and replied, "Once your father and uncle pass their examinations, our Cui family shall certainly never lack for meat." With that remark, the softened atmosphere was pulled back into reality. Cui Bushing and Cui Zhongyuan exchanged solemn glances and vowed, "Rest assured, Mother, we will give it our all." Grandmother Cui's eyes sparkled with hope. But she merely said, "Just do your best. The most important thing is your health when you enter the examination hall. Go now." After this midday meal, the 2 brothers prepared to depart, planning to stay overnight in Nanyang City. Early the next morning, they would head directly to the examination hall for the entrance exam. This arrangement was indeed quite convenient, unlike the students from other counties under Nanyang Prefecture, who would need several days to reach Nanyang for the examinations. Of course, should the Cui brothers pass the entrance exam and become scholars, there would still be the provincial examination to contend with. At that point, they would have to leave Nanyang Prefecture and travel to the capital of Hunan, Kaifeng, to participate in the examination. If they were to succeed in the provincial examination, they would then embark on a journey of thousands of miles to the capital for the national examination and palace examination. Never mind. Let us not think about that yet. For the Cui brothers faced yet another failure. On the eve of their examination journey, the 2 boldly proclaimed their certainty of success. However, upon returning from the test, Their pallid faces and evasive words revealed their dismay as they both retreated into the confines of their home, unwilling to venture outside. Lady Cui anxiously awaited the examination results, simultaneously fearing them, even refraining from inquiring about her son's performances. When the day of the results finally arrived, Lady Cui accompanied her two sons to the county office. Outside, a throng of people jostled together, some elated and weeping tears of joy, while others lamented in despair over their failures, epitomizing the myriad experiences of life. With urgency, Lady Cui squeezed through the crowd, squinting her aged eyes in hopeful anticipation, repeatedly scanning the list of names. Though she could recognize a few characters, she could not find her sons' names on the red announcement board. After a prolonged search, despair washed over her, and amidst the crowd, she broke down in tears, crying out, "Not successful, still not successful. Why, oh heavens, why is this so?" The brothers, Cui Blushing and Cui Zhongyuan, stood humiliated, their faces ashen. Onlookers cast sympathetic glances their way, murmuring in pity. Those must be the Cui brothers, after 10 years of attempts. Still unsuccessful. Alas, it seems the Cui family is simply not destined for this. Indeed, it may be best to resign to fate. Quickly, summon that young scholar. Cui Xian, with its pristine bluestone pavement, was devoid of dust, and despite being in a bustling market, it offered a serene ambience. A broad, clean river meandered through the back of the alley, flanked by weeping willows, creating a picturesque scene. The locals of Nanyang referred to it as the White River. The lane built along this river, Cui Xian, was undoubtedly the most affluent noble lane in Nanyang County. Esteemed gentry and wealthy households resided here, with the Pei residents, boasting a dual-degree lineage, being one of the most distinguished families in Cui Xian. However, at this moment, chaos reigned in the main courtyard of the Pei family's grand estate, as young Master Cui Xian was once again causing mischief. About half a month prior, he had quarreled with his mother, left home, and stubbornly refused to attend school. Upon learning of this, the matriarch of the Pei family, his grandmother, confined him to the house for 2 weeks. Yet, this time, young Master Pei was resolute in his refusal to study, showing no signs of submission to his punishment. He even plotted to escape the estate by scaling the walls, though his attempts were thwarted by their height. Nonetheless, the household staff had heard whispers of his recent claims of having a big brother outside. It was said that this little brother was charming and loyal, prompting him to consider abandoning the Pei family to join this companion. Those who heard these words were left speechless. The matriarch, accustomed to her grandson's occasional antics, responded with a straightforward solution. "You want a little brother? Go find one. As long as he is willing to study, anything goes." However, adults often fail to grasp the true sentiments of children. In her understanding, little brother implied a servant or a scholar's assistant. Consequently, a dozen boys of similar age to the young master were sent to the Pei estate. The matriarch then addressed her grandson. "Choose from these many little brothers as you wish." Cui Xian gazed at the row of younger brothers before him, finding them increasingly displeasing. This one was too dark, that one too robust, and another appeared rather dim-witted. Well, a bit of foolishness might be acceptable, but this was sheer ignorance. Lacking the charm of flattery, and certainly incapable of extolling the virtues of erewhile claiming to possess the prowess of a master. In short, none of them exhibited the qualities expected of a subordinate. Disdainfully, Cui Xian scrutinized each one, ultimately declaring his rejection. There was no need, for he already had a younger brother far superior to these individuals. As for that one who had risked betraying the Pei family to seek refuge, the elderly matriarch rolled her eyes elegantly, suppressing her impatience as she remarked, "Where does that younger brother of yours reside? I shall instruct the housekeeper to inquire. If suitable, we shall hire him to be your scholar." On that day, the housekeeper had observed the camaraderie between that young lad and the young master, having previously sent someone to investigate Cui Xian. However, Cui Xian was not from Nanyang County, and the housekeeper could not uncover any information. Upon hearing his grandmother's words, Cui Xian's eyes sparkled momentarily, but he soon shook his head, "Since he has chosen to acknowledge me as his elder brother, how could I possibly ask him to serve as my attendant?" A scholar, as it was elegantly termed, was essentially a servant. In contemporary society, there existed two types of servants. One was the impoverished, sold by their parents, bound by a contract of servitude, devoid of personal freedom and destined to serve their masters for life. The other entered into an employment contract, maintaining a relationship of hire. Yet, regardless of the classification, they ultimately remained subordinates. Young Master Cui Xian, having lived a life of luxury from a tender age, was naturally accustomed to indulgence, rarely contemplating the needs of others. The elderly matriarch, taken aback, replied nonchalantly, "First, disclose the address. I shall have the housekeeper investigate. Moreover, whether he is willing to become a scholar remains to be seen." Cui Xian considered this and relented, providing the necessary details. The housekeeper wasted no time in gathering information. The news he brought back astonished both the matriarch and Cui Xian. This younger brother indeed possessed a remarkable lineage, for he bore the surname Cui. Over 2 decades prior, the Cui family was renowned in Nanyang County, boasting a scholar in their midst, a distinguished family of noble standing. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, they gradually fell into decline. The Cui family relocated from the county seat back to the village of their origins, Hishi village. The elderly matriarch fell into reminiscence, murmuring, considering the age. "The esteemed scholar of the Cui family must be your younger brother's great-grandfather. He was indeed a remarkable figure, having once guided your grandfather in scholarly pursuits. Oh, and your younger brother's grandfather was also a celebrated talent in Nanyang County, achieving the title of Shotsai at a tender age, possessing knowledge that surpassed even your grandfather's. Alas, how unfortunate. It seems that heaven is envious of exceptional talent." The Cui family, once flourishing, swiftly descended into hardship following the demise of their distinguished scholar and talented Shotsai. The old housekeeper sighed deeply. "I never anticipated that they hailed from such a scholarly lineage." The elder Cui exhausted his family fortune to educate his 2 sons. It is said that during this examination, neither son succeeded. The family now resides in Hushi village, living in poverty, their meals devoid of meat, often subjected to ridicule and gossip. Cui Xian clenched his fists in indignation. Who dared to mock his younger brother? Indeed, Cui Xian appeared frail and weak, his intellect lacking, and his family impoverished, which likely made him a frequent target of bullying. It is only natural that he would seek out his big brother for support. The purpose of seeking his brother was undoubtedly to request assistance in seeking justice. Yet, since their parting, Cui Xian, confined to his quarters, had not even taken a moment to inquire about his little brother's plight. As the elder sibling, he felt acutely inadequate in his role. Overwhelmed with guilt, Cui Xian urgently implored the matriarch, Cui Leofurin, saying, "Grandmother, I beseech you, please go to the Cui household and bring my little brother here. But do not allow him to sign any contracts of servitude or employment. Simply let him come to be my little brother. From now on, I shall provide him with 5 taels a month. No, 10 taels of silver." Cui Leofurin remained silent. As an adult, she viewed matters with a complexity beyond that of a child. Aware that the Cui family belonged to the gentry, not mere peasants, she understood the necessity of affording them the respect they deserved. To suddenly approach them with a request for their child to serve as a book attendant would be exceedingly presumptuous. Moreover, a contract of employment would indeed need to be signed. If one were to propose such an arrangement without the formality of a contract while offering 10 taels a month, the Cui family would undoubtedly suspect they were being duped. Furthermore, it is quite uncommon to offer such a generous salary. Cui Leofurin pondered how best to navigate the situation delicately. However, Cui Xian grew anxious, fearing for his little brother's well-being and perceiving his grandmother's silence as disapproval. He gritted his teeth and insisted, "Grandmother, why are you hesitating? Hurry and fetch my little brother. At the very least, I will agree to continue my studies at the clan academy." Cui Leofurin was taken aback. The servants in the room were equally astonished. Good heavens! Cui Xian had begun his education at the age of 5, and now, at 11, he had spent 6 long years disinclined toward learning. This was the first instance in which the young master had voluntarily expressed a desire to study. How compelling must his little brother be? Cui Leofurin quickly regained her composure. Her expression filled with excitement as she turned to the steward. "What are you waiting for? Go quickly to Hishi village and invite him over. Prepare a cart of rice, flour, oil, eggs, and meat. When you arrive, be sure to courteously explain our intentions. Just say that our young master is in need of a companion and wishes for their son to come to our residence for company. There is no need for contracts of servitude or employment. Let us forego those. But he shall still receive a monthly stipend. Let us say 501. Too much may incite envy, and besides, the Cui family may not even want to accept an excessive amount." Initially, Cui Xian had found the 500 when too meager. However, upon hearing his grandmother's last statement, he promptly revised his offer. "Then I shall add 10 taels of silver to bring along, deducted from my own allowance." As that is what I promised him. The shattered Mao Huoluo may have been fake, but the elder brother's intentions were sincere. Cui Leofurin readily acquiesced. Granted. The old steward, in high spirits, set off to fulfill the task. Throughout the Pei household, a festive atmosphere prevailed. The young master had finally expressed a willingness to study. The matriarch, in excellent spirits, even rewarded the servants with bonuses. Although the young master's little brother had yet to arrive, he had already captured the goodwill of everyone in the Pei family, who eagerly awaited his arrival. Only Cui Xian felt a pang of sorrow. Being an elder brother was no easy burden. For the sake of my younger brother, he truly compromised far too much. The butler arrived, and Lady Cui was carried home by her two sons. Overcome by anger and sorrow, she fainted before the county's red announcement board. Along the way, the words she heard most frequently were "accept fate." Upon returning home, the villagers came to visit her, urging her to accept fate. "We are but humble peasants, born to toil in the fields. Why must we struggle to pursue an education?" Lady Cui maintained a stoic expression, allowing others to speak without uttering a word herself. Once the visitors departed, she summoned her entire family and calmly declared, "The Cui family was never meant to be mere peasants, and we shall not be confined to such a fate in the future." Before anyone could respond, she gestured toward the outside, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I know that over the years, you have harbored grievances against me, desiring to abandon your studies and lead a peaceful agricultural life. Yet, if you step outside and observe, the very fields that can yield crops are also the most treacherous traps. Once you step into them, generations may never emerge." Her voice was piercing. Cui Xian listened, utterly stunned. How much suffering and hardship must an uneducated old woman from the countryside have endured to utter such words? It is often said that the towering mountains of Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan are the nightmarish prisons that ensnare countless lives. But for the impoverished folk of Henan, the flat plains can also represent another form of those towering mountains. Nowadays, people mock me, saying that the old Cui family is delusional, dreaming of achieving scholarly success. Yet, in just 2 short decades, they forget that the Cui family once produced a Jiren and a Xiaotsai. On what grounds do they claim the Cui family is composed of mere peasants? Outside the gates of the Cui residence once hung the plaque of a family of scholars. For years, brothers Bashan and Zhong Yuan have been perplexed. Your grandfather was a respected Jiren in Nanyang, and your father, at a young age, also achieved the title of Xiaotsai. How is it that you two have failed every time? Lady Cui questioned with tears. The brothers, Cui Bashan and Cui Zhongyuan, were left speechless. They were indeed striving to study, yet they could not produce any notable results. Only Cui Xian understood the situation. Uncle and father were of average talent, merely adept at rote learning, grasping the surface without understanding the depths. Furthermore, without a teacher to impart wisdom and guidance, how could they succeed? The adage that humble families seldom produce distinguished offspring holds true. Lady Cui looked at her two sons with disappointment. After a long silence, she trembled as she recalled, "Of course, it is not entirely your fault. I know that you both have suffered over the years. When your grandfather ventured to Jiangsu and Zhejiang to serve as a county magistrate, he encountered chaos from the Japanese bandits and sacrificed himself to protect the city and its people. At that time, you were both still young. Your father traveled to Zhejiang for mourning, and upon his return, he was a shadow of his former self. Subsequently, once the mourning period ended, he, despite his frail health, insisted on attending the provincial examination in Kaifeng. Then the body was utterly exhausted. After the provincial examination commenced, the examination hall remained shut. Even if the waters flooded the testing grounds and a candidate perished, there was no reason to open the doors. Yet, those 9 days and 6 nights of examination could indeed wear a person down to nothing. At that time, your father, aware that his health had reached its limits, desperately implored the chief examiner to allow him to be cast out of the examination hall through the courtyard wall. Due to your grandfather's valiant death in the fight against the Japanese pirates, the chief examiner, moved by compassion, granted your father's request. I rushed to the scene, and before I could even cry, your father lay outside the examination hall, his face contorted in agony, gripping my hand tightly, saying. At this point, old lady Cui choked on her words. Cui Basang wept, saying, "Mother, please, do not continue." Your father declared that even if it meant exhausting the family's wealth, he would ensure that Boss Hang and Zhang Yuan achieved something noteworthy. Otherwise, he would never rest in peace. That wretched man, with his cruel heart, truly departed with his eyes wide open. His words linger in my mind to this day, never ceasing for even a moment over the years. Old Lady Cui ignored her son and continued, her voice trembling. I became a widow at a young age, burdened with sorrow. Yet, your uncle, burdened by a significant debt, clamored for a division of the family estate. You were both young, and as your mother was a widow, I could only endure his bullying. In the presence of the clan elders, I repaid his debts and reluctantly agreed to the division. I sold the grand residence of the Cui family, the calligraphy and paintings, even hundreds of acres of fertile land. 70% went to him, and we kept 30. In the following years, we returned to Hushi village. To support both of you in your studies, coupled with the need for marriage, I sold everything the family possessed. Every pawnbroker in the county knew me and laughed at my plight. Even in Nanyang County, the hysterical old Cui became a topic of gossip. Old Lady Cui smiled bitterly and asked, Boss Hang, Zhongyan, what do you think your mother should do? What else can she do if you do not continue your studies? How will I face your father and your grandparents in the afterlife? Hearing his grandmother recount the events of those years, Cui Xian thought. It seems the Cui family once thrived. Alas, the ending is lamentable. Cui Boshang and Cui Zhongyuan both knelt in unison. Cui Zhongyuan cried out, Mother, we will study. We shall continue. My brother and I will surely succeed. The two daughters-in-law silently shed tears. Cui Yu and Cui Xian, the siblings, also joined in their weeping. The numerous misfortunes that had befallen this family had eroded it, leaving it riddled with scars and a foundation stained by pain. Cui Xian felt a tightness in his chest. He pondered that, after more than 10 days, there was still no news from the rich brother. Perhaps it was time to proactively suggest going to the county town for schooling. If this continued, the family would be doomed. But before Cui Xian could voice his thoughts, he heard his grandmother say, Yes, education is essential. Boss Hang, Zhongyuan, you must continue your studies. I believe you, who is 9 this year, should also be sent to school before it is too late. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Cui Xian was taken aback as well. It turned out that all of old Lady Cui's previous words and preparations were aimed at ensuring Yu's education. Cui Yu cast a fleeting glance at Cui Xian, preparing to decline. Aunt Lin was the first to react, exclaiming tearfully, Mother, our family is in such dire straits. We truly cannot afford it. Chen also chimed in. Elder sister-in-law speaks the truth. Our household has not seen meat in ages. How can we support another? Cui Zhongyuan opened his mouth to offer counsel. But Cui Bushing placed a hand on his brother's shoulder, unusually asserting their refusal to their mother. Mother, we must continue our lives. If you insist on having Guo pursue his studies, then I shall not attend. Cui old lady abruptly shifted from her earlier sorrow, cutting off her eldest son with a stern voice. No, you must study, the second must study, and Guo must also study. Even if I have to forego a meal each day, I will ensure Guo receives an education. Her words plunged the family into despair. At that moment, the old steward from the Pei residence arrived at their door. May I inquire if this is the Cui household? I am the steward of the Pei family. I come unannounced at the behest of my master, to request that young Master Cui Xian serve as a scholar's assistant for our young master. The steward stood outside the door, his tone earnest and polite as he clarified his purpose. To avoid any misunderstanding, he added, What my master means is that young Master Cui Xian will nominally serve as a scholar's assistant, but in truth, he is to be a companion for our young master. A scholar's assistant? Upon hearing this, the rest of the Cui family remained perplexed. Cui Yu was the first to panic, recalling that just days ago, his grandmother had asked him if he wished to study, to which he had replied, What about Xian Guo? His grandmother had remained silent. Could it be that, due to insufficient funds, she intended to sell Xian Guo to afford his education? Now, the steward had come to take Xian Guo away. The more Cui Yu pondered, the more convinced he became of this dreadful scenario. He burst into tears, looking at his grandmother and pleading, Grandmother, have you sold Xian Guo? I refuse to accept this. If you must sell someone, sell me instead, and let my brother study. Cui Zhongyuan and Chen's faces turned pale at his words, hastily shielding their son behind them. Had the old lady truly sold Xian Guo? The expressions of the other members of the Cui family mirrored their shock and horror. Young master, have you sold Xian Guo? Cui Zhongyuan inquired loudly. Cui Laotai was momentarily taken aback by the question before regaining her composure, responding with indignation, What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever sold Xian Guo? Our family is impoverished, and we can only afford to support our eldest grandson in his studies, which is already favoritism. Yet, how could I ever consider selling my own grandson? Upon hearing this, Cui Yu's tears ceased abruptly. The rest of the terrified Cui family members also breathed a sigh of relief. Only Cui Xian speculated that the steward must have been sent by his elder brother. It seemed that those calls of elder brother that day were not in vain. Cui Xian looked at his mother, whose face was filled with protective instincts, and at his father who stood guard before him. He then glanced at Cui Yu, who knelt before their grandmother, willing to be sold in exchange for his younger brother. A warm feeling blossomed within him. Thank you for fulfilling all my cherished dreams of a loving family. This is what home is, a place filled with kinship. How wonderful it is. And such a beautiful home. How could Cui Xian, who had once been an orphan in his past life, stand idly by as it gradually succumbed to poverty, tormented by hardship? Since arriving in this world, the only lingering concern he had harbored was his identity. However, from today onward, at this very moment, Cui Xian thought it no longer mattered. He would let the past drift away with the wind. From now on, he would be Cui Xian of Hishi village, a member of the Cui family. He would carry on the legacy of his ancestors and shoulder the responsibility of restoring the family's honor. Having come to this realization, Cui Xian felt as if he, a rootless floating weed, had found an anchor to take root in this unfamiliar time and space of the Liang dynasty. Thus, he became increasingly vibrant, a smile lighting up his eyes and brow. Observing his family still in a state of shock, Cui Xian softly suggested, "It is likely a misunderstanding. We should invite the steward from the Pei residence in to clarify." "Yes, indeed. Let us ask him for clarification," Aunt Lin exclaimed as she slapped her forehead. However, when she opened the door, the entire Cui family was stunned. The steward from the Pei residence had arrived, bringing with him a grand array of gifts, a full cart brimming with provisions: rice, flour, pork, eggs, live chickens and ducks, lard. The cart was overflowing. There were even 2 rolls of exquisite, glossy fabric. The Cui family had been enduring hardship for years, and the sight of such a generous gift was profoundly shocking. Lin was left speechless, her eyes wide in disbelief as her heart raced. What did this mean? A gift for the Cui family? No, that couldn't be. In the next moment, the old steward organized 2 servants to haul the cart of lavish gifts into the Cui courtyard. He first nodded courteously at Aunt Lin, who had opened the door, then turned to Cui Lao with a smile, saying, "I apologize for the abrupt visit. This is merely a small token prepared by the master for your esteemed household. Please do accept it." "Oh my goodness. This is merely a small token," Aunt Lin gasped, while the Cui brothers and the Chen family members looked on greedily. Yet, despite their desire, no one dared to speak up to accept it. As the old steward's words suggested, it seemed the gifts were intended specifically for Xian Guer. Madame Cui reluctantly diverted her gaze from the gift carriage and, with a bitter smile, addressed the butler of the Pei residence. "I fear you may find it amusing, but in our humble abode, where we often struggle to make ends meet, the contents of this carriage hardly qualify as a modest gift. As the saying goes, one should not accept rewards without merit. Thus, we cannot accept these offerings. I kindly ask you to take them back. Furthermore, I wish to inquire about your mention of young Xian. Could it be that my young grandson, in his innocence, has inadvertently offended someone from your esteemed household? Should he have erred in any way, I shall certainly discipline him firmly behind closed doors." The old lady spoke with a veneer of politeness, seemingly belittling her own grandson while, in truth, defending him fiercely. After all, the butler claimed to hail from the illustrious Pei family of Nanyang, renowned for producing 2 successful scholars, a family of which Madame Cui was well aware. However, what left the entire Cui family astounded was the butler's reaction. Upon hearing Madame Cui's words, his complexion shifted dramatically as he hurriedly clarified, "No, no, no, dear madam. You misunderstand. Young Master Cui Xian has done nothing wrong. He is in excellent spirits. Not only does my young master hold him in high regard, but so does our esteemed matriarch and everyone within the Pei household. It is our fault for intruding so abruptly. Please do not hold young Master Cui Xian responsible." "Ah? What?" The words left Madame Cui and her family in a state of utter bewilderment. They gazed incredulously at Cui Xian, who blinked innocently in return. The butler continued earnestly, "A few days ago, my young master and young Master Cui Xian became fast friends, enjoying each other's company immensely. Ever since returning home, he has been preoccupied with thoughts of Cui Xian. Thus, our matriarch instructed me to prepare this carriage laden with gifts, wishing to invite young Master Cui Xian to our residence to serve as a companion to my young master. Rest assured, dear madam, our matriarch specifically requested that this arrangement does not require any formal contract or employment agreement. Young Master Cui Xian may simply reside with us and will receive a monthly stipend of 500 won. 500 won per month." The 3 women of the Cui family, who toil endlessly at the loom, could scarcely believe that they would struggle for months to earn such an amount. Cui Xian was merely 8 years old, and yet someone was offering him a monthly wage of 500 won, along with a grand carriage of gifts to personally extend the invitation. The Cui family was left speechless. Cui Xian himself was equally astonished. He had not anticipated such generosity from his elder brother. Not only were gifts provided, but a job was also secured, complete with room and board. Truly, it was as if they were just shy of handing him cash directly. However, it soon dawned on Cui Xian that his perspective had been rather limited. His elder brother was indeed generous, not only bestowing gifts and work, but also providing funds. As the butler continued his fervent discourse, he noticed the Cui family remained in stunned silence, which stirred a sense of urgency within him. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, retrieving 10 taels of silver from his pocket. "Oh, how could I forget? Here are 10 taels of silver. I must insist that you accept this as well." Heavens, 10 taels of silver. This amount could cover the labor costs for 2 individuals. The Cui family, having recently exhausted their resources, could scarcely afford such an extravagant sum. This simply would not do. Madame Cui was left reeling from this series of lavish gestures. Struggling to maintain her composure, she stated firmly, "We cannot accept these gifts or this money. As for your intentions, I am already aware. However, young Xian is still quite tender, and truly cannot bear such overwhelming affection. Allow us to ponder this further. It is said that he shall not sign a contract of servitude, nor even an employment agreement. But the little grandson is merely 8 years old. At such a tender age to leave home in pursuit of earnings, the elderly matriarch is ultimately reluctant." The old steward, upon hearing this, felt a profound sense of regret. Yet his eyes brimmed with admiration and respect. He could naturally discern that this family was in dire straits. Yet even so, they were not easily swayed by wealth. A noble household, though impoverished, possesses its own integrity. It is no wonder that young Master Cui took a liking to young Xian, with a heart full of quiet admiration. The steward's demeanor grew increasingly warm, and with a smile, he remarked, "Madam, your words are misguided. These 10 taels of silver are not for you to refuse. They are, in fact, a gift from our young master to young Xian, as per their agreement. As for this cartload of gifts, should you wish not to accept it, consider it merely a temporary deposit at your esteemed residence. Our young master has long anticipated young Xian's relocation to our manor. There is no need for you to hastily decline today. Reflect upon it further. Should you agree, simply send word to the Pei residence, and I shall come to fetch young Xian immediately. If, in the end, you still do not consent, it matters not. However, it will mean that our Pei residence will have to intrude upon you, for our young master desires to move in and frolic with young Xian. I trust you will not take offense. Our young master has a hearty appetite. This cartload may scarcely suffice. When the time comes, we may need to send for another 2 carts. Truly, the steward of a distinguished household speaks with elegance." Upon finishing his words, the old steward unceremoniously pressed the 10 taels of silver into Xian's hands and departed. In the courtyard of the Cui family, the entire household remained in a state of shock, devoid of the prior atmosphere of sorrow and despair. With 10 taels of silver, along with a whole cart of rice, flour, oil, and cloth before them, who could still feel anguish? It was a feat to stifle a laugh. This unexpected turn of events was truly beyond anyone's anticipation. Lin, fearing that others might take notice, stealthily closed the main door. Subsequently, the entire family turned their gaze towards Xian, their eyes filled with astonishment. Chen, cradling her belly with one hand, voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. "Xian, what? What exactly is happening? Please, explain in detail." In the grand hall of the Cui residence, young Cui Xian was regaled with tales of his recent acquaintance. It was conveyed that during a visit to the county with his grandmother, he had fortuitously befriended the young master of the Pei family while his great-uncle was occupied selling eggs. This young master, despite their brief encounter, had formed a profound attachment to Cui Xian and, upon returning home, had been preoccupied with thoughts of him. He offered a lavish gift of a cart filled with treasures, 10 taels of silver, and a monthly stipend of 500 won, all to entice Cui Xian to join him as a companion at the Pei residence. Should Cui Xian refuse, the young master was even prepared to seek him out at his home. Upon hearing this account from the matriarch, Cui Xian coughed lightly and, met with the incredulous gazes of his family, innocently nodded in affirmation, declaring, "Indeed, it is quite reasonable." The matriarch, however, appeared bewildered, questioning the very nature of this extraordinary tale. Were it not for the fact that the protagonist was her own grandson, she might have doubted the young master's sincerity, suspecting he had fallen victim to some nefarious trickery. Observing the confusion painted across his family's expressions, Cui Xian felt a surge of elation. It was about time they lifted their spirits. Life could not be endured in perpetual sorrow. After elucidating the circumstances, he presented the 10 taels of silver bestowed by the Pei family's steward to his grandmother, saying, "Grandmother, please accept this money. Father, uncle, and—" He glanced at his elder brother Cui, still glistening with tears, and continued, "Even my brother requires funds for his studies. With this, we need not worry any longer. And I implore you all to cease your quarrels." Given the family's dire financial straits, Cui Xian accepted the 10 taels without hesitation, though he silently vowed to remember this act of kindness. With his youthful hands cradling the silver, he offered it to his grandmother, who, though moved, found herself unable to reach out and take it. The rest of the family in the hall remained silent, lost in thought. Finding the atmosphere peculiar, Cui Xian continued with a cheerful tone, "Grandmother, please take it. Once I am at the Pei residence, I shall receive a monthly allowance of 500 won. This will not only support my brother's education but also improve our meals at the table." "Grandmother, why are you crying?" Initially, Cui Xian's grandmother only shed tears, but soon she could no longer contain her sobs. Trembling, she embraced Cui Xian, her voice quavering as she said, "My dear Xian, good child. Grandmother is filled with joy, yet also guilt. Previously, I only allowed your brother to pursue his studies and did not consider your education. Have you ever harbored resentment towards me?" Cui Xian gently wiped away his grandmother's tears, reassured her, "I am fully aware of our family's circumstances. Why would I resent you? My brother, as the eldest, rightfully deserves to study first." This sentiment was not mere courtesy. Cui Xian, possessing a wealth of knowledge, would never harbor bitterness over such trivial matters. Moreover, he felt a sense of guilt for occupying the place of one of the Cui family grandsons, feeling it unjust to compete for an opportunity meant for another. However, before he could finish his thought, Cui, with reddened eyes and a tone of defiance, asserted, "I will not go to school." Cui Xian turned to him, offering a gentle smile in response. Subsequently, Cui Xian inquired of his grandmother, "Grandmother, may I ask you, if our family possessed some surplus funds today, would you allow me and my elder brother to commence our education?" Without hesitation, Grandmother Cui responded, "Of course." Upon hearing this, Cui Xian smiled, "I believe you would certainly agree." He reflected that when grandmother previously suggested his elder brother pursue his studies, she had not even glanced in his direction. He pondered the immense resolve and discomfort she must have felt before uttering those words. Upon hearing his thoughts, Grandmother Cui felt tears welling up again. What merit had she to deserve such an obedient grandson? At merely 8 years of age, while children from ordinary families were still indulging in mischief, he had already exhibited a maturity that tugged at the heartstrings. However, the more understanding he became, the less she could allow him to serve as a bookkeeper. No child should endure hardship, even if their family was impoverished. The Cui family was not destitute enough to send an 8-year-old to work for money. Clearly, the other members of the Cui family shared this sentiment. Uncle Cui Bushing was the first to speak. "Xianer, we all appreciate your intentions. However, I cannot permit you to become a bookkeeper, and your elder brother cannot accept money earned by his younger brother for his studies." Aunt Lin, upon hearing this, also spoke with teary eyes, "What your uncle says is true. I am easily swayed by good things. But fret not, Xianer, though I may gaze, my heart remains steadfast. You are but 8 years old. If I were to take your money, I would be scorned by others." Cui Zhongyuan and Chun Shur exchanged grateful glances with their elder brother and sister-in-law. As parents, they naturally did not wish for their son to engage in labor at such a tender age. Once they finished speaking, Grandmother Cui grasped Cui Xian's hand and smiled. "Did you hear that? Your uncle and aunt are correct. This 10 taels of silver, along with the items outside, we must not accept. We shall return them tomorrow." The steward meant well and was warm in his demeanor. "However, the Pei family is of high status, and you are far too young. Living there would ultimately require you to navigate the complexities of others' faces." Cui Xian felt deeply moved by her words. Yet, he was determined to go to the Pei family. He needed to escape from the impoverished Hushi village. Compared to the conventional path of attending school, the role of a young master's bookkeeper seemed far more fitting for him. He would not be confined to the schoolroom, possessing greater freedom of movement, and could leverage his association with the young master of the Pei family to earn money. At opportune moments, he could accompany the young master to attend classes. Thus, he could craft a persona of a child prodigy who, through exposure to books and a few days of study alongside the young master, quickly grasped everything. This would ensure a stable future. Therefore, Cui Xian broke free from his grandmother's embrace, and before the entire family, he cast off his long robe and knelt on both knees. Though merely 8 years old, his countenance bore a resolute expression, and his posture was upright, akin to pine and bamboo. At such a tender age, he already possessed an innate grace. No, He must go to the Pei family. First, given the family's financial struggles, only through continued education could he elevate himself and transform hardship into fortune. Second, the Pei residence was a family of scholars, known for their noble conduct and sincere invitation. He did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. Cui Xian knelt upon the ground, gazing earnestly at his family, and spoke with sincerity. Father, mother, uncle, aunt, grandmother, I understand the thoughts that dwell within your hearts. Yet, our family is impoverished, and though I am still young, I yearn to contribute my share to our household. The remote and desolate Hushi village confines me, and I aspire to venture forth, to carve out a path of my own. I am immensely fortunate to have been born into the Cui family, and I wish to alleviate our burdens, perpetuating the glory of our ancestors, and bearing the weight of restoring the honor of the Cui lineage. His voice, though youthful, resonated with conviction. The entire family was taken aback, staring at Cui Xian in stunned silence, as if they had never truly known him. Deeply moved, grandmother trembled as she replied, good child, please rise. The ground is cold. I am aware of your lofty ambitions, but it is precisely because of this that I am reluctant for you to serve as a servant. Cui Xian lifted his head, his dark eyes shining with clarity, and responded with a smile. As the saying goes, a hero is not judged by his origins. What harm is there in being a servant? Grandmother, just wait and see. In the future, I shall undoubtedly secure a brilliant future for myself and for our Cui family. A hero is not judged by his origins. What a splendid declaration indeed. Grandmother wiped away her tears with a smile, her expression a blend of pride and excitement. After 20 long years, having witnessed her two sons face countless failures, her heart, once cold and despondent, was reignited by the words of her young grandson. Ultimately, Mrs. Cui acquiesced to her grandson's request. 3 days later, Cui Xian was sent to the Pei residence. Concurrently, the 10 taels of silver were divided into 2 portions. 5 taels were allocated for the family's needs and for Yu Guer's education, while the remaining 5 taels were entrusted to Chun. The wagon load of generous gifts, including rice, flour, oil, and eggs, was set aside, with the meat being cooked and preserved for future meals. 2 pieces of cloth were procured, one to remain at home and the other to be taken to the county by Aunt Lin, who would expedite the tailoring of 3 sets of garments for Cui Xian. That very evening, Aunt Lin hurried back from the county, declining Chen's assistance, and busied herself preparing a large dish of stir-fried pork with dried radish and another of scrambled eggs with scallions. The aroma wafted throughout the house. Yet, despite her appetite, Cui Xian remained silent, refraining from picking up her chopsticks, for she was acutely aware of the origins of this meal. It had been procured by selling her younger brother. Aunt Lin eagerly served Cui Xian a heaping bowl of meat, her voice trembling with embarrassment as she urged, Xian Gur, eat, do have more. In her own words, she was sending an 8-year-old child to work to support her son's education, proudly assuming the role of the eldest daughter-in-law of the Cui family. Aunt Lin felt her composure falter. Yet, her authority as the eldest daughter-in-law held little sway. Mrs. Cui had made a definitive decision the following day. Yu Guo was to be sent to the county to study under Master Gu. That's enough, Aunt Lin. I can't eat any more, Cui Xian declared, shaking his head at the overflowing bowl and beckoning the others. Sister, grandmother, you all should eat too. By the way, where is brother? Aunt Lin glanced at Mrs. Cui, her expression awkward. Uncle merely muttered, he is hiding in the bedroom, crying, refusing to come out. I'll talk to him tonight. Cui Yu adamantly refused to attend school. For this reason, the typically sensible boy had already caused a scene that afternoon, loudly proclaiming that he would never use the money from selling his brother to pursue an education. However, Mrs. Cui was resolute. No one could sway her decision. Hearing his uncle's words, Cui Xian lifted the bowl of meat. I'll go persuade him. Once Cui Xian departed, silence enveloped the dining area, none daring to speak. After a moment, Cui Zhongyuan could no longer contain himself and quietly leaned against Chen's shoulder, wiping away tears. He felt deep sympathy for his son. If Cui Xian were forcibly sent to work as a scholar's apprentice, Cui Zhongyuan, as a father, would undoubtedly defend his child. Yet this time, it was Xian Guo who genuinely desired to go. Previously, Cui Xian's declaration that a hero does not inquire about origins had resonated not only with Mrs. Cui but also with Cui Zhongyuan and Chun. When a son yearns to venture forth, how could parents possibly restrain him? In the bedroom of uncle's family, Cui Yu curled up on the bed, shrouded in his blanket, silently weeping while hugging his knees. The corner of the blanket was lifted, and soon, another slight figure swiftly burrowed in beside him, nudging his shoulder. Cui Yu shifted away, but the other person pressed close, mirroring his movements until Cui Yu found himself cornered against the wall. Then, from beneath the blanket came Cui Xian's teasing laughter. "Oh dear, are you crying?" This simple remark inexplicably irked Cui Yu. He suddenly flung aside the quilt, his eyes ablaze with indignation as he exclaimed, "You dare to laugh. Do you not comprehend the treacherous nature of the world, yet you choose to serve as a mere attendant? Is it not far better to pursue your studies and gain enlightenment than to become a servant?" The words "to be a servant" were ones that Cui Yu lacked the courage to voice. Cui Xian sighed. "If I go to study, what shall become of you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Cui Yu replied, "I am your elder brother. If anyone must become an attendant, it shall be I. If the Pei family refuses to accept me, I shall return. At worst, I will endure the same fate as our grandmother, subsisting on one less meal each day in order to support your education." Upon hearing this, Cui Xian felt a stirring in his heart, overwhelmed with emotion. He gazed at his younger brother, Cui Yu, whose youthful visage belied a profound sense of duty. He contemplated. It seems that being an elder brother is not merely a matter of age, but a weighty responsibility. Thus, he earnestly addressed him, "Brother." At these words, Cui Yu's eyes glimmered with hope. "Do you have regrets?" he asked. "Dear brother, your words today have deeply moved our grandmother. Trust me. If you approach her now and express your desire to study rather than go to the Pei family, she will surely agree." It must be said, though young, Cui Yu possessed remarkable insight. As he spoke, he eagerly grasped Cui Xian's arm, intent on leading him outside. However, Cui Xian remained unmoving. Cui Yu turned back, his tone almost pleading as he implored, "Brother, I beseech you. The thought of using the money from selling you to pursue my studies pains me." He was but 9 years old, still an innocent child in a modern context, cherished by his parents, yet born into a poor feudal family. He had been compelled by life as harsh realities to learn the art of compromise and to bear the mantle of responsibility with a maturity that tugged at the heartstrings. "I have made my decision. I shall go to the Pei family. Brother, this education is for you. We are bound by blood. And just as you cannot bear to see me as a servant, I too cannot bear to see you in that role. But someone must go, mustn't they?" Cui Xian smiled as he extended his fist, saying, "We are brothers. Let us not waste time on sentimental words. Come, let us strike a pact as brothers. Regardless of whether our fathers succeed in their endeavors, we must each strive diligently from this moment forward, united in purpose, so that we may ascend together to the pinnacle of success and bring glory to the Cui family." Cui Yu shook his head repeatedly, refusing to strike fists. Cui Xian had once considered Cui Yu a young gentleman of admirable character, and a gentleman, indeed, can be swayed by reason. Therefore, he feigned distress and continued, "Though I have resolved to serve the Pei family as an attendant, I too feel anxious and troubled. In this moment, it should be the elder brother who comforts the younger. Why must I be the one to console you? Your path to study is already set. Are you truly unwilling to make a brotherly pact with me?" As expected, upon hearing these words, Cui Yu's eyes glistened with tears as he reluctantly acquiesced. Trembling, he extended his hand, and their tender fists met with determination. "Very well, brother, I promise you. We shall each strive diligently, so that one day we may reunite at the peak and together illuminate the legacy of the Cui family." In their modest abode, poverty loomed large, a stark reminder of their humble beginnings. Two young boys gazed at each other, their fists colliding softly. Though silent, their encounter was imbued with an infinite strength. The following day, Cui Yu left his home in tears. Cui Bahang, armed with a prepared bundle of gifts, accompanied his son to the county town to attend Master Gu's private school for enlightenment. Among the other children embarking on this journey were several of similar age. The venerable master ushered them into the classroom, where they each took their seats, each occupied by a scroll of text. The master proclaimed that the books were treasures to be handled with care. It was acceptable if they did not comprehend the contents at first, for understanding would come in due time. He further stated that this was the first lesson of life, urging them not to rush into recognizing characters, but rather to ponder the true purpose of studying. The other children exhibited a range of reactions, some bewildered, others lost in thought, and a few distractedly fidgeting. Yet, Cui Yu sat resolutely in the classroom, first wiping away his tears, then placing his palm on his garment, repeatedly rubbing it clean. The master had erred in his words. This was, in fact, his second lesson in life. The first lesson, which he had already endured, was cruel enough to plunge him into despair. It was at the cost of his younger brother that he was afforded the opportunity to sit here and study. Henceforth, while others might frolic, drift into distraction, or slacken their pursuit of knowledge, he, Cui Yu, must not allow himself such liberties. as he meticulously cleaned his hands. Cui Yu contemplated. Why study? To prevent the sacrifice of his brother, to bring honor to the Cui family name, to rise above the plight of the impoverished, to ensure that all those in similar circumstances could pursue an education without the need to sacrifice their own siblings. The scroll before him was vast, encompassing millennia of wisdom and the experiences of countless individuals, yet reading it only magnified his sense of insignificance. Conversely, the scroll was minuscule, so small that despite its boundless depths, it could not fulfill the aspirations of an uninitiated child. At this moment, Cui Yu remained blissfully unaware of the grand and sweeping vision he had unwittingly established. His focus was solely fixed on the scroll before him. The morning light gently streamed into the classroom. His hands, ruddy from the rough hemp fabric of his attire yet clean, cautiously unfurled the scroll resting on the table. It proclaimed, "The opening of a book is indeed beneficial." On the eve of his departure to the Pei residence, Cui Xian's new garments were completed. 3 exquisite outfits crafted from the delicate and resilient azure silk sent by the Pei family, radiating vibrant and elegant hues. His aunt hurried back from the county town with the attire, urging him with excitement, "Quickly, Xian, try them on to see if they fit. It is silk, after all." Cui Xian accepted the garments and retreated to his chamber to change. When he emerged, his appearance dazzled the entire family. He was strikingly handsome. With his fair complexion and tall stature, the long robe of smoky azure silk accentuated his rosy lips and white teeth, rendering him even more captivating. Cui Xian gazed at him with starry eyes, exclaiming, "Brother, you look so handsome." Cui Xian, feeling a rare blush of bashfulness, responded, "Is it perhaps too bright?" His aunt, Lin, attentively adjusted his clothing and smiled. "Not at all. At your age, this suits you perfectly." Upon hearing this, Cui Xian lifted his gaze to Lin and earnestly expressed, "I appreciate all the efforts you have made for me these past few days." Warmth filled Lin's heart as she waved her hand dismissively. "We are family. No need for such formalities." Cui Xian chuckled. "In that case, dear uncle and aunt, let us dispense with the formalities from now on." His words elicited laughter from the adults in the household. Chun, cradling her belly, looked at Lin and remarked, "What Xian says is true. We are family and should support one another." The aunt and uncle exchanged glances, their anxious hearts finally at ease. "Indeed, we are family. It is only right," Lin responded, slightly embarrassed. After a moment, she turned to her husband, hesitantly saying, "Though we say this, Xian is about to leave home, and as elders, we should show our care. Right, dear husband?" Cui Bushing nodded vigorously and soon returned with a package, grinning as he said, "This is for you, Xian." Inside were 2 sets of thin summer shirts, a jar of preserved fruits, a pack of osmanthus cake, a bag of sunflower seeds, and 2 pairs of cloth shoes that Lin had painstakingly sewn overnight. The effort and expense were evident. Cui Zhongyuan quickly interjected, No, this cannot be accepted. Brother, what are you doing?" However, Cui Xian was quicker than his father, accepting the package with joy. "Thank you, uncle and aunt." Then, Cui Xian opened the jar of preserved fruits, offering a handful to Cui Xian. "Sister, have some." Cui Zhongyuan sighed in exasperation, while Cui Xian's eyes widened in delight. Seeking approval, she glanced at their parents, and upon seeing their smiles, she cheered, "Thank you, brother." Such a glutton. Lin feigned anger, giving her daughter a playful glare. Before gesturing towards the inner room, "Go share some with your grandmother. Since you left home, Grandma Cui had mostly stayed in her room, seldom venturing out." Losing one grandson to support another's education surely weighed heavily on her heart. Cui Xian obediently made her way to her grandmother's chamber, exclaiming, "Grandmother, try this preserved fruit. It's so sweet, given by Brother Xian." In ordinary circumstances, Grandma Cui would have refused. But today, she smiled as she savored one, gently pressing it against her lips to relish the sweetness. In the main room, the eldest son, the second son, and their wives were engaged in light-hearted banter, creating a relaxed ambience. The elderly lady listened to the distant sounds of laughter, her expression lost in reverie. How long had it been since the household felt this warm? It seemed that ever since the eldest and second sons had failed their exams, a pall of gloom had settled over the family for years. The generous gifts from the Pei family, along with a sum of silver, alleviated their pressing needs. Moreover, her little grandson, Xian Gu, with his subtle and nurturing presence, eased the family's awkwardness. As the old lady savored the preserved fruit in her mouth, she recalled the resolute words Xian Gu had spoken while kneeling before her that day. Suddenly, an unexplainable conviction emerged. This child, Xian Gu, was destined for greatness. Meanwhile, Xian Gu, deemed by his grandmother to be destined for success, was being admonished by his father for accepting a package from his uncle. In the dimly lit bedroom, with the oil lamp casting a yellow glow, the father, Cui Xian, continued his persistent lecture. Chen Shi, feeling somewhat impatient, interjected that the brother and sister-in-law felt guilty, and Xianji's acceptance of the gift actually brought them comfort. Cui Xian fell silent for a moment, then resumed his endless chatter. Have you packed everything? Did you put in the shoes from your sister-in-law? Oh right, remember to sew a pocket into each outfit for money. Xiangu has always been a restless sleeper, turning over at night. I wonder if the Pei family's beds are spacious enough. As he spoke, his voice began to tremble with emotion. Chen Shi, who had just moments ago found her husband's incessant talking bothersome, now felt tears welling in her eyes. Sighing, Xiangu took hold of Chen Shi and Cui Xian's hands, gathering the three of them together on the bed, beside two neatly packed bundles. All right, what is this? How can I be at ease going out to earn a living with you both in such a state? Father, you must focus on your studies at home and not be lazy or neglect your education. Mother, you need to eat well, sleep well, and take care of yourself to ensure you give birth to a healthy brother or sister. Xiangu wiped away their tears, feigning melancholy. In any case, it's tiring for men to earn money outside. You both need to be more considerate and take good care of yourselves. Don't let me worry about home while I toil away. Listen to me, don't cry. I will return every month to visit you and bring you treats. Chen Shi chuckled at this, playfully shaking off her son's hand. You're quite the talker. Cui Xian joined in the laughter. Though tinged with a hint of wistfulness, such words seemed more fitting for a father to say. Seeing his parents' spirits lift, Xiangu continued, Father, Mother, I acted impulsively and decided to go to the Pei family without consulting you first. Please do not blame me, but rest assured, I will work hard once I get there and strive to make something of myself. In the future, I will move our family out of Hishi village, buy a grand residence, earn a fortune, and study diligently to excel in the examinations, so that I can bestow you with an official title. Beneath the flickering oil lamp, the young son, on the brink of leaving home, spoke earnestly to his parents, his eyes bright with hope. Chen held Cui Xian in his arms, tears welling in his voice. Xian, you are so wonderful. How could your father and I ever blame you? Your mother knows you have great ambitions and the potential to achieve something remarkable. However, the notion of earning vast wealth, purchasing grand estates, and attaining noble titles sounds rather exhausting. At such a tender age, do not burden your heart with unnecessary worries. Take care of yourself first. Nothing is more important than your well-being. Cui Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, your mother speaks wisely. If you encounter any grievances at the Pei residence, return immediately. Our family's health and safety are worth more than anything. At this moment, Cui Xian's eyes shimmered with tears. From this day forth, he was a child cherished by his parents. How wonderful it was. The following morning, the Pei family's carriage once again arrived at the Cui household, with the old steward personally coming to escort them. The entire family gathered to bid farewell to Cui Xian. Chen, who had complained about her husband's incessant chatter the night before, now held her son's hand, repeatedly offering her heartfelt advice. Elder Cui leaned against the doorframe, her aged eyes filled with tenderness and guilt. Behind them lay their dilapidated, impoverished home. Father, mother, sister, uncle, aunt, grandmother. Cui Xian's gaze slowly swept over the faces of his family, and he smiled, saying, I am leaving. Take care of yourselves. Having traversed over a month since his arrival, he had fully embraced this family and become an integral part of it. As the moment of parting drew near, a sense of reluctance enveloped him. Elder Cui, gazing at her already maturing grandson, spoke with quivering joy. Good, go ahead. Xian, take care of yourself. Cui Xian stepped forward and embraced his frail, elderly grandmother. Then, turning away from his family, he waved farewell as he boarded the Pei family's carriage. The old steward assured them repeatedly that he would take excellent care of young Cui Xian before instructing the coachman to depart. The Cui family stood at the entrance of their home, their eyes following the carriage as it moved further and further away, until it eventually vanished from sight at the end of the road. This year marked the 16th year of the Jia era of the Deliang dynasty. Just turned 8. Cui Xian left his home in Hishi village, officially stepping onto the stage of history. Awaiting him was a future destined to be resplendent and full of promise. In the carriage journeying from Hishi village to the Pei residence, the old steward glanced at Cui Xian and chuckled. I informed the young master that I would be picking you up this afternoon. Thus, the young master ventured out to play in the morning and will return later. Once we arrive at the estate, you should first meet our esteemed matriarch, the young master's grandmother. She has some matters she wishes to clarify with you beforehand. At this juncture, the steward paused, contemplating how best to convey his thoughts delicately. Cui Xian, understanding the implication, smiled and replied, "Then I shall accompany you out of the estate later, pretending it is our first visit this afternoon to meet the young master, correct?" Wealthy individuals can be easily swayed. Yet, how could a distinguished family like the Peis allow an unknown child to associate freely with the young master? They must first ascertain his background. However, it matters not. Since I have already impressed upon our wealthy friend, let us extend the same charm to his grandmother. The steward was taken aback by Cui Xian's perceptiveness and, concerned that the boy might misconstrue his intent, explained, "Yes, that is indeed the case. But please, do not harbor any resentment. The matriarch means no harm." Cui Xian chuckled in agreement. "I understand. Both you and the matriarch are acting in the young master's best interest, such is the heart of every parent." The steward's heart swelled with joy at the boy's words. Conversing with him was a delightful experience, as he was both insightful and eloquent. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the carriage arrived at the Pei estate. As a renowned family in Nanyang County, the grand three-part residence of the Peis was quite imposing, adorned with pavilions, rockeries, and lush gardens, exuding opulence without sacrificing its noble heritage. The matriarch resided in the rear courtyard. When the steward ushered Cui Xian inside, the servants were busy washing the bluestone floor. Cui Xian surveyed the immaculate, damp floor, devoid of any dust, and then glanced down at his muddy shoes, chuckling softly. "Please, allow me a moment." He greeted the steward, looked around, and borrowed a cloth from a nearby servant to meticulously clean the soles of his shoes. Upon completing this task, he washed the cloth and returned it to its owner, maintaining a calm demeanor throughout, devoid of any embarrassment. He even jested with the steward, "The countryside is muddy. I hope I haven't caused you any trouble." The old steward waved his hands in dismissal. When the matriarch emerged, this was the scene she beheld: a young boy, undaunted and composed, cleaning the mud from his shoes under the watchful eyes of those in the courtyard. Many, particularly men, would come to understand a profound truth only after years or even decades. Youth is the time in life when one should feel neither shame nor self-pity, regardless of one's possessions. The resilience of youth is worth its weight in gold. Simply standing tall will earn the admiration of the world. "Are you the young master from the Cui family? What a fine boy you are." The matriarch instantly took a liking to him, her tone warm and inviting. "It is indeed because of my grandson's foolishness and disinterest in learning, his mischievous nature, and his incessant mention of you, that I asked the steward to invite you to her home. Please, do not take this amiss." Her words were exceedingly courteous. Cui Xian hurriedly approached, bowing to the elderly matriarch. "Our household is modest and impoverished, and I am immensely grateful for your kindness in providing me with a means of livelihood. However, if I may be so bold, I must respectfully disagree. The young master is astute and intelligent, possessing both beauty and wisdom. How could one possibly label him as foolish?" "Ah," Lady Pei chuckled, feigning reproach. "You are quite the charmer, my boy. Yet I am well aware of my grandson's character." Nonetheless, Cui Xian lifted his head and replied earnestly, "I believe, dear matriarch, that you harbor a prejudice against the young master. Is that so?" Lady Pei pondered her mischievous little rascal, murmuring, "It is because he is indeed quite peculiar." These words nearly left Cui Xian momentarily speechless. He gathered his thoughts and continued, not to deceive, but to articulate. "You see, this is indeed a form of bias. Though my time with the young master has been brief, I have observed countless virtues within him. If you remain unconvinced, allow me to inquire, does the young master not possess remarkable craftsmanship skills?" Upon hearing this, Lady Pei hesitated, then uncertainly replied, "It seems that Jian has quite the talent for handiwork. 2 years ago, when a pinholder in his father's study broke, he was so distressed that in the end, it was Jian who repaired it." The steward silently reflected on the fact that it was, in fact, the young master who had caused the pen holder's demise. Cui Xian quickly interjected, "You see, that indicates the young master's exceptional focus and problem-solving abilities. If he were to dedicate just a fraction of that effort to his studies, he would surely excel in overcoming any challenges." Initially, Lady Pei thought Cui Xian was merely flattering her, but as he spoke, doubt began to creep in. Perhaps there was some merit to his words? Cui Xian then asked, "Is the young master not quite skilled at games?" Lady Pei nodded rapidly this time. "Whether it is flying kites, playing Jinzi, or engaging in intricate puzzles like the 9-linked rings or Go, he excels in all." The old steward mused to himself, "A young dandy, enamored with play. But Cui Xian offered a startling interpretation that left everyone astounded. His prowess in kite-flying indicates a remarkable coordination of body and mind. Mastering the rules of strategic games like Go and nine-linked rings with ease demonstrates the young master's agile thinking and swift learning capabilities. If harnessed for academic pursuits, his progress would be nothing short of meteoric. Let me ask you this. Is the young master not quite popular among his peers? The old steward thought, indeed. He has a circle of rascally friends. Speaking of which, Lady Pei sighed. While he is certainly well-liked, his entourage is rather troublesome. Cui Xian countered. Popularity is a positive trait, and I, too, felt an instant connection with the young master. This speaks to his amiable nature, keen sensitivity, and ability to nurture friendships with ease. Such skills will undoubtedly serve him well in future endeavors, especially in a career in governance. Lastly, dear matriarch, I shall venture to assert that the young master possesses remarkable creativity and an astonishing memory. Would you not agree? Lady Pei, now thoroughly excited, responded, Indeed, indeed. How did you know? From a young age, he would create art on the walls, and I often found myself baffled by his creations. Moreover, his memory is truly remarkable. He recalls every word I scolded him with 2 years ago without missing a single syllable. Cui Xian decisively proclaimed, A vivid imagination is a sign of innate brilliance. Should one devote oneself to study, success will surely follow with ease. Even when faced with examinations, inspiration may strike unexpectedly, leading to unique insights and perspectives. As for his astonishing memory, there is no need for further elaboration. For our young master, learning is an effortless endeavor. Heavens! The entire courtyard was left in astonishment. Listening to Cui Xian's words and reflecting on the various unreliable antics of the young master in the past, they hesitated. Pondering, could it be that the young master is indeed a hidden genius? The old matriarch's face flushed. Yet she retained a semblance of reason. While he is undoubtedly intelligent and possesses numerous virtues, he simply refuses to engage in academic pursuits. And he has even been reprimanded by several tutors, driving them away in frustration. At this juncture, the old matriarch's ire began to resurface. Yet, Cui Xian uttered words that sent a shiver through her. That was solely due to the incompetence of those tutors. The young master is filled with potential. Yet they failed to inspire him to study earnestly, deriding him instead. How utterly incapable. They have stifled the growth of a young prodigy. What? So? It turns out that Jian Gu's lack of diligence in his studies is not due to his own shortcomings, but rather the ineptitude of the tutors? This does hold some merit. After all, if even I harbor biases against my own grandson, what can be expected of those antiquated tutors? Now, the old matriarch was genuinely anxious. Cui Xian, what do you propose we do? We cannot allow our Jian Gu to be a diamond in the rough. Oh, this is infuriating. This child is clearly bright and clever, yet he simply detests studying. The old steward pondered. Has he truly transitioned from being a dullard to being clever and astute? The old matriarch need not fret. The young master has his methods. Cui Xian turned to the old matriarch, his gaze piercing. Give me 7 days. Within that time, I shall make the young master fall in love with learning. Is it truly possible for the young master to develop a passion for education? The servants of the Pei family in the courtyard were left speechless in disbelief. The old matriarch envisioned that scene and felt herself on the verge of fainting from excitement. She trembled as she replied, Splendid, splendid. Cui Xian, if you can accomplish this, you shall thereafter be a distinguished guest in the Pei household. Cui Xian, dear child, the future of the Pei family, and indeed, the future of Jian Gu rests upon your shoulders. In the grand world, the esteemed matriarch of the Pei family comprehended why her young grandson was so enamored with Cui Xian. Not only her grandson, but she herself also found herself wishing to cradle Cui Xian in her hands, cherishing him as a precious gem. This child truly was a rarity. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Cui Xian and Pei Jian were hardly acquainted. The compliments exchanged, applicable to any mischievous boy, fit perfectly. The phrase, This child has been intelligent since a young age, yet he simply lacks diligence in his studies, serves as a clever ruse to appease parents, undoubtedly effective. At noon, the matriarch specially instructed the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous feast in honor of Cui Xian. Dishes such as lamb stew with white radish, shredded chicken, and egg soup, pepper salt ribs, and steamed base were meticulously crafted and delectable. Cui Xian relished the meal, gaining a vivid understanding of the life led by the nobility in this era. Reflecting on the absence of meat at his own family's dining table, the stark disparity between wealth and poverty was truly alarming. It was no wonder that golden houses exist within books. After the meal, Cui Xian took a brief respite in the guest room, and under the attentive guidance of the steward, he prepared to make a return visit. Meanwhile, as Cui Xian departed, young Master Pei Jian rushed home, summoning the household servants and maids. Clearing his throat, he addressed them. When my younger brother arrives, I expect you all to be sharp-witted and refrain from uttering any foolishness. He pointed at a houseboy. You shall stand at the entrance, feigning nonchalance while praising my exceptional intellect, a talent recognized by all in the neighborhood. Next, he gestured toward another maid. You will fawn over my looks, declaring me the most handsome man you have ever seen. He continued assigning roles, instructing others to extol his gaming prowess and sharp mind. As the elder brother, he naturally wished to present an impressive facade. No, he aimed to establish the grandeur of his elder brother persona. In truth, Pei Jian had devised these lines days prior, even rehearsing them with the servants. Initially, they had chuckled at the absurdity of it all, knowing the master intimately and deeming the lines exaggerated and embarrassing, wholly unbefitting of him. Yet today, a curious transformation occurred. Each servant wore a serious expression, fully engaged in their roles. The household buzzed with the news that young Master Cui Xian had declared Pei Jian to be a clever, refined, and seemingly foolish genius. Previously, such a statement would have been met with skepticism. However, having heard Cui Xian's words, the servants pondered anew, contemplating the possibility that perhaps their master truly was a prodigy. Outside the grand entrance of the Pei residence, Pei Jian stood anxiously at the door, pacing nervously. Why hasn't he arrived yet? He had eagerly awaited Cui Xian's visit, yet now that the moment had come, he found himself inexplicably anxious. Upon reflection, the two individuals shared merely a fleeting acquaintance and were not well acquainted. Pei Jian, from a young age, was disliked by others, possessing a rebellious nature that often subjected him to ridicule and criticism. Born into the esteemed Pei family, renowned for producing scholars, he consistently shunned the pursuit of knowledge, inciting several teachers to label him as rotten wood. The attributes his younger brother described, grand, open-hearted, spirited, handsome, upright, and possessing the demeanor of a gentleman, were not applicable to Pei Jian, save for perhaps the singular quality of handsomeness. Nevertheless, being praised and admired by a stranger for the first time filled Pei Jian with genuine delight. He yearned to uphold the image of a formidable big brother before Cui Xian. Yet, what if his faade crumbled? What if his younger brother discovered that the elder was merely a fool and turned away? The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became. He found himself unable to resist the urge to tidy his attire, striving to present himself in the best light. It was at this moment that the sound of hooves approached in the distance, followed by Big Brother. Cui Xian leaped from the carriage, his face alight with surprise, his voice laced with admiration. You gifted my family an enormous cart of lavish presents, and you truly bestowed upon me 10 taels of silver. I have never seen so much money in my life. You are exceedingly generous. Wow, is this your home? It is truly magnificent. Strangely, upon hearing these words, Pei Jian's anxiety dissipated entirely. Despite his attempts to suppress a smile, he found it impossible to conceal his delight as he contemplated hastening toward Cui Xian but ultimately resisted. Feigning nonchalance, what I gave you is yours to keep. And what did I say to you on that day? Cui Xian quickly straightened himself. Big Brother said that to be his little brother, one must act with prudence. However, seeing you has made me so excited. Oh, he truly wishes to be my little brother. He remembers my words. Pei Jian's heart swelled with exhilaration, though he maintained a composed demeanor. Very well. Be mindful from now on, and follow me into the estate. All right, Big Brother, Cui Xian replied, eagerly trailing behind Pei Jian. Behind them, the old steward looked on in astonishment, feeling utterly bewildered in the wind. Cui Xian, turns out he is quite the performer. How fortunate that I was concerned about him possibly letting slip the matter of returning a second time. It seems my worries were unfounded. Nevertheless, the steward remained silent and followed suit. As the group entered the estate, they overheard a servant sweeping nearby, who, facing away from them, exclaimed loudly and with great emphasis to another servant, "Hey, did you hear? Our young master was praised by the teacher at school again today." The other servant nodded in agreement, loudly echoing, "I heard. Our young master is exceptionally bright and intelligent. He has been recognized as a genius since childhood." Upon hearing this, Cui Xian's eyes sparkled as he turned to Pei Jian. Wow, incredible. Such a simple expression of wow resonated more profoundly than 100 praises from others, elevating Pei Jian's spirits immeasurably. Pei Jian waved his hand, striving to suppress his pride and feign humility. They speak nonsensically. I am not as remarkable as they claim. The old steward and the other servants exchanged glances, pondering, who is it that is spreading such wild tales? When they arrived at the flower corridor, a maid, cradling a pot of flowers, stood beneath the corridor, softly murmuring, "Our young master is, without a doubt, the most exquisite gentleman I have ever seen." Pei Jian felt a faint flush rise to his ears, his gaze piercingly directed at his younger brother. Cui Xian, after a moment of silence, offered a gracious exclamation. "Wow, brother, a young lady praises your handsomeness." Pei Jian could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth, exclaiming with a hint of melancholy, "Beauty is indeed a form of pressure." Cui Xian. Thus, the two meandered through the estate, traversing a considerable distance. At every turn, voices rang out loudly and deliberately, extolling the young master. The young master excels in various games and possesses a keen intellect. Wow. The young master is upright and magnanimous, with friends scattered across the globe. Wow. Amidst the chorus of wow, Pei Jian found himself utterly lost in self-reflection. Eventually, they arrived at the courtyard designated for his residence. Cui Xian, displaying remarkable insight, concluded, "Brother, we have received countless praises along the way. I was right. You are indeed the most outstanding elder brother in the world." That day, Pei Jian wore a smile that seemed to stretch his lips beyond comfort. He arranged for his younger brother to stay in the adjoining room next to his own and generously offered an array of pastries, candied fruits, and a multitude of toys to entertain him. The younger brother, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "Brother is truly wonderful." So much so that when Pei Jian retired for the night, he dreamt of laughter. He had never felt such unbridled joy, floating as if he truly were the most exceptional elder brother in the world. However, upon awakening, a gentle voice from the maid at his bedside reminded him, "Young master, you must rise early today for your studies. The matron has instructed me to wake you." In an instant, Pei Jian's buoyant spirits vanished. His entire demeanor returned to clarity. Alas, he had never truly been associated with the word exceptional. Perhaps it was best to abandon the notion altogether. Thus, Pei Jian feigned weakness, tightening his throat as he said, "Oh dear, I am unwell. My throat is sore. Please inform grandmother that I fear I cannot attend school today." Upon hearing this, the matron was jolted into awareness, realizing, what brilliance, he is but a fool. The night before arriving at the Pei family, Cui Zhongyuan harbored concerns, mentioning that Xian Gu'er had a restless sleep and wondered if the Pei family's bedding would be sufficient. However, his worries were entirely unfounded. In contrast to the cramped and stifling earthen room of the Cui household, the guest quarters at the Pei residence were spacious and elegant. The oil lamp cast a bright glow, and the bedding was soft. Additionally, a maid had thoughtfully lit soothing incense for Cui Xian to aid his slumber. He enjoyed a night filled with sweet dreams. As dawn broke, the household staff of the Pei family rose early and began their bustling routines. Naturally, the young master remained in deep slumber. Cui Xian woke up early, freshened up, and exercised in the courtyard. Having been granted a second chance at life, he understood the importance of maintaining good health, thus preserving his daily morning exercise routine from his time at the Cui residence. By the time Cui Xian finished his workout and had breakfast, the day was already bright. And it was only then that the maid was sent to rouse the young master. Predictably, Pei Jian claimed to be ill. The elderly matriarch of the Pei family rushed over, barely able to contain her frustration. Upon entering Pei Jian's courtyard, she was poised to unleash a torrent of reproach, lamenting that her little brother was supposed to be sent to school, only to now be met with deceit and incompetence. However, before she could voice her grievances, Cui Xian, who was already aware of the situation, gestured for silence to the old lady. She swallowed her words, her expression shifting to one of hopeful anticipation as she turned to Cui Xian. Could this child have a solution? Under the watchful eyes of the matriarch and the assembled servants, Cui Xian knocked on the young master's door, his voice laced with concern. "Elder brother, I heard you're unwell." Inside the room, Pei Jian hesitated, responding with a hint of guilt. "Why, yes." Cui Xian's voice came through the door. "Is it serious? Should we call a doctor?" Previously, in the county, I saw a scholar's attendant carrying a book box and holding an umbrella for him, looking quite dignified. Today is my first day as an attendant at the Pei residence, and I have prepared both the book box and the umbrella for you in advance. I was so excited last night that I hardly slept, eagerly anticipating accompanying you to school today. Upon hearing this, the maid who had lit the incense for Cui Xian the previous night wore a peculiar expression. A sleepless night? Had she not witnessed Cui Xian sleeping soundly? She might have been easily deceived. Yet Pei Jian believed him. though he could not comprehend the dignity in carrying a bookbox and holding an umbrella. He found it difficult to refuse his younger brother's earnest enthusiasm. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and resolved to rise. After all, he may not be exceptional, but he was still an elder brother. A moment later, with a creak, the bedroom door swung open. Under the astonished gazes of the matriarch and the household servants, Cui Xian emerged, fully dressed, and declared, "I merely felt a bit unwell upon waking, but I am fine now. Where are the bookbox and umbrella you prepared? Let us head to school." Was it really that simple to acquiesce? Cui Xian cheered with delight and hurried to prepare. "All right, elder brother." Cui Xian couldn't help but smile. For the first time in his life, he was going to school in good spirits, rather than feeling as though he were visiting a grave. As Cui Xian carried the small book box and held the oiled paper umbrella, they exited together, chatting and laughing. After a prolonged moment of daze, the elderly matriarch of the Pei family finally regained her senses. Trembling, she dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief and exclaimed, quickly, "Write to the master and the elder brother, and tell them that our Jian has finally taken to his studies. This child, Xian is truly the pride of our Pei household." The terms master and elder brother refer respectively to Cui Xian's grandfather and father, both of whom were scholars. The elder Pei served as an advisor under the prefect of Kaifeng, while the younger Pei pursued his studies at the local academy. Tracing back 3 generations, the Pei lineage had produced a minister of the Ministry of Revenue, a position that commanded great respect. Generations of diligent effort had established the Pei family as affluent and esteemed in society, hence they founded their own clan academy. Nestled deep within Funyo Alley, the Pei Clan Academy was constructed beside the White River and embraced by a lush bamboo grove. Outside the bamboo, along the riverbank, stood a verdant array of willow trees, creating an elegant scenery that offered tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle. Why are the residences in Funyo Alley the most expensive in Nanyang? The answer lies in their proximity to the academy. Every male descendant of the Pei family, upon reaching the appropriate age, could attend the academy for free. Moreover, wealthy families in the city could pay a handsome fee to enroll their children in the Pei Clan Academy. For parents, securing a place for their child there was a source of pride that they would boast about for years. Yet, outside the Pei Academy, Cui Xian exhibited an unusual demeanor. Hesitating to enter, behind him, Cui Xian feigned confusion, asking, "Elder brother?" Cui Xian cleared his throat and turned to Cui Xian, saying, "I suddenly feel that." However, before he could finish his thought about still being unwell and unfit for school, a stern-looking man, around 40 years of age and clad in a scholar's robe, emerged from the academy. Upon seeing Cui Xian, the man sneered and remarked sarcastically, "How peculiar, is this not our great talent from the Pei family? A rare guest indeed." Under normal circumstances, Cui Xian would have rolled up his sleeves and engaged in a heated argument with the man. However, today, with his younger brother present, he took a deep breath and restrained himself. Unfortunately, Cui Xian, oblivious to the tension, exclaimed, "Elder brother, he is praising you as a great talent. You truly are the most outstanding prodigy of the academy." His voice carried, attracting the attention of not only the stern man but also several students preparing to enter the academy. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and amusement. A great talent, the most excellent scholar of the academy, who? Cui Xian? Absurd. Laughter erupted among the students as they exchanged glances, stifling their mirth out of respect for the Pei family's reputation. Even the stern man, after a moment of shock, looked at Cui Xian and Cui Xian as if they were fools, shaking his head in suppressed laughter as he walked away. Cui Xian's face flushed with embarrassment, turning the color of a liver. This was precisely the reason he found himself unable to enter the academy. He had relied on his status as the young master of the Pei household, enlisting the help of the household staff to establish a facade of being a genius older brother in front of Cui Xian. Yet upon arriving at the academy, he was instantly exposed. He, Cui Xian, a frivolous scion, had been scolded by 7 esteemed scholars, labeled as a decayed wood unworthy of carving, the epitome of academic failure, the subject of ridicule among his peers. In the past, no matter how he was mocked, Cui Xian remained indifferent. However, today, in front of his younger brother, he experienced, for the first time, the true essence of shame and embarrassment. For a fleeting moment, he was on the verge of tears. Would his younger brother discover that this so-called exemplary elder brother was, in fact, a worthless individual? Would he, like the others, look down upon him, mock him, and refuse to be his subordinate any longer? Overwhelmed by anxiety, Pei Jian dared not even glance back at Cui Xian's expression. At that moment, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Then, in a hushed voice laced with trepidation, Cui Xian said, "Elder brother, I hail from the countryside and speak rather bluntly. Lacking sophistication. It seems they are mocking me? Have I brought you shame? Forgive me, you go into the academy. I shall wait for you outside." Pei Jian stood there in a daze, feeling a pang in his heart that left him choked with emotion. How foolish. They were not mocking him, they were ridiculing me. The young master. Even though the deception of being the exemplary elder brother remained intact, Pei Jian felt an inexplicable sorrow. Cui Xian, coming from a modest background, had often faced scorn in his village, undoubtedly lacking in confidence. If only he had diligently studied before, truly becoming a genius, he could then confidently be a good elder brother, alleviating his younger brother's fears and preventing misunderstandings of ridicule. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Initially resolved to forego attending the academy in frustration, Pei Jian suddenly grasped his younger brother's sleeve and raised his voice. "What nonsense are you speaking? You are my younger brother, the second most exceptional person in the world, aside from myself. How could you bring me shame? Who dares to mock you? They are warmly welcoming us. After all, my reputation as a genius is too resounding. Come, let us enter." With that, Pei Jian pulled his younger brother along, disregarding the peculiar gazes from those around them, striding confidently into the academy. His steps were resolute, so much so that he failed to notice the faint smile that graced Cui Xian's lips. The birth of a prodigy, Cui Xian followed Pei Jian into the academy, which revealed an extraordinary world within. The facilities, including classrooms, dormitories, dining halls, tea rooms, and music rooms, were quite comprehensive. Outside the main courtyard, a middle-aged and somewhat pedantic man, who had previously cast sarcastic remarks at Pei Jian, was now surrounded by a group of young scholars seeking knowledge. "Master, is the phrase self-discipline and returning to propriety is benevolence? The benevolent finds peace in benevolence erroneous?" A student inquired, having searched through the analects. He could only locate the first half of the phrase. Cui Xian glanced over, recognizing that the question was not flawed. It was a bridging question. The first half came from the analects of Yin Yuan, while the latter half was derived from the analects of Li Ren. In the realm of bridging questions, this one was rather simple. Yet, these young scholars dared to question its accuracy, indicating their limited exposure to classical literature and likely their inexperience with the imperial examination. Indeed, the pedantic man explained, "This question is not erroneous, it is a bridging question. The first half is sourced from the analects of Yin Yuan, and the second half from the analects of Li Ren. One must approach it with self-discipline as the foundation for finding peace and benevolence. Employing the rites are the essence of benevolence to unravel the question and illuminate the unity of internal and external cultivation." The students listened, seemingly grasping only a fraction of the explanation, exclaiming, "So difficult." The middle-aged man shook his head with a faint smile. Quoting from Xuanzi's encouragement of learning, "Learning should not cease. Do not become disheartened by current challenges. How then will you partake in the imperial examinations in the future?" With that, he announced he would proceed to lecture, encouraging the students to continue their studies. The students bowed and dispersed. The pedantic man stood up just as he noticed Pei Jian and Cui Xian entering. His smile vanished abruptly, and he let out a derisive snort before turning back to the classroom. Pei Jian's forehead twitched with suppressed anger as he turned to Cui Xian and remarked, "This is Master Wu attempting to convey friendship. Do not misinterpret it." Cui Xian replied, "So to what extent were you previously inept that the master displays such disdain?" He seemed to find the explanation rather far-fetched. Pei Jian took the book box from Cui Xian's hands and said, "I must attend class now. If you find it dull, you may rest in the side room. Tea, pastries, books, and ink are provided there." After speaking, Pei Jian gritted his teeth and followed Master Wu into the classroom. Inside, the students were already seated. Upon Pei Jian's entrance, they exchanged knowing glances, the atmosphere light and humorous. Master Wu stood at the front, his gaze fixed intently on Pei Jian, wary of the young scoundrel's potential mischief. However, today was peculiar. Pei Jian sat quietly, displaying no signs of disturbance, his expression remarkably composed. This unexpected behavior left Master Wu, who had braced himself for chaos, feeling quite unsettled. Had the notorious troublemaker turned over a new leaf? Only Pei Jian inwardly lamented his situation, for his younger brother was watching from outside the classroom. He had no choice but to perform. As he immersed himself in the role of a genius, he unknowingly began to engage with the material. Outside the classroom, Cui Xian observed Pei Jian's clumsy performance for a while before quietly leaving, unable to suppress his laughter. His acquaintance with Pei Jian was entirely due to his own persuasion. However, regardless of the circumstances, the Cui family was enduring a difficult period, and Pei Jian extended a helping hand, providing not only rice, flour, and cooking oil but also silver. For this kindness, Cui Xian would forever hold a deep appreciation and encourage Pei Jian to diligently pursue his studies. After leaving the classroom, Cui Xian strolled around the Pei Clan Academy. He first visited the elementary classroom that Pei Jian had mentioned. After a brief pause, he shook his head and quietly departed. As a former PhD in Chinese language and literature who had traversed time to the ancient era, Cui Xian had never allowed himself to become arrogant. Believing he could punch great Confucians or kick the sage of poetry, he held a profound respect for the wisdom of the ancients. However, this did not imply that he was willing to start anew from the basics of literacy. That would be too excruciating. Cui Xian planned to skip the junior class and leap directly into the intermediate or advanced class. Drawing a comparison to his previous life, the Pei Clan Academy could be roughly categorized into junior, intermediate, and advanced classes. The junior class focused on elementary literacy. The intermediate class, where Pei Jian studied, delved into the recitation of the 4 books and 5 classics. The advanced class was comprised of students who had just surrounded Master Wu, seeking his guidance. As they began learning the 8-legged essay and attempting to tackle examination topics in preparation for the upcoming imperial examination. After exploring the clan academy, Cui Xian proceeded to the ear room mentioned by Pei Jian. This space served as a combination of a tea room and lounge, equipped with writing materials such as paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones. At that moment, the students were engrossed in their studies, leaving the ear room eerily empty. The Pei Clan Academy exuded an air of aristocracy, allowing even the young master's servants and attendants to audit the classes. Master Wu, hailing from humble beginnings, understood the struggles of farmer children. Thus, he specifically instructed that all household servants could practice writing in the ear room. Unfortunately, very few servants came to write. The powerful voice of Master Wu lectured next door, resonating through the bamboo grove, accompanied by the refreshing scent of bamboo leaves, while the papers on the desk fluttered in the breeze. Unbeknownst to anyone, in the ear room, before the desk, a young attendant was perusing a stack of crooked characters with Master Wu's annotations before beginning to grind ink. Cui Xian had come to the Pei residence to earn money and support his family. However, his ambitions extended beyond mere financial gain. He sought to cultivate an image of a super genius prodigy to pave the way for his future in the imperial examination system. Hence, he had entered the Pei residence, cunningly persuading Pei Jian to accompany him into the classroom. For it was only within the classroom that he could commence his performance. The very Master Wu, who was lecturing next door, became Cui Xian's first chosen audience for this act. Although upon entering the classroom he had been ridiculed by Master Wu due to Pei Jian's actions after his earlier exploration and inquiries in the clan academy, Cui Xian held a very favorable impression of this instructor. Moments later, Cui Xian picked up the brush with his left hand, exerting all his strength to write a rather unsightly piece. Upon viewing his completed work, Cui Xian felt immense dissatisfaction. It was too well done. No, it wouldn't do. He crumpled the paper into a ball and tucked it into his pocket. After a moment's contemplation, he placed a clean and heavy inkstone on his left arm and continued to write. By the time he finished, beads of sweat had formed on Cui Xian's forehead. Pretending to be a poor student was truly challenging. It seems that even the role of a slacker is far from easy. He carefully smoothed out the ugly characters he had written and laid them on the desk, listening to the sound of Master Wu's lecture next door. With a smile in his heart, Cui Xian silently mused, "Dear audience, are you ready to witness the birth of a super genius prodigy?" Approximately an hour later, after finishing his lecture, Master Wu came to the side room for a brief respite. Today, Pei Jian had behaved unusually well, resulting in a relatively pleasant mood for Master Wu. As he settled down at the desk, he instinctively glanced at the writings, searching for any that required his annotations, while simultaneously pouring himself a cup of tea. However, that single glance shattered his good spirits. The teacup was set down in irritation. He recognized that the characters on the desk were penned by some household servants or scribes. Thus, even if the writing was unsightly, Master Wu would do his utmost to provide encouragement through his comments. Yet today, this piece of writing could not merely be described as unsightly. It was exceedingly atrocious. One would struggle to produce such hideous characters even with their feet. The writer not only displayed a lack of talent, but also exhibited a complete disregard for the reverence owed to brush and ink. Restless, arrogant, and conceited. How could anyone in this world render each character so grotesque? A chicken could leap into an ink pot and flail upon white paper, producing a more aesthetically pleasing result. This was a sheer desecration of ink. As Master Wu gazed at the abominable writing, his anger intensified. He seized a brush, dipped it in red ink, and, filled with rage, wrote a line that would haunt him in the years to come, causing him sleepless nights filled with regret and shame. Rotten wood cannot be carved. In the ear room, after Wu Qingluan angrily annotated rotten wood cannot be carved, an absurd thought arose in his mind. The inept individual who wrote this piece must be even more foolish than that wastrel Cui Xian. It is indeed astonishing to realize that there exist individuals more dull-witted than Cui Xian. Achoo! After class, as Cui Xian stepped out of the classroom, he was seized by a fierce sneeze. How peculiar! Could it be that someone was disparaging this young master behind his back? Cui Xian suspiciously rubbed his nose. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed his younger brother waiting in the corridor. With a cunning glint, he exaggeratedly continued to sneeze loudly. Hearing the commotion, Cui Xian approached with a concerned expression, inquiring, "Elder brother, are you still unwell?" Cui Xian quickly nodded, feigning distress. Indeed, I have felt unwell all morning. Yet, this diligent young master of mine, even while afflicted, must attend school, cough cough. Cui Xian raised an eyebrow. Elder brother, you were just sneezing incessantly. And now you are coughing as well? What ailment is this? Should we summon a doctor? Oh no, in his distraction, he had slipped. Cui Xian barely managed to maintain his composure. Cough cough. Achoo, cough cough. It should not be anything serious, no need for a doctor. Cough. Most likely, it is the result of my recent academic burdens causing mental strain. I shall take a half-day leave this afternoon to rest at home. Achoo. In truth, young Master Pei had no need to request leave. One could simply choose not to attend this school. However, such sentiments could not be candidly expressed to his younger brother. Cui Xian understood this implicitly, recognizing that the journey from a poor student to an academic star requires time. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Very well, elder brother, do rest well at home this afternoon. Earlier, I saw you diligently studying in class, earnestly seeking knowledge from the master. I truly admire you. What a pity I shall not witness your gallant presence this afternoon. Heavens, was young Master Pei truly so handsome while diligently studying? Flattered. Cui Xian felt a rush of blood to his head and blurted, "Not to worry, we shall return to school tomorrow," immediately regretting his words. He was met with Cui Xian's delight. Wonderful. Elder brother, you are both wise and industrious. No wonder even the master praises you as a genius. You shall surely become the top scholar in the future. As if by chance, just as Cui Xian finished his words, Master Wu emerged from the ear room, brimming with ire. Having already been in a foul mood due to the exceedingly ugly piece of calligraphy, Master Wu could hardly tolerate Cui Xian's unrestrained flattery of Cui Xian. He mockingly echoed, "You shall surely become the top scholar in the future." Naturally, as he uttered these words, Master Wu's gaze was fixed intently on Cui Xian, his expression enigmatic. Cui Xian thought to himself, why is it that every time my younger brother praises me, this old curmudgeon overhears? Infuriating. With his face flushed and feeling unusually devoid of confidence, Cui Xian dragged Cui Xian away in defeat. Master Wu, inexplicably in high spirits, paid Cui Xian no further heed. He stood in the corridor, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, scrutinizing the servants and scholars lingering within the classroom. A look of suspicion etched upon his face. Who, indeed, could be that rotten wood inferior to Cui Xian? On the way home from school in Funyo Alley, Cui Xian feigned confusion. Elder brother, why did we sneak away just now? The teacher was praising you, saying you would surely become a top scholar. Now, devoid of outsiders. Cui Xian felt no shame or embarrassment. He believed himself to be quite capable. Observing Cui Xian's petite frame, struggling with the book box and the umbrella, Cui Xian, slightly taller, took the box upon his back with a sense of pride, declaring, "Discretion, my dear brother, we must maintain discretion. Do you not understand? I, your elder brother, commenced my studies at 3, practiced calligraphy by 4, composed poetry at 5, and at 6, I had thoroughly read the 4 books and 5 classics. I am a prodigy renowned throughout Nanyang Prefecture, nay, the whole of Hunan Province. Surely, attaining the title of top scholar in the future will be but a matter of course. The teacher has lauded me for years, extolling my potential for greatness. My ears have nearly calloused from his praise, hence the need to escape at the sight of him. Alas, excellence is indeed a burden." Cui Xian replied, "You certainly possess a talent for boasting. However, Despite his internal grumbling, he feigned amazement on the surface. Wow. I always knew you were impressive, but I never imagined you were this remarkable. Oh, it's nothing. Merely third in Hunan, Pei Jian responded, reveling in his self-adulation. After a moment, he seemed to recall something, instructing, in the future, should you praise me, do so privately. Public accolades might lead others to misconstrue our demeanor as overly ostentatious. Cui Xian smirked, nodding. I shall take your advice, as always, elder brother. The two of them bantered and walked side by side, engrossed in conversation, entirely unaware that three boys, approximately 10 years of age, were stealthily trailing behind them, listening intently to their dialogue. Initially, the trio exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. Eventually, they could contain themselves no longer. It was unclear who first broke into laughter, but it unleashed a torrent, and soon the three were roaring with laughter. Ha! Composing poetry at 5. The potential for a top scholar. What a joke. Pei Jian. How dare you? The raucous, familiar laughter caused Pei Jian, who had been striding proudly ahead, to freeze in place. Slowly, he turned, and as expected, he faced his three raucous friends, his face turning crimson. Good heavens, how did these fools end up here? Cui Xian, following Pei Jian's gaze, beheld the trio doubled over in laughter, then glanced at the mortified Pei Jian, instantly comprehending the situation. It was, indeed, an embarrassing encounter after boasting in front of acquaintances. Stay calm. Maintain your composure. Pei Jian, your elder brother's image cannot falter. Pei Jian shouted internally, deliberately ignoring his three friends. He turned to Cui Xian. Speaking with feigned tranquility, I must engage with a few esteemed classmates to discuss scholarly matters. You head home first. I shall join you shortly. Very well, elder brother. Cui Xian, displaying remarkable wit, returned to the Pei residence on his own. After watching him depart, Pei Jian, claiming he wanted to spar with his exceptional classmates, donned a fierce expression and strode forward, extending his hands to deliver a resounding slap to one individual's head and then kicking at the other. Laughing still, how dare you undermine my authority in front of my little brothers? Are you tired of living? Yet, in truth, his bravado was merely a fade, lacking genuine force. The three youths, unfazed, supported one another, their laughter flowing freely until Pei Jian, flustered and embarrassed, exclaimed, "Stop laughing or get lost." Only then did the trio stifle their exaggerated grins and stand upright. Among them was the tallest, slender youth with delicate features, known as Li Heyu, who boldly questioned, "Well, you, Pei Jian, led us in a raucous uproar at the academy, arguing with the master, and promised we would no longer attend classes. Yet here you are, sneaking back to the academy." Another, a short, round-faced boy named Zhuang Jin, chimed in teasingly, "Not only do you sneak off to attend classes, but you've also swiftly become the third prodigy of Hunan. Impressive indeed." The last of the trio, a robust and sturdy lad named Gao Qi, burst into hearty laughter and then inquired with a scrutinizing gaze, "Come on, spill the beans. What trickery are you up to now? That charming little fellow who idolized you to an absurd degree, who is he? Quite handsome, yet how could he be so dim-witted as to believe you, Pei Jian? Possess the talent of a top scholar? Ha!" Their banter conveyed a singular message. We are all but humble cobblers, well aware of one another's truths. Spare us the pretense. Brother, resources, connections, background, technology, truth, and startup capital. These were the elements that fueled Pei Jian's desire to meet with his classmates. Meanwhile, Cui Xian returned alone to the Pei residence. Reclining on the soft bed and reminiscing about the anger etched on Wu Qinglan's face when she emerged from the side room earlier that day, a smile creeping onto his lips. Surely, the teacher had caught sight of his atrocious calligraphy and likely left comments on it. Tomorrow, he would seize an opportunity at the academy to peruse the annotations, though they would probably not be flattering. As he surveyed the opulence of the Pei family's bedroom, the smile slowly faded from Cui Xian's face. The genius prodigy plan was already in motion, and it was imperative to expedite the money-making scheme as well. Just as Cui Xian pondered how to cleverly persuade Pei Jian to join the venture of selling Huangpang and Imoholuo toys, a voice of the maid echoed through the courtyard, announcing the master's return. Cui Xian hastily sprang from the bed. On the other side, the conversation unfolded. Are you suggesting that the boy named Cui Xian, through an imaginary Imoholuo, discovered the dazzling brilliance of you amid the vast sea of humanity? He was so captivated by your charismatic presence that he deemed you handsome, magnanimous, open-hearted, and exceptional, exuding the essence of a true gentleman. Thus, he sincerely acknowledged you as his elder brother, and even regarded you as a prodigy with the potential of a top scholar? Is that reasonable? Upon hearing Pei Jian's account, Zhuang Jin, Li Heyu, and Gao Qi stared in disbelief, though secretly they were envious. Pei Jian, brimming with pride, retorted, "It is quite reasonable. I have always been this extraordinary." His three mischievous friends immediately feigned retching. Pei Jian, infuriated, quickly restrained his anger and bowed graciously to his friends, saying, "Well, you now understand the situation. Among you three, either hasten to leave or accompany me back home. Of course, once we arrive, choose your words wisely. If you dare to undermine me in front of my younger brother, I shall not spare you." Zhuang Jin and the others exchanged subtle glances before, in perfect harmony, extending their hands toward Pei Jian. "To your home, each of you shall require 10 taels of silver as a hush fee, and we promise not to sabotage you. Otherwise." They chuckled ominously. "You scoundrels!" Pei Jian cursed while begrudgingly complying. Thus, when Cui Xian heard of the young master's return and stepped out of the side room, he was met with the sight of Pei Jian, flanked by 3 curious youths peering at him like inquisitive children. Confused, Cui Xian turned to Pei Jian, seeking clarification. "Elder brother?" Before Pei Jian could respond, Zhuang Jin eagerly approached, exclaiming, "You must be Pei Jian's younger brother, Cui Xian. Greetings. Come, tell me. Do you not find me to be as graceful as a jade tree, astute and perceptive? I mean, do you not feel an impulse to acknowledge me as your elder brother?" Gao Qi, from behind, pulled Zhuang Jin aside and addressed Cui Xian. "Cui Xian, ignore this rotund fellow. Look at me. I possess a muscular physique. Am I not imposing? Do you not wish to recognize me as your elder brother?" Meanwhile, Li Heyu, feeling left out, attempted to push his way to the front, but was thwarted by Zhuang Jin and Gao Qi. With only his height to rely on, he stood on tiptoe at the back to greet Cui Xian, saying, "Hello, Cui Xian. In truth, I, too, am quite exceptional and well-suited to be a big brother." Cui Xian responded, "What is this all about?" It turned out that after listening to Pei Jian's self-satisfied recounting, the 3 mischievous friends appeared to dismiss him, yet inwardly felt a pang of jealousy. The idea of recruiting younger brothers on the street sounded gallant and impressive. Thus, upon seeing Cui Xian, they began to compete for his attention. Pei Jian's face darkened with anger upon hearing their words. These scoundrels had not come to extort money. Rather, they sought to poach his little brother. However, his little brother held him in high esteem, so surely he wouldn't be easily swayed, would he? Pei Jian refrained from speaking immediately, secretly hoping for Cui Xian's response. Cui Xian understood. He took a step back and shook his head at the 3 eager boys who were gazing at him with fervent eyes. "I'm sorry, but in my life, I only recognize Pei Jian as my big brother. He treats me exceptionally well and is the most outstanding big brother in the world." Upon hearing this, Pei Jian burst into laughter, his expression radiating triumph. The rejected Zhuang Jin, Gao Qi, and Li Heyu looked at Cui Xian with admiration directed toward Pei Jian. Feeling both dejected and envious, they envisioned themselves walking through a crowd only to suddenly encounter Cui Xian, who would then excitedly exclaim, "You are the most exceptional big brother I have been searching for in my 8 years of wandering the world." The thought made them tremble with delight. Pei Jian, reveling in the jealousy evident on the faces of his 3 friends, turned to Cui Xian and explained, "These are my 3 classmates. They were just joking with you. So do not take offense. Allow me to introduce them. This delightful little chubby, this rotund young lad is Zhuang Jin, age 10. His father is the wealthiest man in Nanyang, with countless enterprises across various industries. Do you remember that marketplace where we first met? That entire market belongs to his family." Zhuang Jin straightened his back, eyes sparkling with anticipation as he looked at Cui Xian. "This tall young man is Li Heyu, 11 years old, the same age as me. His father is a renowned master craftsman in Hunan province, responsible for constructing the Nanyang government offices and the entire Funyo Lane." Li Heyu also postured proudly. "Lastly, we have Gao Qi, a robust lad of 10. His father is a 100 household commander in Nanyang." Gao Qi raised his chin with pride, though his gaze involuntarily flickered toward Cui Xian. After Pei Jian's introduction of these young gentlemen, Cui Xian's eyes gleamed with intrigue, mentally exclaiming, "What a remarkable circle of affluent friends." Indeed, it was impressive. First, the son of the wealthiest man in Nanyang, with vast resources and connections. Next, the son of a master craftsman, possessing skill and talent. Finally, the son of a 5th-rank 100 household commander, undoubtedly a figure of considerable standing in Nanyang. And Pei Jian, Hailing from a family with dual scholars, boasted prestige, background, and resources. Initially, Cui Xian paid little heed to Pei Jian's affluent companions. However, upon learning of their esteemed identities, he realized that the quartet, representing the scholarly, commercial, military, and aristocratic classes, formed a formidable alliance capable of addressing myriad challenges within Nanyang County. Evidently, these young masters were likely permitted by their elders to engage in camaraderie. As childhood companions often evolve into mutual supporters in adulthood, a quintessential practice among the scions of wealthy families. The toy business that Cui Xian aspired to pursue, from production to distribution and ultimately to sales, would be as effortless for these young gentlemen as child's play. Typically, someone of humble agricultural origins like Cui Xian, residing in Nanyang alongside these illustrious youths, would never anticipate any form of interaction with them throughout his life. Yet, intriguingly, through Pei Jian, an exceptional resourceful intermediary, these three distinguished young masters were now fixated on Cui Xian, eagerly awaiting his response. Given their eagerness to forge connections, how could Cui Xian possibly decline their advances? Thus, under the watchful eyes of the three young lords, Cui Xian widened his gaze and exclaimed, "Goodness! Your friends are truly remarkable, handsome, upright, wise, and embodying the virtues of gentlemen. Together, you form the illustrious four talents of Nanyang, captivating all who behold you and inspiring admiration." What? The four talents of Nanyang? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the four young masters flushed with excitement. Their exhilaration barely contained. Each straightened his posture and adjusted his appearance, envisioning themselves parading down the street, eliciting gasps of awe from passers-by proclaiming, "Behold, the four talents have arrived." The sensation was overwhelmingly delightful, a stark contrast to their previous experiences of ridicule and derision. It is no exaggeration to say that the compliments bestowed upon these young masters throughout their lives paled in comparison to the praise they received from Cui Xian that day, which was both beautiful and liberating, hence, akin to Pei Jian's initial encounter. It took merely a glance for these young gentlemen to become infatuated. They found Cui Xian not only handsome, but also articulate, fostering an immediate rapport that made them yearn for him as a lifelong confidant. He understands me, while others deem me foolish and inept. He sees past my exterior to recognize the wisdom and pride I conceal. Indeed, we are the four talents of Nanyang. Cui Xian, my young friend, you truly possess discerning eyes. They proclaimed, we have forged a bond. Meanwhile, in Hishi village, the atmosphere within the Cui household grew increasingly somber with each passing day. From the second day after Cui Xian's departure, the provisions sent by the Pei residents, rice, flour, oils, live chickens, and ducks, were sold off by old Madame Cui in exchange for silver. The meals at their dining table not only lacked meat, but even the portion sizes began to dwindle. Yet, no one in the family voiced any objections. Cui Boshang and Cui Zhongyuan, the two brothers, devoted themselves fervently to their studies, while the three women, old Madame Cui, Lin, and Chen, including Cui Xian, worked tirelessly day and night weaving hemp. The previously warm and harmonious family atmosphere, which had briefly softened due to Cui Xian's presence, suddenly became tense again with his departure, even more suffocating than before. On this day, the women of the Cui family were bustling about in the courtyard. The third uncle drove a donkey cart loaded with mud bricks into the yard. Lin, still processing the situation, exclaimed, "Oh dear, what are you doing, third uncle? We haven't purchased any bricks." Cui Boshang and his brother Cui Zhongyuan, who were studying in the bedroom, were also disturbed and emerged in confusion. The third uncle, with a mouthful of dry tobacco, took a puff and looked questioningly at Grandma Cui, sister-in-law. "I bought them," Grandma Cui replied, disregarding the astonished gazes of the family. "Third, take the donkey cart to the small backyard by the cattle shed. Can it be built today?" With a pitying glance sweeping over his nephews, Cui Boshang and Cui Zhongyuan, he muttered, "Yes." As the third uncle drove the donkey cart away, Lin, sensing something amiss, exchanged a subtle glance with Chen. Understanding the implication, Chen pretended to groan while playfully asking Grandma Cui, "Mother, are we repairing the cattle shed? You clean that shed every day, if it's renovated. The cattle will be more comfortable than us. Since you go instead go left home." Grandma Cui's temperament had grown increasingly peculiar. Nowadays, only Chen, emboldened by her pregnancy, dared to make light-hearted remarks in the household. Upon hearing her daughter-in-law's tentative inquiry, Grandma Cui brushed off the lint from her clothes, set aside the hemp cloth she had woven, and replied calmly, "It's not for the cattle, it's for Boshang and Zhongyuan. The family's expressions changed dramatically upon hearing this. Cui Xian shivered, his voice trembling. Mother, the cattle shed is cold, damp, and drafty. How can it be suitable for people? Grandma Cui's murky gaze turned towards her two sons as she gritted her teeth. Eldest, second, do not blame your mother for her harshness. For all these years, you both have claimed you would succeed, yet time and again, you have disappointed me. Recently, I have been restless at night, haunted by your father's last words, and more so by thoughts of Xian Ge, my poor grandson, merely 8 years old, forced to leave home to earn a living. The Pei family holds high status and strict rules. Xian Ge lives under their roof, uncertain of whether he will have enough to eat and wear, unaware of the difficulties and grievances he may endure. As your elder, you should be studying diligently, excelling in the imperial examinations, to relieve the family's burdens. You must bring Xian Ge back and send him to school instead of letting an 8-year-old child venture out to earn money for your education. Grandma Cui scolded sharply, her words cutting like knives. This afternoon, after your third uncle repairs the cattle shed, you two shall move in. From today until the beginning of next year's courtyard examinations, you are to remain in the cattle shed, focusing on your studies. The chamber pot will be changed daily, and food will be passed through a small window. This is treating us like livestock. Mother, I implore you, I will ensure he studies diligently. Please do not make him live in the cattle shed. It is simply uninhabitable. The two daughters-in-law turned pale, desperately pleading. Cui Xian was equally terrified, her face devoid of color. However, old lady Cui remained unmoved. Her piercing gaze fixated on Cui Xian and Cui Zhongyuan. Think of your father's last words. Reflect on the suffering endured by Xian Ge at such a tender age. You too, lacking in ambition, if you cannot rise again, shall I then confine you Ge and Xian Ge to the cattle shed as well? That day, the Cui family was engulfed in sorrow. In the end, the brothers Cui Xian and Cui Zhongyuan relented and moved into the newly built cattle shed. The cramped space was divided into 2 small rooms, oppressive and stifling. A tiny window at the top served only for passing meals and retrieving chamber pots. This square cattle shed resembled a prison cell, ensnaring the 2 brothers within its confines. They sat inside, numbly reading, while old lady Cui stood outside, her expression equally blank. A cattle shed had ensnared 3 souls. After a long while, old lady Cui regained her composure and walked to the front yard, gazing at the homeless old cow. Addressing her sobbing daughters-in-law, she said, "Tomorrow, we shall sell the cow." Lin wiped her tears away. "If we sell the cow, how shall we till the fields?" Over the years, the Cui family had sold many possessions, leaving only 30 acres of land and an old cow to sustain their livelihood. Yet, since Cui Zhongyuan and Cui Xian had to focus on their studies, the 3 women of the Cui family could not manage all the agricultural work alone. They would need to spend more money hiring villagers to help with the farming, in addition to paying grain taxes. Now, with Ge needing to study as well, the expenses had become quite alarming. It was already April, and in 2 months, the summer harvest would arrive, followed by summer planting. Selling the cow would only make farming increasingly difficult. With the eldest and second son residing in the cattle shed, the cow could no longer stay in the yard, as it would disturb their studies, thus it must be sold. Old lady Cui remarked, "When it comes time to till the fields, we shall think of other solutions." The 2 daughters-in-law wore expressions of despair. If this continues, this family will truly collapse. The next day, the Cui family sold the cow. In a village where secrets were scarce, the Cui family's series of drastic actions became the talk of the town in Hishi village. Old lady Cui had truly lost her mind. She had her 2 sons living in a cattle shed. How could that be a place for humans? Alas, what a sin. I say, the Cui family is simply doomed to fail. They are so impoverished that they can barely secure a meal. Everyone is watching. This is the tragic outcome of an obsession with education. I heard that old lady Cui recently sent Xian Ge to serve as a servant for someone else. Can you believe that? Such heartlessness. I would rather starve than let my grandson serve another. The Cui family is beyond saving. A brief afternoon passed. Cui Xian successfully charmed. No, rather, he successfully befriended 3 affluent gentlemen. At the Pei residence, in the bedroom of young Master Pei Jian, 4 scholars, each wielding a folding fan, held it demurely against their chests, swaying it gently. They appeared refined and elegant, exuding the demeanor of a true literary genius, if one were to deliberately overlook their nonchalant postures and affected airs. Cui Xian suppressed a smile and solemnly addressed them. "Eldest brother, along with the other 3 talented individuals from Nanyang, I find myself faced with a dilemma and seek your assistance. What could be the purpose of acknowledging the eldest brother? It must certainly be to request his help. Cui Xian, deeply engrossed in the moment, dramatically waved his folding fan, nearly losing it in the process. In a flurry, he steadied the fan, silently exclaiming how perilous it had been, and outwardly maintained his composure. Oh, what is the conundrum? Speak, and I shall undoubtedly assist you. Gao Qi. With an impulsive nature, warmly engaged with his new acquaintance, has someone wronged you? Fear not, Xian. I shall raise a ruckus at the 1,000 households office and summon dozens of brave souls to restore your honor. Zhuang Jin shot Gao Qi a disapproving glance and, with a flourish, produced a bulging purse from his garments. Resorting to violence is too coarse and utterly unbecoming of our scholarly demeanor. Xian. There is no problem in this world that cannot be solved with money. How much do you require? Would 50 taels suffice? Li Yu speculated. Xian. Is your family constructing a house? Crafting furniture? Forging jewelry? Opening a dye house? Brewing wine? Or perhaps digging a well? Rest assured, I can assist with any matters pertaining to livelihood. Behold, such is the advantage of acknowledging the eldest brother. When you are in need, your brothers are genuinely there to lend a hand. However, upon hearing this, Cui Xian shook his head. None of that. I have conceived a narrative and wish to seek the guidance of the 4 esteemed scholars today. What? Writing a narrative? The atmosphere in the room abruptly stilled. Zhuang Jin could not contain himself any longer. Moments later, he closed his mouth apologetically, under the reproachful gazes of the other 3. Cui Xian looked at Cui Xian, stifling a chuckle, and remarked, Oh, you can write narratives? How impressive. As luck would have it, we find ourselves with free time today. Share your tale, and we, as fellow scholars, shall offer our insights. Though their academic prowess was lacking, the 4 hailed from affluent backgrounds and were well versed in various matters. Writing a narrative is no trivial task, let alone Cui Xian, an inexperienced child. Even the most eloquent scholars, capable of crafting exquisite poetry and writing formal essays, may not possess the ability to compose a narrative. Such a skill requires innate talent. Nevertheless, Cui Xian, being a supportive elder brother, did not wish to discourage his younger companion and opted to encourage him instead. The other 3 soon realized this and eagerly awaited Cui Xian's narration. Feigning embarrassment, Cui Xian began, The narrative I have conceived tells the story of a valiant hero dedicated to saving the common folk. Entitled The 7 Heroes of Hong Mao and Lon Tuesday. If we consider Mo Holu and Huang Pang as collectibles, applying modern commercial thinking, to successfully market these collectibles in ancient times and distinguish them from ordinary items on the market, one must first tell a captivating tale, launching the narrative as a bestseller. Cultivating a loyal readership and subsequently selling merchandise would form a potent strategy. With this comprehensive approach, not only could the Cui family achieve prosperity, but establishing a genuine collectible store could yield continuous wealth without a doubt. Do not underestimate the purchasing power of fans of the anime realm. The story chosen by Cui Xian revolves around the themes of heroism and the salvation of the world. Encapsulated in the beloved martial arts animation narrative, Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, The 7 Heroes, it is entirely reasonable for an 8-year-old child to pen an animated script. Ultimately, business is a minor affair. Recklessly enlisting the 4 elder brothers onto this dubious venture would likely provoke discontent among their parents. However, a change in perspective reveals a different path. The 4 idle scions have collaboratively authored a book. A script is indeed a form of literature. Cui Xian is confident that once this book is published, it will become a sensation. Monetary gain is secondary. The parents of the 4 brothers would undoubtedly be overjoyed, exclaiming in tears of happiness, Our ancestors are smiling upon us, and my son has achieved greatness. Cui Xian, by aiding these 4 young rascals in finding their way, is certain to earn the gratitude of their families. Furthermore, Cui Xian aims to leverage this opportunity to elevate the Cui family's wealth, social standing, and network of connections, extricating them from the impoverished and remote Hushi village. In the bedroom, upon hearing the peculiar title of the script, the 4 talented youths exchanged glances, remaining silent. An inkling of doubt lingered in the air. Yet, they did not display disappointment and attentively listened. Cui Xian's youthful voice gradually filled the room. It is said that there exists a picturesque mountain forest known as Zhangjiaji, where birds and beasts coexist harmoniously and streams flow gently. However, a devastating fire has plunged this tranquil forest into an unprecedented crisis. It turns out that someone is intentionally setting the fires. The nefarious leader of the demonic sect, Black-Hearted Tiger, has returned after 50 years. commanding his followers to ignite the mountains, aiming to capture the forest spirit beast, the Cui Xian, with the intention of consuming its blood to enhance his internal power and dominate the martial world. To safeguard the forest, 50 years prior, Rainbow Cat's father, alongside Blue Rabbit's mother and 5 others, united their swords to vanquish Black-Hearted Tiger. However, the 7 swords were also left wounded or broken. Initially, the 4 talented youths listened with indifference. Yet, after merely hearing the beginning, they were taken aback. It seemed there was something captivating about it. Gao Qi, particularly enamored with such martial arts fantasy narratives, could not help but inquire, 7 swords? Cui Xian replied with a smile, they are 7 renowned divine swords, the long rainbow, the ice soul, the purple cloud, the rainflower, the thunderbolt, the azure light, and the whirlwind. Upon hearing the names of these legendary swords, the expressions of the 4 youths turned serious. How extraordinary they sounded. Pei Jian's heart began to brim with anticipation as he urged, continue, continue. On the day of the Inferno, the demonic sect unleashed its full force, leading to a bloody battle in which Rainbow Cat's father ultimately succumbed to overwhelming odds, sacrificing himself heroically. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Jin slammed the table. Damn that black-hearted tiger. Rainbow Cat, stricken with grief, yet driven by the greater good and the promise to restore peace to the forest, resolved to heed his father's dying wish. Armed with the long rainbow sword and riding the Cui Xian, he set forth to seek the remaining 6 sword-bearers, aiming to unite the 7 swords to defeat Black-Hearted Tiger and eradicate the demonic sect. Thus, the saga of the young hero, Rainbow Cat, and his conflict with the demonic sect slowly unfolded. Li Heyu straightened his posture, his expression tightening. Rainbow Cat must win. Yet, the demonic sect's minions were numerous. On the treacherous descent, Hong Mao found himself ensnared by a whirlwind of cattle, with Zhu Wujie leading a cadre of dark-clad figures to pursue him relentlessly. Cornered upon a precipice, he engaged in a desperate struggle to escape, only to be met unexpectedly by the sinister Black-Hearted Tiger and his minions. The odds were overwhelmingly against him. Despite his valiant efforts, he was struck by several arrows and plummeted from the cliff. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the 4 young gentlemen turned pale, gasping in shock. They had become ensnared in the tale, genuinely concerned for the safety of the protagonist, the valiant Hong Mao. As Cui Xian narrated, he keenly observed the expressions of the 4 youths, secretly amused. In his previous life, when he was but a child watching the adventures of Hong Mao and Lan Tu, his own expressions had been even more fervent and anxious. Reflecting on the animated series that captivated audiences for decades, none of the protagonists could rival the character of Hong Mao. The essence of chivalry was embodied within him in the most profound manner. In his former existence, this animation aired simultaneously on over 500 television stations worldwide, achieving phenomenal ratings, while the eponymous best-selling book sold more than 15 million copies. Such remarkable success was indeed astounding. Moreover, the martial arts fantasy narrative remained grounded in reality, accessible and easily understood, coupled with the twists and turns of the adventures of Hong Mao and Lan Tu. The well-constructed world and vividly distinct characters would not seem out of place even if published in ancient times, possessing the potential for immense popularity. The eager expressions of the 4 young scholars at that moment hinted at their deep engagement. When the book is eventually released, they could first earn a handsome sum in royalties to cultivate a readership, followed by launching authentic merchandise and opening a themed experience store dedicated to the 7 heroes. Surely, all the boys and girls of Nanyang would be enraptured. Cui Xian's eyes sparkled, envisioning a cascade of wealth cascading toward him. The 4 scholars, equally captivated, urged him on with fervent anticipation. What happens next? Please continue. Ah, the audacious Blue Rabbit is truly remarkable. Curse that Ma Sanyang, the traitor. How infuriating. Fortunately, the nimble Jiao Jiao, a spy for the 7 swords, had been covertly aiding the remaining 6 swordsmen all along. The despicable Black-Hearted Tiger evoked both disdain and a tinge of pity. This night was destined to be sleepless. The 4 young masters, who initially scoffed at Cui Xian's narrative, were now utterly absorbed. They commanded their servants to light the oil lamps. Sitting in an orderly fashion, they listened enraptured as Cui Xian recounted the adventures of Hong Mao and Lan Tuesday. He spoke throughout the entire night, his voice growing hoarse. As dawn broke, the story finally reached its conclusion. After the demise of the Black-Hearted Tiger, consumed by grief, he resolved to exact revenge upon the 7 swords. A great army besieged the 10-mile gallery. In the face of peril, the 7 swords ultimately united, vanquishing the Black-Hearted Tiger and thwarting Ma Sanyang's nefarious plot. The forest, at last, regained its former tranquility and peace. As the narrative drew to a close, the young listeners remained in a daze, their thoughts still ensnared within the story, struggling to emerge from its depths. It felt as though I were following the valiant Rainbow Cat and the seven swordsmen on a tumultuous journey of salvation. It was utterly breathtaking. It was extraordinarily captivating. Observing the awestruck expressions of the young masters, Cui Xian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly while feigning a facade of uncertainty and confusion. I have finished my tale. Yet why do the four great talents remain silent? Is my narrative truly so lacking? Lacking? Who would dare to utter such a thing? The young master would strike them down. Cui Xian was the first to leap up, exclaiming with fervor, not lacking at all, not in the slightest. This is the most splendid story I have ever heard. The other three nodded vigorously in agreement. However, faced with the enthusiasm of the four young masters, Cui Xian expressed his distress. I would like to write. Yet, I have not yet been initiated. I have merely studied with my father and uncle for a few days, barely recognizing a few characters. As for writing, that truly overwhelms me. The room was suddenly enveloped in a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Gao Qi stammered, Xian, are you implying that you have yet to be initiated, yet have conceived such an extraordinary narrative? How impressive. Cui Xian blinked. Indeed, but that is not impressive at all. My elder brother Cui Xian, with the acclaim of a top scholar and the prodigy from Hunan, that is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Cui Xian nearly bit his own tongue. Cui Xian continued. And the other three of you are equally exceptional, like my elder brother. At such a tender age, you are already renowned prodigies in Nanyang. Compared to you, I am utterly insignificant. The expressions of the other three young masters were equally remarkable. After a moment, they recovered, each feigning nonchalance as they waved their folding fans, either awkward or self-conscious. Yes, we too are quite outstanding. Though Xian, you are also quite remarkable, you still cannot compare to us. But do not feel inferior, you. Ahem, you are merely a fraction behind us. Yes, just a fraction. The twinkle of amusement in Cui Xian's eyes deepened as he solemnly declared, hence, I wish to invite the four great talents to assist in collaboratively crafting the tale of Rainbow Cat and the Blue Rabbit, the seven heroes. At that time, the renown of the four great talents of Nanyang will surely resound throughout the entire county. Oh my! Upon hearing this, the four were left in a daze, astonished. Cui Xian was willing to attribute this story to their names, to co-author a book? Could their masquerade as the four great talents of Nanyang potentially become a reality? Just imagine stepping outside, surrounded by a throng of onlookers, all marveling in admiration. What a glorious affair that would be. Merely envisioning such a scene caused the four young masters' faces to flush with excitement, sending shivers down their spines. And furthermore, their teacher, who had berated them as inept, their classmates who mocked them as failures, and their disappointed parents, when the day comes, they would surely be left speechless, regarding them with newfound respect. The allure was overwhelming. Cui Xian swallowed hard. But this story is your original conception. Can we truly put our names on it? Cui Xian nodded, his gaze filled with admiration. Though I conceive the tale, I am incapable of writing it. Only you four talented individuals possess the ability to weave the narrative of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, the seven heroes, into a tale of thrilling twists and turns. The emergence of the young hero, Rainbow Cat, hinges entirely upon the four of you. Cui Xian's words seemed to carry a certain enchantment, igniting the very blood of the four young gentlemen in an instant. It truly evokes a profound sense of mission. The four exchanged glances. And then Zhuang Jin spoke first. Xian brother, why not take a rest while we deliberate and provide you with a response? Cui Xian replied with a smile, sure. I have no qualms about the notion of authorship. As long as there is profit to be made in the end, that suffices. Enlisting the four gentlemen into the venture would undoubtedly yield far greater rewards than a mere authorship right. Moreover, what Cui Xian sought in terms of fame was not found in the pages of a book, but rather in the scholarly lineage of the Pei family, and with Master Wu Qingluan. Once Cui Xian departed, Gao Qi was the first to exclaim, Cui Xian, your young brother, despite being uninitiated, is capable of conjuring such an exquisite story. He is undoubtedly a prodigy, yet he has the audacity to regard you as his elder brother and idolize us four good-for-nothings. How absurd. Cui Xian felt an immediate surge of pressure. I only just learned today how exceptional he truly is. Do you think that once he discovers I am a mere wastrel, he will disdain me and cease to acknowledge me as his elder brother? The other three young men cast sympathetic, mischievous glances towards Cui Xian. He grimaced. unwilling to lose his little brother. Zhuang Jin pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested, "What if we agree to Cui Xian's proposal and co-author the work?" Upon seeing the disapproving expressions on the faces of the other three, Zhuang Jin quickly clarified, "What are you thinking? I would never usurp Stan Brothers' creation. My intention is to indicate that when we sign, we should note in the book that Cui Xian conceived the idea while we four merely pen the narrative. Subsequently, I shall have my family's bookstore print a large quantity, flooding the entire Nanyang County with copies of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, the 7 heroes. You three will be responsible for distributing this book to the prominent families within Nanyang County, assisting in the promotion and momentum. Of course, any earnings from the manuscript shall be entirely allocated to Xian Brother. Once this book is published, the 4 of us will also attain some renown, ensuring we do not lose face before Cui Xian. Truly, as the son of Nanyang's wealthiest merchant, Zhuang Jin displayed remarkable business acumen. The other 3 gentlemen's eyes lit up at his words. Pei Jian was the first to voice his agreement. "I believe this is indeed feasible." After their discussion, all 4 expressed their excitement in unison. Pei Jian then called Cui Xian back in to inform him of their decision. Upon witnessing the eager and enthusiastic demeanor of the 4 young gentlemen, Cui Xian smiled. "I shall heed my brother's counsel." A simple authorship right had instilled a genuine sense of participation in the gentlemen, motivating them to prepare for the writing endeavor. Seizing the moment of heightened emotion, Pei Jian and the others began to grind ink, ready to unleash their creativity and compose a remarkable narrative. Cui Xian stood beside them, exuding admiration and anticipation. However, moments later, Pei Jian, holding the brush, hesitated to make his mark. Gao Qi pinned a few lines, his face flushing. He hurriedly crumpled the paper and stuffed it into his sleeve. Li Heyou hesitated, his expression awkward. Zhuang Jin bit the end of his pen, lost in deep thought. Cui Xian feigned confusion, inquiring, "May I ask, why have the 4 talented youths not yet begun?" They were indeed eager to start. Yet, each one of them, accustomed to idleness, had neglected their studies. Their handwriting was crooked and unsightly, devoid of any literary flair. How could one possibly describe a great fire consuming the mountains, the flames illuminating the sky? What grandeur could encapsulate the invasion of the demonic army? The dazzling spectacle of fire dancing in a whirlwind, a long rainbow piercing the sun, purple aura rising from the east, frigid landscapes, and thunderous roars. How could one convey such mesmerizing scenes? It was difficult, exceedingly so, having suffered from their lack of education when the moment to write arrived. Not a single word could emerge. For the first time in their lives, the 4 young scions found themselves regretting their earlier neglect of earnest study. Confronted with Cui Xian's puzzled gaze, Pei Jian cleared his throat and said solemnly, "I haven't slept all night. I'm quite exhausted and not in the best state." The other 3 young masters hurriedly agreed. "Indeed, indeed. Plus, we must attend school during the day and write afterwards." As for why they would proactively go to school, it was, of course, to seek guidance from the master on how to narrate the plot of the story, with the intention of penning their own books. Cui Xian did not expose their ruse but nodded with a smile. Good. For, if all went as expected, their upcoming plan to publish and profit would unfold quite smoothly. They would gain the friendship and support of 4 prominent families. The 4 young masters agreed to head to school shortly, each returning home with a sense of excitement. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the elders of the Pei, Gao, Zhuang, and Li families were left astonished, their mouths agape. The Pei matriarch, just awakened and still in a daze, looked at her grandson uncertainly. "What did you say? Were you just asking me when your father or grandfather would return home? Do you wish to seek their wisdom? You still plan to go to school today to consult Master Wu?" Pei Jian replied earnestly, "Of course. I'm not joking, grandmother. Please write a letter urging either my father or grandfather to return swiftly. I intend to ask them how to write a book." The Pei matriarch was taken aback. Then it dawned on her. Xian Gu had truly inspired Pei Jian to embrace learning within 7 days. At the Gao household, the head of the family stared blankly at his wayward son, scratching his ear. "You wish to write a book?" Gao Qi exclaimed excitedly. "Yes, to write a book. Father, I regret it immensely. Why didn't I realize the importance of diligent study before? In the future, I aspire to be one of the 4 talents of Nanyang." At the Li residence, a renowned master builder of Nanyang gazed in disbelief at his rebellious son. "You want to become one of the 4 talents of Nanyang? Regret not having studied hard in the past?" Li Heyou asserted confidently. "Naturally. Father, you indulge me too much. You never punish me for not studying. Otherwise, how could I have embarrassed myself so greatly in front of Xian Gu?" At the Zhuang household, the wealthiest family in Nanyang. Zhuang Jin asked, somewhat dazed. Xiangu, who is he? Zhuang Jin replied, his face alight with excitement. He is Pei Jian's younger brother. And well, he is my younger brother too. Ah, although he has rejected me, I have resolved to unilaterally regard him as my elder brother. Father. You cannot fathom the charm of Cui Xian's younger brother. He possesses an eloquent tongue and the ability to craft engaging narratives, truly a prodigious talent. I have promised him to assist in bringing his story to fruition. Therefore, from this day forth, I shall diligently study, practice my calligraphy, and refine my literary skills. For I must not betray the expectations and trust that Cui Xian has placed in me. The success of our endeavor, the emergence of the heroic Hong Mao, rests solely upon our shoulders. In conclusion, the four affluent young gentlemen resolutely declared their intentions to their respective elders. Henceforth, we shall embark on the journey of authorship. From this day forward, none shall impede our pursuit of knowledge and learning. Good heavens! Is the sun rising in the west? The scion, who has loathed academics since childhood, who would suffer headaches at the mere sight of words and spent his days in idle pursuits, has suddenly resolved to devote himself to study. The notion of a dandy penning a book seems utterly fantastical. Yet, the son has finally chosen to strive for improvement, prompting tears of joy from the four esteemed elders of noble houses. The elders of the Li, Zhuang, and Gao families, amidst their excitement, hastily instructed their stewards, go. Quickly inquire about this Cui Xian, who possesses such remarkable influence over our young master, compelling him to embrace diligent study. He is indeed a benefactor to our family. Ah, could it be that the withered tree is sprouting anew? Just as the four dandy elders were overwhelmed with emotion to the point of tears. Outside the Pei clan's academy stood Pei Jian, Gao Qi, Zhuang Jin, and Li Heiyu, clad in long robes and wielding folding fans, standing side by side, each exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Cui Xian, concealed behind them, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Almost simultaneously with their appearance outside the academy, they attracted countless disdainful and mocking glances from fellow students. Yet, the four young gentlemen remained utterly unfazed. A fortnight prior, the four had engaged in a fierce argument with Master Wu and boldly proclaimed, we shall never set foot in the academy again. Yet, yesterday, Pei Jian returned to class. And today, even more astonishingly, these four idlers have returned together. Facing the admiring gazes of their peers, Pei Jian flicked open his fan, declaring, brothers, are you ready? We shall confront Wu Qinglan. The other three fervently echoed their resolve, we are prepared. Let us commence our battle. This battle shall undoubtedly lead to victory. After declaring their intentions, they strode into the academy with an air of defiance, their demeanor fierce and unyielding. Cui Xian discreetly followed, concealing his face with his sleeve. The students, witnessing the spectacle, gasped in astonishment. Within the classroom, Wu Qinglan was elucidating the method of breaking down the eight-legged essay to his students when a panicked student burst in. Master Wu, trouble has arisen. Those four young gentlemen have stormed into the clan academy with great fervor. They claim they wish to challenge you. A wave of astonishment swept through the classroom. Wu Qinglan, incensed, grasped his ruler tightly and strode purposefully outside, exclaiming, let us see how I shall teach these four withered trees a lesson today. The students, eager for the unfolding drama, lost interest in their studies and rushed outside to witness the commotion. When Pei Jian and his companions entered, their faces etched with determination. The crowd erupted in exclamations of surprise. Wu Qinglan let out a cold snort and was about to unleash a tirade. Unexpectedly, Pei Jian and his three companions stood firm, bowing in unison to Confucius Wu. We, the students, have come specifically to seek your guidance. What? Upon hearing these words, the previously tense atmosphere in the clan school momentarily froze. A crowd of onlooking scholars nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. Wu Qinglan was also somewhat taken aback. These four, who had arrived at the clan school with such fervor, were not here to provoke, but rather to seek knowledge? How peculiar. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wu Qinglan repressed his anger, cleared his throat, and with a still dubious expression inquired, what difficulties have you encountered? Under the gaze of the crowd, Pei Jian struggled to suppress his overwhelming excitement and feigned composure. The four of us intend to collaborate on a literary work and humbly request your assistance in guiding us. Literary work? As his words settled, the atmosphere within the clan school became even more eerily silent. Gao Qi quickly added, this book is titled The Legend of the Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, recounting a tale of gallant heroes saving the world. Li Heiyu eagerly chimed in, indeed. Once published, This book is sure to become a sensation. The three wore solemn expressions, yet the more serious they appeared, the more absurd and laughable they seemed to the onlookers. Ha! What wind had blown through their heads today? The Legend of the Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit? What a ridiculous title! As the surrounding laughter grew increasingly raucous, Pei Jian discreetly glanced at Cui Xian, then exchanged a meaningful look with Zhuang Jin. Zhuang Jin understood and approached Cui Xian, lowering his voice. Xian, in the future, do not heed the nonsensical ramblings of these individuals in the academy. You know, we four prodigies are exceedingly brilliant, which inevitably attracts envy and scrutiny. Moreover, writing stories is deemed trivial. These pedants, in their lofty ignorance, cannot help but look down upon it. Do not let any idle gossip lead you to question our extraordinary talents. Cui Xian stifled a laugh and nodded. Rest assured, Brother Zhuang, I am well aware that you and my elder brother are both prodigies. Zhuang Jin exhaled a sigh of relief. He then rolled his eyes and continued. It is truly wonderful that you think this way. Therefore, as we four intend to engage in a vigorous discussion of knowledge with the master, perhaps you could take a brief respite in the ear room. Cui Xian understood that Zhuang Jin was trying to dismiss him, and coincidentally, he needed to visit the ear room again. Thus, he acquiesced. Very well. Watching Cui Xian head to the ear room, and then glancing at the classmates around him who mocked and ridiculed him, Zhuang Jin took a deep breath. Laugh all you want. Once the Legend of the Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit is published, I shall deliver a resounding slap to your faces. On the other side, after listening to Pei Jian and the others, Confucius Wu remained silent for a moment before responding. Very well, then do tell me. At which stage of your literary endeavor have you encountered difficulties? Pei Jian replied nonchalantly. The opening. Wu Qinglan raised an eyebrow. You cannot even write an opening. Yet you wish to author a book? Noticing Wu Qinglan's displeasure, he paused. Li Hiyu hurriedly intervened, saying, what Pei Jian means is that we need to depict a vast, colossal, an enormous forest fire at the outset. Yet, no matter how we phrase it, we feel incapable of capturing the grandeur of this blaze. Upon hearing this, Master Wu scoffed coldly. This time, it was the turn of the four young rascals. Zhuang Jin, who had been set aside by Cui Xian, approached, suppressing his anger, and inquired, what do you mean? When others seek knowledge, you are amiable, yet when we seek the same, you respond with disdainful laughter. This is discrimination. It must be discrimination. Master Wu's expression grew even more uncomfortable. On ordinary days, you squander your studies and never read earnestly. Thus, today, when describing the forest fire, you can only resort to the term very big to characterize it. I scoff, and you still refuse to accept? Of course not. With Cui Xian absent, Pei Jian's patience was virtually non-existent, and he retorted irritably, enough of this grand rhetoric. Do enlighten us on how to depict the forest fire. Master Wu once again let out a cold laugh and said, when it comes to matters of fire, particularly in celestial phenomena and calamities, none surpass the Book of Documents. The Hongfan chapter states that fire is described as flaming upward. If you wish to write about a great fire, merely using the word big is superficial and truly laughable. The flames rise fiercely, scorching intensely, their light rolling up to the heavens. Capture that momentum. In the Book of Songs, Xiaoya, October's transition, it is said, the radiance is resplendent as thunder. Though it describes thunder rather than flames, you can similarly borrow radiance to illustrate the ferocity of the fire, with the radiance of flames reaching for the sky. In the I Ching, commentary on the trigrams, it states that Li represents fire, the sun, and lightning. You may draw upon the symbolism of Li, as fire illuminates, but also brings destruction. The flames are like Li, incinerating countless trees to ashes. Thus Zhuan records that fire consumes its dwelling, leaving nothing behind. If you wish to write about a great fire, you must learn its technique, portraying the fire's ferocity and destructive power, with grass and trees reduced to ash, birds and beasts lamenting, smoke and dust obscuring the sun, and the heavens altering in hue. After Master Wu's extensive citations, the four young rascals were left dumbfounded. Could one truly employ such an array of expressions to describe a mere fire? How challenging would it be to compose an entire tale? The four young lords stared vacantly. As a teacher, Wu Qinglan relished the sight of his students displaying such unfamiliar admiration and awe. Seeing that he had successfully intimidated these four rascals, Master Wu felt quite pleased and sarcastically remarked, what? Are you intimidated now? Will I ever see that Hong Mao Lan Tu Chi Xia Zhuan tale in my lifetime? Pei Jian, upon hearing this, was infuriated and declared, who is intimidated? Just wait. Within a month, we will surely produce it. Wu Qinglan, expressionless, responded with a nonchalant "oh," and added, "If that is the case, why not head to the academy and attend classes? How can you write a book if you do not diligently study?" The four rascals exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and obediently made their way to the academy. At this moment, Wu Qinglan was genuinely astonished. Could it be that these rascals were serious? The students who had originally prepared to observe the four rascals provoking their teacher now found it dull as Cui Xian, and the others genuinely began to humbly seek knowledge. And they dispersed. Wu Qinglan continued to lecture at the academy. No one paid attention to the young attendant trailing behind the four extravagant young masters as he quietly made his way to the study. This oversight was hardly surprising. The flamboyance of the four young men overshadowed the presence of Cui Xian entirely. Inside the study, Cui Xian gazed at the annotation, "A decayed tree cannot be carved," pinned by Wu Qinglan, and chuckled softly. Just from the dynamic strokes of the calligraphy, one could envision the extent of Wu's ire from the previous day. After his laughter subsided, Cui Xian resumed grinding ink, retrieving a blank sheet of paper to place on the desk. Once again, he grasped the brush with his left hand, though this time without a stone ink slab beneath his wrist. Having lived a second life in a youthful body, Cui Xian found his wrist strength lacking. The calligraphic foundation he had cultivated in his past life had diminished significantly, leaving only a fraction behind. Yet, that remnant encompassed intent, force, rhythm, and the fusion of form and spirit. With his now tender wrist, he could not write with the vigor of his former self, but the essence was undoubtedly present. Moreover, he had spent years in his previous life meticulously copying the works of the calligraphic sage Wang Shiji. In due time, once the child prodigy plan bore fruit and he could study openly within the clan, Cui Xian intended to adopt the right mindset and recommence his calligraphy practice. However, that moment had not yet arrived. With these thoughts in mind, Cui Xian once again wrote a piece using his left hand before discreetly departing without seeking recognition. Half an hour later, after finishing his lecture, Wu Qinglan returned to the study, instinctively glancing at the desk. Sure enough, another piece awaited his appraisal. Could it be that same decayed tree again? The handwriting was so atrocious, devoid of any semblance of a learning attitude, that it audaciously dared to inscribe characters. Did the individual not notice his annotation? "A decayed tree cannot be carved"? Even Cui Xian and the others showed signs of burgeoning potential today. It was uncertain whether this anonymous decayed tree had made any progress. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Wu Qinglan picked up the piece, squinting to discern the content, and was immediately filled with rage. How outrageous! The sheet was entirely inscribed with the phrase, "A decayed tree cannot be carved." Wu Qinglan quickly recognized that this piece was indeed the handiwork of yesterday's decayed tree. Not only was the handwriting unsightly, but it also exhibited arrogance and disrespect, daring to label the esteemed teacher as a decayed tree. However, after a brief moment of anger, Wu Qinglan realized that the individual was not insulting anyone, but rather attempting to copy the phrase "a decayed tree cannot be carved." The initial lines were still horridly written, but as he progressed to the middle lines, the strokes began to straighten, demonstrating an understanding of wrist strength, with the ink becoming progressively richer. Wu Qinglan let out a soft ah. Upon reaching the last few lines of the piece, Wu Qinglan's eyes brightened slightly. Remarkably, there was a hint of brushwork contained within. Yet, the more he scrutinized it, the more familiar that brushwork appeared. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Wu Qinglan's eyes widened in astonishment. For that brushwork was none other than his own. The person who penned this piece was emulating his annotation, "A decayed tree cannot be carved," and had indeed captured a measure of its elegance. Wu Fuzi was taken aback, hurriedly retrieving the calligraphy piece from the previous day to compare it with today's work. The contrast was nothing short of astonishing. In merely a day, the handwriting had transformed from something barely legible to exhibiting traces of skilled brushwork. Although the characters still appeared exceedingly immature and awkward, the progress made within such a brief time frame was remarkable. How could the withered branches in today's academy suddenly begin to sprout? No, if Cui Xian and his peers could be likened to sprouting branches, then the author of this calligraphy had exaggeratedly grown limbs. Who could this person be? Wu Fuzi felt a surge of joy and swiftly dipped his brush in red ink, inscribing a critique that was strikingly different, yet succinctly powerful. Rapid and astounding progress. Excellent work. After completing the critique, Wu Fuzi quickly rose and sought out the servant responsible for the ear room, inquiring, "Have you noticed who was writing at the desk just now?" The servant appeared hesitant, responding, I do not know. Many come and go from the ear room daily. How could I pay attention?" Outside the ear room, Cui Xian stood in the shadows, observing from a distance as Wu Qinglan conversed with the servant, likely instructing them to pay heed to the individual writing in the ear room. Cui Xian smiled, concealing his accomplishments, and leisurely departed. At that moment, Pei Jian and his companions emerged from class. The four young gentlemen walked out side by side, their faces reflecting a shared sentiment of dejection, exhaustion, and a profound sense of disillusionment. It was exceedingly difficult. Given their abysmal academic performance, could they truly manage to write the legend of Hong Mao and Lan Tu? Yesterday, Pei Jian and his friends had been filled with fervor and confidence. Yet today, after enduring Wu Fuzi's scorn and attending another class, their spirits had been thoroughly crushed. They felt utterly disheartened. It seemed they were indeed not cut out for scholarly pursuits. Seeing the expressions of the four from afar, Cui Xian understood their plight and contemplated how to invigorate the young masters. To his surprise, upon spotting Cui Xian, the four's expressions brightened. Pei Jian rushed over first, lowering his voice as he said, "Xian brother, let us go home." The other three young gentlemen echoed with mischievous grins, "Yes, yes, home. We have important matters to attend to." Cui Xian inquired, "What important matters?" About a cup of tea later, in Pei Jian's study, Cui Xian found himself compelled to sit at the desk by the four young gentlemen, his expression one of confusion. Pei Jian cleared his throat and, with an oddly mischievous demeanor, produced a copy of 1,000-character classic from his writing box, placing it before Cui Xian. He then explained, "Xian brother, this book is called the 1,000-character classic, an essential primer for students. Now, I shall teach you to recognize characters. I will read a line, and you will read it back." Though Cui Xian was bright, he was momentarily perplexed by Pei Jian's sudden shift in intent, tentatively asking, "Why do you wish to teach me to read, elder brother?" "This. I cannot simply state that you, before even embarking on your studies, have conceived a story as magnificent as the legend of Hong Mao and Lan Tu. Seemingly a prodigious child genius. As your elder brother, I feel an immense pressure." After a discussion among the four of us, we decided to employ the 1,000-character classic to ascertain whether you truly are a prodigious talent. Pei Jian suppressed his thoughts and solemnly fabricated, "Your elder brother possesses the demeanor of a top scholar, and the other three present are also renowned talents from Nanyang. You are about to co-author with us, yet your illiteracy is rather a hindrance." Zhuang Jin interjected, "Of course, just a minor inconvenience." Li Heiyu and Gao Qi nodded in agreement, "But once you learn to recognize characters, you shall be as exceptional as we are." Upon hearing these words, Cui Xian began to grasp the intentions of the four young gentlemen. He stifled a smile in his eyes and decided to go along with them, feigning ignorance, and replied, "All right, please rest assured, esteemed scholars, I shall endeavor to study diligently." Thus, Pei Jian opened the 1,000-character classic and pointed to the text, instructing Cui Xian, "Now, I shall read it once, and you will read along after me. The heavens and the earth are profound and yellow, the universe vast and boundless. The sun and moon wax and wane, the stars and constellations are arrayed." Cui Xian followed suit, reading aloud, "The heavens and the earth are profound and yellow, the universe vast and boundless. The sun and moon wax and wane, the stars and constellations are arrayed." As a foundational text for ancient scholars, the 1,000-character classic consists of 1,000 unique Chinese characters, with a harmonious structure and rich content. It encompasses knowledge from astronomy, geography, history, and morality. Cui Xian was initially pondering how to navigate through this initial stage of learning and advance to the middle class or senior class. Now, an opportunity had presented itself. The four young scions were teaching him the basics. In the future, if anyone inquired, Cui Xian could confidently state, "Basics? My elder brother taught me." In the study, under the anxious gazes of the other three young masters, Pei Jian guided Cui Xian in reading the 1,000-character classic. Pei Jian read it once, and Cui Xian echoed him. After a considerable time, the book was finally completed. Pei Jian took a sip of water to soothe his slightly hoarse throat and instinctively mimicked the stance of Confucius, declaring, "Have you learned it?" "I have learned it." Upon hearing Pei Jian's completion and his sip of water, Zhuang Jin promptly took over, addressing Cui Xian, "Stendi, if you haven't learned it, it's perfectly all right. Come on. Let me guide you again." "Wait, what?" Zhuang Jin suddenly realized mid-sentence, raising his voice. "What did you just say? You learned it?" The other three young masters looked at him in disbelief. Pei Jian's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, almost losing his grip. Meeting the astonished gazes of the four, Cui Xian innocently nodded. "Indeed. How is that possible?" Pei Jian, skeptical, hastily set down the teacup and flipped the 1,000-character classic back to the first page. Since you've learned it, then read it yourself. The other three young masters fixed their eyes intently on Cui Xian. Cui Xian nodded, took up the book, and began to read with clarity and precision. The heavens and the earth are profound and yellow, the universe vast and boundless. The sun and moon wax and wane. The stars and constellations are arrayed. The people rise against tyranny. Zhou overthrew Yin and Tang, sitting in court to seek wisdom, governing with simplicity and fairness. The palaces are intricately built, towers soar into the sky, illustrating beasts and birds, painting colorful immortals. In the study, Cui Xian held the 1,000-character classic, reading each character with care. Initially, the four young masters wore expressions of doubt, their faces filled with disbelief. After a brief moment, they all widened their eyes in astonishment. Could it be true that he could read? Surely, he could only manage the initial lines. Yet, Cui Xian continued seamlessly, reading further without a single error. Pei Jin's mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate a fist, while Li Haiyu stood there in a daze. Gao Qi gasped in disbelief, and Zhuang Jin's lips trembled as he muttered, "Impossible." The room descended into an eerie silence. It was a moment filled with ignorance and folly, pondering the absurdity of their predicament. Finally, when Cui Xian concluded the last sentence, he closed the book and declared, "I have finished reading." Had he been in a classroom setting, he would not have behaved in such a manner. He was clearly taking advantage of these few privileged yet unrefined youths, who lacked the discernment to challenge him. Ironically, the four had constructed a facade of being prodigies, and faced with the true genius of Cui Xian, they found themselves devoid of confidence to question him. The four young men exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared expression of shock, akin to encountering a ghost. After a lengthy pause, the ever-hopeful Pei Jian tentatively inquired, "Xian, you must have studied the 1,000-character classic at home before, right?" The other three immediately lit up with hope. It must be true. Cui Xian had undoubtedly learned it before. How could anyone possibly master the 1,000-character classic after a single reading? Such a genius could not exist. How were they, the inept, to find their place in this world? However, the four young men were fated to be disappointed. Cui Xian shook his head and replied, "At home, I only studied the 3-character classic with my father. I never learned the 1,000-character classic. My elder brother read it to me, and that is how I learned it. He truly teaches well." At this point, Cui Xian feigned a sense of unease as he glanced at the four, his face a mask of guilt and humility. "By the way, why did you ask such a question? Is it because I was too foolish to read it correctly? Alas, I truly envy my elder brother and you three talented individuals who have been gifted since childhood with such extraordinary abilities. Unlike me, I am too dull-witted to ever grasp such knowledge." The four responded with a collective silence. "No, it is not you who is mistaken. We are the ones at fault. Our error lies in the fact that we, as inept as we are, do not deserve to exist in this world. Even more regrettably, we four fools dared to flaunt our talents before you, calling ourselves prodigies. Well, it is fortunate that you are, indeed, somewhat commendable, barely able to stand in comparison with us." After a prolonged silence, Pei Jian struggled to utter these reluctant words before continuing, "Thus, Xian, you may leave first. We four must commence our studies." Cui Xian nodded and rose to depart. Once he was certain Cui Xian had left, Pei Jian collapsed onto the ground, murmuring in shock, "In this world, there exists such a terrifying super genius. Even more alarming is the fact that he has acknowledged me as his elder brother. What? How shall we cope with this?" The other three remained equally dazed, gasping in disbelief. Had they been in the presence of a teacher like Wu Qinglong or a regular student from the clan school, they would have immediately voiced their skepticism. Yet, these four underachievers, lacking academic prowess and resembling decayed wood, dared not question the genius before them. No. Cui Xian is not merely a genius. He is a formidable and unparalleled super prodigy. As Pei Jian and his companions reflected on their recent boasts before Cui Xian, they felt an overwhelming sense of shame, their embarrassment rendering them utterly speechless. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuang Jin murmured, "Should we introduce Brother Cui Xian to Master Wu? Master Wu is renowned for his appreciation of talent and would undoubtedly take it upon himself to mentor Stin." "Absolutely not." Outside the study, Cui Xian feigned departure. But in reality, he concealed himself by the window, eavesdropping on the conversation among the four privileged young gentlemen. Upon hearing Zhuang Jin's suggestion to introduce him to Wu Qinglong, Cui Xian raised an eyebrow. It seemed a change of plans was in order. He had initially intended to remain hidden a while longer, allowing Master Wu to lament the missed opportunity of recognizing a genius before finally revealing himself. However, the next moment, he overheard Pei Jian raise his voice slightly, declaring, "No, we cannot introduce him to Wu Qinglan. What I mean is, my little brother is an extraordinary genius. How could a mere scholar like Wu Qinglan be worthy to teach my little brother? Furthermore, given that Xian currently bore the identity of a book boy, recklessly showcasing his talents at the clan school would inevitably invite jealousy and criticism. I plan to introduce Xian to my father and grandfather. Though they may not be exceptional, they are at least degree holders and just barely qualify to teach my little brother. Moreover, with the imminent publication of the 7 heroes of Hong Mao and Lan Tu, Xian's reputation would undoubtedly spread like wildfire throughout Nanyang County." At this juncture, Pei Jian paused, his voice inexplicably subdued. He is the true super prodigy capable of becoming the greatest talent in Nanyang. Silence enveloped the study. Zhuang Jin, Li Heyu, and Gao Qi, witnessing Pei Jian's despondent expression, approached him to offer their shoulders in consolation. "Brother, don't be disheartened. You're remarkable in your own right," Zhuang Jin remarked, wrapping an arm around Pei Jian with a cheerful grin. "After all, you are the elder brother of the super prodigy of Nanyang." This statement alleviated the previously somber atmosphere in the room. Gao Qi proudly added, "And the three of us, despite being regarded as wastrels, have also been honored with the title of great talent by the super prodigy of Nanyang." Pei Jian chuckled heartily. "Indeed, my friends are as audacious as they are loyal. Come, prepare the ink for me. I must write to my father and grandfather, hoping they recognize the opportunity and hasten back from Kaifeng to tutor my little brother." The other three exchanged discreet glances, appearing nonchalant as they assisted in preparing the ink, pretending not to notice Pei Jian's slightly reddened eyes. After filling 5 pages with praises for Cui Xian, Pei Jian dried the ink and carefully placed the pages in an envelope, then remarked in a jesting tone, "Truth be told, I have always known that I am like a decayed wood. My family deems me unambitious, and the scholars at the academy consider me a mere dullard. Yet, I encountered Xian, who is the only person in all these years to genuinely praise me and regard me as exceptional. He is willing to call me brother, and that brings me immense joy. The sensation of being a leader is undeniably exhilarating, evoking an illusion that I am not merely a worthless, stagnant being. Once I deliver this letter to Kaifeng, once the 7 heroes of Hong Mao and Lan Lu is published, and once Cui Xian's reputation as a talented scholar resonates throughout Nanyang, the truth of my shortcomings will inevitably be revealed. At that moment, he may no longer wish to regard me as his elder brother, and I would find it difficult to maintain the faade of being his superior. Thus, my lengthy discourse is not mere sentimentality, it is a yearning to express. Yet, despite repeating the phrase to express, Pei Jian found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. Li Heyu, seizing the moment with rare seriousness, reassured him, "Brother, rest assured, we understand your sentiment. During this period, we shall endeavor to craft the 7 heroes of Hong Mao and Lan Lu with utmost dedication." Zhuang Jin solemnly added, "Indeed, let us write it well. Although I have not taken on the role of an elder brother to Cui Xian, being called a great scholar by him fills my heart with delight. While the truth may eventually come to light, at least for now, we remain the objects of admiration for Cui Xian's younger siblings." Gao Qi grinned broadly. "Let us diligently complete the 7 heroes of Hong Mao and Lan Lu, allowing Cui Xian's name to soar. Although we may not be great scholars ourselves, it matters not. For the true luminary of Nanyang shall rise through the efforts of our humble selves." Reflecting on this, is it not a source of profound accomplishment? Indeed, it seems even more exhilarating than the publication of the 7 heroes of Hong Mao and Lan Lu heralding the emergence of the heroic Hong Mao. Perhaps it is because Hong Mao is but a figment of imagination, while the prodigious Cui Xian is a living, breathing reality. The 4 exchanged glances, gently tapping their fists together. For the sake of Cui Xian's renown, let us, as elder brothers, strive with all our might. There was no escaping the truth. After all, they were indeed the elder brothers. Yet Pei Jian, still harboring concerns, added, "I must lay my cards on the table. Let us not merely utter empty words. Each of you must return and write earnestly. There shall be no room for negligence. Moreover, during this time, I shall remain vigilant, for I aspire to be an exemplary elder brother for a while longer. Before the publication of the 7 heroes of Hong Mao and Lan Lu and the return of my father and grandfather, I must uphold the image of a commendable elder brother." The other 3 scoffed at his words. "Humph, you criticize us for being foolish. Yet you are the most foolish of all?" Pei Jian chuckled, reverting to his usual carefree demeanor. Outside the window, Cui Xian listened silently, a smile gracing his lips. Ultimately, the intrinsic nature of these four young gentlemen is one of kindness. Though they may exhibit a rebellious and arrogant disposition, they harbor no jealousy towards the success of their younger sibling. Even at the risk of being cast aside, they strive to pave the way for their younger brother's future. The friendship of youth is pure, devoid of ulterior motives. The innocent collision of their youthful fists sparks a fire of sincerity and authenticity. How could Cui Xian ever forsake such an admirable elder brother? The path to fame and fortune is long and arduous. Yet to journey alongside a few close friends and brothers is indeed one of life's greatest blessings. Days later, in the Kaifeng prefecture, Pei Jian's letter finally reached its destination. Recently, the esteemed elder of the Pei family, residing far in Kaifeng, had received 2 letters from home. The first letter was sent by the venerable Lady Pei, announcing the arrival of a clever and astute young scholar at their home. She claimed that this boy, Jian, was a prodigious talent. Under the young scholar's persuasion, Jian began to dedicate himself to his studies. However, the 2 esteemed scholars of the Pei family scoffed at this notion, believing that the child was utterly incompatible with the idea of diligent study. They suspected that the old lady's indulgence had led her to exaggerate her grandson's abilities. Then came the second letter, authored by Pei Jian himself, a truly rare occurrence. In recent years, father and son had spent little time together, and it was typically the elder Pei who would send letters home, while Jian had never taken the initiative to write. Could it be that the impudent boy was missing his father? This thought offered a modicum of comfort as the elder Pei opened the letter, only to be met with his son's grotesquely illegible handwriting, causing him considerable distress and prompting him to retract any paternal affection he had been harboring. How could such an unworthy child produce such atrocious writing? Suppressing his anger, the elder Pei read through what appeared to be a letter addressed to him, but was, in fact, a lengthy ode to the young scholar's brilliance. He felt a mix of bitterness and absurdity. The boy had never shown concern for his father. Yet here he was, expending great effort to praise a mere scholar. As for Jian's claims of being able to conceive extraordinary tales before even beginning formal education and mastering the entirety of 1,000-character classic upon a single reading, such nonsense was utterly unbelievable to the elder Pei. Thus, akin to Master Wu, he dipped his brush in ink and penned a response, one that would later evoke feelings of regret and shame. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Such a genius does not exist in this world. Your young scholar is most likely a charlatan, masquerading as a prodigy. Only a fool like you could mistake mediocrity for genius. This is simply laughable. Read more books and broaden your horizons. I am currently occupied with my studies, but your grandfather will be taking a break next month and plans to return home. I will inform him of this matter, and he shall properly educate you. And as for your so-called prodigy young scholar, as the elder Pei was harshly reprimanding Pei Jian in his letter, he could hardly have anticipated that his seemingly inept son was, in fact, diligently studying day and night. Moreover, the young scholar he deemed a fraud had become a sought-after figure among the 4 prominent families, beloved by all. Let us first consider why Pei Jian had suddenly devoted himself to his studies. Aside from the ambition to write the legend of the 7 heroes, he was under considerable pressure. In truth, it wasn't just Pei Jian. Li Heiyu, Gao Qi, and Zhuang Jin were also gritting their teeth and studying hard. With a boy who could master the 1,000-character classic in a single reading, a veritable prodigy, how could the elder brother not feel the weight of expectation? Of course, aside from Pei Jian, the other 3 young masters had unilaterally attached themselves to him as their elder brother. But that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the 4 of them had indeed been spurred into action. At home, they burned the midnight oil, fervently poring over their books. Upon arriving at the academy, the 4 young gentlemen diligently attended their lessons and, during their spare time, eagerly sought knowledge from Master Wu, leaving the scholars of the clan school with expressions akin to encountering a ghost. Could it be that these signs of privilege had genuinely transformed? It seemed utterly implausible. As the instigator, Cui Xian discreetly observed the remarkable transformation of these young gentlemen while feigning ignorance. Admittedly, the notion that one could grasp the intricacies of the 1,000-character classic after a single reading bordered on the absurd. Yet, as a time traveler, particularly one who had previously attained a doctorate in Chinese language and literature, Cui Xian's mind brimmed with an abundance of knowledge that was, by all accounts, exceedingly unreasonable. To eventually present this knowledge in a coherent manner, he resolved to cultivate an image of an extraordinarily gifted genius, beginning with minor inconsistencies and gradually escalating. Society would come to accept this persona, spontaneously justifying his prowess. Cui Xian was a prodigy, capable of all things, and should not be confined by the limitations of ordinary thought. For instance, at present, Pei Jian and the others no longer questioned the legitimacy of Cui Xian mastering the 1,000-character classic after a mere reading, for he was indeed a remarkable prodigy. An unparalleled genius. Silence, no inquiries, understanding sufficed. The sudden diligence of the four young gentlemen in their studies even brought tears of joy to their elders. My son has matured and embraced the importance of education. The families of Gao, Zhuang, and Li had discerned that their son's newfound ambition was entirely due to the influence of young Master Cui Xian. On the day that the school took a break, the ladies of these three families, accompanied by their sons and generous gifts, eagerly visited the Pei residence to express their gratitude to young Master Cui Xian. With the master of the Pei household absent, only the matriarch was present, prompting the three families to send their wives. As the carriage from the Gao family approached the Pei residence, Gao Qi enthusiastically praised Cui Xian to his mother. Mother, you cannot fathom how exceptional young Master Cui Xian is. I envy Pei Jian for being his elder brother. Listening to her son extolling Cui Xian, the lady of the house rolled her eyes and whispered to him, "What good is envy? If you truly admire young Master Cui Xian, why not seize him for yourself?" "What?" Gao Qi was taken aback, quickly shaking his head. No, Pei Jian and I are brothers. I cannot steal his younger brother." At this point, he fell silent. The thought of possessing Cui Xian as a younger brother, who would regard him as the most exceptional elder brother in the world, filled him with a sense of exhilaration that was almost too delightful to contemplate. Regardless, once Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, the 7 heroes, was released, Cui Xian's name would undoubtedly achieve fame throughout Nanyang. The truth of Pei Jian's ineptitude would also become apparent, leading to the loss of young Master Cui Xian. Since the loss was inevitable, Gao Qi considered it preferable to experience the status of an elder brother for a few days before that eventuality. This notion, once conceived, proved impossible to suppress. Observing her son's demeanor soften, the matron of the Qianhu household lowered her voice and remarked, "What brotherhood is this? If Pei Jian truly regarded you as a brother, he ought to relinquish his younger sibling to you. My son, your mother stands with you. Seize Cui Xian's younger brother. Furthermore, let me share this with you. I am well acquainted with both Madame Zhuang and Madame Li. Each is shrewd in her own right. It is quite possible that they are inciting their sons on the way here to snatch away Cui Xian's younger brother." Hao Qi, upon hearing this, grew anxious and retorted, "Indeed, mother, you are absolutely right. Zhuang Jin and Li Hiyu are certainly up to no good. The first time they laid eyes on CND, they were already showing off, attempting to lure Cui Xian's younger brother to their homes. This cannot stand. I must act first. I will devise a way to bring Cui Xian's younger brother to our household." As Hao Qi resolutely made his decision, within the carriages heading towards the Pei residence, Zhuang and Li families were whispering conspiratorially, their expressions furtive. Madame Zhuang encouraged, "Son, your mother supports you. Although the Pei family is of noble standing, if Cui Xian were to voluntarily leave and reside with us, they would be powerless to intervene." Madame Li added, "If Cui Xian's younger brother is truly as remarkable as you say, we must certainly bring him into our family." Zhuang Jin and Li Hiyu's faces fluctuated between uncertainty and determination, and then they resolutely declared, "Let us seize him." Meanwhile, at the Pei residence, on this day when the school was on break, Pei Jian continued his studies diligently in the study, concerned about disturbing him. Cui Xian was reciting his lessons in his own chamber. At that moment, the door to the study creaked open, and it was the matriarch of the Pei family who entered. Pei Jian frowned. "Grandmother, I had requested not to be disturbed while I am engaged in my writing." Ordinarily, the matriarch would have left immediately upon hearing this. However, today, noticing her grandson's obliviousness, she sighed and approached him, lowering her voice. "You must pause, my foolish grandson. If you continue to study so intently, your younger brother may very well be whisked away by others." Pei Jian suddenly raised his head. "What? Who dares to snatch my younger brother? They must be seeking death." The matriarch smirked, her eyes sparkling with insight. "Who else but your 3 so-called brothers? Observe, as soon as the school takes a break, their mothers have all come together to visit us. They even extended a formal invitation, claiming they wish to express their gratitude to Xiangu. Though he is a fine lad, he is still young and a junior. It is quite unusual for elders to personally visit and express thanks. This is illogical, especially considering these 3 ladies are all astute figures of Nanyang. Though I am aging, my vision remains keen. They are likely here for Xiangu. Not only has he inspired you to diligently study, But he has also encouraged your 3 brothers to improve their own studies. Those 3 mothers must be overjoyed and grateful to Xian, and they will go to great lengths to ensure their sons study well in the future, even attempting to take Xian away. Reflect on it. My dear Xian, have your 3 brothers ever secretly plotted to abscond with Xian? Pei Jian pondered deeply and grew indignant. Indeed, they have. Those 3 imbeciles. From the very first moment they laid eyes on my younger brother, harbored ulterior motives. I regarded them as brothers, yet they conspired to usurp my sibling? Such an absurdity. Upon witnessing her grandson's enlightenment, old Madame Pei expressed her satisfaction. Just wait and see. Today those 3 families will undoubtedly present lavish gifts to Xian. Thus, I have also prepared a substantial gift for him. This child, Xian, is truly cherished by me. Upon hearing this, Pei Jian's spirits brightened as he joyfully remarked, Grandmother, you are truly wonderful. I am grateful for your reminder, for otherwise, my little brother might have been taken from me. As the opulent carriages of the Gao, Zhuang, and Li families approached the Pei residence, the 4 so-called plastic brothers secretly plotted how to seize young Cui Xian. Meanwhile, Aunt Lin, having departed from Hushi village, journeyed to the county town to visit her son Cui Yu, who was studying in a private school, as well as her nephew Cui Xian, who served as a book boy at the Pei estate. Unbeknownst to Cui Xian, who found himself at the center of this storm, he harbored hopes that the 4 inept young masters would collaborate harmoniously to expedite the publication of the 7 heroes of Hong Mao and Lan Tu, thereby reaping financial rewards. On this particular day, Aunt Lin first visited her son Cui Yu before making her way to the Pei residence to see her nephew Cui Xian. Upon arriving at the doorstep of the Pei estate, she hesitated, daunted by the imposing entrance. At that moment, 3 luxurious carriages, accompanied by servants and lavish gifts, arrived to pay their respects at the Pei household. Lin concealed herself in a corner, waiting for the distinguished guests to enter before mustering the courage to approach the doorkeeper. Excuse me, may I inquire if you are acquainted with Cui Xian? Initially impatient, the doorkeeper's demeanor transformed dramatically upon hearing her words, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, I know him. And you are? The attendant's attitude shifted to one of warmth. Lin was taken aback, feeling uneasy. I have brought him some items and wish to exchange a few words. Upon hearing this, the attendant became even more cordial. Are you a family member of young Master Cui Xian? In that case, please come inside to meet the old madam. She will surely extend a warm welcome. Lin, flustered, replied, No need. I shall wait here. Please, could you ask Cui Xian to come out for a moment? As a servant in the Pei household, Cui Xian was bound by the strict customs of the gentry, and Lin feared causing him any trouble. Hence, she was apprehensive about entering. The attendant, scratching his head in confusion, cast a puzzled glance at Lin but complied, going inside to find young Master Cui Xian. In truth, Lin was equally bewildered. She had come to visit her nephew, so why would she need to meet the old madam of the Pei family? In the main hall of the Pei residence, the ladies of the Gao, Li, and Zhuang families, accompanied by their sons, awaited eagerly. Their servants, laden with gifts, filled the entire hall. Old Madame Pei and her grandson Pei Jian bore expressions of grave concern, fully aware that these 3 families had invested significantly in their scheme to claim Xian. The audacity was truly astonishing. When Cui Xian was summoned by the steward, he felt a twinge of confusion. However, as he stepped outside to behold the astonishing spectacle, he was immediately taken aback. In the grand hall, the lady's eyes sparkled upon seeing Cui Xian. The April sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Azaleas, crabapples, and peonies vied for attention in full bloom. The handsome young lad walking in from the corridor, with his fair complexion, striking features, and upright posture, exuded an extraordinary charm, akin to a graceful gentleman, more captivating than the flowers themselves. It was truly a breathtaking sight. The ladies, having gathered to vie for Cui Xian's attention, were now utterly captivated by his appearance, which was a rare delight. Thus, under the gaze of the assembled crowd, Madame Gao, the wife of 1,000 households, stood up and embraced the newly arrived Cui Xian, exclaiming, You must be Cui Xian, indeed a remarkable young man. I am Gao Qi's mother. You may call me Aunt Gao. In recent days, Gao Qi has been diligently studying, and it is entirely thanks to your influence. I have come bearing gifts to express my gratitude. Cui Xian, taken aback by the fragrant embrace of the unfamiliar lady, struggled to rise. His face flushed as he replied, Aunt Gao. Gao Qi is exceptionally talented and diligent. His progress is his own doing and has little to do with me. Oh my, this child is not only handsome but also has a sweet tongue, Madame Gao thought, her heart melting, further cementing her determination to bring Cui Xian home. However, unexpectedly, beside her, Madame Zhuang suddenly pushed Madame Gao aside and eagerly took Cui Xian's hand. Smiling warmly, "Good child, I am your Aunt Zhuang, Zhuang Jin's mother. Let me have a good look at you. My, how handsome you are." As she spoke, Madame Zhuang playfully touched Cui Xian's charming face, causing him to blush. "Aunt, there are distinctions between men and women." Madame Zhuang laughed heartily at his words. Seizing the moment, Madame Li swiftly claimed Cui Xian, warmly saying, "I am He Yu's mother. You may call me Aunt Li. Today, I have brought you many delightful gifts." At that moment, a dozen servants from the Li family approached, carrying exquisite gift boxes before Cui Xian. "Look at this fine paperweight carved from blue bricks, this mortise antenna pen holder, this Luban ruler, this ceramic inkstone, and this fragrant camphorwood pen rest. Do you like them?" Madame Li introduced each item, adding, "If you find nothing to your liking, do come home with me, and you may choose freely." Cui Xian gasped in astonishment at the treasures before him. Madame Zhuang scoffed, refusing to concede. "Cui Xian, just wait until you see what Aunt Zhuang has brought for you." A dozen servants from the Zhuang family then presented their gifts, showcasing a lacquered box adorned with gilded designs, a cloisonne 9-link chain, a tortoiseshell-framed abacus, a Zhuang woolen top table, a rhino horn cricket jar, a silver longevity lock, and a Yukiln celadone pillow. "Should you come to my home, I have even better treasures to bestow upon you." Cui Xian's eyes widened in wonder. Not to be outdone, Madame Gao interjected, "Cui Xian, and Gao has also brought you gifts." Consequently, a dozen servants from the Gao family squeezed past those from the Zhuang and Li families, presenting their offerings to Cui Xian. The birchwood bough with a horn tip, the bamboo shield adorned with cowhide, the copper tiger talisman, the wooden encased iron training spear, and a young stallion with a lustrous coat. "Today, you shall accompany your aunt to her home and learn archery with Gao Qi." Cui Xian felt overwhelmed by the opulence. It turned out that the true extravagance did not stem from his elder brother, but rather from his brother's mother. However, Cui Xian dared not accept these gifts. He keenly sensed that the atmosphere in the main hall was somewhat off. The three aunts were subtly competing with one another. Li Heyu, Zhuang Jin, and Gao Qi all gazed intently at him, their eyes shining with eagerness. His elder brother, Pei Jian, wore an expression of utmost discomfort. As the three ladies revealed their intentions, old Madame Pei could no longer remain seated. With a commanding tone befitting the head of the family, she declared, "Xian, since your three aunts have presented you with gifts, you should graciously accept them. However, you must continue residing in the Pei residence and refrain from burdening the three aunts." She continued, "There is something I have yet to discuss with you. You are such a clever child, and I am rather fond of you. Therefore, in due course, I intend to consult with your elders about sending you to the Pei Clan Academy to study alongside Jian. I have also prepared a special gift for you." With that, a dozen of the Pei family's servants emerged, proudly presenting the gifts, their demeanor subtly suggesting a competitive spirit against the servants of the other three families. They had heard that the three ladies were vying for Cui Xian's attention, and that simply could not be allowed. "Xian, this is a handwritten copy of the Mingtong Sun. This is a bamboo brush with rabbit hair, a coarse porcelain ink wash, a pine soot ink stick, a Sioux County Gold Star inkstone, and a brass book holder." Old Madame Pei elaborated on each gift, adding, "In the future, as you accompany Jian to the academy, remember to support each other and progress together." The moment these gifts were unveiled, they left the other three families in awe. Truly, the prestige of a scholar's family. Pei Jian cast a smug glance at his three companions, then turned to Cui Xian, saying, "You must accept what grandmother has given you. Do not refuse. After all, I am your elder brother." The three ladies wore expressions of deep discontent. Li Heyu, Gao Qi, and Zhuang Jin looked anxiously toward Cui Xian, their faces filled with urgency. Their intentions were clear. "Xian, choose me. I am the one who treasures you most. Stay with me, and I shall treat you well for life." Under the intense scrutiny of so many eager gazes, Cui Xian felt an immense pressure. What should he do, being so popular? Ignoring the fervent stares of the aunts, he bowed to old Madame Pei, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, old madam, for your kindness." This signified his intention to remain in the Pei residence. Old Madame Pei nodded with a smile, casting a discreet glance at the three ladies, who were visibly distressed. Thinking to herself, "You think you can outmaneuver me for a young lad? You are still too inexperienced." Pei Jian chuckled at the sight. while the other three young masters seethed with jealousy. How infuriating! Why was he so smug? They were all wayward youths. Why was it that only he could be the elder brother to Cui Xian? Gao Qi was the first to shout, "Xian, you clearly like the gift my mother gave you. However, due to your temporary residence in the Pei household, feeling somewhat constrained, it may be better for you to accompany me back to my home for a few days before we reach a decision. Brother Xian, you must have your reasons for choosing Pei Jian. In truth, the person you wish to be closest to is undoubtedly me." Upon hearing this, Cui Xian secretly felt alarmed. It seemed an altercation was imminent. "Brother Xian has indeed made progress," Gao Qi exclaimed, to which Mrs. Gao quickly chimed in. "Indeed, my son and I hold Brother Xian in high regard, which is why we are contemplating inviting him to stay with us." The old matriarch presented herself as if she were detaining Brother Xian within their household. Zhuang Jin, with a hint of sarcasm, added, "Yes, yes. How could Brother Xian not have the freedom to move about while residing in the Pei household?" Finally, Li Hei delivered a sharp remark. "Oh, my poor Brother Xian. You might as well return home with your aunt. Wherever you wish to go, your aunt will have Hei accompany you." The old lady of the Pei family could no longer contain her anger, retorting, "Nonsense. When have I ever restricted Brother Xian's freedom? It is clearly you few who harbor ill intentions. How can one be ill-intentioned for caring for Brother Xian?" They countered. The previously strong position of the old matriarch crumbled, and soon the four women were embroiled in a fierce dispute. Cui Xian could only think, this has truly escalated. Meanwhile, disregarding Pei Jian's uncomfortable expression, Zhuang Jin rebuffed Gao Qi. "Gao Qi, you are utterly shameless. Brother Xian clearly favors the gifts from my family, right? Brother Xian?" Li He launched a broadside attack. "Are you all coercing Brother Xian? Regardless of his choice, I will support him as his steadfast elder brother." Pei Jian and the others exchanged bewildered glances. "Ah, you Li Hui, always appearing so serious but truly insidious." Consequently, the four young gentlemen found themselves blushing, arguing over who Brother Xian most wishes to recognize as an elder brother. Cui Xian was utterly perplexed. "Wait, how did you all end up fighting?" The living room descended into chaos. Servants from the Pei, Gao, Li, and Zhuang families stood gaping, astonished. These esteemed ladies and young masters were sought after by countless individuals in Nanyang City, yet here they were, quarreling over a mere young scholar. Good heavens! Dozens of household servants stared in disbelief at the uproar surrounding Cui Xian, pondering what extraordinary qualities he possessed that could captivate so many. At the center of the storm, Cui Xian felt equally confounded. This was not how he envisioned things unfolding. Hadn't the four prominent families promised to express their gratitude? Why had it suddenly escalated into a brawl? Observing the tumultuous scene before him, Cui Xian longed to shout, "Please, stop fighting." Just then, a servant who had been conveying messages for the Lin family dashed into the main hall. Upon witnessing the chaos, his jaw dropped in astonishment, both stunned and envious. He then raised his voice. "I report to the esteemed matriarch, Brother Cui Xian's family has arrived, wishing to speak with him regarding a few matters." "Family members have come?" Cui Xian's eyes brightened at the news. With a respectful bow to the quarrelsome crowd, he swiftly made his exit, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, please continue with your business. I have a family member visiting, and I shall return shortly." He truly dared not linger in such a tense atmosphere. Once Cui Xian departed, the hall fell into a serene silence. The matriarch, Lady Pei, was the first to regain her composure, urging Pei Jian, "Come, let us greet Xian's family." The others quickly awakened to the situation. How cunning of Lady Pei to seek to win over Xian's relatives. After all, Xian was still quite young. If they managed to endear themselves to his family, they could secure his presence in the Pei household for good. Consequently, the other three ladies grew anxious and, accompanied by their sons, rushed toward the exit in a fervent scramble. No, they must reclaim Xian today. Outside the Pei residence, Lin was anxiously awaiting. "Aunt," she called as Cui Xian emerged, jogging. With a sigh of relief, she embraced him tightly, inquiring, "Xian, my dear boy, how have you fared at the Pei household? Have you been mistreated?" Upon receiving an affirmative response, Lin finally felt at ease. She presented him with clean clothes, some treats, and 50 coins. Cui Xian, however, refused the money, saying, "I do not need it. And please take the money back." "Do not decline, accept it," Lin insisted. "Your father and uncle are studying. Your mother is heavy with child, and your grandmother struggles to move. Only I can come to visit you. Focus on your work at the Pei household and take care of yourself. Do not worry about home. Enjoy your break and rest well. There is no need to trouble yourself by returning home. Wait until the summer harvest in June when your mother is due to give birth." The household will be too busy for you to return then. I have conveyed the same to your brother. The truth is, old Madame Cui did not wish for her grandson to know about the matter of confining his father to the cattle shed. Thus, she preferred to keep her grandsons away from home for the time being. Yet, it was only April, and the summer harvest was still 2 months away. Cui Xian found this peculiar and was about to inquire further when he suddenly noticed Lin's eyes widen in alarm as she exclaimed, "Mother!" Following her gaze, he turned to see old Madame Pei, the other 3 aunts, and 4 young masters, accompanied by a throng of servants, approaching with great pomp. Cui Xian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Old Madame Pei eagerly greeted Lin. "So you are Xian's family? I am the matriarch of the Pei household." Dressed in splendid attire, she exuded a robust presence. Lin was momentarily taken aback but quickly responded, "Yes, I am Xian's aunt. It is a pleasure to meet you, madam." The Pei household boasted 2 scholars among its ranks. This old matriarch's husband and son were both esteemed scholars, holding a position of great honor. Yet, why would such a distinguished lady wish to converse with a mere countrywoman? Lin was bewildered. Even more astonishing was the warm demeanor of old Madame Pei, who clearly wished to continue their conversation. Suddenly, a similarly adorned lady interjected, pushing old Madame Pei aside with an overly amiable attitude. "Ah, you must be Xian's aunt. Greetings. I am the wife of the esteemed Gao Qianhu of Nanyang Wei, madam of the esteemed Qianhu family." Lin drew in a sharp breath. Even when encountering ordinary soldiers on the streets, she would politely address them as military sir. Before she could respond, another lady pushed past her. "Aunt of Xian, I am Madame Zhuang of the Yuan Baizhai family." My heavens! Yuan Baizhai? Is that not the enterprise of the wealthiest in Nanyang? Lin was utterly bewildered. What further confounded her was when a third lady eagerly greeted her. "Aunt of Xian, I am the wife of the esteemed craftsman Li." Craftsman Li. Though titled craftsman, he was the leader among artisans, the president of the Nanyang Guild. Even the county and government offices of Nanyang were constructed by his family. In all of Nanyang, who had not heard of the illustrious name of Craftsman Li? Each of these 4 ladies possessed a noble status. Yet, why did they come specifically to greet her with such fervor? Lin was at a loss. As a humble village woman, she found herself overwhelmed in the presence of so many dignitaries. "Greetings to you all. I merely came to visit Xian. If I have caused any disturbance, please do not take offense. I shall take my leave now." With that, Lin patted Cui Xian's shoulder in farewell and hurriedly departed. Even after she left, she felt the warm gazes of those noble ladies following her from afar. It was quite terrifying. She could not fathom the reason behind this peculiar encounter. In truth, the 4 ladies felt disappointed. They had intended to cultivate a relationship with Xian's family, but Lin's hasty departure left them no opportunity to extend their greetings. Upon returning home, Lin recounted the incident to Chen and the elderly Cui matriarch. Both listened in bewilderment, equally perplexed. Nonetheless, it was a relief to know that Xian had not been wronged in the Pei household. Lin pondered deeply and suddenly whispered, "Mother, sister-in-law, do you think it's because Xian has become successful that those noble ladies are eager to greet me?" Upon uttering these words, she chuckled to herself. Chen and the elderly matriarch joined her in laughter. How could that be? Thus, the contest for Xian culminated in Pei Jian's triumph, leading the 3 ladies to return home in indignation with their respective sons. Pei Jian instructed his servants to carry all the gifts sent by the 3 families into Cui Xian's bedroom. "When you take your leave in a few days, bring these gifts back," he mischievously advised. "From now on, when those 3 send you gifts, accept them. However, you must not agree to become their underling. Nor should you visit their homes, understood? Your possessiveness is rather strong." Cui Xian nodded helplessly, yet was concerned that this incident might sow discord among the 4 young scions. How could they unite to publish the legend of Hong Mao and Lan Tu? Pei Jian seemed oblivious to the severity of the situation. After some contemplation, he added, "Grandmother wishes to send you to the clan school for your education, but I think we should not rush into that just yet. Once my father replies, and once Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, the 7 Heroes is published, your fame will soar, and it will not be too late to enter the clan school. During this time, I shall gradually impart to you the enlightening texts such as the Jade Collection of Youth, the Dragon's Literary Whip Shadow, the Awakening of Phonetics, and the expanded collection of wise sayings." Young Master Pei is indeed paving the way for his younger brother. Cui Xian nodded in agreement, stating, "I will heed your advice, elder brother." That very evening, Pei Jian received a reply from the Kaifeng prefecture. Upon reading the letter, he was incensed, berating his own father for lacking vision and lamenting that his education had seemingly gone to waste. Fortunately, the letter mentioned that his grandfather would return from his retreat next month. Pei Jian thought to himself, then I shall wait a little longer. Coincidentally, Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, the 7 heroes, would also be published around that time, and he planned for his younger brother to be taught by their grandfather, thereby strengthening their familial bond. Those 3 inept rivals would hardly stand a chance against him in claiming his younger brother's affection. The following day, Pei Jian accompanied Cui Xian to the school, where they fortuitously encountered Li Heiyu, Zhuang Jin, and Gao Qi. The 4 former close friends exchanged knowing glances, rolled their eyes, and huffed in unison, refusing to acknowledge one another. Yet, they instinctively gathered around Cui Xian. Gao Qi produced 2 steaming meat buns, offering them with enthusiasm. Xian brother, have you had breakfast yet? These buns are especially fragrant. I rose early to buy them for you. Zhuang Jin took the heavy book box from Cui Xian's back, saying, Xian brother, this box is quite heavy. Let the young master carry it himself. Li Heiyu handed Cui Xian a copy of the expanded collection of wise sayings, asking, Xian brother, will you come to my home tonight? I shall teach you to read this book. Cui Xian accepted the buns from Gao Qi, while Zhuang Jin took the book box and forcefully tossed it back to Pei Jian. He then carefully stowed away the wise sayings, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Pei Jian, with a smug smile, proclaimed, Xian brother has already had breakfast. Our family chef has simmered a delightful lean meat porridge overnight. That book box is not mine. It is a gift for Xian brother, filled with enlightening texts, including the expanded collection of wise sayings. How infuriating. It is only because Xian brother resides in the Pei residence that I can enjoy such proximity. The 3 young masters seethed with jealousy. The 4 of them, fawning over a mere book boy, left passing students astounded and bewildered. Was this truly reasonable? Who, after all, was the young master, and who was the book boy? Moreover, these 4 notorious rascals were infamous for their bad tempers and unapproachable demeanor. What charm did the book boy possess to draw such attention from them? It was utterly astonishing. The servants and other book boys in the school regarded Cui Xian with admiration and respect. For a book boy to achieve such status, he had become a true paragon for our kind. Thus, the once inconspicuous book boy, Cui Xian, gained renown in the clan school in such a peculiar manner. In the study, Master Wu observed from a distance the 4 ruffians lavishing attention on a book boy, perplexed. However, he soon returned his gaze to the calligraphy in his hands, finding himself increasingly enamored and astonished. These past few days, whenever he had a moment, he would admire the piece filled with the inscription "Decay cannot be carved." What vexed him greatly was the fact that the owner of the calligraphy manual had seemingly vanished into thin air, never to return. Who could this person possibly be? From a distance, Cui Xian observed the anxious Wu master in the ear room, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As the day as classes concluded, Pei Jian cast a sidelong glance at his 3 troublesome friends and stated in a gruff tone, Let us proceed to my home to compose our writings. Despite the conflicts that had arisen, the writing must continue, for they had made a promise to Xian. However, Zhuang Jin suggested, Let us write in the academy henceforth. We should find an empty study. Li Heiyu and Gao Qi expressed their agreement. Pei Jian ground his teeth, ultimately conceding with a scowl. He was not oblivious to the schemes of these 3. They were merely attempting to lure Xian away. As it seemed, the 4 were about to bicker once more. Cui Xian, the object of their contention, withdrew his neck slightly. When would this farce come to an end? The 5 entered an unoccupied study in silence. They made no sound, while in the adjacent study, a group of students, blissfully unaware, were engaged in jovial conversation. The subject of their light-hearted banter was none other than Pei Jian and his companions. That scoundrel Pei Jian, who had squandered his education and shown disrespect to his masters, had recently taken a turn for the better, claiming he wished to write. How laughable! What could such a fool possibly compose? Even more amusing was the book boy beside Pei Jian, who, like a simpleton, incessantly boasted that Pei Jian was a prodigy. Then there were Li Heiyu, Gao Qi, and Zhuang Jin, 3 scions of debauchery, who had also taken to this madness. I, for one, do not believe these imbeciles could ever write. They chatted freely, laughing uproariously, utterly oblivious to the sudden change in countenance of the 5 seated next door. The 4 scions wore tense expressions, while Cui Xian was rendered speechless. He had hoped to maintain the facade of adoring the 4 literary geniuses. Now, however, their charade had been laid bare. How could the performance continue? The ruse of the exemplary elder brother had been shattered before their eyes. Pei Jian was bound to be on the verge of collapse, perhaps succumbing to despair and reverting to his previous foolishness, abandoning the thought of writing the 7 heroes of Hongmao and Lantu. What a predicament! Fortunately, Pei Jian was not so fragile. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and turned to Zhuang Jin and the others, adopting a jesting tone. These individuals are merely envious of my prodigious talent, which is why they slander me. Am I right? Under normal circumstances, the three friends would have rallied to support him. However, they were embroiled in their own discord. Thus, Li Hiyu remained silent, Zhuang Jin averted Pei Jian's pleading gaze, and Gao Qi, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly declared, "Enough. I can no longer pretend. All this talk of jealousy and extraordinary talent, of the four literary talents of Nanyang, it is all a sham. We might as well admit it. We four are nothing but the laughingstocks, the unlearned fools, mere blocks of wood. I apologize, Xian Di. We have been deceiving you all along." The atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Seeing this, Cui Xian could only muster the courage to feign a dazed expression as he looked at Pei Jian. Elder brother? Pei Jian's heart seized with a violent spasm. He dared not respond to his younger brother's inquiry, his mind engulfed in a tumult of sorrow, panic, and inexplicable anger. He cast a fierce glare at Gao Qi, then abruptly rose to his feet, disregarding Cui Xian, and furiously kicked open the door to the adjacent study. Which scoundrel dares to slander me behind my back? Are you tired of living? Yes, I am a wastrel, a useless fool, so what? Who are you to speak ill of me? This Pei Clan Academy is established by my family. If you are dissatisfied, then be gone. The study fell silent. The students who had just moments ago mocked him suddenly resembled chickens caught by the throat, their laughter extinguished, their expressions awkward. After a brief standoff, Pei Jian turned on his heel and dashed away from the classroom. Perhaps the wind was too strong, or perhaps sand had found its way into his eyes. As he ran, tears streamed down his face. He, a feckless elder brother, was on the verge of losing his little brother, the finest companion in the world. Sobbing all the way home from the academy, Pei Jian locked himself in his room. No matter who knocked, he refused to open the door. Fortunately, the young master's quarters were well stocked with tea and pastries, sparing him from hunger. Meanwhile, Gao Qi, Zhuang Jin, and Li Hiyu shared a similar despondency. They abandoned their studies, no longer burning the midnight oil or poring over books, and instead lay languidly at home, taciturn and worn down. This alarming change unsettled the elders of their families. What on earth has transpired? They wondered. Just days prior, the boys had been fervently engrossed in their studies. In the Li household, craftsman Li and his wife were at a loss. Suddenly, the steward reported, "Sir, Madam, a young lad named Cui Xian requests an audience, claiming to be a friend of our young master." Cui Xian has come. The couple's eyes brightened. Quickly let him in. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Pei Jian's servants, maids, and even the elderly matriarch knocked on his door, as did Gao Qi, who came to sincerely apologize for his impulsive actions that had exposed Pei Jian's so-called excellence. Within the confines of his bedroom, Pei Jian lay silently, turning over without uttering a word. He did not blame Gao Qi. What right did he have to blame others? The fault lay solely with himself for being a useless fool, for pretending to be a prodigy before his younger brother. No, he no longer had a younger brother. In these 3 days, many had come to knock. Yet Cui Xian was notably absent. Since that day in the classroom, when Pei Jian was ridiculed as a fool by his peers, Cui Xian seemed to have vanished into thin air. He had likely departed, perhaps wandering the streets in search of the next exemplary elder brother. I treated you so well. Yet you left without a word. Pei Jian, feeling agitated, wrapped himself in his blanket and furiously thought, "Go on, leave. If you do not return. If you ignore me, I shall ignore you. I shall never acknowledge you again." At that moment, elder brother. Hey, Pei Jian rolled out of bed. After a moment, he regained his composure, his expression a mix of embarrassment and anger. Outside, Cui Xian called out, "Open the door, come out." There was a brief silence within the room. And then, under the astonished gaze of the maidservants and young attendants, the door that had been shut for 3 days finally creaked open. Pei Jian appeared haggard. Having not seen the sunlight for 3 days, he instinctively squinted as the door swung open. Once his eyes adjusted to the sight of the crowd outside, he was taken aback. The maidservants and attendants of the Pei family, old Mrs. Pei, as well as the elders from the Gao, Zhuang, and Li families, including his 3 mischievous friends, were all present. Cui Xian sat on the steps at the entrance, seemingly cradling something in his hands. It was reminiscent of their first encounter on the street days prior. Pei Jian stood frozen, inexplicably sensing Cui Xian's intent, though uncertainty lingered. He nervously seated himself beside Cui Xian on the steps. Cui Xian subtly concealed the object he was holding. This seemingly trivial gesture brought tears to Pei Jian's eyes. for it mirrored the moment when Cui Xian had first recognized him as an elder brother. Wiping away a tear, Cui Xian mimicked his earlier tone, his voice trembling. This young master has plenty of money. Why would I covet your trifles? Show me what it is. Cui Xian extended his hand, saying, Behold, for Mo Ho Luo. Cui Xian cast a glance, expecting to see nothing but air once more. However, as Cui Xian presented the item, Cui Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. He scrutinized it several times, his expression brimming with excitement. Li Heyu, Gao Qi, and Zhuang Jin also gaped in astonishment. Under the bewildered stares of the other onlookers in the courtyard, the four young masters gathered around. Cui Xian pointed at the object in Cui Xian's palm, stammering, Is it? Yes, indeed. Absolutely, it's magnificent. The heroic cat Hongmao. To his delight, when Cui Xian opened his hand, there lay a finely crafted Mo Ho Luo. It depicted a valiant red cat, exuding an aura of heroism. Its gaze resolute. Clad in a white, front-fastening tank suit, it wielded a long sword, striking a beautiful sword flower. It appeared incredibly lifelike, shimmering dazzlingly in the sunlight. Oh my! The breathtaking and shocking presence of a character from a story suddenly materializing in reality was enough to send shivers down one's spine. For the past 3 days, Cui Xian had been absent, having sought the help of a craftsman namely to create the heroic cat Hongmao Mo Ho Luo. Looking at the excited Cui Xian, Cui Xian remarked, The other day at the market, I said you broke my Mo Ho Luo, and you owed me 10 taels of silver, hence I recognized you as my elder brother. However, I later realized that you are not as remarkable, nor a prodigy. Upon hearing this, Cui Xian's face paled. Yet, Cui Xian smiled as he handed over the heroic cat Mo Ho Luo, his gaze sincere, but that's all right. An elder brother, even if not so exceptional, is still an elder brother. The 10 taels of silver bestowed by my elder brother are indeed genuine. And the Mo Ho Luo presented by me, the younger brother, must also hold the same authenticity. Therefore, dear brother, please accept it. I apologize for the delay in delivering the Mo Ho Luo that I owed you until today. Upon hearing these words, Cui Xian could no longer restrain his tears and burst into a heartfelt cry. Trembling, he accepted the Mo Ho Luo and lamented, No, do not utter apologies to me. It is I who should be apologizing to you, for I have deceived you. My grandfather and father were esteemed scholars, yet I have been a mere withered branch, devoid of talent, neglecting my studies and disappointing my family while inviting ridicule from others. I have never been praised or admired by anyone as I have been by you. You are the first. Hence, I cannot help but wish to be the most exemplary elder brother in your eyes. Cui Xian wept uncontrollably, prompting the other 3 young masters to shed tears as well, for they felt the same pangs of emotion. Indeed, CND. You cannot fathom the joy we felt when you praised us as the 4 talents of Nanyang. Alas, throughout our lives, we have only encountered mockery and derision. In the courtyard, the elders of the 4 families gazed at the tearful youths, rendered speechless. This was the first occasion they truly grasped their children's innermost thoughts. It turned out that beneath the facade of the carefree rogue, there lay a vulnerable heart. After listening to the lamentations of the 4 young masters, Cui Xian smiled and turned to Li Heyu, Gao Qi, and Zhuang Jin. Do you remember what I just told my elder brother? What? I said I possess 4 Mo Ho Luo. As Cui Xian spoke, he retrieved 3 identical rainbow cat Mo Ho Luo from his bosom under the astonished gazes of the 3 young masters and presented one to each of them. Their faces flushed with excitement as they stammered, Do we really have one too? Of course. You are friends of my elder brother and my friends as well. Cui Xian replied with a smile. Though I now realize you may not be as exceptional as I once thought, who among us is born a genius? Life inevitably presents dark and helpless moments, just as the rainbow cat, who endured trials and tribulations to vanquish evil and rescue the world. We too shall embody the spirit of the rainbow cat. Those who mock us are akin to the evil sect. Would you willingly allow malevolent forces to triumph over you? At this juncture, Cui Xian raised his fist, his face radiant with joy. I know none of you would accept that, and neither would I. So, though we may not be so extraordinary at present and find ourselves in a lowly state, let us, the brave and undaunted young heroes, declare war against evil forces and fate. Regardless of our past, from this day forth, we shall no longer be worthless. These words ignited a fervor within them. The 4 young masters, gazing at the vividly crafted rainbow cat in their hands, were moved to tears of joy and extended their fists in solidarity. Indeed, we shall not concede defeat like the rainbow cat. Let us rise and no longer be worthless. Skin D. Though I may not be the most exceptional elder brother in the world, you are undoubtedly the most remarkable younger brother." 5 young boys collided with each other, laughing and crying in unison. Their features were so tender, reflecting the vibrant essence of youth as they grew and flourished. A group of adults watched with teary eyes, their faces radiating joy. What wonderful children they were. The 4 young masters reconciled, picking up their pens once more to collaboratively compose the legend of Hong Mao and Lan Tuesday. This time, Pei Jian laid aside his pretense. He cast a sheepish glance at Cui Xian and admitted, "Xian, it is my inadequacy that has led to this muddled writing of your brilliant story." In all honesty, Pei Jian yearned to write well. However, his abilities fell short. The other 3 young masters shared similar expressions of regret, gazing at their dismal compositions. Li Heyu sighed and tentatively suggested, "Shall we perhaps enlist a scholar to ghostwrite for Xian?" They feared that their poor writing would squander a splendid narrative. No. Cui Xian immediately rejected the idea, stating earnestly, "Have we not promised to emulate Hong Mao, to be unyielding and not to be seen as worthless? How could we seek help from another and expect the scholars to regard us with respect?" Indeed, the 4 of them were harboring a deep-seated determination. They had been scorned as inept young masters. But just wait until they completed the legend of Hong Mao and Lan Tu. The astonishment and admiration they would evoke would leave others in awe. The very thought of it ignited a fervor within them, fueling their resolve. Yet, in addition to determination, they desired a dose of excitement. The 4 young masters exchanged furtive glances. Then, Pei Jian retrieved a copy of The Shadow of the Dragon's Whip from his bookcase and said to Cui Xian, "Xian, let me read this book to you. Later, when we write our script, you must memorize it in your chamber. We will check your progress afterward." "Certainly, big brother," Cui Xian replied, following Pei Jian as he read aloud. The 4 young masters thought to themselves that although Xian was a prodigy and would grasp the material after a single reading, memorization was a far more formidable challenge. The Shadow of the Dragon's Whip contained over 4,000 characters, drawn from the 24 histories, zhuangzi, and various myths and legends, encompassing more than 2,000 allusions. It was the most challenging among the foundational texts. When Pei Jian and the others had first encountered it, they had been thoroughly overwhelmed, brought to tears by its demands. It had taken them several months to transition from reading to reciting. They could only wonder how long it would take Xian, but surely not several months. The 4 young masters were eager to gauge the disparity between themselves and the genius, hoping it would spur their ambition. However, they could never have anticipated how stimulating it would turn out to be. As the afternoon waned, Cui Xian pushed open the study door and re-entered. Pei Jian, engrossed in crafting phrases and sentences for their narrative, did not look up as he asked, "Xian, is it time for dinner already? This afternoon has passed so quickly." Cui Xian blinked, replying, "It is not yet time for dinner. I have already memorized The Shadow of the Dragon's Whip." A silence fell over the room. After a long pause, Zhuang Jin stuttered, "Did you truly memorize it?" Cui Xian shrugged, "Of course. Once you can read it, isn't memorization simply the next step? Aren't you all like this?" For individuals, we truly are not like that. As silence enveloped the group, Cui Xian began reciting on his own. Roughly 4 characters, imparting wisdom to the young. The scriptures require time, and knowledge of history is essential. Reverence for great filial piety, loyalty of the martial hero. Yao's eyebrows adorned with 8 colors, Shun's eyes possessed profound depth. His articulation was clear, with a rhythmic cadence, reciting flawlessly. The 4 listened in silence until the end. Pei Jian took a deep breath. "Tonight, I shall forego sleep. I will study by candlelight." Zhuang Jin's face turned pale. "This is too bizarre, far too bizarre." Li Heyu murmured in a daze. "In this world, there exists a prodigy like Xian." Gao Qi plopped down onto the ground, stimulating, exceedingly stimulating. Observing the 4 young masters questioning their existence, a wicked smile crept onto Cui Xian's lips. "Practice makes perfect. Let us roll up our sleeves, little novices." With such an extraordinary prodigy as their junior, the 4 older brothers were genuinely motivated. They returned to the academy, ignoring the whispers of their peers, and devoted themselves to studying and writing with renewed fervor. Half a month swiftly passed. After tireless efforts, they finally completed the first half of the adventures of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. Aware of their own abilities, Pei Jian, accompanied by his 3 mischievous friends, sought out Master Wu. "We have pinned half of a narrative, and we kindly request your guidance and refinement." During this period, they were earnest in their studies. Occasionally, when Wu Qinglan passed by the study quarters, she would see the 4 young masters bustling about, eating while writing. Consequently, Master Wu's demeanor was unusually warm as he accepted the manuscript for the first half of the adventures of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. Pei Jian and the others observed nervously as he examined the manuscript. Upon seeing the atrocious handwriting, Master Wu's brow furrowed deeply. Suppressing his irritation, he began to read. Initially, he thought disdainfully, what drivel is this? The demonic army looms overhead, yet it is described so poorly. However, as he continued reading, Wu Qinlan became increasingly engrossed. There is something here. Setting aside the clumsy prose, the narrative was indeed full of twists and turns, grand and magnificent, utterly captivating. With palpable emotion. As the saying goes, a scholar should be treated with renewed respect after a 3-day separation. The 4 dandy youths, who had once troubled him endlessly, had surprisingly crafted such an astonishing narrative. Master Wu, hardly able to contain his praise, eagerly flipped through the manuscript, his expression one of rapture and excitement. When he reached the final page, he paused, urgently looking at Pei Jian and the others. What happens next? What follows in the story? Pei Jian suppressed a laugh and replied, It has yet to be written. Not yet written. How can it not be written yet? Do you understand the anguish of having a narrative abruptly cut off? Master Wu exclaimed in anger. Then why are you standing here? Hurry and write. I will help you polish this half of the manuscript. Pei Jian and the others exchanged glances, delightfully triumphant in their expressions. For Master Wu had demonstrated through his actions that they had indeed succeeded in writing this half of the narrative. The sensation was exhilarating. Yet, unable to see the conclusion, Wu Qinlan was left anxiously yearning for more. Unbeknownst to Wu Qinlan, while he was engrossed in the narrative of the storybook, Cui Xian, who had been quietly hiding for over half a month, stealthily returned to the study. His prolonged absence had rendered the servants of the study lax in their vigilance. Standing before the desk, Cui Xian meticulously ground the ink. This time, he resolved to unleash his full potential, formally writing with his right hand. The legend of Hong Mao and Lan Hu was on the verge of publication, and with the assistance of Pei Jian and others, Cui Xian's name would soon resonate throughout the entire Nanyang County. However, writing stories was ultimately a trivial pursuit. It was time to deliver a modest shock to his carefully selected first audience friend. After such a long build-up, the moment had arrived for the genius prodigy to make a grand entrance. In the schoolhouse, the sounds of scholarly pursuit filled the air, unnoticed in the secluded study. With focused brows and eyes, Cui Xian grasped the brush, silently recalling the countless times he had painstakingly copied the calligraphy of the sage of letters in his previous life, a surge of ambition swelling within him. As the saying goes, the scholar's spirit, bold and unrestrained, having been reborn in ancient times, he was once again in the prime of youth. Naturally, he should pen fervent words, striving for a brilliant future for himself and the Cui family. In the tale, the young hero Hong Mao raised the long rainbow sword. Outside the story, Cui Xian dipped his brush into the inkstone, saturating it with ink. The sword emerged, piercing the long rainbow. The brush fell, stirring up a tempest. Cui Xian vowed to ascend to the heavens, aspiring to become a noble among 10,000 households. In the realm of Confucian scholarship, the teacher exclaimed in astonishment at the extraordinary talent. Part 2. Pei Jian, brimming with pride, proclaimed, Brothers, let us return home and continue our work. Observing Wu Qinlan's reaction, Pei Jian could hardly contain his delight, his metaphorical tail likely wagging sky-high. The other 3 young scions wore similarly smug expressions. Only Wu Qinlan, clutching the first half of the storybook, anxiously urged, Make sure to write diligently when you return home. Hurry and finish it. And bring it to me at the earliest opportunity. Cough, assist me in perfecting it. Do you hear? Pei Jian did not respond immediately. Zhuang Jin, standing nearby, interjected, Let's discuss this later, as our studies keep us quite busy. Wu Qinlan was so incensed that he nearly spat blood. Raising the manuscript in his hand, as if to strike Zhuang Jin, the latter deftly dodged like a slippery eel, sticking out his tongue in a playful manner. Old man, now you know how remarkable the young masters truly are. The thrill of astonishing the teacher was simply delightful. Wu Qinlan's face flushed at the remark. He was indeed captivated by the legend of Hong Mao and Lan Hu. The 4 young scions, seeing his reaction, laughed and left, their arms draped over one another's shoulders. After taking only a few steps, Pei Jian remarked in confusion, Hey, where's Xian? I'm here, Cui Xian replied from a distance, jogging over with a smile. As he watched the 4 young scions depart, Wu Qinlan remained lost in the enchanting story of the young hero Hong Mao. The more he reflected on it, the more he found it exquisite. Unable to resist, he continued to peruse the half-completed manuscript, heading toward the study. On his way, Wu Qinlan and Cui Xian happened to pass each other. Cui Xian greeted, Greetings, teacher. This child seems to be Pei Jian's attendant, he thought. Wu Qinglan offered a polite nod, yet he was evidently still immersed in the narrative, rendering him somewhat distracted. In his peripheral vision, he noticed Cui Xian and Pei Jian joining a group of 4, their expressions brimming with triumph as they sauntered outside, their conversation faintly audible. Xian, you have no idea. Just moments ago, old Wu's expressions while perusing the tales fluctuated between excitement and concern. It was utterly captivating. When he reached the halfway mark and found it missing, his anxiety was palpable. Haha, who would have thought that the stern teacher would enjoy such stories? Suddenly, he doesn't seem so irksome after all. Upon hearing this, Wu Qinglan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Just look at how audacious these 4 young rascals are. And who says a teacher cannot delight in tales? In his youth, Wu Qinglan came from humble beginnings, and the mere act of reading was a luxury. He certainly had neither the spare coin nor the time to indulge in stories. Later, he successfully passed the first stage of the imperial examination, aspiring to further his ambitions in the examination halls. However, years passed without achieving the coveted degree. To provide for his family, Wu Qinglan reluctantly abandoned the examinations and accepted the invitation from the Pei family to become a teacher in the clan school. Once he assumed the role of a teacher, free from the daily anxiety of examinations, he found himself with leisure to relish in stories. Perhaps this was a form of compensation for the deprivations of his childhood? He even encouraged the students and servants in the school to practice their calligraphy in his study, offering guidance. This inclination stemmed from his own childhood, where he lacked proper mentorship. Now, as a teacher, Wu Qinglan instinctively felt a profound responsibility to care for and instruct those from modest backgrounds, imparting knowledge not only to his students but also to the younger, bewildered version of himself, who had once sought understanding in a dilapidated hut. Seated at his desk in the study, Wu Qinglan, enamored with the tale of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit's 7 heroes, could hardly contain his excitement as he eagerly began to reread it. As he turned the pages, he contemplated how to refine the clumsy prose, lamenting the squandered potential of such a splendid story. So engrossed was he that he remained oblivious to the fact that a new calligraphy sheet had quietly appeared on his desk. Now buried beneath the thick stack of manuscript pages he had brought with him, the long rainbow sword indeed exuded majesty. How outrageous that the black-hearted tiger dared to covet the blood of the Qilin. Such delusions. Even during his second reading, Wu Qinglan found himself utterly captivated. And with no students present, he felt free to express his excitement, muttering critiques as he read. The manuscript pages dwindled one by one, and sensing this, Wu Qinglan instinctively slowed his pace. Yet frustratingly, the pages soon came to an end, leaving him in a state of agitation. Finally, as he reached the last page, he reluctantly picked it up, feeling a pang of regret at the thought of finishing. After bracing himself, he lowered his gaze to read intently. Then, Wu Qinglan gasped, trembling as he grasped the manuscript and suddenly stood up. Because that last piece is not a mere manuscript, but a work of calligraphy, a familiar script. Unlike the clumsy, ghostly scribbles of Pei Jian and the others, this piece is, how shall I put it? My heavens! Wu Fuji's face flushed with excitement, his trembling hands repeatedly examining the calligraphy. Unable to utter a coherent word, the piece contained a letter, which read as follows: Having been apart for a long time, I hope this message finds you well. Over a month ago, I had the audacity to come to your ear room to practice writing. Thanks to your guidance, I am immensely grateful for your instruction in the rudiments of calligraphy. Looking back now, my initial attempts at writing are indeed unsightly, and your admonitions were entirely justified. I shall surely practice diligently in the future. I hope you will not think poorly of my efforts, rather than harbor any disdain. The teacher felt a profound sense of guilt, almost to the point of despair. It turned out that the piece I had dismissed with the remark rotten wood cannot be carved was, in fact, the very first effort of this individual. By the next day, this person had already managed to imitate the strokes of my critique. Rotten wood cannot be carved? Now, nearly a month has elapsed, and the one who had vanished has returned. This time, while the characters still bore a hint of familiarity, they were transformed beyond recognition, representing a qualitative leap. It was evident that the writer's wrist strength was still developing, as they must have only recently begun practicing. This is hardly surprising. They have been practicing for just a month. However, this is of little consequence. The lack of wrist strength can be overcome through diligent practice. But innate talent is something that others may spend a lifetime striving to attain, yet never reach. This piece of calligraphy dazzles with its intent, momentum, rhythm, and the harmonious blend of form and spirit. The horizontal strokes resemble vast clouds across the sky, the dots, stones plummeting from high peaks, the slants, like the formidable horns of a rhinoceros, the turns, akin to the sudden release of a powerful crossbow. The vertical strokes evoke the image of ancient vines, while the presses resemble crashing waves and thunderous storms. The combination of horizontal, vertical, and hooked strokes displays an impressive vigor. Moreover, the composition possesses a fluidity and exuberance that is aesthetically pleasing. The lines exhibit a balance of boldness and delicacy, with ink applied in suitable intensities, creating a sense of rhythmic cadence. What astonished Wu Qinglan the most was the piece's profound artistic essence. It exuded an effortless grace, brimming with youthful vigor. The brushwork of the sage Wang Shiji has, alongside Cui Xian, forcefully arrived in this era. Thus, Wu Qinglan was left utterly speechless in shock. A prodigious talent. A truly extraordinary talent. Wu Qinglan murmured to himself in excitement. Even more astonishing was the realization that this individual had cultivated such remarkable calligraphy in a mere month. A month. The most shocking aspect was the possibility that this person, having seen Wu Qinglan's critique of Rotten, would cannot be carved, might now mistakenly view themselves as a mediocre talent. Upon contemplating this, Wu Qinglan hastily retrieved his earlier annotation of Rotten would cannot be carved, his expression one of sorrowful regret. It was as if he could not empathize with the self he was a month ago. If time could turn back, he would yearn to return to that moment and chastise himself soundly. It is over, completely over. The owner of this calligraphy, should they continue their diligent practice, is likely destined to achieve sanctity and be immortalized in history. He, Wu Qinglan, would be harshly recorded in historical texts, much like the childhood evaluation of the sage of books, who deemed Rotten wood uncarvable. He nearly became the greatest sinner in the annals of human calligraphy. Those unscrupulous historians revel in such narratives. Yet, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is to locate this extraordinary talent and not truly squander the opportunity of a future sage of books. Otherwise, he would indeed become a sinner himself. With this realization, Wu Qinglan hastily summoned a young servant, trembling as he implored, "Did you see? Did you notice who entered the ear room just now? You had better tell me you saw them, otherwise my life. No, my next life. Even my life beyond that is doomed." What? The servant's face turned pale. He was bewildered by the unfolding events and cried out in panic, I truly did not see anything. This book is not renowned. It is an affront to heaven." Upon hearing the servant's words, Wu Qinglan collapsed into a chair, murmuring, "It is over, utterly over. What on earth happened? How could it be over? Speak clearly." The servant, anxious and perturbed, nearly broke into tears. After a long pause, he finally comprehended that someone had written a calligraphy piece in the ear room. Is that all? I shall inquire further for you." The servant sighed in relief, grumbling, "For such a trivial matter, you make it sound as if the sky is falling. Truly, a summer insect cannot speak of ice." Wu Qinglan retorted angrily, "You chatter too much. Hurry and find out." The servant, shrinking back, hurriedly slipped away. Inside the ear room, Wu Qinglan first examined the stunning calligraphy piece that flowed with grace, then glanced at the manuscript that was missing its latter half, his heart in turmoil. He felt akin to a fish caught on a hook, yet still eagerly yearning for the bait. What is the conclusion of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, the 7 heroes? Who is the extraordinary talent that penned this calligraphy? Urgency consumed him. Of course, at this moment, Wu Qinglan remained unaware that the one who had ensnared him was, from beginning to end, a singular individual. For the next half-month, Wu Qinglan endured the torment of anxiety, as that extraordinary talent had vanished completely. Previously, out of consideration for those of lower status who were nonetheless earnest in their studies, Wu Qinglan had informed that those who came to the ear room to practice calligraphy need not leave their names. He would simply review and provide guidance. These individuals often harbored self-doubt and a strong sense of pride. Anonymity in review would encourage them to boldly come forth and learn. However, the number of servants coming to the ear room for study dwindled to a mere few. The young scholars even privately mocked Master Wu, saying, "What a bookworm. Serving the young masters is exhausting enough. Who would willingly practice calligraphy? Even if one mastered it, would that elevate them to the status of a master?" Now, as Wu Qinglan dispatched someone to inquire who had practiced calligraphy in the ear room, naturally, no one dared to confess. Everyone feared that their poor writing would displease the master. Consequently, during this period, the servants who had previously sneaked into the study to practice their calligraphy no longer dared to show their faces. Master Wu was so anxious that he developed sores on his mouth. The mere thought of having denigrated a once-in-a-lifetime talent as rotten would fill him with an overwhelming sense of discomfort and guilt. At night, he tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. Cursed be my fate. I am truly wretched. Consequently, the students of the Clan Academy painfully observed that recently, Master Wu seemed to possess a rather fiery temper, hurling insults at the slightest provocation. Unsurprisingly, the brunt of his ire was directed at the 4 young scions of the Pei family. When will the next chapter be completed? In 3 days? Can you afford to procrastinate any longer? This is utterly inept. The writing is abysmally poor. Once you leave the Clan Academy, do not dare to claim me as your master. This excessive drivel must be excised entirely. Write, hurry and write. The 4 scions, filled with indignation yet silenced, were nearly driven to the brink of despair by Wu Qinglan's relentless torment. However, it was precisely due to Master Wu's stringent oversight that the legend of Hong Mao and Lantu was able to achieve a semblance of success. As Wu scolded the 4 young men mercilessly, he seemed oblivious to the presence of the little scribe by their side. In fact, in recent days, Cui Xian had been lingering around him continuously, overshadowed by the imposing presence of Pei Jian and his companions. On the day the legend of Hong Mao and Lantu was published, Wu Qinglan finally felt a sense of relief, and his mood improved significantly. Remarkably, he refrained from scolding anyone further. Meanwhile, Pei Jian, Zhuang Jin, and the others rejoiced, manuscript in hand, and eagerly rushed out of the Clan Academy with Cui Xian, smiling as they bid farewell. Upon returning to the study, Master Wu reflected on the conclusion of the tale, but soon his spirits plummeted again, spiraling into anxiety and self-reproach. On the table, beneath the calligraphy draft, there lay a myriad of densely packed, crimson annotations. Excellent. Truly a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Every word is a pearl, every sentence shines with brilliance. Graceful and ethereal. The brush dances like a dragon. Perfect. You are destined to become a master of calligraphy. I was wrong. I should not have judged you as rottenwood. It was my own short-sightedness. When will you return? I wish to apologize to you personally. Your future is boundless, and I have resolved to recommend you to the esteemed scholar of the Pei family. These annotations, varying in ink density, were evidently not penned in a single day. Rather, they were meticulously crafted over the course of more than half a month, after Wu had thoroughly berated Pei Jian and the others each day. Returning to his study to carefully inscribe his thoughts, the calligraphy was simply too exquisite. He feared that his careless strokes might tarnish the masterpiece. Gazing at the annotated draft, Wu sighed and once again dipped his brush in ink. Writing, "Are you still at the Clan Academy? You must return at once. Upon seeing my annotations, come find me immediately. You simply must come. Through wind and rain, the Clan Academy awaits your return." Meanwhile, Pei Jian, Li Heyu, Zhuang Jin, Gao Qi, and Cui Xian, laden with their books, dashed out of the Clan Academy, racing toward the Zhuang family's bookshop, Fuanzhai. They had been tirelessly engrossed in writing day and night, with no respite. The 4 young masters appeared physically drained and haggard, yet their eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, and the silly smiles on their faces could not be suppressed. Xian brother, my friends, we are about to achieve fame. Nanyang's foremost talent, often humorously referred to as the first among the 4 great talents, is poised to make his name resonate throughout the city. Ha ha ha. I have never approached a task with such seriousness in my life. Though utterly exhausted, I am now brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Henceforth, I shall claim Nanyang as my own. Onward, brave hero Hong Mao. They sprinted down the street with an air of arrogance, exclaiming their excitement, while passers-by dodged them, regarding them with bemusement. A quarter of an hour later, at the largest bookstore in Nanyang County, Fuanzhai, Zhuang Jin led his 4 companions inside, shouting, "Old Zhao, where are you? Come out quickly. My book is finished. It must be printed immediately, within 7 days. I want this book to fill every bookstore in Nanyang County." His brazen tone drew the attention of numerous customers browsing for books. "Ah, the young master has arrived. Please come in." The proprietor, Master Zhao, warmly welcomed the 5 youths into a private room, treating them to refreshments. Only then did he take the manuscript Zhuang Jin had handed him and begin to read. He had already received word from his employer that the young master and his friends had authored a story and sought his assistance in printing and publishing it. Master Zhao felt a pang of bitterness. Was this not a folly? The son of the wealthy owner, a mere dandy, capable of writing a book? And to think he would fill every bookstore in Nanyang County with it. Would that not lead to ruin? Although Master Zhao refrained from voicing his true thoughts, Pei Jian and Zhuang Jin, astute as they were, discerned the proprietor's sentiments. Yet, They remained unperturbed, calmly enjoying their tea. Zhuang Jin even enthusiastically suggested, Xian brother, do try this osmanthus cake. It is utterly delightful. This preserved fruit is quite good as well. Do have a taste. The four noble young masters attentively served tea to the unfamiliar yet handsome young man. Master Zhao was taken aback. Who was this Xian brother? And from which family did he hail? He feigned perusing the manuscript while contemplating how to persuade the young master to print just a few copies of the story for the sake of indulging in the publishing experience, all the while attempting to ascertain the identity of this distinguished stranger. What he did not anticipate was that upon opening the manuscript titled The Legend of Hong Mao and Lan Tu, the Seven Heroes, and after a mere cursory glance, the seasoned Master Zhao, who had perused countless tales, found himself utterly captivated. For the next half hour, he oscillated between excitement and fury, at times gritting his teeth in anger, and at others, chuckling to himself in disbelief. Pei Jian and the others exchanged knowing glances. Then, with a resounding bang, Master Zhao slammed the table after finishing the book, startling the young masters. With fervor, he declared, it must be printed. This story must be published. Not only shall it fill Nanyang County, but it shall blanket the entire Nanyang Prefecture. If this book does not achieve fame, it would be an affront to justice. Indeed, it has become a sensation, truly a remarkable success. Fu Winshai, the once indifferent Master Zhao, was now overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with visions of the wealth that would soon flood in from the book's publication. Yet unexpectedly, Zhuang Jin altered his stance, suggesting, to blanket the entire Nanyang Prefecture? Is that not a touch too ambitious? Forget it. I will contemplate further and not rush to publish for the time being. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhao's expression soured, and he quickly begged for forgiveness. It is my foolishness, esteemed young master. Please do not hold it against me. This manuscript you have written is truly exquisite, unparalleled in the heavens and unmatched on earth. Only then did Zhuang Jin smile and inquire, what do you believe such an exceptional manuscript is worth? Upon hearing this, Pei Jian, Li Heyu, and Gao Qi all turned their gazes towards Manager Zhao, while Cui Xian leisurely sipped tea and savored pastries. Such is the benefit of having an elder brother. From drafting to publishing, marketing, and even negotiating payment, he need not worry at all. All he had to do was collect the money and subsequently earn a resounding reputation in Nanyang County. Manager Zhao, being shrewd, flattered with a smile, for a one-time buyout, such an outstanding manuscript could easily fetch 20 taels. However, if you were to seek a higher bidder, should they be in high spirits, the price could far exceed what I can predict. What nonsense! Zhuang Jin rolled his eyes and chuckled. Goodness. Are you suggesting this manuscript is worth 30 taels? Manager Zhao, you possess an eye for talent. Manager Zhao? Before he could retort, Pei Jian nodded in agreement. Indeed. 40 taels for the manuscript is quite generous of you, Manager Zhao. Li Heyu then chimed in. What? Did you say 50 taels? Gao Qi, in a fair and decisive manner, stated, I propose 60 taels and not a penny more. Any higher would be inappropriate. Zhuang Jin rose and walked towards the money cabinet. Deal. I shall fetch the silver. Manager Zhao's face turned pale. Oh dear ancestors. What manuscript could possibly be worth 60 taels? That is nearly equivalent to the value of a house in Nanyang County. Observing the manager's anxious expression, Cui Xian remarked, Elder brother, esteemed gentleman, 60 taels is excessive. I cannot take advantage of this. Manager Zhao let out a heavy sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at Cui Xian. May I ask who this young gentleman is? Zhuang Jin proudly declared, Cui Xian, we are brothers. The manuscript you hold was penned by him. The four of us merely acted as scribes. Such a young age, and yet capable of crafting such a riveting tale? The future is indeed boundless. Manager Zhao was taken aback. After scrutinizing Cui Xian closely and observing the warm demeanor of the four young masters, he resolutely decided, Young master, I shall pay you 30 taels up front. Furthermore, for each copy sold, Fu Wenjai will offer you a commission of 20%, settled at the end of each month. How does that sound? This is a remarkably generous offer. If Cui Xian had come alone today, Manager Zhao would never have proposed such a figure. Pei Jian and the others looked towards Cui Xian, who, unembarrassed, smiled and nodded. Then I thank you, manager. After a brief moment over a cup of tea, Cui Xian exited Fu Wenjai, his arms cradling 30 taels of silver, or rather, a small fraction of the value of property in Nanyang County. For someone of his age, this truly was a substantial sum. The Cui family in Hushi village, consisting of 8 members, would toil tirelessly for a decade without food or drink and still struggle to amass such wealth. feeling the weight of the bulging pouch in his embrace. Cui Xian experienced a surge of excitement. After traversing through time, he had finally secured his first pot of gold. As we swiftly approach June, the time for my mother's delivery draws near, and the household is bustling with preparations for the summer harvest. Having been away for quite some time, it is indeed the right moment for a visit home, a prosperous return. Naturally, Cui Xian is well aware that his financial success is largely due to the support of his esteemed brothers. Thus, he gestures grandly, proclaiming, "Today, I shall treat my elder brother and 3 esteemed siblings to a splendid feast." Seeing Cui Xian's joy, Pei Jian and the others share in his enthusiasm, eagerly exclaiming their desire to dine lavishly. Once the young lads depart in joyous cheers, Manager Zhao watches their retreating figures, particularly fixating on Cui Xian, murmuring to himself, "This young master Cui Xian is destined for greatness. Young, talented, and closely associated with 4 noble young gentlemen. How could he possibly fail to achieve prominence in the future?" Since leaving Hishi village, Cui Xian, in the capacity of a humble scholar, has mingled within the circle of young masters, remaining rather inconspicuous. Despite enjoying the favor of 4 eminent families, he has yet to showcase his talents. However, the time has now come for him to officially announce his presence, to shine brilliantly in the public eye, and to begin his journey of illumination. On that day, Cui Xian generously spent 2 taels of silver to host a lavish banquet for his brothers. The brothers were not merely there to dine for free. Upon returning home, Li Heiyu hurriedly sought out his father, exclaiming, "Father, you haven't forgotten our earlier conversation, have you?" The craftsman, Li, engrossed in reading the legend of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, immediately assured him, "Rest easy, my son. Our 7 printing house workers have already commenced a diligent night and day printing of this tale. Your writing is exceptional. I am genuinely proud of you." For the first time in his life, Li Heiyu felt his father's heartfelt praise, leaving him blushing yet elated. Meanwhile, the wealthiest man in Nanyang, by Zhuangjin, was even more exhilarated. Within 7 days, every bookstore in Nanyang must stock at least 20 copies of the legend of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. My son is achieving great success. Zhuangjin feigned disdain for his father's exuberance, yet his grin nearly reached his ears. At the Gao residence, the head of the household was feeling guilty. His son, Gao Qi, was upset with him. Li Heiyu, Zhuangjin, and Pei Jian's families are all contributing to the legend of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, while you lag behind. You only have a bunch of ineffectual soldiers. The head of the household awkwardly replied, "Well, I have an idea. In a few days, during the holiday, I'll send my soldiers into the city as informants, praising the legend of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit as a remarkable book." He had a full 1,000 soldiers at his disposal. 1,000 informants. What a splendid idea. Gao Qi's eyes sparkled. "Excellent. Let's proceed with this plan." The head of the household's face lit up with pride, declaring, "Truly, you are my son. Your ingenuity is commendable." Gao Qi replied with satisfaction, "Naturally." At the Pei residence, the matriarch was joyously sending out invitations to all those associated with our family in Nanyang. Let them know. They used to mock Jian Gu as worthless, but now, this old woman can finally take pride in him. In the young master's courtyard, the summer heat enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by the incessant chirping of cicadas. Pei Jian drew a bucket of well water and, along with Cui Xian, took a refreshing cold bath. Afterwards, the 2 settled beneath the shade of a tree, leisurely enjoying slices of watermelon. As they ate, Pei Jian chuckled foolishly, prompting Cui Xian to smile unconsciously as well. "Elder brother, what is it that amuses you so?" Pei Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, "Xian Di, are you ready? Soon, you shall achieve fame throughout the entirety of Nanyang County." As an elder brother, witnessing his younger siblings rise to prominence filled him with more joy than his own success. Hearing this, Cui Xian beamed even brighter. "Not just me, but you shall gain fame as well." "Indeed," Pei Jian exclaimed, his enthusiasm mounting. "When the time comes, we shall adorn ourselves splendidly and visit the clan academy, leaving those who once mocked me utterly astonished." On the morning of the 7th day, a throng of robust men traversed the streets of Nanyang, boasting about a novel titled The Legend of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. Meanwhile, the ladies and young misses at the Pei family banquet had also caught wind of this book. The Li family's printing house worked tirelessly day and night, while Fu Wenjai, along with every bookstore in Nanyang County, prominently displayed the legend of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. For prominent families lent their full support. Thus, it was no surprise that the book became an overnight sensation. Cui Xian of the Cui family quickly garnered attention and acclaim. "Have you heard? There's a new novel that is exceptionally well written. Oh, what is its title? It's called The Legend of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, but I want to tell just anyone. What is it called? The Legend of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. Be sure not to purchase the wrong one. Only this title should be recognized. Early in the morning, a peculiar scene unfolded in Nanyang. Burly men shouted loudly as they walked the streets, discussing the novel. To ensure passersby could hear, they repeatedly proclaimed the book's title, leaving many citizens bewildered. In this era, even the roughest of fellows seem to have taken to reading. Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. As events unfolded, numerous distinguished young ladies and esteemed matriarchs of Nanyang flocked to the bookstores, specifically requesting copies of The Legend of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. Long queues formed outside some shops. With business booming, the shopkeepers wore smiles so broad they appeared frozen. Tea houses, restaurants, and taverns buzzed with discussions about this novel. So, what transpired? Why did this oddly named book become the object of universal admiration overnight? It seemed one could not claim to be a true citizen of Nanyang without knowledge of this book. The reasons eluded explanation, yet it had indeed ignited a fervor, an inexplicable fire, a chaotic blaze of popularity. Youngsters who had managed to acquire a copy stood outside the bookstores, reading with fervent expressions, "Rainbow Cat must defeat the black-hearted tiger." A wealthy young lady wept in her chamber, her eyes red from crying. "Blue Rabbit is dead, and I have no heart to explain the rights and wrongs." Such words, uttered by the Rainbow Cat, were profoundly moving, a testament to unwavering loyalty. The narrative was grand and sweeping, emotions intertwined and poignant. Friendship was portrayed with sincerity, and the battle between good and evil was vividly depicted. With such a rich tapestry of storytelling, how could it possibly fail to captivate? After being utterly engrossed in reading this narrative, the readers finally regained their composure and flipped back to the title page of The Legend of Hong Mao and Lan Tu, the 7 heroes, to check the author's name. To their astonishment, it was revealed to be a collaborative effort by 5 individuals. Cui Xian had solely conceived and narrated the story, while Pei Jian, Gao Qi, Li Hiyu, and Zhuang Jin served as the scribes. The question arose, why the need for ghostwriters? This was indeed perplexing. Many were left in a state of shock upon reaching this point. Turning to the back of the title page, they discovered the answer. Yet, every individual who encountered the answer was left astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief and their minds in a daze. The author of this book, Cui Xian, was merely 8 years old, still uninitiated into the world of letters, unable to write. Thus, the 4 others had taken on the task of writing on his behalf, and they hoped for the reader's understanding of any shortcomings. What? The author of The Legend of Hong Mao and Lan Tu, the 7 heroes, is only 8 years old? He hasn't even begun his formal education. He cannot write. Good heavens, how can this be possible? Consequently, not only did The Legend of Hong Mao and Lan Tu become a sensation, but the prodigious Cui Xian, who at such a tender age could conceive such an exquisite tale, also rose to prominence with remarkable fervor. What an extraordinary young genius. At this moment, however, the majority of readers were captivated by the story itself and had yet to fully grasp this astonishing fact. The first group to be enchanted by the tale were some students of the Pei family. Recently, they had mockingly ridiculed Pei Jian and his 3 companions for their audacity in attempting to author a book. Yet, behind their laughter, they hastened to the bookstore to peruse this narrative. Initially, their intention was to gather material for jest, to ridicule the 4 young scions for what they presumed would be trivial nonsense. However, after finishing The Legend of Hong Mao and Lan Tu, these students were left speechless, their expressions blank, utterly astounded, exclaiming, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Could this truly be the work of Pei Jian and his 3 companions? Did they possess such talent?" The students exchanged incredulous glances, unwilling to accept the reality, and desperately re-examined the title page for the author's name. Phew! Thankfully, it was merely Cui Xian's narration, with the 4 young scions serving as ghostwriters. What a false alarm! Cui Xian must undoubtedly be an elder of great stature, perhaps even a renowned scholar. He must be exceptionally knowledgeable and erudite. Otherwise, how could he have crafted such a brilliant narrative? The students collectively exhaled in relief, their anxious hearts finally at ease. Yet, upon turning to the back of the title page and comprehending its contents, they felt as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless. Their relieved hearts plummeted. The good news: this remarkable book was not authored by the 4 young scions. The bad news: the true author was merely 8 years old, still uninitiated, and unable to write. How? Is this even conceivable? Moreover, Who exactly is this Cui Xian? The Pei family scholars were in a state of anxious anticipation, eagerly awaiting the return of the first batch of students who had visited the bookstore for feedback. They returned, breathless. How was the book authored by Cui Xian and his companions? Was it as laughable as they had expected? Why is everyone silent, with pale and peculiar expressions? Could it be that the narrative was unworthy of scrutiny? As the group of students who had been the first to finish reading the tales returned, their silence piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. Coincidentally, at this moment, Cui Xian and his companions arrived at the clan academy alongside Cui Xian. Today, the four young gentlemen had chosen to dress in remarkably simple attire, while Cui Xian, shedding his usual modesty, donned a bespoke garment of golden threaded snow satin tailored by the Pei household. Clad in flowing white, he appeared strikingly handsome. In a few years, he would undoubtedly embody the elegance of a refined gentleman, unparalleled in the world. The students took immediate notice of him, their eyes lighting up. Who is this person? He is truly handsome. Cui Xian's presence overshadowed even Cui Xian and the others. Though they did not recognize him, there was an uncanny familiarity about him. Only those who had just returned from the bookshop, having perused the tales, began to exchange glances filled with recognition and eager speculation. Cui Xian, at 8 years old? His youthful appearance seemed to align perfectly with the age. Could it be him? The little bookish boy who once discreetly accompanied the young masters had transformed into a figure of prominence today, as Cui Xian orchestrated a grand entrance for his younger brother. Noticing the gazes of the students scrutinizing Cui Xian, Cui Xian, fully aware of their intrigue, deliberately turned to his brother and exclaimed loudly, "Cui Xian, what splendid weather we have today." Zhuang Jin, Li Haiyu, and Gao Qi joined in the chorus, echoing his enthusiasm. Indeed, Cui Xian, what do you think? Have you eaten today? Your attire is exceptionally white. Cui Xian could only sigh in exasperation. Most of the students found the scene rather perplexing. However, those who had just returned from the bookshop were utterly exhilarated, their excitement uncontrollable. Under the astonished gazes of their peers, this group of students blushed with fervor and encircled Cui Xian. "Oh my, you are indeed Cui Xian. You are merely 8 years old and have already penned the adventures of Hongmao and Lantu. A prodigy, a genius. This story is filled with twists and turns, embodying chivalry and loyalty. I am utterly captivated. You are remarkable. No, you are truly the ancestor of the tale-telling realm. I fervently admire you since finishing the story. May I request your autograph on my copy of the adventures of Hongmao and Lantu?" As they witnessed Cui Xian being fervently surrounded by the enthusiastic students, the four young gentlemen felt a mix of pride and delight, even more so than if they themselves were in the limelight. Today, Cui Xian had made a stunning impression. As elder brothers, they finally had the opportunity to showcase their precious little brother and bask in the glory. Cui Xian and Zhuang Jin strutted forward, parting the crowd of students. "Excuse us, please make way and maintain a safe distance." Li Haiyu and Gao Qi took on the role of guardians, ensuring Cui Xian's safe passage. If you wish to learn more about Cui Xian and the fascinating stories behind the adventures of Hongmao and Lantu, join us in the classroom, and we shall sit down and discuss it at length. Their demeanor was undeniably impressive, yet the students seemed undeterred, eagerly following along. Suddenly thrust into the spotlight of the clan's scholarly pursuits, Cui Xian found himself rather unaccustomed to the attention, sheepishly remarking, "Are we perhaps being a tad too ostentatious?" Earlier, Cui Xian had deceived him into believing that the five of them would don snow-white satin attire, intending to make a grand entrance and collectively astound the clan's academia. However, in the end, all four elder brothers chose to wear plain garments, willingly serving as mere embellishments to allow Cui Xian to take center stage. Was this truly being high profile? Upon hearing Cui Xian's words, Cui Xian shook his head vigorously, declaring, "If only our elder brother possessed even half, no, a mere tenth of your innate talent, not only would the Pei clan's academy know of his genius, but even the dogs wandering the streets of Nanyang would be aware of his brilliance." The other three young masters laughed in agreement, leaving Cui Xian utterly flabbergasted. Well, that may not be necessary. As a throng of students who had perused the tales surrounded the five of them, confusion reigned among the other scholars. One student, after a moment of recollection, queried in bewilderment, "Isn't Cui Xian Cui Jin's attendant? Why has he suddenly garnered such popularity?" The mention of attendance seemed to trigger some recognition among the crowd. Yet, upon hearing this, a student who had read the legend of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit glared at his companion with indignation, retorting, "What of being an attendant? Do not look down upon him. Do you not realize how remarkable Cui Xian is? Just wait, within a few days, He will undoubtedly make a name for himself in Nanyang County. If you doubt me, I shall lend you the tale for your own perusal. With that, the student handed over the legend of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit and fervently followed after Cui Xian. The skeptics among the students, intrigued yet doubtful, quickly opened the book to read. Half a tea time later, the once dismissive students were now ablaze with excitement. A long rainbow piercing the sun. How splendid! Did the heroic Rainbow Cat fall off the cliff? No. Please, turn the page faster. You are reading too slowly. Witnessing their fervor, the other students anxiously tugged at their hair, desperate to get closer, yet the crowd was too dense, prompting them to seek out copies of the legend of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit to read. Consequently, the entire Pei Clan Academy buzzed with an extraordinary exhilaration. Every student, without exception, was utterly captivated by the adventures of the heroic Rainbow Cat. Within the study hall, Cui Xian, clad in resplendent snow-white satin, sat at the center, strikingly handsome, flanked by the 4 young masters on either side. A multitude of fellow students encircled the room, their faces alight with eagerness, clamoring with questions. One inquired, Cui Xian, did you truly conceive such a brilliant story even before your formal education? Another asked, Cui Xian, how did you craft such a tumultuous narrative? Yet another queried, Cui Xian, you seem to be Pei Jian's attendant? Rest assured, I do not mean this as mockery. The atmosphere was fervently enthusiastic and grand. Bewitched by Cui Xian's work, the students, despite recognizing his youth, addressed him respectfully as Brother Cui Xian, a testament to their acknowledgement of his prowess. Pei Jian and the others exchanged glances filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Cui Xian's self-praise. As a result, Cui Xian, who was fervently interviewed by a large group of fans, found himself somewhat embarrassed. He bashfully admitted, when I was writing Rainbow Cat, I truly had no enlightenment. Due to my family's poverty, I became a servant in the Pei residence. Is that it? Is this reasonable? The 4 young masters anxiously scratched their heads, ultimately unable to contain themselves. Pei Jian jumped up and exclaimed, Come, everyone, look here. Let me tell you how Xian became my servant. On that day, under a clear sky and bright sun, I was at the market. He said he wanted to acknowledge me as his elder brother. It is no surprise that the author of Rainbow Cat possesses such gallantry in acknowledging an elder brother. The students listened, their hearts racing with excitement, their gazes towards Cui Xian growing increasingly fervent, while their eyes directed at Pei Jian were filled with envy and jealousy. Following this, Zhuang Jin eagerly shouted, Oh, that is nothing. Later, the 3 of us also got to know Xian. He mistakenly believed we were the 4 literary talents of Nanyang, so he earnestly requested us to write for him. The students burst into laughter. It turns out that Rainbow Cat was written in such a dramatic manner. No wonder the 4 young masters suddenly changed their demeanor some time ago. Gao Qi waved his hand dismissively. These are mere trifles. Let me share a secret that will astonish you. Xian has already gained enlightenment. That day, we taught him to read 1,000-character classic, and he learned it on the spot. What? Hiss. The students were truly astounded, glancing at Cui Xian with not only fervor, but also admiration. Yet, some murmured to themselves, is this real? How could it be? Finally, Li Heiyu delivered the greatest shock to everyone, exclaiming excitedly, You don't believe it, do you? We didn't believe it at first either, but later. Xian memorized dragon writings and shadow whips in just one afternoon. That is dragon writings and shadow whips. How long did it take you to memorize it when you gained enlightenment? You fools. Do you know what a genius is? This is genius. My heavens. That is the most challenging book among the enlightening texts. Who here has not been driven to tears by this book? Thus, even when Li Heiyu berated them as fools, they could only stammer and not retort. The gazes directed at Cui Xian from the crowd were no longer merely filled with admiration, but now also with reverence. Is there truly such a remarkable prodigy in this world? As the 4 elder brothers became increasingly outrageous in their boasting, and as the students in the academy looked at Cui Xian with ever more fervent eyes, Cui Xian thought to himself that such ostentation would inevitably lead to trouble. Therefore, he tugged at the excited Pei Jian, saying, Elder brother, calm down a bit. That's enough. But how could it be enough? For the past couple of months, the 4 young masters had been engrossed in writing, fully aware that their younger brother was a prodigious talent. Yet they restrained themselves from boasting in order to create a stunning effect. It had been a difficult exercise in restraint. Today, having finally found an opportunity to boast, they were determined to indulge thoroughly. Xian, do not fear, Pei Jin declared proudly. Is there a single thing we have said that is not true? Consider this. With your remarkable abilities, even if you wish to remain low-key, it is utterly impossible. You are undoubtedly the prodigious talent of Nanyang. The other three young masters echoed in pride. They, by nature, were flamboyant, and such audacity inevitably attracted discontent from others. Indeed, a scholar rose and loudly questioned, is it truly conceivable that someone could recite the dragon's whip shadow in its entirety in a single afternoon before even beginning their formal education? Surely, this is mere boasting. An immediate silence enveloped the study hall. Cui Xian, upon hearing this, was incensed. Do you doubt it? Then summon Master Wu here, and let us verify it on the spot. Do not measure an extraordinary genius with the standards of an ordinary person. The moment they encountered dissent, Gao Qi and the others were invigorated. Indeed, where is Master Wu? Hurry and fetch him. As more scholars gathered to witness the spectacle, the four young masters exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with cunning. They were not merely being boastful. They were seizing this opportunity to elevate Xian's reputation. As the saying goes, one must seize the moment for fame early. The renown gained from writing tales pales in comparison to the admiration bestowed upon those of scholarly merit. Regardless, they had already captured the limelight today, so why not let it blaze even brighter? The questioning scholar declared, Very well, I shall summon Master Wu at once. In any case, I do not believe in this so-called extraordinary genius. Thus, a contention commenced within the Pei Clan Academy. Meanwhile, in the Nanyang County office, the idle county magistrate, having dismissed his subordinates, secretly leaned against his desk, delighting in a tale. He was engrossed in the unexpectedly popular The Seven Heroes of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. As he read, he exclaimed with excitement, Excellent, splendid writing. The author who can craft such a grand, yet tender narrative must be a true master. At that moment, the county magistrate suddenly realized he had not yet glimpsed the author's name. He hurriedly flipped to the title page, his eyes widening in astonishment. A mere 8 years old and yet uneducated? Under my governance, a prodigious genius has emerged? What a stroke of fortune! If I nurture this child into greatness, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement in education. Perhaps I might even gain promotion through this. The county magistrate of Nanyang, known as Yi Huifeng, aged 27, was a graduate of the 3rd class of the imperial examination, assigned earlier this year to serve as the county magistrate. Although being a 3rd class graduate lacked prestige, Magistrate Yi could certainly be considered young and accomplished, albeit a tad unfortunate. For not only was he a 3rd class graduate, but he also held the title of suburban county magistrate. As the saying goes, misfortune follows misfortune, especially for those serving in suburban counties. Magistrate Yi felt a deep sense of frustration. Thus, at such a tender age, he lost his ambition and spent his idle hours entrenched in tales within the county office. The reason? Unlike other magistrates who governed with authority and respect, Nanyang served as both a county seat and a prefectural city. The county office and the prefectural office were adjacent. The grandeur of the prefectural magistrate's office dwarfed that of the county magistrate's, which appeared both lower and more dilapidated in comparison. Magistrate Yi performed his duties under the watchful eyes of his superiors, his power stifled, his responsibilities immense, and his authority virtually non-existent. Completing tasks was expected. There was no credit for it. If things did not go well, in an instant, one could be summoned to the neighboring magistrate's office, facing a stern reprimand from one's superior, feeling as woeful as a submissive wife. Yet today, Magistrate Yi glimpsed a ray of hope, a prodigious talent in the form of the child prodigy, Cui Xian. This was undoubtedly a significant achievement. However, a pressing question arose. How might he get to know this young genius, Cui Xian? Magistrate Yi found himself in a quandary. As a county magistrate, it would be rather inappropriate for him to hastily summon Cui Xian, as it might invite ridicule for being overly ambitious. After deep contemplation yielded no answers, he decided to step outside the county hall for some fresh air. Upon his exit, he fortuitously encountered the county deputy, Zhao Ji. Yet, Zhao, taking advantage of his seniority, feigned ignorance of Magistrate Yi's presence and walked away without acknowledgement. His teeth ground in silent frustration, yet he felt powerless. After all, he was merely a subordinate county magistrate without authority. Moreover, the Zhao family was affluent, standing as the pinnacle of local gentry in Nanyang. Zhao Ji had served as deputy for 30 years, enjoying considerable prestige and command, hardly regarding the newly appointed greenhorn magistrate. How constricted Magistrate Yi felt in his role. After a moment's reflection, he sighed and thought, Never mind this bothersome fellow. I shall continue to watch the valiant hero Hong Mao. The long rainbow sword is truly magnificent. On another note, Upon returning home, Deputy Zhao Ji found his 12-year-old grandson, Zhao Yaozu, in a fit of rage, smashing objects in a tempest of frustration. The servants trembled in fear. Zhao Ji hurried over, coaxing gently. "Oh dear, who has upset our dear grandson?" Zhao Yaozu, stepping on a novel, kicked it furiously and replied in annoyance, "It's nothing, just an 8-year-old brat who has written a mediocre novel, now being hailed as a genius outside." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ji scoffed. "What worth does a trivial novel hold? Fear not, my dear grandson, for you are the greatest little genius in Nanyang, destined to excel in the imperial examinations and achieve the highest honors." Zhao Ji himself was not of a scholarly background. He had risen from a humble clerk to his current position as deputy. His reputation in the county was formidable, having outmaneuvered several magistrates. Thus he hardly regarded Magistrate Yi. However, despite his political acumen, Zhao Ji could never ascend to the role of magistrate himself due to his lack of classical education and noble lineage. Therefore, harboring his own frustrations, Zhao Ji had long sought to pave the way for his grandson, promoting him as a prodigious talent in hopes of nurturing a legitimate scholar from the Zhao family to alleviate his own unfulfilled aspirations. Initially, Zhao Ji and Cui Xian were destined to remain strangers. Yet, an unforeseen event would soon cause the Zhao family to cast covetous eyes upon Cui Xian. At the Pei Clan Academy, a student who had raised a question hurriedly sought the esteemed Master Wu Qinglan. Cui Xian's expression was peculiar, as anticipated. Master Wu was diligently searching for the calligraphy prodigy who had been practicing in the study. In the past, Cui Xian had remained inconspicuous while following the 4 young masters. Today, he stole the spotlight, and the ever-skeptical Master Wu would undoubtedly speculate about Cui Xian's capabilities. Pei Jian had just been extolling Cui Xian's virtues. But as the moment of truth approached, he felt a pang of anxiety. He quietly inquired of Cui Xian, "Brother Xian, you're confident, aren't you?" The other 3 young gentlemen turned their gaze intently towards Cui Xian. With a light cough, Cui Xian replied ambiguously, "It should be fine. There shouldn't be any issues. Barring unforeseen circumstances, if all went according to plan, not only would there be no problems, but a dramatic spectacle would soon unfold, featuring the master weeping publicly, exclaiming that he has finally found the most remarkable little genius of Nanyang." Seeing Cui Xian's unwavering confidence, Pei Jian and the others felt increasingly reassured. However, an unexpected twist occurred. Master Wu took an impromptu leave and was absent from the clan school today, leaving the questioning student empty-handed. Upon hearing this news, Yao Qi exclaimed in dissatisfaction, "This old man Wu is utterly unreliable. He is always in the classroom, yet vanishes at such a crucial moment." Pei Jian was equally displeased. Glaring at the student who raised the doubts, "Just wait. It's only a matter of time. When Wu Qinglan returns, we shall reveal the truth before all." The questioning student snorted disdainfully. "Consider yourselves fortunate today. When the master returns, he will surely expose your bluster." Both parties exchanged fierce words. Yet, with Master Wu absent, this farce ultimately dissipated. The students engaged in fervent discussions, passionately debating whether Cui Xian truly was the super genius who could memorize dragon literature with shadow in an afternoon. Some deemed it impossible, while others believed Pei Jian and his companions had no need to boast so grandly. Perhaps it was indeed true? Regardless, the work Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, the 7 heroes, was exceptionally well-crafted. Thus, throughout the day, Cui Xian basked in the limelight, garnering countless admiring glances from his peers. Yet, Pei Jian and the others remained dissatisfied, lamenting Wu Qinglan's absence at such a pivotal moment. Cui Xian, however, smiled and said, "No worries, the master will return. My fame in Nanyang is merely a matter of time. There is no rush, whether it takes 1 day or 2. Little did Cui Xian anticipate that, rather than remaining a pearl covered in dust for a few days, someone would eagerly come forward to serve as a stepping stone for him. It turned out that the student from the Pei Clan school who had publicly questioned Cui Xian was acquainted with Zhao Yaozu, and even served as Zhao Yaozu's sycophant. This student, knowing that Zhao Yaozu had always prided himself on being a prodigy, visited the Zhao residence after school and recounted the events that transpired at the Pei Clan school in detail to Zhao Ji and Zhao Yaozu. Zhao Yaozu, already irked by Cui Xian's acclaim for writing Rainbow Cat, coldly remarked, "Boasting so grandly, isn't he afraid of tripping over his own tongue? How could anyone possibly memorize dragon literature with shadow in just 1 afternoon?" Meanwhile, County Magistrate Zhao Ji's eyes glimmered with insight. "My dear grandson, this is a splendid opportunity. Since this fellow has gained fame from a mere tale and is brazenly boasting, it is evident that he possesses neither talent nor wit. Thus, let us have your grandfather compose a poem for you. Tomorrow, take it to the Pei clan school and challenge that Cui Xian to a duel. Zhao Yaozu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. But how could Cui Xian compose poetry before his enlightenment? Zhao Ji chuckled mischievously. That is of little consequence. What truly matters is that by composing poetry in public, you will undoubtedly bask in the fame of the author of Rainbow Cat and make a notable impression in Nanyang, solidifying your reputation as a child prodigy. Zhao Yaozu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly replied, Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Tomorrow, I shall showcase the gallant demeanor of the Zhao family as young men. Merely envisioning that moment sent shivers of exhilaration throughout him. He could hardly wait for the morrow to arrive. As Rainbow Cat and the 7 heroes of Blue Rabbit skyrocketed to fame overnight in Nanyang, the Zhao family set their sights on Cui Xian with ill intentions. Wu Qinglan, burdened with guilt, decided to take a leave of absence. In recent days, he had found himself restless, unable to find solace in sleep. The mere thought of having labeled a remarkable calligraphy talent with the remark, "Erraten," cannot be carved weighed heavily on his conscience, making him feel utterly wretched. What troubled him even more was the fact that he had completely lost contact with that extraordinary talent. The individual, affected by his rotten wood critique, was now ensnared in a web of self-doubt, anxiety, loss of confidence, and discontent. Of course, this was merely Wu Qinglan's own conjecture. Yet he felt it was not far from the truth. Thus, he resolved to take a leave of absence and, subsequently, set off for Kaifeng in a horse-drawn carriage to seek assistance from the 2 scholars of the Pei family in locating that exceptional talent. Given the Pei family's esteemed standing, he was confident they would be able to find him as long as he remained in Nanyang. After a grueling 3 days of travel, Wu Qinglan finally arrived in Kaifeng. With no time to rest, he intercepted the elder of the Pei family, Pei Kaitai, who had previously questioned Cui Xian's abilities outside the academy. To his surprise, Pei Kaitai exclaimed, Qinglan, my brother? Without allowing for pleasantries, Wu Qinglan presented a piece of calligraphy. Brother Kaitai, what do you think of this work? Pei Kaitai, momentarily perplexed, examined the piece and furrowed his brow. It resembles rotten wood. Wu Qinglan immediately offered a second piece. Pei Kaitai responded with a hesitant murmur. It is barely pleasing to the eye. Wu Qinglan then presented a third piece. This time, Pei Kaitai's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, What exquisite calligraphy! Truly extraordinary. Whose hand has crafted this? It appears somewhat unrefined, yet it seems familiar. How curious. As he spoke, Pei Kaitai's gaze instinctively shifted back to the first 2 pieces, his expression morphing into one of disbelief. After a moment, he stammered, This cannot be, can it, Brother Qinglan? Wu Qinglan, wearied, replied, Indeed, it is as you suspect. All 3 pieces originate from the same hand. The first was written after his enlightenment, the second the following day, and the third after nearly a month. Such an ethereal and unrestrained piece, infused with an enchanting spirit, exuding the essence of a scholar's temperament, is astonishingly penned by one who has only just begun his journey a month ago. A prodigy, no, an unparalleled genius, indeed. If this talent were to undergo refinement and cultivation, he would undoubtedly emerge as a master of calligraphy, perhaps even attaining the revered title of Sage of Calligraphy. Pei Kaitai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Have you come to me because this extraordinary talent hails from my Pei clan's academy? Wu Qinglan nodded. Pei Kaitai burst into laughter. Overwhelmed with joy, he envisioned his family's academy gaining fame alongside the Sage of Calligraphy within the scholarly community. However, in the next moment, Wu Qinglan spoke with a hint of regret. But this individual is currently missing. Missing? What does missing mean? Pei Kaitai's smile froze. And upon hearing the full account from Wu Qinglan, he erupted in anger. Brother Qinglan, how could you label such a remarkable talent as worthless? Wu Qinglan retorted sharply. How did you yourself evaluate the first calligraphy piece, Brother Kaitai? Pei Kaitai was momentarily at a loss for words. He then anxiously exclaimed, You arrived at an inopportune time. My father just took a break. He departed for Nanyang mere hours ago. Perhaps I should write a letter. No, this matter is too significant to delay. Brother Qinglan, please wait here. I shall request leave from the academy and accompany you back to Nanyang. Such a gifted individual should not be allowed to lose his path due to such dramatic circumstances. That would be our grave error. Hearing this, Qinglan sighed in relief. This was indeed his purpose for coming to Kaifeng. With the support of the 2 scholars from the Pei family, they would surely locate this extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, Pei Kaitai could never have imagined that the remarkable genius he was anxiously wishing to fly back to Nanyang to find was actually residing in his own household. Cui Xian was busy packing his belongings. This morning, he would accompany Pei Jian to the clan academy, and in the afternoon, he would take leave to return to Hishi village. With the summer harvest approaching and his mother likely about to give birth, his family would undoubtedly be swamped with work. Although he had not yet communicated this, Cui Xian intended to return early. He had recently earned a substantial sum from his writing, and with monthly royalties forthcoming, he was poised to make a name for himself in Nanyang. It was indeed time to return and support his family, though he felt a tinge of reluctance. He resolved to stay home for a longer duration this time. Having been away for so long, his family must be missing him. On the road to the clan academy, Pei Jian chattered incessantly. You are still young. Be cautious on your journey home, and do not let anyone bully you. The gifts in your room, I suspect, would not even fit in a cart. So, this time, do not bring them back. In half a month, I will accompany grandmother to visit your home. Firstly, to bring you back, and secondly, grandmother wishes to formally discuss with your elders about your admission to the Pei Clan Academy. Last time at the banquet, you spent a full 2 taels of silver. After much contemplation, I believe it is not easy for you to earn that money. Therefore, I have taken the liberty to include it in your package, rounding it up to 30 taels to take home. Your family will surely be delighted. Regarding your wages from the past few months, they are but a trifling sum. You may keep them to spend as you wish. Young Master Pei is merely 11 years old and is often rather unreliable. Yet, at this moment, he assumes the role of a concerned father, fretting over this and that. Cui Xian finds this both amusing and touching. Elder brother, I understand. You have been rambling the whole way. Upon hearing this, Pei Jian immediately falls silent. After a brief moment, he eagerly adds, one last thing. Should I be unable to restrain myself and come to fetch you ahead of time, please do not be angry. Cui Xian can hardly contain his laughter. Very well. The two continue their conversation as they walk, nearing the Pei family's academy. In the distance, they spot Zhuang Jin, Li Heyu, and Gao Qi, accompanied by a throng of students from the academy, rushing towards them in a flurry. What is happening? They wonder. Then, they hear Gao Qi shouting in anger. Pei Jian, Xiandi, you have finally arrived. The academy is in utter chaos at the moment. That scoundrel Zhao Yaozu is outside, clamoring that he cannot tolerate Xiandi's quest for fame and intends to teach him a lesson by challenging him to a poetry contest in public. A poetry contest? Pei Jian is momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehends the gravity of the situation and, filled with rage, exclaims, that coward Zhao Yaozu dares to accuse my younger brother of seeking fame? It is evident he is envious of Xiandi's rising reputation and wishes to use him as a stepping stone. How utterly shameless. Xiandi has yet to formally begin his studies. How could he possibly compose poetry? The other students respond with indignation, surrounding Cui Xian with concerned expressions. Brother Cui, perhaps you should refrain from attending the academy today. Zhao Yaozu has clearly come prepared. His grandfather holds immense power in Nanyang, and he himself possesses a certain notoriety, making him quite formidable. Following the release of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, the 7 heroes, within a single day, Cui Xian garnered a multitude of true fans at the academy. However, before he could utter a word, Zhao Yaozu, flanked by a crowd, approached with an air of arrogance. So, you are Cui Xian? You dare to call yourself a prodigy of Nanyang, yet lack the courage to compete with me? How laughable. Pei Jian stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Cui Xian, casting a fierce look at Zhao Yaozu. What is it? Are you itching for another round? Did I not teach you a lesson last time? Zhao Yaozu momentarily faltered. It is worth mentioning that these two share a history of animosity, having fought on numerous occasions, though it was Pei Jian who invariably emerged victorious. Zhao Yaozu, envious of Cui Xian's newfound acclaim, was further incensed by Pei Jian's name appearing in the same work. Yet today, Zhao Yaozu did not come to brawl. His intention was to gain notoriety. Thus, he deliberately ignored Pei Jian and turned his gaze towards Cui Xian. Hiding behind someone else is hardly a display of competence. I ask you, do you dare to compete in poetry? If you do not, you shall publicly admit defeat and acknowledge your own arrogance, revealing that the title of prodigy is merely a fade. Furthermore, that book, Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, was surely ghost-written for you, was it not? Upon hearing this, Pei Jian and the others were incensed, ready to retort. Yet, Cui Xian placed a calming hand on Pei Jian's shoulder, signaling his elder brother to remain composed. He then stepped forward, smiling enigmatically at Zhao Yaozu. You wish to challenge me to a poetry contest? Very well. In the poetic exchange titled Ode to the Goose, Cui Xian agreed to engage in a literary contest with Zhao Yaozu, and both parties made their way to the bamboo grove behind the Pei Clan Academy. Upon their arrival, a loud announcement sparked a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. Despite yesterday's bravado from Cui Xian and his companions, the scholars within the academy remained skeptical of Cui Xian's reputed genius. However, the narrative crafted in the legend of the Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit was indeed filled with dramatic twists and turns. Moreover, Cui Xian was one of their own, while Zhao Yaozu was an outsider aiming to challenge him, compounding the situation. The 8-year-old Cui Xian had yet to undergo formal education, if one could even consider his previous informal studies with Cui Xian and his frivolous peers as a proper initiation. It was indisputable that Cui Xian was not yet skilled in poetry, raising questions about the validity of their contest. Zhao Yaozu's intentions were clearly nefarious. He sought to use Cui Xian as a stepping stone to fame. The students, incensed by this affront, rushed out of the classroom to witness the unfolding drama. Where was Cui Xian, known for his haughty demeanor? How could he allow Cui Xian to fall into Zhao Yaozu's trap? This was utterly unacceptable. The audacity of Zhao Yaozu was beyond belief. With their esteemed teacher absent, the students felt liberated from restraint and hurried toward the bamboo grove. The Pei Clan Academy was enveloped by lush bamboo, beyond which swayed verdant willows and the serene, clear waters of the White River. On that summer morning, the sun illuminated the scene, casting golden reflections on the river's surface, where waterfowl fluttered and white geese glided gracefully. The beauty of the landscape was striking. Yet, beyond the bamboo, on the riverbank, stood a group of youthful boys divided into two opposing factions. Zhao Yaozu's group wore expressions of triumph, while the Pei Clan Academy's side was filled with apprehension. Just half a tea time prior, Cui Xian had accepted Zhao Yaozu's challenge. Subsequently, Zhao Yaozu proposed that they compose poetry based on the scenery visible to them, shamelessly asserting that he would not take unfair advantage. As they had randomly chosen this location for their contest, he declared that each would have to rely on their own abilities, ensuring that Cui Xian would lose convincingly. Cui Xian scoffed, surveying the surroundings. What a convenient random choice of topic and location. Zhao, you must have arranged this in advance, preparing your verses with assistance. Haven to you? Based on the scenery, let me guess, will your poem be about bamboo, willows, the rising sun, or the flowing river? Zhao Yaozu's expression darkened, grinding his teeth in frustration, for Cui Xian had hit the nail on the head. Yet, he refused to concede, sneering, I have no desire to waste words on you. With your decayed intellect, the contest has begun. Remain silent and do not disturb my creative process. With everyone's gaze upon him, Zhao Yaozu pretended to ponder deeply. Cui Xian rolled his eyes and turned to Cui Xian with a worried expression. Xian, do you truly know how to compose poetry? You haven't even received proper instruction yet. Cui Xian, with unwavering confidence, replied, I have begun my studies. My elder brother and the other 3 have been teaching me. The onlookers' faces fell further into despair as Zhuang Jin and his companions felt a bitter sense of inadequacy. They were 4 inept individuals, unable to impart anything of value to Cui Xian. Gao Qi rolled his eyes and said, otherwise, I could simply go over and knock Zhao Yaozu out with a punch. That would put an end to today's poetry contest. What a foolish idea. Cui Xian shook his head and murmured, rest assured, everyone. I am aware that Zhao Yaozu wishes to use me as a stepping stone. However, it remains uncertain who will ultimately serve that role. He had intended to maintain a low profile for a few more days, but with others seeking confrontation, Cui Xian felt no inclination to endure it. After all, his reputation as a genius prodigy had yet to be fully established. How could he allow Zhao Yaozu to take advantage of him? Zhuang Jin anxiously interjected, that may be true, but the issue is, Xian, you have never studied poetry. Upon hearing this, Cui Xian blinked and replied, I have studied poetry, Brother Zhuang. Do not forget. In the enlightening books my elder brother taught me, there is one titled The Initiation of Rhymes. And so, not only did Zhuang Jin fail to comprehend, but the others were equally baffled. Cui Xian then earnestly explained, The Initiation of Rhymes is a book designed to train young minds in crafting poetry and mastering tonal patterns. I have read it, thus I have learned to compose poetry. The crowd reacted, is that so? Pray tell, is this reasonable? Ha. By your logic. If I finish the 4 books and 5 classics, I shall surely become the top scholar? Truly laughable, absurd, ignorant, and arrogant. And you dare to call yourself a prodigy? Prepare to be reprimanded by Brother Yuzu later. Meanwhile, a group of half-grown youths following Zhao Yaozu erupted in laughter upon hearing this. Zhao Yaozu joined in the mirth. Once the laughter subsided, he cast a disdainful glance at Cui Xian and, in an exaggerated manner, pointed towards the bamboo grove, exclaiming, "Eureka!" Cui Xian, having endured this man's ridicule repeatedly, was already displeased, thus he provocatively asked, "What do you mean by Eureka? With so much bamboo around? Are your eyes so poor that you are just now noticing them?" This time, it was Cui Xian and his companions who burst into laughter. Zhao Yaozu, feeling humiliated and enraged, lost interest in theatrics, and simply desired to teach Cui Xian a lesson with his great work. After a cold snort, he proclaimed, "I shall recite a poem titled Ode to the New Bamboo. Listen closely. Last night, the eastern garden was graced by slanted rain on the mossy steps. The tender shoots break through the frost's domain. If tomorrow you wish to soar among the clouds, first, sweep the silver threads from your teacher's brow." As soon as this poem was delivered, silence enveloped the Pei clan's academy, eyes wide with despair, evidently intimidated. Cui Xian and his companions were at their wits' end, realizing the cost of their cultural ignorance. Meanwhile, the youths accompanying Zhao Yaozu erupted in cheers and praises. "A splendid poem. The tonal balance and rhythmic harmony are exquisite. The new bamboo symbolizes the aspirations of learning, while the reference to sweeping the teacher's silver threads cleverly honors both the minter and the nation. Brother Yaozu truly possesses remarkable literary talent, and such a challenging 7-character verse. Impressive, we are in awe. After today, Brother Yaozu's reputation as a genius prodigy will surely echo throughout Nanyang." Amidst the flattery, Zhao Yaozu became lost in self-admiration. At that moment, however, he heard Cui Xian mockingly declare, "But it did not rain last night. There are no steps here, nor any moss. The bamboo grove before you is a dense thicket. It sprouted new shoots back in March, and has since grown tall and strong. How could there be any mention of breaking through frost? Furthermore, this is the Pei clan's academy. Where exactly is this eastern garden?" The flattery directed at Zhao Yaozu momentarily ceased. The members of the Pei clan's scholarly circle quickly regained their composure and exclaimed in unison, "Zhao Yaozu, you must have sought someone to ghostwrite for you in advance, leading to this confusion and misattribution." Indeed, this was the case. Zhao Ji, in a rush to find a replacement for his grandson, had merely requested a piece titled Ode to Bamboo, and the other party submitted an old work of their own to deflect. When Zhao Yaozu was exposed, panic flickered in his eyes, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Do you even comprehend what a metaphorical technique entails? A bunch of withered branches only capable of questioning others. If you possess the skill, why not compose a verse yourselves?" At this, the members of the Pei clan fell silent. Their literary prowess barely matched that of a novice in the great class, rendering them incapable of crafting poetry. Even if they could manage to write something, it would pale in comparison to Zhao Yaozu's Ode to New Bamboo. Seeing their hesitance, Zhao Yaozu relaxed, reveling in his triumph as he directed a smug glance at Cui Xian. "Admit defeat quickly. Apologize to this prodigious talent and acknowledge your pretentiousness and ignorance." Before he could finish, Cui Xian, uninterested in his remarks, turned away to survey the surroundings, pondering to himself. The clear sky, soaring birds, bamboo groves, morning sun, willow trees. In the great river, there were simply too many classic elements to draw from. A quick perusal of Tang and Song poetry could yield him countless timeless lines that would surely terrify Zhao Yaozu. However, he resolved not to reveal his full capabilities at the outset. At just 8 years old, he needed to maintain his persona and compose a poem befitting his age. As he contemplated this, Cui Xian's gaze was drawn to a flock of white geese on the river's surface, illuminating his eyes as he exclaimed, "I've got it." It was said that the renowned prodigy of the past had composed a poem at the age of 7, perfectly suitable for this moment. By the banks of the White River, Cui Xian and the others were taken aback, their expressions shifting to eager anticipation. Could it be that Brother Xian truly had the ability to write poetry? Observing Cui Xian mimicking his earlier posture and uttering "I've got it," Zhao Yaozu scoffed, retorting, "What do you mean I've got it? Is this vast river your first sighting?" Yet, he then heard Cui Xian declare, "I shall write a poem titled Ode to the Goose." Zhao Yaozu, begrudgingly silenced, finally noticed the white geese gliding across the river. However, what was there to write about geese? The elegance of pine, plum, and bamboo was far superior. As he pondered dismissively, Cui Xian began, "Goose, goose, goose, with curved necks, they sing to the heavens. White feathers float on the green waters. Red feet stir the clear waves." The air grew still as Cui Xian's voice resonated, each line brimming with charm and delightful rhythm. By the banks of the White River. Once Cui Xian completed his poem, Silence enveloped the surroundings. With his back to the crowd, he gazed at the playful white geese, feeling a surge of excitement. Initially, he had intended to gain recognition through Rainbow Cat and calligraphy, seeking to enter the Pei clan's scholarly circle, and later find an opportune moment to compose poetry. However, he had unexpectedly found himself engaged in a poetic contest. Thus, he saw no reason to hold back. After today, with the emergence of Ode to the Goose, his reputation as a prodigious genius would undoubtedly be secured. However, in the next moment, Zhao Yaozu and the group of young boys behind him erupted into laughter after a moment of silent exchange. What is this nonsense? Can you truly call this poetry? You can't even manage the most fundamental of parallelism. The opening line has 3 characters, while the following lines all contain 5. This is not how it is taught in books. Moreover, Brother Yaozu is composing the more challenging 7-character verse, with lofty intentions and exquisite imagery. It is the first time I have witnessed someone using a white goose as the subject of a poem. It is truly laughable. Cui Xian, upon hearing their derisive remarks, slowly turned around with a rigid expression, disbelief written across his face. No, my friend, is this correct? Zhao Yaozu and his companions laughed with arrogance, mercilessly criticizing Ode to the Goose. Cui Xian, in a plea for help, looked towards Pei Jian, saying, "Elder brother, please say something on my behalf." However, Pei Jian merely smiled awkwardly, unable to utter a word, devoid of the earlier bravado. Even among the 3 young masters, including Zhuang Jin, as well as the students from the Pei Clan Academy, there was a palpable gloom. Clearly, they shared the same sentiment. Without parallelism, can it truly be called poetry? The books all state that poetry must adhere to this rule. Although the latter 2 lines of Cui Xian's Ode to the Goose may initially sound somewhat acceptable, and they even rhyme, the first 2 lines are, quite frankly, lacking. Observing this, Cui Xian could hardly comprehend the absurdity of it all. Ode to the Goose lost to an unknown piece of drivel, simply because the opponent was too inept and blind to recognize their shortcomings. Should Luo Binwang learn of this, he would surely find it unbearable. Yet, in the face of such an unrefined group, Cui Xian felt his arguments were futile. I shall never engage in such low-level matches again. The opponents are utterly incompetent, and not only that, they excel at undermining one's morale. After mocking Ode to the Goose for what felt like an eternity, Zhao Yaozu declared himself the victor, arrogantly claiming to be the most formidable prodigy in Nanyang. He admonished Cui Xian to practice more due to his apparent lack of skill. Before departing, Zhao Yaozu feigned generosity, smilingly asking Cui Xian if he had anything else to say. Cui Xian remained silent for a long while before sincerely advising, "In the future, when challenging others to a poetic duel, remember to bring your own judges. If you cannot find one, inform your opponent to bring a judge as well." Had there been even one scholar present today, the outcome would not have been so absurd. This was the rambling of one who had lost. Zhao Yaozu, not fully grasping the advice, shrugged it off with indifference. With a disdainful snort, he and his group of incompetent fools triumphantly departed. Upon returning, he hastily copied both his own grand work and Cui Xian's Ode to the Goose, eager to spread them throughout the streets and alleys. "The title of Nanyang's prodigy rightfully belongs to me, Zhao Yaozu. Ha ha ha." This was Zhao Yaozu's ultimate goal for the day, to elevate his own status at Cui Xian's expense. And indeed, he succeeded. Rainbow Cat is currently all the rage in Nanyang County, and the tale of an 8-year-old child composing a narrative has become a topic of conversation among the townspeople. It can be said that all elements, timing, location, and camaraderie, are in perfect harmony. The more Zhao Yaozu reflected, the more exhilarated he became, even neglecting to return home. Proceed directly to the academy, enlisting the assistance of fellow students to transcribe the grand composition, preparing it for dissemination. It is indeed peculiar. Just moments ago by the banks of the White River, everyone unanimously praised Zhao Yaozu's Ode to the New Bamboo. Yet now, as we attempt to copy it, not a single line remains in memory. Conversely, Cui Xian's Ode to the Goose flows effortlessly from our lips, becoming increasingly fluid with each reading. Hence, after several transcriptions, some began to murmur hesitantly, "Brother Yuzu, should we not consult our grandfather regarding the merits of these 2 poems before making a decision?" Zhao Yaozu, upon hearing this, was visibly irked. "There is no need for that. Cannot I discern which of these poems possesses greater merit? Hurry and transcribe." The assembly, intimidated by the Zhao family's influence, refrained from further comment and diligently continued their copying. Given the number of students present, the task of transcribing over 100 copies was swiftly accomplished. Under Zhao Yaozu's directive, A group of adolescents eagerly took the poems to distribute throughout the streets, specifically targeting those clad in scholarly robes to maximize their renown effect. Not long after the students set out to distribute the verses, Zhao Yaozu's teacher arrived at the academy. Immediately, one of the students, eager to curry favor with Zhao Yaozu, boasted to the teacher, "Sir, today Brother Yaozu engaged in a poetic contest and composed a magnificent ode in your honor." The teacher, upon hearing this, chuckled and said, "Oh? Yaozu has penned another poem? Please recite it for me." Zhao Yaozu, maintaining an air of modesty, remained silent. The sycophantic student beside him, perceiving the moment, teased, "Allow me to first read the poem composed by his opponent, entitled Ode to the Goose." Clearly, this was an attempt to cast a brick to attract jade. Yet, given the Zhao family's power, the teacher feigned ignorance, adopting an attentive demeanor. "Goose, goose, goose," with a graceful neck singing towards the heavens. Upon hearing the first two lines, which had initially drawn a lackluster response from the teacher, his eyes suddenly brightened with eagerness. What follows? Such a vivid and lively depiction. Though the wording is concise, it brims with childlike charm, and just those first two lines are already so pleasing to recite. Observing the teacher's transformation in demeanor, the student hesitated but continued, white feathers floating upon green waters. The teacher instinctively stroked his beard, envisioning the scene of white geese frolicking in the water. Truly, the poem conjured a vibrant image. Red-webbed feet stirring the clear waves. The teacher, now excited, inadvertently plucked at his beard. Grimacing in pain yet unable to restrain his flushed face as he exclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent! What a splendid depiction of red-webbed feet stirring the clear waves. A stroke of genius. Who is the author of this poem? The entire piece is brimming with wit, universally appealing, fresh in its imagery, and leaves one with endless aftertaste. I am truly in awe. I had no idea there existed such a poetic talent in Nanyang City. Whose esteemed hand crafted this poem? Quickly, take me to meet them." As these words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. After a moment of shock, Zhao Yaozu's expression shifted dramatically. "Teacher, this poem lacks parallelism. What is there to commend? It is merely a mundane composition by an 8-year-old child. The student's poem, Ode to the New Bamboo, surpasses this one by 1,000-fold. Just moments ago, by the banks of the Baiha River, the student received thunderous applause after reciting his poem, while that mediocre talent attracted nothing but ridicule. The student triumphed effortlessly. Allow me to recite Ode to the New Bamboo for you." Upon hearing this, the master initially expressed disbelief, his countenance gradually shifting from excitement to a deepening shade of red, and then to anger. He turned to Zhao Yaozu, his voice trembling. "So you used such a misguided poem to best the opponent's Ode to the Goose? And the author of Ode to the Goose is merely 8 years old?" After receiving a confirming answer, the master's vision dimmed, nearly causing him to collapse. An 8-year-old prodigy composing poetry, a work that is undeniably a classic, ultimately losing to a misguided piece. The drama of it all is utterly heightened. Without a doubt, this poem is bound to gain immense popularity. Coupled with such a twisty and tumultuous poetic contest, it shall not merely be popular, but explosively so. Once this matter spreads, Zhao Yaozu and the beloved mentor he praises in his poem, who is none other than himself, will surely become the subject of jest throughout the scholarly community. Contemplating this, the master responded, almost pleadingly, "This incident has not yet reached the ears of anyone, has it?" Zhao Yaozu, filled with pride, declared, "How could it be? I have already enlisted my classmates to transcribe over 100 copies of the poem, distributing them throughout the entire city. It is over. All is lost." Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the master sank to the ground, his expression one of despair. Zhao Yaozu, witnessing this, protested, "Master, what is the meaning of this? My line about sweeping the master's temples with grace is surely superior to that mediocre poem." Before he could finish his sentence, the master suddenly leaped up and struck him sharply on the forehead. "Sweep the temples with grace. I commanded you to sweep the temples with grace. It is because of your foolishness that I must endure this. You have never shown such respect to your teacher before. Today, for no reason. You write a misguided poem and involve me. From now on, whenever Ode to the Goose is mentioned, we will both be the subject of ridicule. Fool, do you not understand that a beloved poem can endure for years, even decades? My entire reputation is ruined because of you." After Zhao Yaozu departed, Cui Xian, Pei Jian, and others returned to their clan academy. Due to the loss in the poetic contest, the students were dispirited and gradually dispersed. Some students murmured in discontent. If you cannot compete, do not overreach. You cannot even manage parallelism, yet you insist on engaging in a poetic duel. Now not only have you lost, but you have also brought shame upon the academy. Cui Xian, incensed by this, engaged in a heated argument with them. Zhuang Jin cautiously glanced at Cui Xian and offered words of comfort. Brother Xian, do not heed their nonsensical chatter. You are already quite remarkable. Li Hayu then suggested, how about this, Brother Xian? Since you are returning to Hushi village today, why not leave a bit earlier? This proposal met with unanimous approval from the other young gentlemen. Given the awkward circumstances, it would be wise for Brother Xian to depart first. Cui Xian sighed in resignation. Unfortunately, Wu Qinglan was not present to speak up for him. Since that is the case, he might as well return home. Before departing, Cui Xian once again visited the ear room, diligently composing a poetic piece titled Ode to the Goose, which he placed before the desk. He was confident that when Master Wu arrived and beheld this writing, he would surely comprehend its essence. After a brief interlude over a cup of tea, Cui Xian, with the assistance of his elder brother Cui Xian, boarded a carriage, clutching 30 taels of silver, a symbol of wealth as he returned to his hometown. Meanwhile, Gao Qi and his companions, disheartened and distracted from their studies, made their way home. An hour later, Zhao Yaozu's teacher, out of breath, arrived at the Pei Clan Academy, specifically seeking Cui Xian, only to find the endeavor fruitless. Alas, such is fate. The elderly teacher murmured in despair, before abruptly deciding to leave with his family under the cover of night, returning to the countryside, for he could not bear the loss of face. In another quarter, Zhao Yaozu dispatched a group of young lads to circulate the poems Ode to the New Bamboo and Ode to the Goose among the literati of Nanyang. He deliberately remarked that the latter was authored by the creator of Hong Mao Lan II, the Seven Heroes, a person of renown yet lacking in talent, a mere charlatan. Consequently, Zhao Yaozu's own composition, Ode to the New Bamboo, was intended to overshadow it completely. Normally, the scholars would dismiss such clumsy tactics. However, given the recent surge in popularity of Hong Mao Lan II, the Seven Heroes in Nanyang, many were eager to peruse the poetic offerings. Upon reading Ode to the Goose, one scholar erupted in applause, overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, upon discovering that Ode to the Goose had been outdone by Ode to the New Bamboo, he was incensed. How can this be? It is utterly absurd. A poem as wretched as Ode to the New Bamboo winning? The lad who distributed the poems stood frozen, then hurriedly retreated, sensing the brewing discontent. This scene was played out in various locations throughout Nanyang County. That evening, County Magistrate Zhao Ji returned home, cheerfully inquiring, "Dear grandson, you must have shone brightly today. What poem did that young lad compose?" Zhao Yaozu replied with a forced smile, "He is but 8 years old. What fine poetry could he possibly write?" Zhao Ji, considering this, beamed, "Let us wait for tomorrow. I shall ensure your name is splendidly proclaimed." The magistrate, in high spirits, dreamed of his talented grandson bringing renown to Nanyang, oblivious to the subtle unease reflected in Zhao Yaozu's demeanor. Impossible. That Ode to the Goose is mere drivel. The teacher must have been mistaken, Zhao Yaozu muttered to himself. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, an unsettling feeling lingered, preventing him from confiding in his grandfather. On the following day, as Zhao Ji ventured out, he overheard several scholars discussing Ode to the New Bamboo, exclaiming phrases like the poetic talent of Nanyang's prodigy. Elated, Zhao Ji approached them, laughing heartily. "The child is modest. I am indeed the grandfather of the author of Ode to the New Bamboo." To his surprise, the scholar's expression soured, regarding him with disdain before they coldly turned away. Zhao Ji was taken aback. These talentless individuals lack even a shred of gentlemanly decorum. Could it be they are envious of my grandson's brilliance? The world has truly fallen from grace. At the Ba dock, a grand vessel gently anchored, and the venerable Pei Chongqing, a scholar of the Pei family, disembarked. Recently, he took a respite and returned to Nanyang by boat from Kaifeng. "Look, it is Master Pei. Master Pei, I have recently come across a poem, reputedly composed by an 8-year-old child. After reading it, I was utterly astonished. Please, take a look." Immediately, someone recognized Pei Chongqing and presented a poem titled Ode to the Goose with both hands. Pei Chongqing accepted it, thinking it was merely another child attempting to gain fame through his name. However, upon reading the poem, the elder Pei was filled with excitement. He could almost envision the scene of white geese frolicking in the water. The white feathers float on the green water, and the red feet stir the clear waves. "Excellent. Truly remarkable. Vivid and lifelike, the poem paints a picture. After confirming that the creator was only 8 years old, Pei Chongqing's eyes sparkled. A poetic prodigy has emerged from Nanyang. But who could this child be? Yet, the one who presented the poem shook his head. This, for now, remains unknown. Pei Chongqing grew anxious. How could one not know? He must hurry home and inquire about this little genius. In his hurried return along the path to Funyo Alley, Pei Chongqing encountered the father of Gao Qi, the household official Gao Qianhu. Although Gao Qianhu was merely a lowly military officer, he held the rank of a fifth-grade official. Thus, despite Pei Chongqing's urgency, he had to patiently engage in pleasantries with Gao Qianhu. Gao Qianhu laughed and remarked, "Speaking of which, not long ago, our two families had a small mishap concerning a book boy." A book boy? Pei Chongqing then vaguely recalled that last month. His grandson Jian had written to Kaifeng, boasting about a book boy, only to be reprimanded by his son Kaidai. The Pei and Gao families have always been on good terms. Let us not allow this to breed animosity. Therefore, Pei Chongqing generously said, "It's a trivial matter. No harm done. If your son truly cherishes that book boy, I shall take it upon myself to gift him to Gao Qi." Gao Qianhu was taken aback. Then, he was overjoyed, his face lighting up with gratitude as he departed, saying he would return home to share this tremendous news with his son. Pei Chongqing found it puzzling. Wondering why such excitement over just a book boy, he shook his head, still preoccupied with that ode to the goose, eager to return home. To his surprise, neither old Madame Pei nor Jian was at home. They had gone to the dock to greet him upon learning of his return. However, today, with favorable winds and currents, Pei Chongqing's boat had arrived ahead of schedule. "Steward, send someone to the dock to inform the old Madame and Jian that I have returned safely to the mansion," Pei Chongqing instructed, and then casually added, "By the way, Jian has a book boy by his side, right? I just promised Gao Qianhu to gift this book boy to Gao Qi, so please inform Jian of this later." After saying this, the elder Pei hurried into his study. Only the steward remained, stunned in place, his face pale. The other servants of the Pei family, who overheard this, wore expressions of sheer horror, as if the sky had fallen. The master has given away the boy to young Master Gao Qi? Heaven forbid. Earlier, the Gao Zhuang and Li families had exerted tremendous effort to keep the boy from being taken, only to have him lightly bestowed away by the elder. When old Madam and the young master return, they will surely be beside themselves with rage. In the study, oblivious to the impending disaster he was about to face, Pei Chongqing's mind was consumed with thoughts of that ode to the goose. The more he pondered, the more he found it astonishing. The innocence of childhood is truly vibrant and delightfully captivating. Lord Pei, overwhelmed with excitement, casually picked up a book from his desk, pacing back and forth while contemplating how to trace the whereabouts of this prodigious child. Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, The Seven Heroes? A novel? While pondering, Lord Pei caught a glimpse of the book's title, and anger flickered across his face. It must be that idle reading of Jian, infuriating indeed. While others compose verses like Ode to the Goose at the tender age of 8, he spends his days engrossed in novels. With a huff, Pei Chongqing angrily opened the book, and then, unsurprisingly, he became utterly entranced, unable to extricate himself. Even the genius of Ode to the Goose was momentarily forgotten. A rainbow across the sun? What a magnificent technique. Truly worthy of the moniker young hero. Black-hearted tiger, come forth and meet your demise. The astonishing sum of 30 tales left the entire family dumbfounded, while Lord Pei Chongqing was lost in the world of Rainbow Cat in his study in the Gao household. Young Master Gao Qi lay in his chamber, brooding. That scoundrel Zhao Yaozu had enlisted someone to craft a mediocre poem, overshadowing the true genius, Xian, with fame. How infuriating. I must seize the opportunity to give him a good thrashing. Just as Gao Qi simmered in his indignation, the door swung open, and the jovial Lord Qianhu entered. Grinning, "My son, I have splendid news." Gao Qi turned over, sulking. "What is it?" "Just now, I encountered Lord Pei, who has graciously agreed to send Xian to our residence to keep you company." What? Gao Qi, who had been feeling miserable, sprang up with excitement, stammering, Really? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Lord Qianhu assured him. "Lord Pei himself said so. It cannot be false." Gao Qi felt dizzy from the surprise. "How wonderful. But surely Pei Jian will be furious, right?" "Well, it's not my fault this time. If anyone is to blame, it's your grandfather." With thoughts swirling in his mind, Gao Qi jumped from his bed, eagerly declaring, "Xian has returned to Hushi village. Father, I wish to go find him immediately and share this good news." Now, Lord Qianhu glanced at the scorching sun outside, hesitating. In June, with the harvest in full swing, the village is busy collecting wheat. There's no time for hospitality. It would be better to wait until Xian returns. By the time Xian returns, the opportunity will have passed. My little brother has been snatched away. Pei Jian will surely cause an uproar. We must seize the initiative. But Xian's family is busy with the harvest. Wait a moment. I have an idea. Gao Qi's eyes lit up. Father, gather 20 fine men, and let us head to Heshi village to help Xian's family with the wheat. Lord Qianhu shook his head vigorously. That's not appropriate. I am, after all, a fifth-rank Qianhu. How could I toil in the fields? Moreover, harvesting wheat is exhausting. Gao Qi enticed. Father, haven't you been coveting the rainbow cat hero Mo Hualuo that Xian made for me after reading Rainbow Cat? Once we arrive in Heshi village, I shall have Xian make another for you. Gao Qianhu felt a surge of determination and resolutely declared, very well. Thus, after a brief interval, the Gao family, accompanied by 20 robust and valiant men, set forth with great vigor towards Heshi village. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cui Xian was traveling back to Heshi village in a horse-drawn carriage after returning from the Pei Clan Academy. The sun blazed fiercely in June, and the villagers sought respite from the heat at the village entrance. Suddenly, they caught sight of a carriage arriving, and their eyes widened in curiosity. To their astonishment, it was none other than Cui Xian himself who alighted from the vehicle. Instantly, the atmosphere became lively as the villagers gathered around him, their expressions a mix of amusement and mockery. Cui Xian, have you truly been sent by the old Cui family to serve as a bookkeeper? One exclaimed. How unfortunate. You've been away for so long that you probably don't know your grandmother has gone mad, locking your father and uncle in the cattle shed. And to top it off, your family's ox has been sold. With the wheat harvest over, how will your family till the land without an ox? Not to mention, harvesting wheat has become a daunting task for you. A heavy weight settled in Cui Xian's heart upon hearing this, though he maintained a facade of curiosity and inquired, Is this year's harvest particularly poor? A quick-tongued woman instinctively responded, Indeed, it has not fared well. Cui Xian chuckled upon hearing her words. No wonder. With so much time spent gossiping about others, it's no surprise that the harvest has suffered. The adults, caught off guard by his retort, felt their faces flush with embarrassment. However, Cui Xian, disinterested in their reactions, hastily made his way home. After being away for 2 to 3 months, the sight of his family's dilapidated house evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Grandmother, father, mother, I have returned, he called out as he pushed open the gate to the courtyard. His sudden arrival startled the family. Cui Xian, the old matriarch, along with Lin Shi, hurried out upon hearing the commotion. Soon after, the round-bellied Chun Shi also shuffled out, her expression filled with excitement. Cui Xian, how have you returned? Come here and let your mother take a look at you. Cui Xian rushed over, and the mother and son shared a heartfelt reunion, exchanging warm pleasantries. At that moment, Cui Xian and Cui Yu, the siblings, emerged from the small back courtyard, carrying bowls of rice. Upon seeing Cui Xian, their initial surprise quickly turned to realization, and they hurriedly concealed their bowls behind them. Those bowls were intended for their uncles, Cui Bushing and Cui Zhongyuan. The atmosphere in the household became notably tense, feigning ignorance. Cui Xian smiled and greeted, Sister, brother, I have returned. By the way, where are father and uncle? I have good news to share with everyone. The old matriarch replied vaguely, They are currently studying. The 2 daughters-in-law remained silent. Cui Yu pursed her lips. She had just returned from the academy 2 days prior. The family was in a precarious situation, and they had yet to discuss when to bring Cui Xian back and inform him of the burdensome news. Consequently, the Cui family had not slept well in recent days. Yet, Cui Xian had returned on his own. Well, since he was back, some matters could no longer be concealed. Chun Shi sighed and gently ruffled her son's hair. You must be weary from your journey. Come, let us go inside. Just then, mother and grandmother had some matters to discuss with you. The family entered the main room in silence, each face marked by concern. Only Cui Xian maintained a cheerful demeanor, his handsome features and dark eyes shining especially bright when he smiled. So much so that both Qin and old lady Cui attempted to speak several times but found themselves at a loss for words. How could they express it? To say that your father and uncle had been confined to the cattle shed for study and recently had suffered from heat stroke due to the sweltering weather, leading to severe vomiting and diarrhea, resulting in substantial medical expenses. To mention that the family had sold the cattle and was preparing to harvest the wheat tomorrow, yet had yet to find any help. The prospective workers, aware of the Cui family's dire situation, were deliberately quoting exorbitant prices. They could mention that old lady Cui had been in tears for days. They could say that the Cui family had become the laughingstock of the entire village. There was nothing but distressing matters, and not a single piece of good news. How could they find the words to speak? Young as he was, Cui Xian had already endured much as a servant in the Pei household to burden him with these troubles. The family simply could not bring themselves to do it. Observing the silence, Cui Xian cheerfully proposed, "Shall I share my good news first?" Chen replied, her voice strained. "Go ahead, Cui Xian. I'm listening." Under the gaze of his family, Cui Xian stood up, pulled out a bulging pouch from his clothes, and emptied its contents directly onto the table. Clatter! A heap of shimmering silver coins danced across the surface. In that instant, the atmosphere in the Cui family's main room froze. Old Lady Cui's eyes widened in shock as she gasped. Cui Yu and Cui Xian, the siblings, were left dumbfounded. Chen clutched her stomach, exclaiming in disbelief. Lin suddenly sprang to her feet, her face a mask of incredulity. Seeing the astonished expressions of his family, Cui Xian chuckled. "This is the good news I wanted to share. A while back, I wrote a story and earned 30 taels in royalties." "How much?" 30 taels. My heavens. All of this earned by you, Cui Xian?" Chun and the others were too astonished to utter a word. Having lived for most of their lives, they had never seen such a sum of money. Old Lady Cui trembled, suddenly draping an old garment over the coins, her voice quivering. "Eldest daughter-in-law, close the door, and call over Bo Shan and Zhong Yuan." Moments later, the brothers Cui Bo Shan and Cui Zhong Yuan, who had been confined to the cattle shed for several months and had never been allowed out, entered the main room, puzzled. As expected, the two brothers were equally stunned. 30 taels? Earned by Cui Xian? Good heavens, with so much money, could I have hallucinated from living in the cattle shed? Keep your voice down. We don't want anyone overhearing. A prodigious talent turned out to be a mere servant boy. In the Cui family's main room, Cui Xian, you mean to say that although you have not yet received formal education, one day you were suddenly struck by inspiration and conceived a story? The young master of the Pei family, along with his 3 classmates, helped you to write and publish it, resulting in your earning 30 taels of silver? Faced with the wide-eyed, dazed, and excited family, Cui Xian nodded, innocently smiling. Yes, is there a problem? At first glance, it indeed seemed that there was none. The matter at hand is that it amounts to a staggering 30 taels of silver. Cui Zhong Yuan swallowed hard. He mused that even if the entire family abstained from eating and drinking for a decade, they might scarcely amass such a fortune. Yet, Cui Xian had managed to earn it in less than 3 months since leaving home, and he was merely 8 years old. Contemplating this, a sense of surreal disbelief washed over him. Just over 2 months prior, when Cui Xian had departed, Old Lady Cui had thought to herself that the child would surely achieve great success in the future. Yet, there was no need to wait for the future. Cui Xian had already made his mark. With these thoughts, Old Lady Cui suppressed her excitement, carefully stowing away the silver coins before handing them to Cui Xian. "Good child. Your earnings rightfully belong to you." The entire family voiced no objections. Seizing the opportunity, Chen remarked, "Mother, it's rare for Xian to return home. Allow your husband to share the bedroom tonight, and keep him company." Cui Zhong Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lin and Cui blushing exchanged anxious glances with Old Lady Cui. In high spirits, she readily agreed. "Very well, let the eldest also spend time with you." Instantly, smiles spread across the family. Cui Xian timely inquired, "By the way, mother, grandmother, was there something you wished to discuss with me earlier?" Indeed, there had been a matter, but now it was of no consequence. In the face of 30 taels of silver, all matters seemed trivial. This substantial sum held the potential to resurrect a fractured family. Old Lady Cui waved her hand dismissively. "Those things are no longer important. Good child, you are the great benefactor of our family." The Cui family had endured their fair share of ridicule from the villagers in recent days. Cui Xian could likely surmise some of his grandmother's thoughts. He smiled, considering that 30 taels was merely the beginning. It would not be long before Wu Qinglan would personally come to seek out the most formidable child prodigy of Nanyang. At that time, the family would undoubtedly be even more astonished and exhilarated. The Cui family would finally hold their heads high in the village. However, Cui Xian still felt a sense of apprehension, for the visitors arriving at the Cui residence would not be limited to just Wu Qinglan. On that day, Master Pei Chongqing had taken the lead, boarding a vessel from Kaifeng to return to Nanyang. In less than half a day, Wu Qinglan and Master Pei Kaitai hastily followed suit, embarking on the same ship back to Nanyang. Meanwhile, Old Lady Pei and Pei Jian waited at the dock for quite some time, yet they had not seen Master Pei return, but they did welcome back Master Pei Kaitai. Upon seeing the two, Pei Kaitai expressed surprise. "Oh, mother, brother Jian, how did you know I was back?" Old Lady Pei was equally puzzled. "Kaitai, why are you back from the academy?" "I was waiting for your father." Pei Jian, observing Wu Qinglan by his father's side, suddenly realized, "Teacher Wu? I wondered why you had not been at the clan academy these past few days. You went to Kaifeng." The four exchanged glances, each sensing something amiss. Yet, the next moment, the Pei family's steward rushed in, looking utterly distraught, shouting, "Old lady, young master. The master has returned to the estate and, without consulting anyone, has sent Cui Xian to the Gao family." What? In that moment, Pei Jian felt as though the heavens were collapsing. Without a second thought, he dashed home. The old matriarch, her vision blurring, urged, "Hurry, take me back to the manor. This old fool will surely regret it when I return home." Under the astonished gazes of Wu Qinglan and Pei Kaitai, the duo, accompanied by a host of servants from the Pei household, departed in a whirlwind. Pei Kaitai, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "Even if you were not here to fetch me, at least do not leave me behind." Wu Qinglan, preoccupied with matters of the clan, replied, "Since you have returned to Nanyang, I shall take my leave to the clan academy." He was eager to meet the prodigious talent residing there. What if that remarkable individual returned during his absence? Pei Kaitai, understanding the urgency, quickly affirmed, "Very well, Qinglan, go ahead. I shall handle everything here." Thus, the two parted ways at the dock, with Wu Qinglan heading to the clan academy. Upon his return, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of students, all clamoring to voice their grievances. Xian Gu wrote the legend of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit even before his enlightenment. Zhao Yaozu boasted about winning the poetry contest against Ode to the Goose. What were they all talking about? Wasn't Rainbow Cat a collaboration by Pei Jian and his three companions? Wu Qinglan, anxious to reach the study, waved the students off carelessly. However, upon entering the study and catching sight of the poem Ode to the Goose on the table, he was jolted to his core. It was him. The prodigy had truly returned. The handwriting was, as always, breathtaking. After Wu Qinglan intently read through the poem, he was overwhelmed with excitement, his face flushing with fervor, wishing to dance in the study. What a magnificent piece of work. If one possesses the potential to become the future sage of literature, they must be an extraordinary talent. And this future sage could also compose poetry? Surely, he must be descended from the literary star. Suddenly, Wu Qinglan recalled that the students had mentioned Ode to the Goose earlier. Grabbing the poem, he stepped outside and called out, "Who penned this Ode to the Goose?" It was written by the humble attendant, Cui Xian, who served Pei Jian. "Master, we just told you. This Ode to the Goose lost to Zhao Yaozu's Ode to the New Bamboo." Upon hearing this, Wu Qinglan's initial thought was, so the prodigy is that unassuming little attendant by Pei Jian's side. His second thought was, at merely 8 years old, just beginning his education, the future sage of literature created Ode to the Goose? He must be a celestial being. His third thought, it lost? It lost. Wu Qinglan felt a surge of unbridled fury, gritting his teeth and declaring, "This is utterly intolerable. I, Wu Qinglan, shall henceforth be at odds with the Zhao family." This exquisite piece, Ode to the Goose, should not have been bested by a mere travesty of a poem. The students in the clan academy were left dumbfounded by his proclamation. Meanwhile, Pei Kaitai returned to the Pei manor. As expected, chaos ensued upon his arrival. Pei Jian, his face twisted with rage, confronted his grandfather with fervent questions. The old matriarch, even more outrageous, had taken to scratching Pei Chongqing's face. The scholar, Pei Chongqing, evaded her wrath, exclaiming, "It's just a book, boy. Must you both act like this? Do not scratch any longer. Stop it. You are being excessive, old woman. Perhaps you could wait until I finish this fascinating tale before you resume. I am thoroughly engrossed." Pei Kaitai exclaimed, "What on earth is going on here? And what do you mean by a tale that one must continue reading even while being scratched? Besides, it is merely a book, boy. There is no need for such fuss." However, Pei Jian let out a cold laugh. "Do you still have the audacity to read tales? The author of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit's 7 Heroes has been carelessly given away to the Gao family." Old Pei Chongqing was taken aback. "The book boy I carelessly gave away is the author of Rainbow Cat." Regret surged within him at that moment. Just then, Wu Qinglan hurried into the Pei residence, exclaiming, "Brother Kaitai, we have found that extraordinary talent. His name is Cui Xian, and he is Pei Jian's book boy." Pei Kaitai turned to his father with a furious glare. "Father, You have committed a grave error. Do you not realize that this book boy may become a revered literary saint in the future? Having been scolded by his grandson and now confronted by his son, Pei Chongqing was incensed. What literary saint? You dare speak to me in such a manner? Next, Wu Qinglan interjected, not only a future literary saint, but Cui Xian also possesses remarkable poetic talent. Observe this poem ode to the goose, which he composed at the tender age of 8. Oh, a future literary saint who can also write poetry? Pei Kaitai was intrigued. Meanwhile, old Pei was utterly stunned, his regret deepening. What? The ode to the goose was penned by that book boy. He is indeed only 8 years old this year. No wonder that Gao Qianhu appeared to have found a treasure. Alas, I have personally handed over a gem, he declared, rushing out the door. I must seek Gao Qianhu and reclaim him. Simultaneously, after reading the ode to the goose, Pei Kaitai was overwhelmed with excitement. What a splendid poem. Truly magnificent. Yet, upon realizing that such a prodigy had been relinquished by his own father, he fumed. Mother, my father has truly lost his senses. You must scold him fiercely. Pei Laofuran and Pei Jian were left in a state of shock. What on earth is happening? Only Pei Jian began to grasp the significance of the ode to the goose. Observing the reactions of his teacher, father, and grandfather, he pondered. Could it be that the ode to the goose is indeed an exceptional work? But he murmured to himself, could it be? The ode to the goose was merely a casual creation by Xian after finishing the enlightenment of sound and rhythm. Upon hearing this, Wu Qinglan and Pei Kaitai were struck with astonishment. Heavens! Lord Qianhu was gathering grain for his family. On the night of Cui Xian's return, the family enjoyed a rare peaceful night's sleep. Especially the brothers Cui Bosheng and Cui Zhongyuan. After several months in a cow shed, they were finally able to sleep in a proper bed. It was indeed a hard-earned luxury, to the extent that during the night, Cui Zhongyan cherished his son Xiangu, unwilling to let go of him. Chen Shi simply smiled foolishly. Their son was truly thriving. Yet Cui Xian wore a distressed expression. In the sweltering June heat, he was being held tightly by his father. Feeling quite overheated. The next day, Cui Xian awoke to the sound of roosters crowing and cicadas chirping, a sense of indescribable comfort and stability enveloping him. Though the Pei residence was well appointed, yet, golden nests and silver nests pale in comparison to one's own humble abode. He stepped out of his bedroom, and the family was already awake. Grandmother, the venerable Mrs. Cui, appeared sprightly. In a short while, the eldest daughter-in-law will accompany me to the neighboring village to hire some laborers. I just saw that some families have already begun harvesting their wheat. So we must hasten our efforts. Lin replied with a smile, of course. The 30 taels of silver brought back by Xiangu served as a powerful reassurance, instilling confidence in the entire family. Cui was studying in the courtyard when he noticed Xiangu getting up. He rushed over with a smile, affectionately calling out, "Younger brother." After several months apart, Xiangu appeared considerably slimmer. Now that he had officially begun his studies, he exuded an air of scholarly refinement, resembling a miniature gentleman. Elder brother, Cui Xian extended his hand, and the two brothers exchanged a knowing fist bump. Observing the harmonious bond between the siblings, the elder members of the Cui family exchanged glances, silently acknowledging one another's thoughts. With Xiangu having earned such a substantial sum, it would be unreasonable to keep him a mere servant. After the summer harvest, they would send him along with Cui Yu to study under Master Gu. However, the immediate priority was to harvest the wheat. The eldest and second sons, accompanied by the two younger ones to strengthen their physiques, while the eldest daughter-in-law prepared breakfast. Grandmother Cui glanced up at the sky. It seems we have much to do today. Cui Xian smiled brightly. I have some time off recently, so I can help with the wheat harvest. Thus, the family commenced their tasks in an orderly fashion. It was quite remarkable. Normally, the atmosphere at home was tense and filled with hardship, but whenever Xiangu returned, all worries seemed to vanish. When the time for breakfast arrived, Lin even added a salted egg for each family member. On this hot summer day, seated in the shade of the courtyard, with a gentle breeze blowing, the yolk of the salted egg melted in one's mouth, paired with a steamed bun, sheer delight. Just then, the village head from Hushi village arrived, bringing a sudden chill to the joyous ambience. Upon seeing him, Grandmother Cui's expression darkened. What now? Is there yet another labor obligation to be assigned to our family? The other members of the Cui family stood up anxiously. To their surprise, the village head waved his hands repeatedly, trembling with excitement as he addressed Cui Xian. No, it's not that. It's the military officer. The esteemed officer from Nanyang Wei, along with his son, has come. They specifically requested to visit Xian Gu, her sister-in-law. Xian Gu, you must come out to welcome them. The entire village is in an uproar. It is the first time such distinguished guests have graced our village. Who? The esteemed officer from Nanyang Wei. Upon hearing this, the entire family stared blankly at Cui Xian, seemingly taken aback. Cui Xian himself was equally astonished. Why did Gao Qi come? Moments prior, at the entrance of Hishi village, a grand carriage accompanied by a dozen magnificent steeds approached with great fanfare. The commotion left the villagers, who were preparing to harvest wheat, utterly astonished. The riders were all robust and imposing, and the leading carriage was particularly opulent. Unmistakably a vehicle of the wealthy. In this day and age, it is rare to see such a multitude of horses traveling, most likely led by a high-ranking military official. Hishi village, being secluded and impoverished, seldom receives visits from prominent figures. The villagers were filled with trepidation. Coincidentally, the village head had just stepped out of his door, preparing to harvest wheat in the fields. Upon noticing this group of mysterious noblemen, he steadied himself and approached them with a greeting. I am the village head of Hishi. May I inquire your esteemed names? The luxurious carriage halted at the village entrance, and shortly after, a young gentleman clad in splendid garments emerged, curiously surveying his surroundings. Is this indeed Hishi village, the home of Xiandi? Gao Qian, who followed closely behind his son. A soldier on horseback approached the village head and announced, This is our esteemed Qianhu from Nanyang Wei, along with the young master of his household. Good heavens! It is none other than the dignified Qianhu of the 5th rank from Nanyang Wei. The village head trembled, nearly losing his balance, and stammered as he bowed. I pay my respects to the esteemed Qianhu. Throughout his life, he had never hosted a person of such high rank. The other villagers of Hishi were equally astonished and in disarray. Why had such a distinguished Qianhu come to their village? Surely, it could not be for conscription. As these thoughts coursed through their minds, many turned pale, trembling with fear. At that moment, however, the Qianhu waved his hand and spoke in a gentle tone. Please rise. Good sir, I am merely here to inquire about a certain individual. His name is Cui Xian, and he is 8 years old. Gao Qi interjected. Yes, Xian Gu. Do you know where he resides? I am his closest brother, here to visit him. The village head was left dumbfounded, hardly believing his ears. The other villagers were equally taken aback. The Qianhu and his young master had come to Hishi village specifically to visit young master Cui Xian. This young master even claimed to be Xian Ji's dear brother? Good heavens! Noticing the village head's prolonged silence, Gao Qi questioned. Could it be that we've come to the wrong place? It shouldn't be. This is indeed Hishi village. No mistake. The village head, regaining his composure and flushing with excitement, replied, Young master, esteemed Qianhu, please wait here a moment. I shall fetch Xian Gu at once. Without waiting for Gao Qi's response, the village head hurried back into the village to summon him. Gao Qi grumbled, Why rush off without letting me finish speaking? I came to find my brother. I could have just asked for directions and gone myself. What if Stead misunderstands my intentions? Gao Qianhu reassured his son, We should not intrude unannounced. Young Master Xian's family should have a moment to prepare. Upon reflection, Gao Qi agreed, and thus he remained in place, awaiting developments. The remaining villagers of Hishi, having overheard the father and son's conversation, wore expressions of disbelief. Could it be that the once fallen Cui family, long looked down upon, was truly on the verge of rising to prominence? The esteemed Qianhu and his young master had come personally to visit, fearing that young master Cui Xian might take offense. Good heavens! With the village head setting off to call for him, it took less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea for the entire village to be stirred into a frenzy. A multitude of villagers emerged, their faces alight with astonishment, eager to uncover the unfolding situation. Accompanied by the village head, they awaited the return of the young master. Cui Xian, along with the similarly dazed members of the Cui family, stepped out of the village. Gao Qi stood atop the cart, spotting Cui Xian from afar. Under the astonished gaze of countless villagers from Hishi village, the young master of Qianhu leaped down from the cart and hastily approached Cui Xian, his voice brimming with excitement. Xian Gu, you won't believe it. Ha. I've come to find you. Oh, and my father, along with 20 strong and valiant men. We are here to help your family with the wheat harvest. As his words fell, a sudden silence enveloped the village entrance. Countless villagers gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape and expressions frozen. The formidable Qianhu lord had come to Hishi village to assist in harvesting wheat for Xianji's family. Gao Qi's proclamation resonated like thunder, leaving the villagers in stunned silence. Even the Cui family was taken aback. The esteemed Qianhu master had brought soldiers to aid in their wheat harvest? Goodness! Such an absurdly delightful dream would not even dare to manifest in their nighttime reveries. Old Lady Cui trembled, instinctively preparing to refuse. How could she allow the Qianhu lord to toil in the fields? It would be a curse. However, before she could utter a word, Cui Xian patted Gao Qi on the shoulder, exclaiming with joy, "Brother Gao, you are truly a timely rain. We have been struggling with the wheat harvest." Turning towards Lord Gao and the burly men behind him, Cui Xian continued with a grin, "Uncle Gao, and all the strong uncles, thank you for coming such a long way to help my family. Harvesting wheat is arduous labor, but rest assured, we will ensure hearty meals to reward your efforts." Such words were beautifully spoken, straightforward and unpretentious. Who could resist such a charming youth? The soldiers trailing after Lord Gao all chuckled, while Gao Qi playfully remarked, "Xian Ge, you must be cautious, for the lot I brought with me are all voracious eaters." Hearing this, Gao Qi felt quite displeased. "Oh dear, we haven't even started working, and you're already thinking about food. Let us get to work first." Cui Xian immediately turned to his grandmother, suggesting, "Grandmother, let us head to the fields." Old Lady Cui regained her composure, her demeanor still anxious. "Oh dear. How could we truly allow the Qianhu lord and the valiant gentlemen to exert themselves? Hello, grandmother. You are Xian's grandmother, so I shall call you grandmother as well," Gao Qi said warmly, looking at Old Lady Cui. "Grandmother, Xian and I are the best of brothers, so there is no need for formality between us." Lord Gao added, Indeed, there should be no need for such politeness. Speaking of which, your Xian Ge is quite the benefactor to my family. Thanks to him, my boy has taken his studies to heart." Gao Qi grimaced in discontent. Old Lady Cui, upon hearing this, was utterly astonished. Aunt Lin, overwhelmed with joy, stuttered as she glanced at the group of robust men, fretting, "Oh dear, we do not have enough sickles at home for everyone. Recently, I have been troubled by the harvest of wheat, unable to find sleep." Suddenly, to my astonishment, the esteemed Sir Qianhu personally arrived with soldiers to assist in harvesting at my home. There were so many people that we even ran out of sickles. It felt surreal, akin to a dream. Upon hearing the words of the Lin family, the village head and the residents of Hushi village snapped back to reality, their enthusiasm bordering on the unbelievable. "I have extra sickles at home. You may borrow them." "Yes, I have some as well. With so many soldiers needing sustenance, allow me to assist in preparing meals. I have surplus bowls and chopsticks." Young Gao Qi, with his innocent heart, nudged Cui Xian's shoulder and exclaimed, "Xian, your villagers are truly wonderful and hospitable." Cui Xian, not one to disagree, smiled and concurred. Indeed, the villagers of Hushi, upon hearing this, felt a mixture of shame and apprehension, for they had previously indulged in mockery and gossip about the Cui family. The members of the Cui family, including the old Cui matriarch, Lin and Qin, observed the villagers' exuberance, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief and joy. It was well known how these individuals had previously looked down upon them, yet now it was the turn of the Cui family to revel in vindication. The fact that Sir Qianhu himself had come to aid in the wheat harvest would be a topic of conversation in Hushi village for at least half a year. All of this was due to Xian. This child was truly remarkable. The family gazed at Cui Xian with pride and exhilaration, tinged with an unmistakable admiration. The presence of Sir Qianhu and his soldiers was undeniably imposing. Not only the old Cui matriarch, but even the brothers Cui Zhongyuan and Cui Boshang felt a sense of restraint. However, Cui Xian was unfazed, engaging in lively conversation with Gao Qi and Sir Qianhu, introducing them to Hishi village. Upon reaching the fields, the wind swept through the golden waves of wheat. With the promise of a complete set of 7 heroes of Mo Huoluo from Cui Xian, Sir Gao Qianhu felt invigorated as he raised his sickle, proclaiming, "Brothers, charge with me. Let us seize this wheat field." Over 20 valiant men worked with fervor, cutting the wheat bundles at an astonishing pace. The villagers of Hushi, watching from the surrounding fields, felt a pang of envy but dared not utter a word. After all, it was Sir Qianhu who was harvesting for the Cui family. The Cui family could hardly contain their joy, especially the old matriarch, who felt as though she hadn't laughed so heartily in decades since the passing of her husband. The warmth and enthusiasm of the villagers today were unparalleled. Many spontaneously gathered outside the fields, setting up large pots to help cook for the Cui family. Each villager who came to lend a hand was initially taken aback by the sight of Sir Qianhu laboriously working in the fields. But their demeanor towards the old Cui matriarch grew ever more cordial and warm. Everyone was astute enough to recognize that the Cui family was destined for prosperity. Yet, what no one in Hishi village could have foreseen was the extent of that prosperity. That very afternoon, Sir Qianhu continued to labor in the Cui family's fields, tirelessly harvesting the wheat. As the villagers buzzed with excitement, yet another carriage arrived at the village entrance. This time, a total of 5 carriages. Witnessing this familiar scene, someone murmured, "Could it be they are here for the young master of the Cui family again?" Indeed, it was. The 5 carriages came to a halt at the village's threshold. From the first carriage emerged a middle-aged man clad in a traditional long gown and wearing a square cap, who politely inquired, "May I ask if this is Hishi village? I have come in search of Cui Xian." Upon seeing the dignified figure step out, the villagers widened their eyes in astonishment. This man was a scholar. The square cap and long gown were garments reserved for scholars alone. Before the villagers could respond, a middle-aged man and an elder emerged from the second and third carriages, respectively. The sight of these two sent gasps of shock through the villagers, even more intense than when the esteemed Qianhu had arrived. For these two not only wore long gowns but also donned silk hats, tied belts, and black boots. This signified that the latter two were indeed respected jinshi. In the Daliang dynasty, which valued scholarly pursuits over martial prowess, being a scholar was already quite significant. Attaining the rank of jinshi meant one was an official lord indeed. "We bow before you, esteemed jinshi. May you be well, honored jinshi." The common folk pay their respects. Consequently, upon the appearance of Pei Chongqing and his son Pei Kaitai, countless villagers from Hishi knelt in fervent reverence. The village head, tirelessly attending to the esteemed Qianhu and his entourage, barely found a moment's respite before receiving word that 2 jinshi and a scholar had also come seeking Cui Xian. What? The village head sprang up in alarm, dashing to the entrance to prostrate himself in welcome. The elder jinshi waved his hand and said, "Rise, please. Where's the Cui family? Take us there at once." The village head swallowed hard and replied, "To inform the esteemed jinshi, Cui Xian is not at home. He is out in the fields." Early this morning, the Qianhu from Nanyang and his son came to the Cui residence to help harvest wheat. At this, the elder jinshi's expression stiffened, and the other jinshi's countenance darkened as well. Then, from the third carriage emerged a young master clad in splendid attire, who glared fiercely at the 2 jinshi, exclaiming, "Look what you've done. I told you that Gao Qi would not miss this opportunity. You, a scholar, and you, 2 jinshi, might as well join in the harvesting at Cui's." What? The entire village of Hishi was left in stunned silence. On the Cui family's field, Gao Qi, drenched in sweat and panting, remarked, "I never knew harvesting wheat could be so arduous." He had eagerly taken up the sickle to work, only to find himself utterly exhausted in less than a tea's worth of time. Cui Xian was not faring much better. Lying beside Gao Qi and wiping sweat off his brow incessantly, Gao Qianhu and the group of soldiers, along with the esteemed members of the Cui family, were diligently laboring in the fields. A few younger ones rested beneath the shade of a tree by the ridge. Cui Xian approached with 2 bowls of cool water, cheerfully proclaiming, "Little brother, young master, have a drink to quench your thirst." Cui Xian eagerly accepted, gulping it down in one go, feeling utterly refreshed. Oddly enough, it was Gao Qi, usually the loudest of the bunch, who shyly expressed his gratitude before delicately sipping his water. "Oh dear, such a small child, yet so bashful." Cui Xian chuckled from the side, causing Cui Xian to blush and flee. Gao Qi feigned indignation. "How dare you mock me, Stin brother? Just wait and see how I deal with you." The two playfully bantered along the ridge. Soon, Cui Yu, who was cutting wheat in the field, was also sent over by his grandmother for a break, carrying a cloth book bag in hand. "Cui Yu, come rest and have some water to cool off." Gao Qi, ever the familiar one, inquired with a grin, "What do you have there?" After quenching his thirst, Cui Yu sat beside them and solemnly revealed a stack of papers from his bag. "These are my writings from my private school, including notes from the 3-character classic. Brother, this time, I will teach you the basics." Despite his intentions to earn money for his brother's education, Cui Yu felt a lingering unease. Thus, he diligently recorded the knowledge he acquired at school to later impart to his brother. However, upon hearing Cui Yu's words, Gao Qi's expression turned peculiar. "Xian brother, do we still need to study the 3-character classic? Surely, he has mastered all his introductory texts by now." Before Gao Qi could voice his thoughts, the village head's voice echoed from afar, startling those harvesting wheat in the fields. "Xiangur, Cui family matriarch." The 2 esteemed scholars from the Pei family, along with the talented student from the Pei clan, have come to visit you. What? The two esteemed scholars. Gasps of disbelief erupted among the villagers as they dropped their sickles and hurried to pay their respects upon seeing the men clad in long robes behind the village head. The members of the Cui family stared in astonishment, hardly believing their eyes. Old Mrs. Cui focused intently and exclaimed, dressed in long robes, wearing gauze caps, bound with sashes, and clad in black boots, they are indeed the esteemed scholars. She was overjoyed yet perplexed, wondering if they had also come to seek out Xiangur. Meanwhile, Gao Qianhu and his son Gao Qi were visibly agitated. It seemed the Pei family had indeed reneged, intent on reclaiming Xiangur. How shameless! Cui Xian, startled by the commotion, exclaimed, what brings my elder brother here? And Master Wu, along with the two esteemed gentlemen from the Pei family? He had anticipated Master Wu's arrival but was utterly taken aback by the presence of the two esteemed scholars. Gao Qi muttered. What else could it be but to snatch him away? However, upon approaching, Pei Jian did not immediately attempt to snatch anyone. Instead, he exuberantly called out, Xian brother. At last we found you. Master Wu, my father, and my grandfather all say you are a prodigious talent. Speak of your writings. Proclaim yourself as the future sage of calligraphy, and assert that your poem, Ode to the Goose, surpasses Zhao Yao's Ode to the New Bamboo by 1,000-fold. Gao Qi was taken aback. The members of the Cui family and the villagers of Heshi were equally baffled. Wu Qinglan disdainfully pushed Pei Jian aside, her excitement directed towards Cui Xian. Her face flushed with a look of adoration. Cui Xian, I have finally found you. How wonderful! At long last, I have discovered you, the most brilliant prodigy of Nanyang, nay, the most extraordinary genius in all of Hunan, and indeed throughout the entire Great Liang. I have searched for you with great difficulty. Upon hearing these words, countless eyes in the crowd widened in astonishment. Old Master Cui trembled with excitement, a glimmer of fervor igniting in his murky gaze. Yet what rendered everyone speechless was the fact that the scholar and the two esteemed Jinshi seemed even more agitated and anxious than the rest. Pei Kaitai forcefully shoved Wu Qinglan aside and declared, let us not speak of universally acknowledged truths. We must first clarify a few matters. Cui Xian, I implore you to answer me. Did you inscribe 3 calligraphy pieces in the clan school SE room? The first was your initial attempt at writing. The second was from the following day, and the third was produced a month later after you learned the craft. Cui Xian blinked and, with a hint of self-reproach, replied, indeed. My first writing was a copy of someone else's calligraphy on the desk. It was poorly executed, and I was scolded by my teacher for being a withered tree. Wu Qinglan felt a wave of guilt wash over him, nearly choking on his remorse. Then, to the astonishment of all present, he actually grasped Cui Xian's hands and bowed in apology. It was I who was blind, mistaking a genius for a withered tree. I am deeply ashamed before you. Your script is infused with spirit, elegant and free-flowing. With diligent practice, in the future, no, 500 years hence, and even beyond that, the literary and calligraphic realms of the Great Liang shall surely have a place for you. You are destined to become a revered sage of calligraphy among the literati. Pei Kaitai nodded fervently. Indeed, Qinglan speaks the truth. Cui Xian, do you comprehend the magnitude of your astonishing talent? It is unparalleled in my lifetime. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. All gazes turned towards the 8-year-old Cui Xian. As the realization dawned upon them, the Jinshi and the scholar had sought out this boy because of his remarkable aptitude for studies. The previously excited old Master Cui and the Cui family stood frozen, almost convinced they were experiencing auditory hallucinations. But soon after, Pei Chongqing forcefully pushed his son Pei Kaitai aside and urgently inquired of Cui Xian. Cui Xian, I must ask you, was that ode to the goose indeed your creation? Cui Xian nodded affirmatively. Yes. Pei Chongqing inhaled deeply, his excitement mounting as he questioned, but you have not yet undergone formal education. How could you compose poetry? Wu Qinglan and Pei Kaitai also turned their gazes towards Cui Xian. With conviction, Cui Xian responded, I have indeed begun my education. I learned to write by copying in the clan school SE room. As for the foundational texts, such as the Dragon's Shadow, my elder brother taught me. Regarding poetry, I completed reading the primer of rhyme, and thus I was able to compose. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Only Gao Qi and Pei Jian seemed unperturbed by the revelations. Because Xiandi has always been so extraordinary. Pei Kaitai gazed at Cui Xian, his mouth moving for quite some time, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to his son. At that time, You mentioned that Cui Xian learned to recite the 1,000-character classic in one go. Is that true? Pei Jian curled his lip. Of course it is true. And that's not all. Xiandi memorized the dragon's shadow in just one afternoon. A gasp of astonishment escaped the lips of Pei Chongqing, Pei Kaitai, and Wu Qinglan. Meanwhile, the two who spent all day buried in books, Cui Boshang and Cui Zhongyuan, were equally astonished as they looked at Cui Xian. The previous feats were beyond comprehension, leaving them in disbelief. But to memorize the dragon's shadow in a mere afternoon, what kind of genius is that? Good heavens! Wu Qinglan was so excited that he began to stomp his feet in place, ultimately bursting into uproarious laughter, exclaiming, "A peerless genius," while also declaring, "I am so overwhelmed, I must calm down by cutting some wheat." After saying that, he truly went to harvest wheat under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Pei Chongqing followed suit, calling him the contemporary literary star, and also rushed to harvest wheat to regain his composure. Observing these two, one more unreliable than the other, Pei Kaitai grasped Cui Xian's hand tightly, fearing that the little genius might slip away. He then turned excitedly to the elder matriarch of the Cui family. "You must be Cui Xian's grandmother, correct? May I ask if you would graciously allow Xian to begin his studies at our Pei Family Academy? Rest assured, we will provide him with the finest education." Upon hearing this, the elder matriarch could no longer contain her emotions and, in front of everyone, was overwhelmed to the point of tears. Good heavens! After so many years of hope, the Cui family has finally welcomed a literary star. This astonishing scene would be etched in the memories of the villagers of Hushi for many years to come. On that sweltering summer day, two esteemed scholars and a talented scholar stood excitedly at the edge of the field. Addressing the 8-year-old Xian from the Cui family, this child is undoubtedly the contemporary literary star. Faced with the fervently excited Pei Kaitai, the elder matriarch of the Cui family, her eyes reddened with tears, cautiously inquired, "Esteemed scholar, you say that Xian possesses exceptional talent for learning. Is this truly the case?" Happiness had arrived so suddenly that she feared it might be a dream. Pei Kaitai nodded. "Indeed. In my lifetime, I have never encountered a more gifted student than your Xian. He is not merely a prodigy. Calling him the contemporary literary star is no exaggeration. How wonderful! How wonderful!" The elder matriarch wept uncontrollably as she looked around. "Did you hear that? Did you all hear? The esteemed scholar praises our Xian as the contemporary literary star. My insistence on having my family pursue education was not in vain. It was not in vain." The villagers, witnessing this, naturally altered their previous mockery and expressed their agreement with admiration. Who could have anticipated that the once destitute Cui family would experience such a remarkable turnaround? And so splendidly. Chun, Lin, as well as Cui Boshang and Cui Zhongyuan, all wore expressions of excitement, their smiles wide. The Cui family had finally endured hardship and welcomed fortune. Seeing that the elder matriarch had not responded directly to him, Pei Kaitai, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "You must provide a definitive answer. Allow Xian to receive his education at the Pei Clan Academy. What do you think? I will take responsibility and provide a monthly stipend of 5 taels of silver for his living expenses." The villagers gasped in astonishment at the mention of such a sum. While others had to pay for their education, Xian would not only be exempt from fees, but would also receive financial support. Old Mrs. Cui was taken aback and hurriedly shook her head, exclaiming, No, it would be a great fortune for Xian to attend the Pei Clan Academy. We cannot accept any payment." Pei Jian placed a comforting hand on Cui Xian's shoulder and, with a grin, urged, "Grandmother, please accept it. If you refuse, my father will be troubled in his heart. Just wait and see. If all goes well, soon every clan school in Nanyang will be vying for Xian attendance. The Pei family does not lack for this small sum, but a poet sage or calligraphy sage emerging from our academy would bring great renown to our family. This investment is exceedingly worthwhile." Upon hearing this, Pei Kaitai shot a disapproving glance at his inept son. Once old Mrs. Cui agreed to let Xian study at the Pei Clan Academy, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Elated, old Mrs. Cui suddenly slapped her forehead as a reminder from her daughter-in-law Lin struck her. "Oh dear. The scholar and the Jiren are still out in the fields harvesting wheat. What shall we do?" The crowd, upon hearing this, turned their gazes to the fields where Wu Qinglan and Pei Chongqing were enthusiastically working, and laughter erupted. That day, the Cui family basked in glory. Throughout the day, the village buzzed with talk of the prodigy from the Cui family. Even neighboring villages caught wind of the excitement, flocking to Hushi village to witness the spectacle. The presence of two Jiren was indeed a formidable authority. A multitude of unfamiliar faces appeared, eager to curry favor with the Jiren, and they spontaneously came to help the Cui family with the wheat harvest. Remarkably, 30 acres of wheat were completely harvested in just one day. As night fell, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and stars twinkled above. The cool summer breeze carried the sweet scent of wheat across the fields, while the sounds of frogs croaking, cicadas chirping, and dogs barking filled the air. In the distance, the lotus flowers bloomed vibrantly in the pond, and fireflies flickered like stars. Those who had toiled throughout the day rested along the ridges, enjoying the cool evening and engaging in light-hearted conversation. Cui Xian, Gao Qi, and Pei Jian sat back to back, laughing and joking. Meanwhile, Pei Chongqing, Pei Kaitai, and Wu Qinglan exchanged furtive glances. At last, the elder Pei Chongqing cleared his throat softly and said with a warm smile, "Cui Xian, I find myself rather bored. Shall we engage in a game of couplets?" Although they knew the child was a prodigy, there was still a desire to test his wits further. Upon hearing this, the Cui family members felt a twinge of nervousness. Cui Xian stood up and smiled. "Sure. Grandfather Pei, please explain the rules." Pei Chongqing replied, "We will use the surrounding scenery as our theme. I will provide the first line, and you will respond with the second. You have reaching El Chi Ming, so you should be familiar with the rules of couplets." Cui Xian nodded. "I understand, Grandfather Pei. Let us begin." As the crowd gathered to witness the unfolding excitement, everyone drew closer. Gao Qi and Pei Jian stood nearby, cheering on Xian Di. Cui Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had initially thought of teaching his younger brother, but to his astonishment, his brother proved to be immensely more talented than he had anticipated. As an elder brother, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy and pride. Pei Chongqing sat on the edge of the field, surveying the surroundings, and then his eyes lit up. "Listen closely, Cui Xian. My first couplet is, the crescent moon slices through the clouds, gathering the night's hues." This line ingeniously combined action, words, and nouns. Pei Jian immediately exclaimed, "That's too difficult. Grandfather, you're being unfair." Gao Qi pondered deeply, even consulting the introduction to rhyme in search of an answer. Even the brothers Cui Buoxing and Cui Zhongyuan secretly attempted to compose their own couplets. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Cui Xian calmly surveyed the area, gesturing towards the farming tools nearby with a smile, saying, "I've got it. The second line is, the broomstar sifts the grain, scattering celestial light." Wu Qinglan immediately applauded, exclaiming, "Marvelous. What a splendid line. Wait, you are truly skilled?" Pei Jian, who had just complained about unfairness, turned around with an awkward expression, then gave a thumbs up to Cui Xian. "Impressive. Such a restricted topic requires not only knowledge but also swift reflexes to combine the sights and objects before one's eyes with the content of the first line." Thus, with just this couplet, Pei Chongqing and the others realized that Xian Guo was undoubtedly a gifted child. "Wonderful," Pei Chongqing exclaimed. Pausing for a moment before continuing with a smile, "My second line is, the Milky Way cascades down, forming waves of gold." Cui Xian, grinning, pointed towards the piled-up grains. "The Jade Dipper tilts the heavens, transforming the wheat into mountains." Such a quick wit. Now, Pei Chongqing was genuinely astonished. He turned his gaze and pointed at himself. Laughing heartily, the old man joyfully recounts the bountiful harvest. Truly, he was deserving of being called a scholar. Not only did he effortlessly generate a prompt, but he also cleverly integrated himself into the couplet. This line was both easy and challenging. It was easy due to its straightforwardness, yet challenging because how could one, like Pei Chongqing, subtly weave oneself into a couplet? Cui Xian paused for a moment, deep in thought. Observing this, Pei Chongqing chuckled mischievously. Wu Qinglan and Pei Kaitai were at a loss for words, an old man's wicked sense of humor playing tricks on a child. The other members of the Cui family and the villagers of Heshi watched with great interest, though they could not read. It did not diminish their enjoyment of such literary playfulness. Then, under the amazed, admiring, and astonished gazes of everyone present, Cui Xian's eyes brightened. "I've got it." Pei Chongqing exclaimed in surprise. "So soon? Make sure you consider your answer carefully, as this couplet is not as simple as it appears." Cui Xian replied with a smile. "I have thought of three." Pei Jian and Gao Qi suddenly felt embarrassed. They couldn't even think of one. Cui Zhongyuan and Cui Buoxing also turned a bit red, realizing they were outdone by their 8-year-old cousin. Pei Chongqing expressed some disbelief. "Oh? What are the three? Please share." A gentle breeze caressed the ridges of the fields, and the fireflies from the pond flitted gracefully through the air. Under the luminous moonlight, Cui Xian leapt lightly, clasping his hands to catch a firefly, his smile radiant. My first couplet is, a child clasping hands captures the wandering firefly. Upon landing, he opened his palms to release the firefly, then leaned in as if to listen. My second couplet is, a child tilting his ear translates the writings of insects. With a beaming smile, he pointed to his companions behind him, Pei Jian, Gao Qi, and Cui Yu, who were eagerly flipping through the enlightenment of phonetics. He declared, my final couplet is, a child competing to recite the ancient sages' scriptures. After hearing this, Pei Chongqing exclaimed in admiration, excellent, truly remarkable. Gao Qi, Pei Jian, and Cui Yu responded with enthusiastic cheers, while the villagers, realizing the brilliance of the moment, joined in applause. The faces of the Cui family flushed with excitement, brimming with pride. In the bright night, Cui Xian, having effortlessly delivered 3 couplets, wore a smile in his eyes, his dark pupils gleaming. Though youthful, he stood tall and confident, more radiant than the moonlight itself. This delightful game of couplets concluded amid the cheers and astonishment of the crowd. If the villagers had previously held any doubts about the genius of Xian Ge, those doubts had vanished after this night. Alas, the scholar's questions are beyond our comprehension. Yet Xian Ge can respond with 3 in one go. It was no wonder that the scholar and the talented students were eager to praise him as the contemporary star of literature. This child was destined for greatness indeed. Xian Ge was already beginning to flourish. The glory of the Cui family today was entirely due to his achievements. The people of Hishi village gazed upon them with envious eyes, showering the Cui family with increasing warmth and attentiveness. The influx of visitors to the Cui residence was overwhelming, leaving little room to accommodate them all. Consequently, many families selflessly offered their hospitality, providing lodging for the soldiers brought by Gao Qianhu and the Pei family. That night, old lady Cui lay in bed, her lips frozen in a smile, feeling as if she floated in a beautiful dream, even smiling in her sleep. It had been 20 years since she had felt such joy and comfort. Having slept so soundly, she awoke unusually late, the sun already high in the sky. The courtyard was abuzz with activity. The expectant Chen family busied themselves with hosting guests, while Lin led a group of village women to prepare breakfast. The eggs, usually too precious to spare, were generously offered today. After all, they couldn't let their guests labor in vain. The 2 Cui brothers humbly sought knowledge from Pei Chongqing. Observing this lively scene, old lady Cui couldn't help but smile once more. How wonderful it was. Sister-in-law, oh, you finally woke up, exclaimed a woman from the village, her tone laced with envy and warm compliments. We were just about to come and call you. But your daughter-in-law said you hadn't had a good night's sleep in years, so she suggested you rest a bit longer. Upon hearing these words, old Master Cui turned his gaze towards the Chun and Lin families, his eyes crinkling with a smile. My 2 daughters-in-law are truly remarkable. You ought to feel envious. Chun and Lin exchanged bashful glances, flattered by the praise. Over the years, the family had supported and understood one another, facing hardships together. Fortunately, the bitter days had finally given way to sweetness. Meanwhile, Cui Xian, the sole architect behind lifting this once dilapidated household, was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Pei Jian and Gao Qi, contemplating a prosperous future for the Cui family. Beneath the grand locust tree at the entrance, Pei Jian, with a blade of dogtail grass clutched between his teeth, grinned at Cui Xian. Xian, now that your wheat harvest is complete, why not accompany me home today? Beside them, Gao Qi rolled his eyes dramatically, clearly apprehensive that Pei Jian was too eager to claim his younger brother. Cui Xian shook his head in response. Elder brother, I wish to remain at home for a while longer. Firstly, my mother is about to give birth, and secondly, I aspire to persuade the family to relocate to Nanyang County. At this revelation, Cui Yu, who was nearby, froze in surprise. Pei Jian and Gao Qi both raised their hands in enthusiastic agreement. That sounds splendid. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Cui Xian chuckled. I genuinely will need your help. First and foremost, we must secure accommodation. Before he could finish, both elder brothers displayed their discontent. Cui Xian waved his hands. Allow me to finish. We cannot impose on your households during our relocation. My plan is to rent a residence first and then find a shop to establish a business selling Hong Mao Lan Tuchi Xiaojuan merchandise. This venture has the potential for significant growth. Elder brother, Brother Gao, Brother He Yu, and Brother Zhuangjin, I propose that each of you holds a 10% stake in this venture. Do not rush to decline. My current fortune is in no small part due to your support. Now that I am thriving, It is only fair that we share this prosperity together. With your protection, my shop is bound to flourish, bringing in abundant wealth. Furthermore, having your own income is far more comfortable than relying on family for funds. Would you not agree? Upon hearing this, Pei Jian and Gao Qi no longer resisted. They were reluctant to take advantage of Cui Xian, but ultimately each contributed 20 taels as startup capital for their shares. Gao Qi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Does this mean we will soon own our very own shop?" At their tender age of around 10, the prospect of a lucrative business was indeed remarkable. Pei Jian, equally intrigued, remarked, "With Hong Mao gaining immense popularity, the business of Mo Ho Luo will undoubtedly thrive. Xian, I truly admire your ambition. You dare to dream and take action. At such a young age, you are already crafting stories, penning poetry, and now planning to open a shop. Being your elder brother puts quite a pressure on me." Gao Qi smirked and quipped, "Then you should let Xian be my younger brother." Feigning ignorance to Gao Qi's comment, Pei Jian continued, "Rest assured, Xian, I will handle the arrangements for your house rental, ensuring it is both spacious and affordable. For the shop rental and opening, I will consult Zhuang Jing. As for the production of Mo Ho Luo, I will enlist Li Hiyu's expertise. Regarding the subsequent security concerns," Gao Qi glared, "who dares to cause trouble in our shop? I will summon the brave men from Nanyang and make him regret it. Look, such is the demeanor of a true big brother." Cui Xian smiled with his eyes curving in delight. Beside him, the siblings Cui Xian and Cui Yu listened in astonishment. Their expressions blank. How could such a significant matter be resolved so effortlessly by Xian? "Brother, you are truly remarkable." After a light-hearted discussion, the three young men settled on the matter of opening the shop. After enjoying breakfast, Gao Qianhu and his soldiers, along with the Pei family, prepared to depart. Before leaving, Gao Qianhu leaned into his son and whispered, "Son, did you not come here to seize Brother Xian? Why have you not mentioned it at all since your arrival?" Unexpectedly, Gao Qi replied earnestly, "Father, I sincerely wish to befriend Brother Xian. He is not just a servant to be traded or taken. He is my brother, regardless of whose household he belongs to." Pei Jian surely thinks the same. He came to Hishi village without mentioning anything about taking Brother Xian. Gao Qianhu listened, deeply moved. He responded with pride, "My son has truly grown up. Rest assured, I support you. Brother Xian possesses great scholarly talent. You must learn from him and not neglect your studies as you did before." Gao Qi nodded earnestly. Before leaving, the Pei family brought 2 fully loaded carts of gifts into the Cui family courtyard. These gifts were all contained in brocade boxes. Although their contents were unseen, their value was undoubtedly immense. The eyes of the common folk in Hushi village widened in astonishment. Yet, with Gao Qianhu and his soldiers present, they dared not even glance around. Old Madame Cui was reluctant to accept the gifts, repeatedly refusing. Pei Jian smiled, "Grandmother, please accept them. These are all gifts we previously prepared for Brother Xian. We are leaving today, but we will meet again in Nanyang soon." Old Madame Cui, still not quite grasping the implications of his words, thought it merely a polite gesture. Upon seeing 2 carts filled to the brim with gifts occupying her courtyard, she felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. It was truly troubling to accept so many gifts from others. However, the 2 scholars from the Pei family and Master Wu Qinglan felt even more uneasy. Before leaving, Wu Qinglan grasped Cui Xian's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. "Good child, had it not been for your mother nearing her delivery, I would have insisted on taking you to the clan school to prevent any unforeseen delays." After last night's assessment of his talents, they had come to a profound appreciation of Cui Xian's abilities. Pei Chongqing was equally reluctant to part ways. He gazed at Cui Xian as if he were a rare treasure, repeatedly saying, "Brother Xian, we have an agreement. You must stay at home for a while, and then come to study at the Pei clan school. If you go elsewhere, my heart may not withstand it." Saying this, the old man feigned a dramatic gesture, clutching his chest in mock distress, causing everyone to chuckle. Pei Jian unabashedly teased his grandfather. "Now you realize his worth? It wasn't when you sent my little brother away." Hearing this, Cui Xian curiously asked, "Sent away?" Pei Chongqing appeared awkward and then, in confusion, remarked, "Sending someone? What do you mean? I am unaware." The Gao family, along with the Pei family and Wu Qinglan, departed in a horse-drawn carriage, leaving the remaining villagers of Hushi dispersed. The bustling Cui household suddenly fell into silence. Yet, all were aware that the gates of the Cui family would never again be quiet. Many villagers, upon returning home, pondered whether to muster the courage to send their children for enlightenment, imagining that perhaps their child might become a luminary like Xian Guer. In the Cui courtyard, Once everyone had left, Aunt Lin hurriedly closed the door. She then gazed at the myriad of gift boxes that filled the courtyard and playfully teased Chun, sister-in-law. Quickly put away these fine items, lest I grow envious. Chun smiled graciously and replied, let us open them together to see what treasures lie within. Whatever you fancy, I shall gift to you first. The family laughed in unison. They collectively carried the boxes into the main hall, opening them one by one, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Goodness! This is a silver longevity lock, a tortoiseshell-framed ivory abacus. And this is soot and cake? How extravagant! They marveled at the bamboo-bodied rabbit hair brush. And even the writing weights were made of brass. There were intricately carved paperweights made of blue bricks. Not only the women of the Cui family, but even brothers Cui Boshang and Cui Zhongyuan were taken aback. All these were exquisite and valuable items. Chen urged Lin to select a few pieces. Lin shook her head repeatedly, hesitant to accept such precious gifts, fearing they might be too burdensome. Old Lady Cui gazed at the lavish presents, nostalgia flickering in her eyes. In our prosperous days, we too resided in Nanyang County, surrounded by such fine possessions. This time, she reflected not with sorrow but with a smile, marveling at the vicissitudes of life. Unexpectedly, Cui Xian interjected with a grin. Grandmother, once we could dwell in Nanyang County. And now, we can again. Old Lady Cui was momentarily taken aback. The other Cui family members turned their attention to Xian Gur. Cui Xian continued. Now that we have wealth, I shall attend the Pei Family Academy to study, naturally planning for the family's future. My storybook has earned 30 taels in base royalties. It is currently a bestseller in Nanyang County, and according to Pei Jian, a monthly share of 5 taels should be forthcoming. 5 taels a month? This is no mere storybook, it is a treasure trove. The family stared in astonishment. Cui Xian pressed on, with the success of the storybook. I envision our move to Nanyang to open a shop and engage in business. My brother and I will study at the Pei Family Academy. Father and uncle have been self-taught in isolation for years, which is hardly ideal. In the county, they can pursue further education. With a teacher's guidance and their eagerness to learn, they shall undoubtedly progress swiftly and excel in their studies. Grandmother, you need not weep daily, nor confine my father and uncle to the barn. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Cui Boshang and Cui Zhongyuan sparkled with hope. Old Lady Cui said hesitantly, Xianer, so you are aware that I have imprisoned your father and uncle in the cowshed? I had intended to keep this from you. As for your suggestion to move to Nanyang and engage in business, let me ponder that further. Our family has never ventured into commerce and lacks the necessary understanding. Moreover, relocating to Nanyang entails renting a house, searching for a shop, and finding assistance, which is quite a burden. The other members of the Cui family nodded in agreement. However, siblings Cui Xian and Cui Yu exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with amusement. For them, what old Lady Cui deemed insurmountable challenges had already been addressed by their brother. Indeed, Cui Xian smiled and declared, Grandmother, these are trivial matters. My elder brother Pei Jian has already taken care of the house rental. We merely need to move. As for finding a shop and conducting business, my other brother Zhuang Jin will handle that. Oh, and by the way, he is the son of Nanyang's wealthiest man. The kiln for making the pottery will be managed by another brother of mine, the son of the craftsman. Regarding security, Gao Qi will oversee that. Look here. This is 40 taels of silver, given to me by Pei Jian and Gao Qi before they departed as investment capital. Once we arrive in Nanyang, Zhuang Jin and Li Heiyu will each contribute another 20 taels. 80 taels of silver should suffice to establish our shop. Upon hearing these words, the entire family was left speechless. In less than 3 months in Nanyang, Xianer had already befriended so many influential brothers. Old Lady Cui felt a surge of excitement. If that were the case, moving to Nanyang seemed bereft of any concerns. Cui Xian, holding the 40 taels of silver, radiated with joy. On the day I left home, I promised grandmother that I would make something of myself and bring glory to the Cui family. Today, I return to fulfill that promise. We now possess wealth, prestige, connections, and social standing. We lack for nothing. A mere small city like Nanyang is well within our reach. Once there, I, my elder brother, father, and uncle can devote ourselves to our studies and examinations, while grandmother, mother, aunt, and sister manage the family business. Together, we will strive to restore the former glory of the Cui family. In the future, when outsiders mention the Cui family, they will surely raise their thumbs in admiration and say, Ah, the Cui family of Nanyang. What a remarkable Cui family of Nanyang. Old Lady Cui trembled with excitement, utterly captivated. Excellent. Yes, listening to you, Xianer, we shall move. The other members of the Cui family were equally inspired, their spirits soaring at Xian'er's words. Just then, Chun, clutching her stomach, exclaimed, "Oh dear." The entire family was startled. With a flushed face, Chen explained, "I was too excited earlier and exerted myself. I fear I am about to give birth." "What?" Old Lady Cui hastily urged. "Quickly, men, step outside. Eldest daughter-in-law, assist your sister-in-law into the room." Thus, all the men of the Cui family were ushered out. Cui Xian stood there, dazed. In his lifetime, he had never witnessed a woman in labor before. Fortunately, Chen successfully delivered a baby girl. Cui Zhongyuan beamed. "I have a daughter now." Cui Xian wore a silly smile, exclaiming, "I have a sister now. That exquisite silver longevity lock would be perfect for her." Upon hearing this, Chen Shi joyfully poked her daughter's cheek, saying, "Oh dear, how fortunate you are. You've skipped the hardships our family endured and come directly to enjoy the blessings." The entire family erupted in laughter, acknowledging the truth in her words. Indeed, the future of the Cui family promised to be ever more prosperous, with continuous joyous events and the arrival of a new member. Old Lady Cui waved her hand generously, arranging a feast and announcing the family's impending move to Nanyang. The villagers gathered to offer their congratulations. Learning of the Cui family's relocation to Nanyang did not strike them as surprising. Rather, it felt entirely deserved, for they were clearly on the rise. For over a month, Cui Xian remained at home, awaiting Chen Shi's full recovery and watching his sister grow stronger day by day. By the end of July, the Pei family arranged 2 carriages with the most stable drivers and soft bedding to escort the Cui family to Nanyang. On the day of the move, the Cui family beamed with joy. Old Lady Cui, filled with a myriad of emotions, glanced back at their still humble and dilapidated home, feeling an unexpected pang of reluctance. A villager jested, "What's wrong, sister-in-law? Can't bear to leave? Then why not stay?" Without hesitation, Old Lady Cui turned and boarded the carriage, declaring, "We must go. Rest assured, dear neighbors, I will certainly return to visit you all frequently." The crowd erupted in laughter, their eyes reflecting envy and nostalgia. They had witnessed the rise of a family firsthand. Amidst the villagers' farewells, the Cui family set off in their carriages, facing the morning sun as they slowly departed from Hushi village, where they had lived for 20 years. 2 decades prior, Widow Cui had arrived in tears with her 2 sons, destitute and forlorn. Now, 20 years later, Old Lady Cui radiated pride as 3 generations of her family departed, filled with vigor and ambition. Just as Cui Xian had proclaimed, a brand new, prosperous, and powerful family of virtue, the Cui family of Nanyang, was poised to embrace its luminous glory. A new beginning in Nanyang City, Zhongjing Alley buzzed with excitement as a family by the surname of Cui celebrated their housewarming. Several neighbors leaned out to gossip together. What a grand affair. Look at those 7 or 8 carriages arriving, seemingly accompanied by servants. Their tones were filled with astonishment as they speculated about the identity of the new neighbors. At that moment, an elderly man emerged from a neighboring yard, disdainfully tossing a basin of rice-washing water at the entrance. He then scoffed. If they had any real standing, would they live in this dilapidated place of Zhongjing Alley? They would have moved to Funyo Alley long ago. With that, he turned and slammed the door behind him. The neighbors exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had provoked the old man this time. One neighbor, rolling his eyes, discerned perhaps it's because the new arrivals share the surname Cui. And while they bask in glory, his family is mired in chaos. Jealousy, perhaps? This remark elicited subtly shifting expressions among the crowd. In the alley of Zhongjing, it is common knowledge that the Cui family has been enduring a most distressing existence, with its members being notoriously difficult to manage. As fate would have it, a new neighbor has moved in, sharing the same surname of Cui. Just upon their arrival, they have already incurred the jealousy of the elder Cui. It appears that there will be no shortage of excitement in the days to come. On the other hand, the newly arrived Cui family is indeed thriving. Although Zhongjing Alley may exhibit signs of age, its location is exceptionally advantageous. A mere instant's worth of time is required to reach Funyo Alley. Beyond the alley lies a bustling market, workshops, breakfast stalls, restaurants, tea houses, bookstores, and medical clinics, all within close proximity. Life here is exceedingly convenient. What is even more remarkable is that the rent is quite reasonable, only 800 won per month. This prime location was carefully selected by the Pei family after much searching. The pawn shop, recognizing the status of the scholar's family, offered a favorable price. The monthly expense of 800 coins, which would have previously been utterly unacceptable to the elder Cui, now seems manageable. After all, The annual rent alone would amount to nearly 10 taels of silver, a truly daunting figure. However, for the sake of Xian Gu and Yu Gu, to facilitate their education and ensure a more comfortable life for the entire family, the elder Cui gritted her teeth and agreed to the lease. Now, as Xian Gu has become successful, the family's circumstances have improved significantly. The elder Chui's former gloom has gradually faded, replaced by a cheerful demeanor, transforming her into a warm and amiable matriarch. At this moment, she sits in the courtyard of their new home, joyfully playing with her granddaughter. The two men, Cui Buoxing and Cui Zhongyuan, along with Aunt Lin and several younger members of the family, are busy tidying up and cleaning. The new courtyard, though modest, is only half the size of their previous abode in Hushi Village. It still comprises 3 large rooms, each containing smaller chambers, comfortably accommodating the entire family. Now, Cui Xian even has his own private room. Moreover, the courtyard features a well and a chicken coop to the west, alongside which a fragrant osmanthus tree has been planted, rumored to have been sown by a scholar of yore. The elder Cui, upon seeing it, was utterly enchanted. The osmanthus tree holds auspicious connotations. In the future, her sons and grandsons may very well achieve great success. It is evident that the Pei family put considerable thought into selecting this residence. Furthermore, on this auspicious occasion of the Cui family's housewarming, the ladies from the Pei, Gao, Zhuang, and Li families have all come to extend their congratulations. With the move to their new home, heartfelt greetings and warm social exchanges abound. How could one not flourish under such circumstances? As Lin suggested while tidying up, "Mother, let us slaughter a chicken and prepare a stew to celebrate our new home." Upon hearing this, the family was greatly intrigued. The elder Cui readily consented. "Very well. Hooray. What a delight it will be to enjoy a chicken stew." Cui Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. She, along with Yu Gu and Xian Gu, worked in unison to catch the plumpest rooster from the coop. With fresh, home-raised chicken and the newly harvested taro, they simmered it in an iron pot for a full half-hour. The tender chicken, paired with the creamy taro, was a true culinary delight. The family of 8, no, now it is 9, feasted with gleaming eyes. Regrettably, the youngest could only watch longingly. After dinner, Chen glanced at the sky and remarked, "Yuger, Xiang, hurry off to bed. Tomorrow marks the beginning of your schooling, and you must not be late." Hearing this, the brothers Cui Yu and Cui Xian obediently returned to their room. Before sleeping, Cui Xian surveyed the pristine home, stretching contentedly. In just a few short months since his arrival, he had earned the reputation of a prodigy and lifted his impoverished family from Hushi Village. Life had finally settled into a routine, and he was on the verge of entering the Pei Family Academy, officially becoming a student of ancient times. Upon reflection, he mused that he had accomplished quite a bit. A little self-praise before sleep was warranted. Soon, drowsiness enveloped him, and Cui Xian drifted into a deep slumber, preparing to embrace a new beginning, the daily life of an ancient schoolboy. Indeed, it was the life of a student at a noble primary school in ancient times. The following day, at the crack of dawn, the temple monk responsible for announcing the hour began to strike the wooden fish while calling out the time along the streets. In the alley, oil lamps flickered to life in many homes. Chen intended to take her daughter out. Hearing the commotion, the elder Mrs. Cui and Lin were the first to rise. After a quick wash, they stepped out into the courtyard, greeted by the monk's announcement and the pale light of dawn just breaking over the horizon. If one were to gaze down from above Nanyang County at this moment, they would observe the city awakening from a night of silence. The livestock market was particularly bustling, with long lines forming at several butcher stalls. At this hour, the meat was freshest and most affordable, the recently slaughtered still steaming. Elder Mrs. Cui, delighted by the sight, could not resist purchasing 21 of pork. As they continued onward, the fruit market was equally vibrant, showcasing an array of fresh vegetables, fruits, grains, and spices, a veritable cornucopia. However, they did not need to buy these just yet, as the Pei family had delivered plenty the previous day, which remained uneaten. Elder Mrs. Cui and Lin had ventured out to purchase breakfast. Unlike the countryside, life in the city moved at a brisk pace. Laborers and students alike rose early, resulting in a variety of breakfast stalls. Not far from Zhongjing Alley lay a breakfast street, where one could find a range of offerings: baked cakes, steamed buns, rice cakes, ice cream, and fried pastries, all commonplace. For something more refined, there were chicken noodle soup, fishball soup, and stir-fried lung dishes. As it was midsummer, the refreshing plum soup and osmanthus soup were particularly in demand. Of course, such fare was typical for the less affluent. The young masters and misses of wealthy families generally frequented restaurants and tea houses, enjoying leisurely breakfasts. Passing a tea house, elder Mrs. Cui and Lin overheard a storyteller recounting the tale of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit's 7 heroes. The two women listened for a while, feeling immense pride. However, pressed for time, they dared not linger long. They purchased stir-fried lung, baked cakes, and corn porridge for the adults, while for the 3 youngsters at home, they procured chicken noodle soup, fried pine nuts, and refreshing plum soup. These little rascals are eating us out of house and home. A sumptuous breakfast had been prepared, and Mrs. Cui, while lamenting the exorbitant expenses of city life, could not help but exclaim, with a few little ones at home who are growing, "I shall surely prepare a bowl of fresh milk for them each day." Lin chuckled, "You were just saying how expensive things are in the city." Mrs. Cui shook her head. Expenses must be incurred when necessary. However, she mused that it was time to consider the business of the Moho, lest they find themselves in a state of depletion. No household could endure such a fate. Such burdensome thoughts, of course, were not to be shared with the children. Upon returning home after purchasing breakfast, Mrs. Cui donned a gentle demeanor and called out, "Xian, you, Xian, rise and wash up. Grandmother has brought breakfast for you, including chicken noodle soup, fried pastries, and sweet plum soup." Yet, her words were met with silence. It was still too early, with dawn barely breaking. As for the rooster that typically heralded the morning, it had found its end in a feast the previous night. Thus, Mrs. Cui carried the breakfast into the rooms, deliberately making noise. Cui Xian awakened to the tantalizing aroma of fried pastries, his stomach grumbling in protest. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he smiled at his grandmother. "It smells so good. Grandmother, you must be enticing me on purpose." Mrs. Cui laughed. "You lazy little one. Rise and partake in your morning meal before heading to school." With a playful roll, Cui Xian leapt up, grinning. "Understood." How curious that he would say understood. Wasn't that a term from a past life of servitude? Thus, the ancient elementary student Cui Xian commenced his daily journey to school. He washed up in the courtyard, followed closely by his siblings, Cui Xian and Cui Yu. At the moment they indulged in breakfast, their faces bore identical expressions of satisfaction. What a delightful feast. After the meal, under the guidance of Cui Bushing and Cui Zhongyuan, Cui Yu and Cui Xian set off for school, each carrying a book box. Mrs. Cui, still feeling a twinge of worry, reminded them, "Do remember to bring the customary gifts for the teacher, and be cautious on your way." "We will, grandmother." "Yes, mother." The 4 family members stepped outside, with the 2 fathers each holding a large basket filled with offerings: celery, lotus seeds, red beans, jujubes, longan, and dried meat. Though the Pei family had specifically invited Cui Xian to study, even providing a monthly stipend of 5 taels for living expenses, the customary gifts remained essential. It was a matter of respect for the teacher. As the sun began to rise, the morning air still carried a hint of chill. The Cui family departed from Zhongjing Alley and, after a brief walk, arrived at the entrance of Funyo Alley. "They've arrived. Xian, you finally made it. Hurry along, Wu Qinglan. That old rascal has moved the school start time up by half an hour. Arriving late means punishment. It's utterly outrageous." Pei Jian, Gao Qi, Zhuang Jin, and Li Heiyu, for elder brothers, wore glum expressions as they vented their grievances. On ordinary days, they would be indifferent to such matters, preferring to avoid the classroom altogether. However, now is the time to diligently study alongside Xian. Upon hearing this, Cui Xian and his companions hastened their steps towards the Pei Clan Academy. Inside the academy, the students wore expressions of distress, their spirits visibly depleted. Master Wu, wielding a disciplinary ruler, admonished, "Look at your current state. You exhibit no vigor at all. How will you ever succeed in the imperial examinations? Furthermore, I have clearly instructed you all on how to compose poetry. Yet you stood idly by as ode to the goose was bested by a poorly crafted verse, and still dared to complain about Cui Xian's assertiveness. It truly infuriates me." Upon hearing the master's words, the students suddenly appeared sheepish. They could not be entirely blamed. Zhao Yao's ode to the new bamboo was undeniably impressive upon first glance. At that moment, someone shouted, "Cui Xian has arrived." The entire academy turned in unison towards the entrance, their gazes eager. Finally, he has returned. For some time now, the entire academy, nay, the whole of Nanyang, had been abuzz with discussions about him. Master Wu, who had been frowning just moments ago, suddenly transformed. His expression brightened. His face creased with a broad smile. The students were left in astonishment. Goodness, even this stern traditionalist could smile. "Cui Xian, my dear child, you have finally arrived. Master Wu exclaimed, his excitement prompting him to approach and welcome. Upon seeing the tribute brought by the Cui family, his smile widened even further. Such courtesy. And he has even brought a gift for the teacher. Accepting a student's tribute signifies a bond with the student as their teacher. Master Wu was not concerned with the tributes. What truly mattered was the opportunity to be a mentor to a prodigy. If one were to inquire outside, they would find that scholars of great renown would eagerly vie for a disciple like Cui Xian. It was only due to the child's tender age that he remained under the tutelage of Wu Qinglong for the time being. Observing Master Wu's seemingly unremarkable demeanor, Pei Jian and his companions couldn't help but chuckle. Cui Zhongyuan and Cui Bosheng also wished to laugh, but as they were present in the capacity of guardians, they suppressed their amusement with great effort. Once Wu Qinglong accepted the tribute, Cui Yu and Cui Xian bowed in respect to their master, cementing their bond. Wu Qinglong inquired briefly about Cui Yu's academic progress and then assigned him to the junior class, while Cui Xian was placed in the intermediate class, joining his elder peers. At this point, Pei Jian and the others could no longer find humor in the situation. For they recalled the earlier scene where Xian had effortlessly memorized everything upon first reading, sending chills down their spines. Unbeknownst to the others, the academy was about to welcome a truly formidable genius. As the students gathered around Cui Xian, they entered the classroom in a jubilant procession. Excitement adorned each face. Their gazes towards Cui Xian filled with admiration, curiosity, and reverence. At the tender age of 8, he had already penned stories and composed poetry, earning his renown throughout Nanyang County. This could be likened to an ancient version of a child star, while Master Wu had yet to commence the lesson. The students eagerly approached Cui Xian, one offering, "Cui Xian, I brought some dried meat. It's quite delicious. Would you care to try?" Another chimed in, "Cui Xian, that ode to the goose was truly memorable. I am genuinely impressed." "Brother Cui Xian," he remarked, "I have composed a poem as well. Let us find a time to engage in a friendly exchange." However, this declaration was immediately met with a chorus of derisive jeers from the others. Cui Xian found himself encircled, with a table laden with various snacks and gifts, momentarily uncertain of whom to express his gratitude. The enthusiasm of the new classmates was quite overwhelming. This was not Cui Xian's first visit to the clan academy, yet this time, the experience felt entirely different. No longer was he a mere student. He stood as one of the most distinguished scholars in the classroom. When Wu Qinglong entered the classroom, this was the scene that greeted him. Rather than feeling anger, he chuckled and jested. "It seems our new classmate is quite the popular figure." The other students erupted into laughter. Pei Jian, with an air of pride, clasped his younger brother's shoulder and said, "Of course." But their mirth was short-lived. Wu Fusher then announced, "We shall not have a lesson today, given the arrival of a new student. I would like to take this opportunity to outline the upcoming academic requirements. First, upon arriving at the academy each morning, students must recite the previous day's lessons fluently 5 times. Next, they are to memorize 3 newly learned poems, and after mastering them, they will read the material taught today twice, totaling 30 readings. Following this, there will be a break for lunch. What? Upon hearing this, the students could scarcely believe their ears. "If you wish to starve us, just say so." Second, after lunch, there will be an hour of reading. Once completed, each student must present a piece of calligraphy to the teacher, demonstrating their understanding of virtue and vice for rewards and punishments. Third, every evening, students are required to recount 2 stories of loyalty and filial piety, which they must memorize in preparation for potential impromptu questioning. Fourth, on the days of the new moon and full moon, there will be an examination of the past fortnight's assignments and assessments for rewards and punishments. Fifth, students who perform exceptionally well will receive a reward ticket, allowing them to evade 1 punishment. Diligence and laziness alike will be subject to rewards and penalties. Sixth, students who demonstrate outstanding performance will have their names recorded in a ledger, and upon accumulating 10 points, they will be granted writing materials as a reward. Having hastily enumerated these new regulations, Wu Fusher disregarded the collective groans of the students and inquired, "Are there any questions?" Pei Jian, visibly agitated, raised his hand. "I have a question. Why does it seem that every rule you stated is aimed specifically at me?" The trio of Zhuangjin shared his sentiment. Wu Qinglong feigned ignorance and offered no response. Another student cautiously inquired, "May I ask, Master, which texts are to be recited?" Wu Qinglong pondered for a moment before responding, "The classics, history, law, and arithmetic are all included. with a particular emphasis on the 4 books and 5 classics, historical records, and literary collections. The 4 books consist of the classic of filial piety, elementary learning, and commentaries on the 5 classics, including the rites of Zhou, rituals, 3 commentaries, discourses of the states, national strategies, principles of human nature, literary selections, collections from the 8 schools, and essentials of composition, among others. The imperial edicts and legal codes must also be studied appropriately. The student, pale-faced, sank back into his seat, feeling as though the very heavens had collapsed upon him. A collective gasp echoed throughout the classroom. Cui Xian must surely have lost his mind. Only Cui Xian, upon hearing this lengthy list of texts, felt a surge of anticipation. If he wished to succeed in the imperial examination, he must conquer these books. Even though he had previously earned a doctorate in Chinese language and literature, he dared not claim mastery over such a multitude of subjects. Moreover, with regard to the laws and historical records, he must reacquaint himself with them. Fortunately, he, Cui Xian, possesses the courage to start anew. In the face of widespread protests and lamentations, Master Wu declared, "Well then, since there are no objections, let this be settled. From tomorrow onward, it shall be implemented." The students gritted their teeth, a multitude of eyes glaring fiercely at him. Did we appear to be without dissent? After assigning the coursework, Wu Qinglan called Cui Xian aside. Speaking kindly, "Rest assured, my dear student, I understand that you are just beginning your studies, with a foundation still quite fragile. Hence, I shall grant you 10 reward tickets. Should you encounter any punishment in the future, you may use these to offset it." Pei Jian, who had stealthily eavesdropped on their conversation, mused, "This is indeed preferential treatment. Old Wu is being unjust." Cui Xian held the 10 reward tickets in his hands, his expression peculiar. Before he could utter a word, Master Wu continued softly, "Furthermore, if you perform well this month, it would be best if you could compose another poem in preparation. Reliable sources indicate that within the month, the county magistrate will come to inspect our academy. Good heavens! It seems that even in ancient times, there was such a thing as political performance." Upon hearing this, Cui Xian's eyes sparkled. If his reputation as a prodigy could receive official endorsement, then his path to the imperial examination would be all but assured. In the academy, after discussing the county magistrate's inspection, Wu Qinglan noticed Cui Xian's gleaming eyes and realized he had grasped the message. This child is truly clever, and Master Wu genuinely cherished him. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "The county magistrate has only recently assumed office. I have only seen him from a distance, and he appears quite formidable." According to Pei Jian's father and grandfather, the new magistrate is relatively young, yet his talents should not be underestimated. He is known for his integrity and decisiveness, possessing a character that does not tolerate any nonsense. Cui Xian understood the implication. Master Wu was advising him not to ostentatiously display his talents before the magistrate, lest he inadvertently cause trouble. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I shall remember your words," Cui Xian replied with a bow, returning to the classroom under Wu Qinglan's approving gaze. On his way back, an unfamiliar student accidentally bumped into Cui Xian. The student said nothing and hurried away. However, at the moment of their collision, Cui Xian found a note in his hand. He discreetly unfolded it, and upon reading its contents, his expression stiffened. "There are people from the Zhao family watching you. Be exceedingly cautious." The Zhao family. Zhao Yaozu. Cui Xian tucked the note away. Once back in the classroom, he casually engaged Pei Jian in conversation, inquiring, "Elder brother, how did Ode to the Goose manage to gain recognition upon my return to Hushi village?" Overshadowing Ode to the New Bamboo. At the mention of this, Pei Jian momentarily forgot the sorrow brought by the new academic plans. He burst into hearty laughter, displaying an innocent demeanor. "Oh right, I completely forgot to tell you. That scoundrel Zhao Yaozu distributed Ode to the New Bamboo and Ode to the Goose throughout Nanyang County, intending to use you as a stepping stone to fame. Who would have thought, huh?" Moreover, someone publicly criticized Ode to the New Bamboo, Zhao Yaozu's grandfather, mistakenly believing he was being praised for his grandson, shamelessly engaged in conversation. Cui Xian laughed along with Pei Jian, yet his heart sank. Zhao Yaozu's grandfather, Zhao Ji, held the esteemed position of deputy magistrate in Nanyang County, wielding considerable power. After traversing time, Cui Xian considered himself quite astute, never proactively seeking trouble. However, he could not withstand others seeking confrontation. The Cui family had just relocated to Nanyang, embarking on a crucial new chapter of their lives, leaving no room for error. The adversary was the deputy magistrate, a man of authority. A slight manipulation of power could easily overwhelm the current Cui family. To be more candid, although Deputy Magistrate Zhao had yet to take action, Cui Xian, well-versed in the art of subtlety, was already contemplating how to replace him. Maintaining control was paramount for peace of mind. Zhao Ji, a formidable figure who had served as deputy magistrate for 30 years, belonged to the Zhao family, the foremost gentry of Nanyang. In stark contrast, Cui Xian was merely 8 years old. The disparity between them was akin to that of clouds and mud. Leaving Cui Xian pondering how to maneuver this intricate game, Cui Xian's gaze shifted toward the county magistrate. Thanks to information from Master Wu, he now had an opportunity to connect with the magistrate, a pivotal moment in his strategy. If only there were a three-dimensional virtual chessboard at this juncture. Cui Xian would find himself on one side, while the formidable Zhao Ji would occupy the other. Zhao Ji's veteran was none other than himself. While Cui Xian envisioned placing the magistrate in the position of his own veteran, taking the reins himself to launch a fierce assault on Zhao Ji, the question arose, how could he persuade the magistrate to willingly become his veteran? Cui Xian found himself at a loss for ideas. The day's classes soon concluded. Considering this was Cui Xian's first day of school, the teacher allowed him to return home early. Meanwhile, Pei Jian and others gazed at him enviously, bound to remain in the classroom until they had recited the day's lessons. Shouldering his backpack as he exited the classroom, Cui Xian sought out Cui Yu. Brother, it's still early. Would you like to join me for a stroll? Cui Yu, looking pale, replied, I want to go home and study. Being in a private school, he naturally could not compare himself to the scholars of the Pei Family Academy. Coupled with the pressure of having a remarkably talented younger brother, Cui Yu felt considerable strain. Thus, the two brothers parted ways at the academy, with Cui Yu heading home while Cui Xian wandered about. He aimed to consider how to establish a connection with the magistrate and to assess the sales of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, the 7 heroes. In preparation for opening his own shop, a reliable source of income was essential for the family's survival. Upon exiting Funyuxiang, Cui Xian casually entered a bookstore, and as expected, Rainbow Cat was still selling remarkably well. What do you think the Changhong sword truly looks like? One patron mused. Not only the Changhong sword, but I also wonder what the valiant hero, Rainbow Cat, looks like. Surely he is extraordinary. Listening to the conversations of fellow book enthusiasts, Cui Xian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, whether in modern times or the past, there has always been a fervent community of fans drawn to the world of fantasy. At that moment, a young man, seemingly ordinary in appearance yet exuding the quintessential aura of a civil servant, entered the bookstore and inquired, Good sir, do you have the Rainbow Cat 7 Heroes Emoho Luo for sale? The shopkeeper shook his head. The other patrons, upon hearing this, chuckled, remarking that the Emoho Luo of Rainbow Cat was no longer available, as it was unfathomable to imagine what the heroes would look like. A look of disappointment clouded the young man's eyes, yet he refrained from commenting on the words of his fellow book enthusiasts. For he had learned through his own channels that there existed a scarce supply of the Emoho Luo in Nanyang. Over the past few days, he had visited numerous bookstores in vain. With a heavy heart, he turned to leave. Cui Xian observed this exchange, his gaze flickering with intrigue. He had only provided the Emoho Luo to 4 of his elder brothers, and later crafted a set for Gao Qianhu. The young man, who appeared to be a civil servant, had come in directly seeking the Emoho Luo. One could surmise that Gao Qianhu had been flaunting the Emoho Luo, which had drawn the young man's attention. This indicated that he had some access to Gao Qianhu's circle, coupled with his distinctly civil servant demeanor. Cui Xian speculated that this individual was likely affiliated with the local government. Zhao Ji, the county's vice magistrate, was watching closely, while the county lord remained elusive. The 2 gentlemen from the Pei family had already returned to Kaifeng. Gao Qianhu, being a military figure, was unable to contend with Zhao Ji. Therefore, it was prudent to cultivate a relationship with someone who appeared to be connected to the government at this juncture. As for how to establish this connection, such an enthusiast of the anime world would be easy to engage. Thus, Cui Xian swiftly approached the young man's retreating figure and softly called out, Hey! The young man turned, puzzled. Cui Xian produced an item from his pocket and waved it before him. The young man's eyes widened in astonishment and excitement. It was indeed the Emoho Luo of Rainbow Cat. Cui Xian understood. This individual not only had knowledge of the Emoho Luo, but had also witnessed Gao Qianhu showcasing it. Clearly, this young man was not just an ordinary civil servant. He was likely a minor leader. Having made this realization, Cui Xian turned to leave. The young man, still exhilarated at having discovered the Emoho Luo after scouring so many shops, was momentarily taken aback as the child began to walk away. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly called out, "Wait, the price is negotiable. You can name your price, or if there is something you need help with, feel free to ask." Cui Xian continued on his path, responding, "We can discuss this another day. I'm a bit lost." The young man, maintaining a friendly tone, replied, "Of course. Where do you live? I can take you home." Cui Xian provided an address. After a moment of contemplation, the young man remarked, "I believe I know the place. I'll escort you back." Cui Xian simply responded with an "oh." Noticing the child's silence, the young man, intrigued by the mo luo, endeavored to strike up a conversation. "Do you also enjoy Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, the 7 heroes? Which character do you like the most?" "It must be Rainbow Cat, right?" Cui Xian remained silent, feigning vigilance. "Why should I disclose anything to you? Surely you are not a beggar attempting to abduct children? What is your occupation?" The young man hurriedly waved his hands. "I am not a beggar. You need not worry. I am in the restaurant business." This was clearly a fabrication. To his surprise, Cui Xian's eyes brightened. "The restaurant business? How splendid. I happen to have a matter for which you can undoubtedly assist me." "Ah? Is it truly that serendipitous?" "I was merely speaking off the cuff," the young man stammered, taken aback. On the street, the young man led the lost Cui Xian back home. Their roles reversed, with Cui Xian taking the initiative. Noticing the young man lost in thought, Cui Xian inquired, "Do you still desire the mo luo?" The young man's heart constricted. How he yearned for it. Were he not interested, why would he be trailing a child, eager to curry favor? Thus, he managed a forced smile, responding lamely, "Yes." Cui Xian shot him a sidelong glance. "Then you must assist me. You claim to be in the restaurant business. What is your rank within it?" After a moment's hesitation, the young man replied, "I would say I am at the top." Astonishing. Indeed, he seemed to be a leader. Being at the top of a restaurant might even imply he held a significant position within a department. This young man appeared not only youthful but also exuded the essence of a Navi university student. It was likely that he was new to the workforce and inexperienced. How could one ascend to such a leadership role so swiftly unless there were family connections? Cui Xian could not discern the truth, his eyes gleaming with false astonishment. "So, you are the proprietor? The entire restaurant belongs to you? How wonderful." Upon hearing this, the young man's expression soured. "Well, the situation is somewhat complicated. I may be the owner, but there are many matters over which I have no control." It seemed he lacked any backing. A novice hastily thrust into a leadership position, likely a parachute appointment. The subordinates might not respect him, undermining his authority. Thus, as the head, he found himself unable to make decisions on numerous issues. Well, this remained questionable. With no experience, no connections, and so young, how could he have been placed in such a role? Was he merely a scapegoat, thrust forward to take the blame? Lacking sufficient information, Cui Xian could not draw definitive conclusions. He followed the young man's lead, challenging, "Nonsense. The owner is the highest authority. How could one lack control? Are you intentionally shirking your responsibilities?" The young man's face grew increasingly troubled. Before assuming his position, he had naively believed that the head must surely be the most powerful. Yet reality had delivered a harsh lesson. It turned out that even the head could be utterly ineffectual. Spending each day idly perusing scripts or wandering the streets in search of mo luo to pass the time as a solace. Facing an 8-year-old child, the young man lowered his guard, vaguely explaining, "I am not shirking. It is simply that there are formidable characters in the restaurant, each more formidable than the last." However, he was unaware that he had unwittingly revealed his secrets through mere conversation. Cui Xian chuckled without reservation. "Fool, what if you're difficult to provoke? After all, you are the master here." The young man, conscious of his status, naturally deemed it unworthy to engage in a debate with a mere child. The reality, however, was quite intricate. Noticing his silence, Cui Xian continued, "It's evident you harbor discontent. Allow me to venture a guess. As the master, your inability to voice your opinions in the tavern implies that the second most influential figure is formidable. This individual, ranking second, has not only established themselves, but has also allied with those in third and fourth positions. This iron triangle of power is unassailable, leaving you, the master, in a precarious position. Am I right?" Initially, the young man listened casually, but his eyes widened in surprise as he thought, "Remarkable. This child has hit the nail on the head." Observing his dazed expression, Cui Xian mused to himself. This individual, a newcomer in the bureaucracy, had been thrust into a leadership role without any experience in office politics. Clearly not from a noble lineage, he likely hailed from a small town. excelling in theoretical knowledge but lacking political acumen. Who are you to be parachuted into such a position of authority? Cui Xian pondered in bewilderment, unaware of Cui Xian's thoughts. The young man, feeling a spark of anticipation, inquired, "Is there a way to break this deadlock?" After posing the question, he silently chuckled at his own predicament, realizing how absurd it was to seek guidance on political maneuvering from a child. Political strife was fraught with peril and complexity. Yet, in the next moment, he heard Cui Xian casually reply, "Of course, there is a simple solution. First, you must understand that your status as the master inherently bestows upon you certain advantages, meaning that whatever you do will be scrutinized by those beneath you." The young man sighed in resignation, "But I am unable to do anything right now. Whatever action I take, those three will unite against me." This situation epitomized the plight of a novice leader. It was no surprise that he was being bullied by his subordinates, having just assumed his role. He had yet to establish his position or learn how to manage those below him. Cui Xian, keen on befriending him, offered guidance. "You are mistaken. Your line of thinking is flawed. The reason the three oppose you is that you are too eager to accomplish grand feats to prove yourself. Your intentions are transparent, which naturally raises their suspicions. Let us shift perspectives. Let me ask you, when you return to the tavern tomorrow, could you have all the staff clean the premises thoroughly? Surely, that is feasible?" "Ah?" The young man was taken aback, then stammered, "I could do that, but what significance does it hold?" "Significance indeed," Cui Xian exclaimed. "As a leader, making a small event resonate with great impact can instill awe in the hearts of others. You must announce the cleaning in front of the second, third, and fourth figures. Then, with earnest eyes, direct your gaze towards the individual ranked fourth, sighing regretfully as you assign the task to the one in third place. Once the cleaning is completed, you must publicly commend the third-ranked individual for their diligent work." The young man asked eagerly, "What comes next?" Cui Xian grinned mischievously. "What comes next, you ask? Bestow all substantial rewards upon the one ranked fourth." The young man felt a jolt throughout his body. His lack of experience in office politics did not signify a lack of intelligence. After hearing Cui Xian's words, his heart began to race. And he thought, perhaps this method might actually work. Just as the youth was filled with excitement, he heard Cui Xian say, "I have arrived home. We shall meet again another day." With that, Cui Xian swiftly departed. The young man suddenly realized he had not yet purchased the mo hualuo. Moreover, the boy had mentioned seeking help from someone in the restaurant business, but had not specified what assistance was required. Never mind, he thought, since he knew the boy's address. He would visit again another time. With that in mind, he hurried home. The following day, after rising early, the young man carefully reflected on his conversation with Cui Xian before donning the official robes of the county magistrate and heading to the yamen. After a considerable time, Zhao County Vice, Lu Clerk, and Ma Officer finally arrived. The young magistrate, Yi Huifeng, secretly gritted his teeth yet maintained a composed demeanor, stating, "Today, I have observed that the yamen is exceedingly dirty and disordered. Therefore, I have decided to oversee a thorough cleaning of the premises." Cleaning the yamen? What madness has this young magistrate succumbed to? Zhao and the others exchanged glances, momentarily hesitant to oppose. After all, it was a trivial matter, hardly worth contesting. Success. Yi County Magistrate felt exhilarated. It was the first time he had spoken without facing opposition. Thus, he pressed on, casting an eager gaze towards Ma Officer. Ma Officer was taken aback, pondering whether the young magistrate intended to assign this task to him. Very well, cleaning the county yamen was a simple enough task. So he acquiesced. To his surprise, Yi Huifeng sighed with regret and said, "Let Lu Clerk handle this matter. You have always been steady, and I trust you the most." Ma Officer was bewildered. What does that imply? Am I less composed than Lu? The trivial task was accepted by Lu Clerk without objection, and he instructed his subordinates to clean the yamen thoroughly. Before the entire yamen, Yi County Magistrate extolled Lu Clerk's virtues. Lu Clerk found it amusing. After all, it was merely cleaning the yamen, yet the young magistrate spoke as if he had accomplished a monumental task. However, by afternoon, Lu Clerk could no longer find humor in the situation. The young magistrate had granted Ma Officer a 2-day leave and had assigned him several lucrative tasks. Strangely, Zhao did not object. What a situation! After toiling all day, Lu Clerk had reaped no rewards, while Ma Officer had garnered all the benefits. Why was that? On that day, both Lu Clerk and Ma Officer exchanged not a word, their camaraderie markedly absent. Yi County Magistrate observed all this with astonishment. This approach was indeed effective. He had genuinely learned something valuable from a mere child. Oh heavens! Consequently, The young magistrate resolved internally to safeguard his little vestige and maintain contact with the juvenile, in order to deepen his understanding of how to govern as a county magistrate in the future. In the morning hours, the county magistrate, Yi, was fortunate to receive guidance from a remarkable individual and was filled with exhilaration and anticipation. The individual who offered guidance to him, a remarkable person with only an elementary education, was just rising from bed, preparing to attend school. Before leaving, the elderly matriarch, Lao Chui, dutifully reminded, Yu Xian, be cautious on the road. Understood, grandmother, replied Cui Yu and Cui Xian in unison as they stepped out. Lao Chui watched her two grandsons depart before turning back to urge her sons, eldest, second, return to your studies. Cui blushing and Cui Zhongyuan immediately donned solemn expressions and retreated to their rooms. With the new home settled and the grandsons off to school, Lao Chui relaxed for a few days but soon became tense again. Fixating on her son's studies, she was devising a plan to enroll them in the county school. Unfortunately, such aspirations could not be achieved merely with a handful of silver. It required connections as well. Meanwhile, the Chui brothers reached the entrance of Funo Alley, where they met with the four waiting for them, including Pei Jian. Together, they set off toward the clan school. However, the atmosphere today felt unusually oppressive. Aside from Cui Xian, who carried his book box and hummed a cheerful tune, the remaining four, including Cui Yu, bore expressions reminiscent of mornings, as if attending a funeral rather than school. What is the matter? Cui Xian cautiously inquired. Has something happened? It was fine yesterday. The other five exchanged glances, each reflecting the same blankness in their eyes. Perhaps it was futile for a prodigy to comprehend the struggles of the academically challenged. Pei Jian sighed, his demeanor lethargic. You will find out soon enough. Cui Xian, sensing the atmosphere, refrained from further questioning. Indeed, upon arriving at the clan school, he soon understood the cause of the gloom. In the classroom, Wu Qinglan, with a stern expression and a ruler in hand, announced, except for the newly enrolled Cui Xian, the rest of you shall recite the contents of yesterday's lessons on national policies in 3 transmissions. After reciting, you will answer a related question, and your answers must be drawn from the analects. A collective gasp echoed through the classroom. Wasn't it stated that only recitation was required? Why the sudden demand for impromptu questioning? The requirements were shockingly stringent. The questions stemmed from national policies and 3 transmissions, while answers were to be sourced from the analects, representing 3 distinct subjects. Not to mention, the breadth of the analects was considerable. 3 transmissions refers to the 3 commentaries on spring and autumn, namely, Zhuozhuan, Gonyang Zhuan, and Guliang Zhuan, which elucidate the spring and autumn annals. National policies chronicles the strategies and discourses of the warring states period. Thus, students were expected to engage in a dialectical examination of history and literature. One student, filled with indignation, stood up to protest. Master, you clearly stated yesterday that we only needed to recite. Why must we answer questions today? Witnessing this scene, Pei Jian's face turned pale, mentally cursing the student 1,000 times. This defiant student sat directly in front of Pei Jian. Those who have attended school know that when a student argues with the teacher or is called upon to answer and fails to do so, their peers sitting nearby will inevitably suffer the consequences. It was a definitive case of classroom collective punishment. As expected, Wu Qinglan turned her gaze to the student who had risen, her voice icy. Disrespect towards a teacher warrants a deduction of 1 point. Since you have stood, let us commence with your recitation. The student's expression stiffened, and he stammered, unable to recite. How unfortunate. You cannot even recite. Yet you dare to question the Confucian master? Wu Qinglan declared. Now, stand and begin reciting silently in your mind. Only when you can recite shall you be allowed to eat. The students at the back were instructed to stand. Pei Jiansheng, resigned to his fate, stood up and awkwardly began to recite. Zhou Ji, over 8 feet tall, yet with a handsome visage, dressed in formal attire. He gazed into the mirror and said to his wife, this excerpt is a classic from Strategies of the Warring States, Qi Strategy 1, where Zhou Ji admonishes King Qi. Naturally, there was far more to memorize than this single passage. Fortunately, although Pei Jianxing made several errors, he ultimately managed to complete the recitation. Before he could even exhale a sigh of relief, Wu Qinglan inquired, in the discourse of the School of Diplomacy, power, what can be used as a metaphor for power in the national strategy? Pei Jianxing's mind went blank. Especially under the cold stare of Wu Qinglan, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, yet he could not muster a single thought. This was clearly a question confined to the national strategy. But the trick lay in the fact that he had to answer using the analects. Cui Xian, though brave, found himself at a loss and simply declared, "I do not know." He remained standing, and the next student to the left followed suit. Li Heyu, pale-faced, stood up. He fared slightly better than Cui Xian, managing to recite somewhat smoothly, yet he too could not provide an answer. It was not just the two of them. One by one, the entire class stood up, most only capable of reciting without grasping the meaning. This exemplifies the saying, to know that something is so, but not why it is so. What use is it to merely read dead books? Observing the disheartened students standing with bowed heads, Wu Qinglan's face flushed with anger, utterly foolish, simply preposterous. The answer was nearly spoon-fed to you yesterday, and today, not a single one of you can respond. I am infuriated. If you cannot answer this question today, none of you shall have your meals. Ah? The students' expressions tightened at her words, and they secretly muttered their grievances. This question had clearly not been discussed yesterday. How could it have been nearly spoon-fed? Amidst the silence, Cui Xian, hearing no meals for anyone, sighed helplessly. He did not wish to go hungry. Thus, Cui Xian stood up. Master, you have yet to ask the students to recite. He was a new student, differing in progress from the others, and the recitation assigned to him yesterday was from the Analects on governance. In fact, to instruct Cui Xian, Wu Qinglan had led the entire class in reading the governance chapter together. Therefore, any student present who applied their mind should realize that the answer to this question was hidden within that chapter. Noticing Cui Xian's initiative to stand, Wu Qinglan was momentarily taken aback, then cleared her throat. Very well, you may recite. She had intentionally overlooked Cui Xian, fearing that the new student had not yet acclimated and would be unable to recite. However, this boy was honest and stood up on his own. Subsequently, they heard Cui Xian's clear voice resonate. Confucius once said, "To govern with virtue is akin to the North Star, which resides in its place while the myriad stars revolve around it." His articulation was clear, his cadence pleasing, and his recitation flawless. The entire classroom was captivated. Remarkably, this was merely the second time Master Wu had read it with him yesterday, and yet, Cui Xian had returned home early from school. How could he have grasped it so swiftly? Master Wu, with a look of delight, exclaimed without reservation, "Excellent. Please, take a seat. Standing must be tiring." Yet the other students remained standing, surprised. To their astonishment, Cui Xian did not sit down but instead remarked, "Master, I wish to attempt an answer to the question posed earlier." Ah? Even Cui Xian and the others turned to listen. After all, he had only memorized the governance chapter. And yesterday's discussions on national policies and the 3 transmissions were but partially heard. How could he possibly respond? Only Wu Qinglan felt a stir of anticipation, encouragingly saying, "Oh, please, do share your thoughts. There is no harm in being incorrect." Cui Xian smiled and replied, before posing the question. Master indicated that the answer could only be derived from the Analects. Since you led us through the governance chapter yesterday, I dare to conjecture that the answer lies within it. Wu Qinglan nodded repeatedly, his eyes gleaming with admiration. This was precisely why the master favored diligent students, such keen understanding. Cui Xian continued, "Yesterday, I heard your teachings, Master. Zhang Yi stated that Qin employed horizontal alliances to counter vertical ones, akin to directing a flood by leveraging the strife among vassal states to establish Qin's power. Thus, the momentum is like rushing water impacting a stone. Yet the governance chapter states, the gentleman is not a tool. Therefore, true momentum lies in the hearts of the people, not merely in arms." Upon hearing these words, the room fell silent. Could this interpretation truly be valid? Wu Qinglan could not contain his applause, exclaiming, "Well said. Truly, the essence lies in the hearts of the people, not merely in arms." After offering his praise, Master Wu suddenly realized and looked at Cui Xian in shock. "But I did not teach you the interpretation of the governance chapter. I merely read through it with you." Cui Xian blinked innocently. "I read it myself and gradually comprehended its meaning. Initially, my understanding was vague, but upon awakening this morning, I recalled your teachings on national policies. The two concepts dialectically resonated with each other, and thus I understood." What? The other students could hardly believe their ears. Was this even plausible? They stared at Cui Xian in disbelief, viewing him as a prodigy. Meanwhile, Wu Qinglan gazed at Cui Xian in astonishment for an extended moment, then was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. With a quivering voice, he exclaimed, "A genius, a natural-born scholar. Heaven has not been unkind to me, granting me such an extraordinary talent among my students. Indeed, extraordinary." While others merely recited rote knowledge, he effortlessly drew connections, engaged in dialectical reasoning, and integrated history with philosophy. This question may have appeared simple, yet it concealed the profound insight of an 8-year-old child who, with his nimble intellect, articulated Confucian ethics and political strategy with remarkable clarity. How could this not leave Wu Qinglan astounded, even moved to tears? What was even more noteworthy was, Cui Xian possesses a remarkable talent for poetry and an elegant hand in calligraphy. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is akin to a descending star of literature. Observing Cui Xian speak confidently with a radiant smile in class, Wu Qinglan was struck with amazement, thinking, he is merely 8 years old. 8. This child is destined to soar to great heights in the future. Just as Wu Qinglan gazed at Cui Xian with the adoration of a treasured gem, nearly overwhelmed with excitement, a timid student piped up, "Master, since Cui Xian has answered the question, may we not break for our meal?" Wu Qinglan's expression shifted abruptly, and he retorted angrily, "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Are you all mere sacks of rice? Continue reciting." The students fell silent. Thus, on this day, during the writing practice, when the other students presented their calligraphy, Wu Qinglan erupted in fury. "What is this? Look at what you have written. Even I cannot recognize it. Go back and rewrite." When Cui Xian submitted his work, Wu Qinglan's face broke into a beaming smile, his eyes sparkling with delight as he clapped his hands in laughter. "Excellent. Truly excellent. Here is 1 reward ticket. No, 2. At mealtime, the other students, famished, felt faint. Wu Qinglan took Cui Xian to eat, saying, "Let us go early, or the food will be cold." Later, Cui Xian's responses were recorded, granting him an additional point. After reciting the passages from Zilu, he received another reward ticket. Throughout the day, the classroom's atmosphere grew numb. Was this system of rewards and penalties not a bit excessive? They might as well just grant him all the points and reward tickets outright. When the school day concluded, Cui Xian stuffed a thick stack of reward tickets into his book box and stood up, smiling at his 4 elder brothers. Eldest brother, 3 younger brothers. "I shall head home now." Under the longing gazes of the 4 and the envious eyes of the entire class, Cui Xian left early. Pei Jian, feeling lightheaded from hunger, mused, "Why do I feel as if Xian has transformed into a giant chicken leg?" Li Heyu, overwhelmed by his writing, lamented, "How can I write characters that old Wu recognizes?" Zhuang Jin stared with envy, "I wish I could leave school too." Gao Qi contemplated the stack of reward tickets in Cui Xian's box. "Do you think if I borrow a ticket from Xian, it could spare me a beating tomorrow?" Old Wu is quite harsh. Having said that, the 4 foolish friends exchanged weary glances, on the verge of tears. The county magistrate, astonished, remarked, "This child is destined for greatness." Cui Xian walked home with a cheerful smile, the summer evening sun casting a warm glow behind him, the breeze still carrying the remnants of heat. Today, Cui Yu had suffered the consequence of staying after class, and his 4 underperforming elder brothers found themselves in the same predicament. Thus, he had to leave school alone. In the days to come, Cui Xian contemplated offering some tutoring to his elder brothers and Cui Yu. However, he knew that now was not the right time. He had a sense of timing, understanding when to act and what actions to take. Speaking of affairs, he wondered whether that official had succeeded in accomplishing his task after returning home. Yet, Cui Xian had a premonition that this individual would surely seek him out again, particularly regarding the matter of Mo Holu. Indeed, one seeks to acquire the art of survival in the office. Thus, yesterday, Cui Xian deliberately feigned being lost to have that civil servant escort him home, all in hopes of securing a means of contact. Cui Xian's instincts proved correct. While on his way home from school, he spotted the county magistrate, dressed in civilian attire, stealthily making his way to the Cui residence in Zhangjing Alley. It is rather peculiar. This esteemed county official found himself learning the intricacies of political maneuvering from an 8-year-old child. Yi Huifeng himself found it astonishing. On one hand, he considered the child's words mere coincidence. On the other, he pondered whether the boy possessed genuine skills. Caught in a web of doubt, Yi, after much internal conflict, resolved to humble himself and seek out the child once more. Cui Xian had previously mused on how Yi Huifeng, lacking in background, qualifications, and experience, could have been parachuted into such a significant leadership role. The truth lay in his ability to excel in examinations. With impressive test scores, he had attained the title of Jinshi and was assigned a governmental position. Initially filled with ambition upon his appointment, Yi Huifeng soon found himself disheartened. This was a trial every scholar must face upon emerging from the ivory tower into the real world. Yet, His elevated starting point meant that his trials were harsher than those of others. At the entrance of the Cui residence in Zhangjing Alley, Yi Huifeng hesitated for an extended period, struggling to summon the courage to knock on the door. What would he say? That he found the child's methods quite impressive and wished to learn a few more tricks? Moreover, was he envious of the boy's cleverness? The thought alone brought him immense embarrassment. Just as he wrestled with his indecision, the door creaked open, and the elder Mrs. Cui peered out. Regarding the unfamiliar young man with curiosity, "Who are you?" Yi Huifeng stammered. I am looking for that clever and charming young boy of yours." At this point, his embarrassment deepened. He realized he did not even know the child's name, yet here he was, intruding uninvited. How rude. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Cui chuckled warmly. "Ah, you must be a friend of Xian Ge. Please, come in. He has yet to return from school." With a sense of relief, Yi Huifeng stepped into the courtyard. The house was immaculately kept, and he could faintly hear the sounds of two young men studying. It seemed to be a scholarly household, which explained the remarkable perceptiveness of the boy named Xian Ge. This thought bolstered Ye's confidence, and he began to feel a sense of superiority. After all, while he may not excel in many areas, his prowess in academics was unrivaled. Perhaps he could offer some guidance to the child. Yi Huifeng recalled his own past, when he was celebrated as a prodigy throughout the surrounding villages, known for his impeccable handwriting, talent in painting, and poetic abilities. In his youth, he even published stories to help support his family. At that moment, noticing Yi Huifeng's apprehensive demeanor, Mrs. Cui thoughtfully brought forth a book of stories. "This tale is quite popular at the moment. If you find yourself bored, you may peruse it." Upon glancing at the book, Yi Huifeng was taken aback. Was this not the legend of Hong Mao and Lan Tu? He exclaimed, "Good lady, you too enjoy reading tales?" Little did he expect. Old Mrs. Cui waved her hands repeatedly, laughing as she uttered the words that sent a shiver down Yi Huifeng's spine. No, I cannot read. How could I possibly understand the script? This script is written by my little grandson, Xian Ge. What? Yi Huifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to restrain his voice as he exclaimed, "Your grandson is the author of Rainbow Cat. Xian Ge, Cui Xian, that 8-year-old prodigy who, though still uninitiated, dictated the tales of Rainbow Cat. My heavens, it is indeed him." Yi Huifeng was so enamored with Rainbow Cat that he felt a surge of excitement, akin to a fan encountering their idol. He murmured, "No wonder he possesses the Rainbow Cat's Imoho Luo." Imoho Luo? Upon hearing this, old Mrs. Cui perked up. Her family was recently preparing to engage in the Imoho Luo trade, and this individual seemed genuinely interested. It was the perfect opportunity to conduct a customer intention survey. With that in mind, old Mrs. Cui went into the house and emerged with a basket. Yes, this is the Imoho Luo. Take a look. It is like this, selling for 31. Would you be interested in purchasing? She felt that even 31 was exorbitant, and thus, her heart was filled with uncertainty as she spoke. The county magistrate's eyes widened at the sight of the basket filled with Imoho Luo. They were so lifelike, so exquisitely crafted. The collection of 7 heroes Imoho Luo had been the object of his desire for many days, yet he had not been able to find it. Yet here was a whole basket from the Cui family, and only selling for 31. With excitement, Yi County Magistrate rushed forward, his gaze fervent. No, 31 is too little. I propose you sell it for 201. Old Mrs. Cui shook her head at this suggestion, wondering who would willingly pay 201 for a clay doll. At that moment, Yi County Magistrate suddenly noticed a stack of booklets in the basket. He instinctively picked one up, only to be jolted once more. The booklet illustrated various iconic scenes from Rainbow Cat, rendered with astonishing skill and poetic flair. Old Mrs. Cui chuckled. "These are mere doodles by my grandson, Xian Ge, when he was bored." Yi Huifeng was captivated, engrossed in the pages as he flipped through them. Then, he was struck again. Old Mrs. Cui squinted her eyes. This must be Xian Ge's writing practice. He has just begun his education, and even the teacher praises his handwriting. Could the mere word good encapsulate such remarkable talent? And to think he had achieved such spirited calligraphy so early in his education? Heaven above! Yi Huifeng trembled as he continued to turn the pages. Upon reaching the poem Ode to the Goose, he looked incredulously at old Mrs. Cui, tentatively asking in a quavering voice. This Ode to the Goose could not possibly also be. The Ode to the Goose had brought Zhao much embarrassment, and no one in the Yamen dared to discuss it, which left Yi County Magistrate entirely unaware of this recently famed poem. This also highlighted how thoroughly he had been sidelined in his position. In the face of Yi Huifeng's astonished gaze, old Mrs. Cui beamed with pride. Indeed, this poem was also penned by my grandson. Good heavens! Yi Huifeng was utterly stunned into silence. What had he thought upon entering just moments ago? Guiding Cui Xian in his studies, he boasts of his talents in writing, painting, calligraphy, and poetry. Yet, Cui Xian is merely 8 years old. He has just begun his creative journey with Rainbow Cat. It has not been long since the debut of Rainbow Cat, and now he has embarked on this artistic path. Subsequently, he has crafted such exquisite paintings, penned such graceful characters, and composed such melodious verses. What a prodigious talent, my heavens! Moreover, he possesses an understanding of political intrigue. Indeed, Yi Huifeng is now convinced that what Cui Xian imparted to him yesterday was no coincidence. It was a testament to his genuine abilities. In this world, there exists such a young, yet remarkably gifted individual. This child is destined for greatness. Upon this realization, Yi Huifeng feels none of the earlier arrogance or restraint. For at 8 years old, he was still playing in the mud. Even now, in his 20s, serving as a county magistrate, he finds himself mired in political quagmires, struggling for his own safety. However, hope glimmers before him, to learn something truly valuable from Cui Xian. At this moment, Cui Xian cheerfully pushes open the door and enters. Grandmother, mother, father, I am back. Yi Huifeng swiftly turns around. The elder Mrs. Cui points at Yi Huifeng and chuckles. Xian, this gentleman claims to be your friend and has come to seek you. Seeing Yi Huifeng, Cui Xian feigns ignorance. Oh, a friend? I do not recognize him. The expression of elder Mrs. Cui instantly shifts. Yi Huifeng hurriedly forces a smile, awkwardly explaining, we know each other. It is rather embarrassing for him, a dignified county official, to appear so eager. Fortunately, no one is aware of his hidden identity. After a thorough explanation from Yi Huifeng, elder Mrs. Cui realizes the misunderstanding. Cui Xian's claim of not knowing this gentleman was merely a jest. She nearly brandished a broom to expel him. With a mock glare at her grandson, she inquires, why has you not returned? Cui Xian replies, he was kept after class by the teacher. Ah, you had previously started his studies at a private school and had suddenly transitioned to the Pei Family Academy, struggling to catch up with the curriculum. Elder Mrs. Cui nods. Let us wait for his return before preparing the evening meal. Xian, please entertain your friend. Cui Xian glances at the basket of mulberries in the courtyard, a smirk playing on his lips as he looks at Yi Huifeng. Would you like some? Yi Huifeng's eyes sparkle, eagerly nodding. Yes, name your price, and I shall buy. At this moment, he is not only coveting the mulberries but is also filled with excitement and admiration for the original author of Rainbow Cat. Unexpectedly, Cui Xian asserts with conviction, the method I taught you yesterday worked, did it not? Yi Huifeng is taken aback, feigning ignorance. Well, it was quite good. The tavern is very clean. Cui Xian, upon hearing this, does not reveal the truth, instead selecting a set of mulberries from the basket and generously offering, here. Take this as a gift. Yi Huifeng is stunned by this surprise, holding the mulberries in disbelief. You are truly giving all of these to me? Cui Xian shrugs. Of course, did you not say we are friends? Upon hearing these words, Yi Huifeng wore an awkward expression, yet a flicker of warmth blossomed within him. At that moment, old Madame Cui emerged from the main room, casting an embarrassed glance at Yi Huifeng as she said, I have been quite forgetful. It just dawned on me that we have no meat at home. May I ask how to address you? Yi Huifeng replied vaguely, you may call me Da Chuan. Old Madame Cui responded with enthusiasm, very well, Da Chuan. Please stay for dinner tonight. You can chat with Xian Gur while I step out to buy some meat. Seeing this, Yi Huifeng hurriedly stood up, his face flushed as he said, this is quite inappropriate. You should stay home. I will go out to buy some. It is my first visit, and I have not brought anything. It would be rather abrupt. After saying this, disregarding old Madame Cui's insistence, he rushed out to procure supplies. Once he departed, old Madame Cui turned to Xian Gur and whispered, what is his background? She was astute and had refrained from asking earlier. However, since her grandson had brought home a stranger for the first time, and this individual was significantly older than Xian Gur, old Madame Cui sensed something extraordinary about him. Thus, her hospitality was notably warm. Cui Xian whispered back, he appears to be associated with the government, though his exact identity is unknown for the moment. During dinner, grandmother, you might subtly inquire about it. If you cannot glean anything, you may share your grievances instead. My father and uncle's entrance into the county school remains unresolved. It is worth a try. Who knows, it might yield results. Oh my. Old Madame Cui's eyes sparkled with delight. Xian Gur, you are indeed blessed. Not only are you a literary star, but now you have brought someone from the government into our home. However, she mused, that Dachuan seemed rather naive. Regardless of his prowess outside, once seated at the dinner table and engaging in casual conversation, he would undoubtedly be at the mercy of someone like old Madame Cui. The grandmother and grandson exchanged knowing glances and shared a conspiratorial chuckle. Old Madame Cui was in high spirits. Yet, as she was still preoccupied with thoughts of the delayed arrival of Uyghur, she frequently stepped outside to peek at the street corner. Perhaps the heavens, seeing her too pleased today, decided to play a trick on her. Yet again, she returned home disappointed, having failed to spot Uyghur. It was then that she encountered old Master Cui in the alley. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily taken aback. Old Master Cui quickly realized that the Cui family that had recently moved to Zhangjing Alley was none other than old Madame Cui's family. However, due to an old grudge, they regarded each other as strangers and neither acknowledged the other. Old Madame Cui maintained a stoic demeanor as she headed home, while old Master Cui's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable as he observed her retreating figure. He had heard that old Madame Cui's recent relocation was quite the spectacle, with neighbors and acquaintances speaking of her family as having considerable standing. But what standing could there be? They were simply a family from the countryside, fallen on hard times. Old Master Cui's mind whirled with ideas. He turned and headed to another household in the alley, unceremoniously pushing open the gate and calling out, "Son-in-law, come out for a moment." His son-in-law, Lin, who worked as a minor official in the government, immediately sensed that trouble was brewing. However, unable to resist old Master Cui's persistent insistence, he begrudgingly followed. The two men stepped out, and old Master Cui intentionally led his son-in-law to a spot not far from old Madame Cui's home. Then, raising his voice in an exaggerated manner, he exclaimed, "Come and see, neighbors. Some impoverished families pretend to be affluent, while secretly engaging in dubious activities. My son-in-law is a lowly official at the yamen, wielding a certain authority. With him around, no one dares to stir up trouble in our Zhangjing Alley." Hearing the commotion, the neighbors gathered to witness the spectacle. Yet they refrained from voicing their opinions. It was, after all, you, old Cui, who was the true troublemaker in Zhangjing Alley. However, out of deference to your son-in-law's position, none dared to speak too freely. Lin, the lowly official, observed old Cui becoming increasingly outrageous. Casting apologetic glances at the neighbors, he attempted to tug old Cui back home. Yet, old Cui was resolute in his intention to flaunt his superiority before the elderly Cui family. Indeed, upon hearing the ruckus, the elder Cui Xian, and the entire family emerged to ascertain the situation. Just as the door of the Cui residence swung open, Yi Huifeng returned, burdened with an array of meats, eggs, fresh fruits, and grains. Lin was the first to spot him, his body trembling in surprise. Unaware of the unfolding drama, old Cui, seeing the elder Cui step out, felt even more triumphant. "Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Yi Huifeng hurried past the crowd, oblivious to the young official, as there were many at the yamen, and it was unlikely he would recognize him. With a gathering of onlookers, one wondered what the commotion was about. Perhaps mere chit-chat? Suddenly, noticing the door of the Cui residence had opened, Yi Huifeng, straining under the weight of his burdens, sheepishly smiled at the elder Cui. "I completely forgot to bring a gift earlier. I went out to buy some. Please do not hold it against me for my lack of social grace." The elder Cui, having been unjustly criticized by old Cui, was about to retort when she quickly responded to Yi Huifeng, "Oh dear, you are far too courteous." Witnessing this scene, Lin was utterly taken aback. In the alley, old Cui cast a disdainful glance at the items Yi Huifeng had purchased, feeling a twinge of jealousy, yet he remarked with feigned nonchalance, "Just some trifles, hardly worth mentioning. My family has grown tired of them, right, son-in-law?" His son-in-law, Lin, could only think, "What a foolish old man. Must you drag me into your folly?" Thus, under the astonished gaze of the Cui family and the entire neighborhood of Zhangjing Alley, Lin suddenly erupted in anger, delivering a resounding slap to old Cui's head. Old Cui clutched his forehead, howling in disbelief. Ignoring the old man, Lin staggered forward, his legs giving way as he knelt before the Cui family, stammering an apology. Yes, I am sorry. It was we who overstepped." A profound silence enveloped Zhangjing Alley. The neighbors watched in shock, pondering, does the Cui family possess some hidden influence? For Lin, kneeling in submission was an even greater shock. The county magistrate himself had come, bearing gifts of fruits and meats, to pay his respects. What kind of formidable, unfathomable family was the Cui clan? The constable Lin knelt down too quickly, leaving the enraged members of the Cui family at a loss. Good heavens! How did this happen? As if my family has bullied you? The old Cui, unsure of how to respond, shot a disdainful glare at the elder Cui and said, "You all should leave. Don't block my doorstep." Lin exhaled a sigh of relief, his face awash with gratitude, frequently glancing at Magistrate Yi. Indeed, Yi Huifeng had been rendered powerless, unable to contend with the county deputy Zhao Ji. Yet, Lin was merely an inconspicuous constable. How could he dare to flaunt his authority before the county magistrate? The words "ruin the county magistrate, annihilate the prefect" were not to be taken lightly. However, Yi Huifeng was also feeling quite anxious. The moment Lin knelt, he sensed something was amiss. This man had likely recognized him. He had promised to keep a low profile, yet here he was, on the verge of exposure. Especially with Cui Xian's gaze lingering on him, it made you feel quite tense. Fortunately, upon noticing Ye's discreet silence, Lin took the hint and stood to leave. The elder Cui finally came to his senses, feeling utterly humiliated. After 20 years apart, he had hoped to impress the old Cui, only to find himself in a predicament of great embarrassment. "Do you dare strike me?" The elder Cui's face flushed with rage as he prepared to confront Lin. The county magistrate was still present. Lin, unwilling to let the elder Cui continue his nonsense, gritted his teeth and delivered a punch to the elder Cui's jaw. Bang! The elder Cui's jaw was dislocated, rendering him unable to articulate anything, and he cried out in pain. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, Lin coldly dragged the elder Cui back into his home. The neighbors stood aghast, first watching the elder Cui and his son-in-law return home. Then turning to look at the Cui residents, their expressions filled with shock. What kind of formidable family was this that could compel Lin to act so subserviently? Yet, no one dared to inquire. What began as a dispute instigated by the elder Cui ended with him alone sustaining injuries. The crowd dispersed. However, beneath the surface calm of Zhongjing Lane, a storm was brewing. The newly arrived Cui family undoubtedly possessed a significant background. The farce left the family in a somber mood. Yi Huifeng had initially intended to continue consulting with Cui Xian, but given the current atmosphere, it was decidedly inappropriate. Thus, he hastily departed from the Cui residence. And the old Cui, feeling discontented, had no desire to retain him. Once he had left, Cui Zhongyuan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Why is my uncle's family residing here? What a small world." The old Cui retorted coldly, "He is not your uncle. Since we have severed ties after parting ways, we are no longer family." Years ago, the old Cui had been widowed. The elder Cui had incurred debts and bullied the widow, who had only 2 young sons. He conspired with the clan elders to coerce the old Cui into assisting with the repayment, even seizing 70% of the family fortune. This matter had always been a source of pain for the old Cui. Little did she expect that fate would bring them together once more in Zhongjing Lane. Cui Xian never anticipated such an ordeal. He swiftly assessed the situation in his mind. This old man Cui posed little threat, yet he resembled a bothersome adhesive plaster, irritating to no end. Should the need arise, he could devise a means to tear it away. Furthermore, observing Lin the constable's demeanor towards De Chuan today, it was evident that De Chuan held a certain stature within the magistrate's office, and a considerable one at that. Cui Xian pondered what official position this individual might occupy, but he could not deduce it at the moment. Previously, Master Wu Qinglan had specifically mentioned that the county magistrate is upright and imposing, leading Cui Xian to struggle with equating the simpleton De Chuan with the formidable magistrate. That evening, although the Cui family felt somewhat cursed, they did not dwell excessively on the matter. In contrast, the old man Cui's household was in an uproar. The old man returned home, weeping and wailing, causing unrest among his family, insisting that his daughter compel her husband to kneel and apologize. Lin the constable, fearful of his wife, had been persistently bullied by the old man's family. Yet today, he exhibited an unusual firmness, coldly telling his wife, "If you wish to prevent your father from endangering our entire family, instruct him not to provoke the Cui family." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin's wife began to chastise her father. The family, naturally, erupted into a cacophony of broken dishes and shattered pots. Lin the constable lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, terrified that the county magistrate might dismiss him from his position. By the latter half of the night, still restless, he arose for a midnight visit. Anxious, he took a glance at the old Cui family's courtyard. To his astonishment, he saw a burly man attempting to stealthily infiltrate the Cui residence. It was an opportune moment for redemption. Thus, Lin the constable burst through the door, shouting, "Thief! The constable is here. Surrender immediately." His bellow startled the entire alley. With agility, Lin apprehended the intruder on the spot. The Cui family lit their lamps, shaken and unsettled. Lin the constable, ever courteous, offered reassurances before escorting the captured thief to the magistrate's office. At the Zhao residence, a subordinate rushed in to inform Zhao of the news. Zhao scoffed, uttering a reprimand. "Incompetent fool, you can't even handle such a trivial matter. Warn him to keep his mouth shut in prison. If he dares to speak out of turn, I'll have his tongue severed." The next day, the neighborhood of Zhongjing Lane buzzed with discussions regarding the robbery incident. The Cui family remained in a state of shock. Chun, the matriarch, expressed relief. "Fortunately, our family is unharmed and we have suffered no financial loss. Had it not been for Lin the constable's timely midnight interruption, we shudder to think of the dire consequences that might have befallen us." Old man Cui added, "Our ancestors have truly blessed us. Those scoundrels are exceedingly bold." Cui Xian, smiling, reassured, "Grandmother, mother, fear not. The thief has already been apprehended by the authorities." However, once Cui Xian departed for school, the smile vanished from his face. The figure who had stealthily entered his family's courtyard in the dead of night was likely not a common thief. This individual had not come to steal. Rather, he had come to plant incriminating evidence. The scheme was straightforward and brutal. First, to place valuable items in the Cui household to frame them, then report to the authorities. Subsequently, the Cui family found themselves inevitably imprisoned. Once incarcerated, the prospect of release would invariably entail a severe reckoning, perhaps even leading to their untimely demise within those walls, leaving them without recourse for justice. It was evident that Zhao Ji had made his move. Truly, a man of 30 years' experience as a county magistrate. His actions were ruthlessly decisive, placing the Cui family in grave jeopardy. Contemplating this, Cui Xian felt a chill of dread. He resolved in his heart that it was imperative to swiftly bring Zhao Ji down. However, with the old general of the county yet to assume his position, they would deploy their foot soldiers first. One must never underestimate the foot soldiers. If utilized wisely, they could prove to be a formidable surprise force. Cui Xian and his brother Cui Yu arrived at the entrance of Funyo Alley, reuniting with Pei Jian and the other three to proceed to school together. The weight of academic pressure rendered the atmosphere rather somber. Yet, with just 2 statements from Cui Xian, the gloom was dispelled. The first was, "Eldest brother, esteemed brothers, someone is bullying me." The second was, "Will you assist me in confronting him? Is someone bullying my younger brother?" Upon hearing this, Pei Jian, who had previously appeared listless, erupted in fury. "Which audacious scoundrel dares to torment you? Speak up, and I shall deal with him." Li Heyu, Zhuang Jin, and Gao Qi turned their gazes toward Cui Xian, poised for action. While they may have felt powerless regarding their studies, engaging in a confrontation was certainly within their realm of expertise. Cui Xian then revealed that the perpetrator was none other than Zhao Ji. He recounted the incident from the previous day, wherein he was wronged and suspected that County Magistrate Zhao had orchestrated the scheme against him, including a warning note he had received at the clan school to be wary of the Zhao family. Cui Yu turned pale. He had initially believed it to be merely a petty theft at home, unaware that there were malicious machinations at play. Upon hearing the account, the expressions of Pei Jian and the others turned grave. This was no mere brawl. The Zhao family, as the leading gentry of Nanyang County, was not to be trifled with. The audacity of Zhao Yaozu, who had come to challenge them to a poetic duel only to sulk in defeat, was truly shameless. Pei Jian took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and declared, it was merely a contest, yet they would resort to such extremes? Rest assured, Xian brother, I shall return home to write to my father and grandfather. Shortly after departing from Hishi village, having confirmed that Cui Xian would be attending the Pei clan school, the 2 scholars, Pei Chongqing and Pei Kaitai, returned to Kaifeng. Gao Qi and the others promptly pledged to seek the assistance of their family elders. The Zhao family indeed wielded immense power. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, the 4 of them stepped forward to protect Cui Xian, which warmed his heart. However, he shook his head and earnestly asked, let us not even speak of the lack of evidence. Even if I were to obtain proof, it would not genuinely thwart Zhao Ji, even with the support of your 4 families, unless we can uproot the Zhao family entirely. Our resistance will undoubtedly provoke an even fiercer retaliation from them. Hearing these words, the brothers collectively gasped in shock. Pei Jian was utterly astonished, stammering, CND. Are you suggesting that we should uproot the Zhao family? These young masters were notoriously arrogant, yet they had never been audacious enough to contemplate outright annihilating the Zhao clan. Upon hearing this, Cui Xian chuckled. What? Are you afraid? Pei Jian's expression faltered, and he retorted defiantly, my elder brother does not know the meaning of fear. The issue However, is that even with assistance from our families, it is impossible to eliminate the Zhao family. Cui Xian turned to his younger brothers and declared, "Who says it's impossible? Anything can be achieved. I have a plan. Moreover, we need not solicit help from our families. United, we brothers can bring Zhaoji down." What? At this proclamation, the others exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. Are you implying that us few inexperienced lads could possibly contend with Zhaoji? Surely, that is preposterous. Yet, despite their skepticism, they found it hard to ignore the glimmer of determination in Xiandi's eyes, causing their hearts to race with anticipation. What if it could actually work? Cui Xian lowered his voice and continued, "Since we last collaborated on Rainbow Cat, it has been far too long since we undertook a significant endeavor together. Given Zhao Zi's brazen arrogance and blatant disregard for the law, let us unite as brothers and take him down. After school today, we shall convene at the bamboo grove by the river to discuss the details of our plan." Codename, Decapitation Operation. Remarkable. Although they were unfamiliar with the term codename, the very utterance ignited a fervent excitement within them. The four young masters locked eyes, each reflecting the thrill of newfound camaraderie. Even Cui Yu, who was typically poised and composed, appeared eager to engage. Cui Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. The Zhao family wielded immense power in Nanyang. Recklessly involving their families in such a dangerous game was ill-advised and unlikely to succeed. Thus, they would employ an unconventional strategy, primarily aimed at eliminating their adversary. This approach would also serve to hone the skills and courage of his brothers, while academic pursuits were vital. Stepping away from books to wield pen and ink as weapons was equally essential. "Zhaoji, let us see how I lead a band of brothers to confront you in this battle." That day, the students in the academy, along with Master Wu, were perplexed. Pei Jian and his companions were fervently memorizing their lessons and putting tremendous effort into their calligraphy, even receiving unprecedented rewards for their diligence. The reason? They feared being detained after class. If they were held back, they would miss the chance to participate in Xiandi's decapitation operation, which sounded incredibly formidable. They were eager to be involved. In the evening, as the sun set, the bamboo grove by the river became the clandestine meeting place for the boys, their spirits brimming with exhilaration, fearless and brimming with bravado. They were genuinely prepared to challenge a powerful county official. Pei Jian whispered, "Xiandi, please tell us what we must do." Under the earnest gaze of his brothers, Cui Xian declared, "First and foremost, let us clarify that the ultimate goal of this plan is to eliminate Zhaoji. Furthermore, as we eliminate him, we shall also bask in his glory and fame. Simultaneously, we shall seize this opportunity to amass a considerable fortune and establish the Imoho Luo shop of the Rainbow Cat and the Seven Heroes. This is what one might call one fish, three meals." So it's not merely about taking down Zhaoji, there are numerous ancillary benefits? The issue is, these matters seem entirely unrelated. Observing the bewildered expressions of my companions, Cui Xian produced a few Imoho Luo from his pocket and remarked, "Of course, it is impossible for just the few of us to accomplish this. Thus, the first step we must undertake is to assemble our troops. The sons of craftsmen and gardeners from Zhao Zi's household, the sons of the constables and clerks from the yamen, the sons of waiters from taverns and brothels, and the sons of tea-house proprietors can all serve as our soldiers. We need to gather intelligence on Zhaoji when he is at the yamen, whom he entertains at home, which taverns he frequents, what conversations he engages in, whether he prefers tea or music, and if there are any romantic interests outside, as well as the properties he has transferred. We must ascertain who he associates closely with and who he harbors enmity towards. Every piece of information, regardless of its size, must be uncovered. Before we execute our plan, we must grasp his tail. Whoever among the young lads brings forth the most useful information shall be rewarded with the Imoho Luo." Initially, my esteemed companions held little hope. However, upon hearing Cui Xian's words, their eyes sparkled with excitement. It turns out, we are ultimately returning to the domain in which they excel. The Zhuangjin family is among the most notable merchants in Nanyang, and he is well aware of those with a measure of influence whose sons are of similar age. What about the Liu family? Their reach is even more formidable, with craftsmen scattered throughout Nanyang, serving as their eyes. As for Pei Jian, he is entirely capable of extending his influence into the yamen. They were already the kings of the children. If Imoho Luo serves as an incentive, the young lads below will undoubtedly rush to assist. With this thought, Cui Xian recalled the appearance of the Chuan and promptly sketched it, handing it to Pei Jian. "Brother, When you visit the Yamen, have someone inquire about this individual. It was evident that the Lin constable, Cui Lauda's son-in-law, recognized Dechuan. Yet, Cui Xian refrained from recklessly probing. He did not even know who Dechuan was. To inquire hastily would reveal his ignorance. Currently, with Zhaoji on high alert, Cui Xian wished to maintain a faade, ensuring that Constable Lin continued to secure his family's safety. Pei Jian received the sketch from Cui Xian and exchanged mischievous smiles with the other three young lords. They then dispersed. Cui Yu, not assigned a task, eagerly asked, "Brother, what about me?" Cui Xian pondered for a moment and replied, "Brother, you should stake out near Zhaoji's residence and try your luck. Who knows what you might discover?" That day, unbeknownst to the adults, many children were filled with exhilaration. Are we truly getting Moho Luo from the Rainbow Cat? Brother Pei Jian, rest assured. I guarantee to handle this well. My lips are sealed. I want to tell my parents. Brother He Yu, my father is the gardener at Zhao's residence. So I shall gather information. Brother Zhuangjin, I have always looked up to you. I ask for nothing in return. I shall ensure this task is accomplished for you. Rest assured, Brother Gaoqi. With so many individuals covertly seeking information regarding the Zhao residence, had they been a group of adults, it would have undoubtedly raised suspicions from all quarters, and Zhaoji would have sensed it at once. Yet, the irony lies in the fact that this is a band of innocuous youths. Moreover, they share no communication amongst themselves, and are even unaware of their own actions. Their exposure would matter little. For the four, Pei Jian and his companions have been remarkably consistent in their narrative. Brothers, I find that Zhao Yuzu fellow quite displeasing. Let us gather some useful tidbits about the Zhao family, and I shall devise a way to deal with him. Those who assist will be rewarded with a coveted Hongmao Mohuyo, and if one cannot assist, fret not. In a month's time, a Hongmao Mohuyo shop will open on the commercial street, so you can have your parents take you to purchase one. For children, the allure of Mohuyo is simply irresistible. Recently, the tale of Hongmao has captured the public's imagination. Mohuyo is something that even a child cannot refuse. The means to obtain a Mohuyo is rather straightforward. Simply engage your parents in inquiries related to the Zhao residence. These youngsters may not excel academically, but the scant cleverness they possess is adeptly applied when it comes to their own parents. Thus, on this day, upon returning home from his labor as a gardener at the Zhao residence, a father found himself at the dinner table when his son suddenly remarked, "Father, you must be weary from your day's toil. I have heard that the Zhao family is of high birth and immense power. You work there, surely. They do not mistreat you? Do their masters and young masters not occasionally lose their tempers and unjustly lash out?" The gardener, deeply moved by his son's thoughtfulness and filial piety, continued the conversation along the lines of the Zhao family. He casually mentioned, "Speaking of which, the young master of the Zhao family indeed has a volatile temper. Lately, he has been frequently smashing things at home, uttering frightening phrases like, 'This person cannot possibly be a genius. I shall kill him,' and the like." Unbeknownst to him, his son's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. In a nearby tavern, a few of Zhao's servants were indulging in food and drink in a secluded corner. With no one else around, one inebriated servant, with reddened eyes, exclaimed, 7 years. I have served the Zhao family for 7 years. I have been utterly loyal. Yet, Zhaoji has dared to bully my wife. I am filled with rage." The other servants, feeling a shared sense of grievance, offered words of comfort. They remained oblivious to the fact that beside their secluded space, the tavern owner's son was eavesdropping on their conversation, while the busy waiter assumed that the young master was merely at play, paying no heed to the unfolding drama. At a certain pawnshop, seizing the opportunity while his father was away, a young lad took the keys and stealthily unlocked the storeroom. I vaguely recall my father mentioning in a drunken stupor that the Zhao family is exceedingly wealthy. The property deeds alone that have passed through our pawnshop number several volumes. He muttered to himself while rummaging through the shelves in search of something. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. "Ah, found it." In an unassuming private residence in Nanyang, a wealthy tea merchant, under the guise of hosting a banquet, discreetly invited the county magistrate, Zhao, to partake in a feast. As the wine flowed and toasts were exchanged, the atmosphere was lively and convivial. At the conclusion of the gathering, the merchant surreptitiously handed a stack of silver notes to Magistrate Zhao, his tone obsequious. "Esteemed Zhao, a humble token of my appreciation." Zhao Ji, chuckling as he accepted the bribe, embraced a beautiful young lady and retreated to an adjacent room. Throughout this exchange, neither of the gentlemen noticed the merchant's 6-year-old son, who sat on the threshold of the parlor, amusing himself with the cat. his keen little eyes observing every movement of his father and the magistrate. Outside the Zhao residence, an elderly woman, her hair as white as snow, lay despondently in the alley, her face etched with despair. Upon catching sight of her, Cui, who was cautiously lingering near the gates of the Zhao manor, felt a pang of compassion. The sight of the old woman reminded her of her own grandmother. After a moment's hesitation, Cui spent a small coin to purchase a steamed bun and requested a bowl of clear water from a nearby vendor. She then approached the elderly woman, offering, "Grandmother, please have something to eat." The old woman lifted her head, and upon seeing the kind-hearted child, expressed her gratitude profusely, tears streaming down her face. "Good child, thank you. That wretched Zhao Xi has taken all of our 40 acres of land." At these words, Cui felt a jolt of shock. By the banks of the Bai River, amidst the bamboo grove, twilight was descending. Cui Xian, having waited patiently, was finally reunited with his brothers. The first to return was Li Hiyu, his expression one of indignation. "Xian brother, I have inquired into the theft that befell your family, and it is most likely the handiwork of the Zhao family. After their disgrace in the poetry contest, Zhao Yaozu and Zhao Ji have harbored resentment, especially upon learning of your literary talent. I have also identified the informant within our clan's academy, but I refrained from acting rashly, feigning ignorance." Cui Xian nodded in approval. "Well done, Hiyu brother. We must remain discreet and operate from the shadows." When Zhuang Jin returned, his demeanor was notably troubled. "Xian brother, I have uncovered some troubling news as well. The Zhao family possesses numerous properties, and Zhao Ji has been accepting bribes. Tonight, the owner of Wu's tea house delivered 200 taels of silver to him. This was witnessed by his own son. Moreover," Zhuang Jin continued, "Zhao Ji has been violent." "Violent?" Cui Xian inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, the young son of the Wu family saw it firsthand. He reported that Zhao Ji took a woman into an adjacent room, and she was screaming in anguish, as if being slaughtered. Cui Xian felt a flush of embarrassment and quickly interjected, all right. This situation should not be so problematic." Zhuang Jin, somewhat unconvinced, retorted, "Assault is certainly grounds for reporting to the authorities. How can this possibly be overlooked?" Cui Xian found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Zhuang Jin did not dwell on the matter further, and he and Li Hiyu turned their hopeful gazes toward Cui Xian. Could this information be sufficient to bring Zhao Ji to justice? Cui Xian shook his head. Though embezzlement, bribery, and illicit transactions seemed serious, they still lacked a definitive charge to condemn Zhao Ji outright. A typical crime was needed. The situation could escalate indefinitely, enough to incite the ire of all social strata, from scholars to farmers and merchants, stirring unrest throughout the city, reaching the county office, and even compelling the provincial authorities to intervene. The gaze of the literati would inevitably turn in anger towards the Zhao family. Indeed, the Zhao family stands as the foremost gentry in the region. However, within this ancient society, hierarchically organized by scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, enraging the scholarly elite could spell disaster for any gentry. Should the accusations become more pronounced, Cui Xian might even consider targeting the Zhao family as a scapegoat, presenting them to the Kaifeng government as a case study. He yearned for Zhao Ji to experience the wrath of the chief minister of finance. Just as Zhuang Jin, Li Hiyu, and Cui Xian were sinking into despair, Cui returned in a hurried manner, breathless as he announced, "Brother, I have uncovered some information." An elderly woman claimed that her 40 acres of land have been entirely usurped by the Zhao family. She is not alone. Many households in her village have suffered similar fates at the hands of the Zhaos. Upon hearing this, Li Hiyu expressed his indignation. The Zhao family truly deserves condemnation. Zhuang Jin echoed his sentiments with fervor. "Scoundrels! They ought to be punished." Cui Xian, however, felt a spark ignite within him as he proclaimed a revelation that sent shivers through those present. "Zhao Ji, I have caught your trail. Land annexation. This alone may not suffice to bring Zhao Ji down, for despite the gravity of the charges, his influence in Nanyang is formidable. Even an appeal to the Kaifeng government may not yield success. Yet, what if we were to accompany this with a widely acclaimed and poignant poem that stirs the hearts of many with sympathy for the plight of farmers? Zhao Ji, prepare to face the blade of my pen." As dusk fell by the banks of the Bai River, a sense of excitement coursed through the group as they felt they had finally grasped Zhao Ji's tale. Zhuang Jin lowered his voice and inquired, "Xian, what do you suggest we do next?" Cui Xian glanced at the darkening sky. "It is too late today. We should return home to avoid causing worry to our families." The others nodded in agreement. As they made their way back, they noticed that Pei Jian had yet to provide any updates. Cui Xian pondered for a moment. Eldest brother has gone to the government office, so it is likely that gathering intelligence will be more challenging for him. Let us reconvene at the academy tomorrow to discuss further. Thus, they parted by the riverside. Meanwhile, Pei Jian, who had yet to relay any news, had indeed stumbled upon valuable information. He was acquainted with the grandson of the county magistrate's clerk, having lain in wait at the office for some time. He had witnessed Zhao Zi's departure. He then instructed the clerk's grandson to accidentally wander into Zhao Zi's office under the pretense of searching for his grandfather. Initially, it seemed a gamble, but to his astonishment, the clerk's grandson boldly explored the premises. Upon his return, he produced a stack of documents from his pocket, presenting them to Pei Jian with a tone of flattery. "Brother Pei, how does this look?" Pei Jian cast a casual glance at the documents, only to feel his expression stiffen with disbelief as he examined them multiple times. The stack contained registered records concerning the removal of households, cancellation of households, and missing households pertinent to several villages. Although Pei Jian lacked formal education, he possessed keen insight and a remarkably agile mind. His intuition told him that this object was undoubtedly of great significance. He swiftly tucked the pile of documents into his bosom. Pei Jian pondered for a moment, but ultimately could not resist asking, "How did you come across these items?" The young grandson of the clerk, with a blank expression, replied, "There is a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards of the county magistrate's office. I discovered it while playing hide and seek earlier. My grandfather installed several such compartments, and I know how to open them at a glance. However, I dared not take the gold, silver, or jewels inside. I only took these worthless scraps of paper." Pei Jian, what a talent! He stared in astonishment at the clerk's young grandson, momentarily at a loss for words. The boy, sensing his silence, became anxious. "I truly did not dare to take the valuable items. Brother Pei Jian, I beg you." Now that the items were in hand, Pei Jian was disinclined to engage in further conversation. He extracted a small token from his robe and handed it to the boy, impatiently stating, "Fine. Although what you brought is rather unimpressive, I'll reluctantly grant you one. But you know the rules. If you dare to speak of this outside, I could easily thrash you 5 times within 3 days." The clerk's grandson eagerly accepted the token, retracting his neck. "Rest assured, Brother Pei Jian, I will not say a word." How could he dare to speak of his theft at the magistrate's office? After watching the foolish grandson of the clerk depart, Pei Jian glanced at the sky and proceeded to the back door of the county office. This location was quite close to the quarters of the local officials. Just as he arrived, a timid young boy approached him, calling out, "Brother Pei Jian." Pei Jian responded and inquired, "Have you found out about the person?" It must be said that young Master Pei was indeed born to accomplish great deeds. He astutely divided the tasks. He entrusted the matter of entering the county magistrate's office to the clerk's grandson, while he sought the assistance of this young boy for the search of the Chuan. This boy's father was a local official. Coincidentally, this boy's father was none other than Lin, the son-in-law of the old man Cui. Upon hearing Pei Jian's words, the young boy whispered, "Brother Pei Jian, I know the person you are looking for. He is the county magistrate." "What?" Pei Jian was taken aback, then pulled out the portrait given to him by Cui Xian and skeptically asked, "Are you certain? Take another look. Do not make a mistake." As the newly appointed magistrate Yi Huifeng, Pei Jian had not yet met him. The young boy examined the portrait carefully once more, then confidently affirmed, "That is indeed the county magistrate. I saw him today visiting my father, and my father called him county magistrate. The magistrate told my father to keep his mouth shut, instructing him not to reveal anything if the Cui family came to inquire about his identity. Oh, and he specifically asked my father to keep an eye on the Cui family. How did Xian become associated with the county magistrate?" Pei Jian was quite astonished. He once again handed the young boy a small token, causing the boy's face to flush with joy as he ran off happily. Inside the county office, seizing the opportunity, County Magistrate Yi Huifeng, who had managed to ensure that the loquacious Lin was tight-lipped, was feeling quite relieved. His vest concealed any signs of his amusement. Later, after enjoying a sumptuous meal and the delightful company of a beautiful servant at a merchant's tea house, Deputy Zhao strolled back home. However, upon his return, he was greeted by the sight of his little grandson recklessly smashing things. Zhao Ji hurried over, attempting to soothe him. "Oh dear, who has upset my precious grandson this time?" Zhao Yaozu, fuming, replied, "It's that Cui Xian. I've heard that he has been making quite a name for himself at the Pei Clan Academy. Master Wu praises him as a prodigious talent. It infuriates me. Grandfather, didn't you say you would soon deal with him?" At the mention of this matter, Zhao Zi's expression turned serious. Not long ago, he had intended to use Cui Xian as a stepping stone to elevate his grandson's reputation. However, a poem titled Ode to the Goose had turned both Ode to the New Bamboo and the Zhao family into a laughingstock. Accustomed to being arrogant in Nanyang, Zhao Zi could hardly tolerate such humiliation, especially with his grandson Zhao Yaozu inciting him further. Thus, he devised a cunning scheme, sending a petty thief, known for his past crimes, laden with gold and silver to frame the Cui family. Yet, to his dismay, the inept thief was inadvertently caught by a small constable. Rest assured, my dear grandson, there was a minor setback last time. I assure you, I will swiftly take care of that brat and his entire family. Zhao Zi declared with a smile, though his mind raced with thoughts of how to further punish the Cui family. Given his current power and status, it would be exceedingly easy to suppress an ordinary family. It was rumored that the Cui lad possessed some talent. If that were the case, it was all the more imperative to extinguish any potential threat early on. Coincidentally, Cui Xian was contemplating similar matters. With a powerful deputy magistrate maliciously scrutinizing him from the shadows, how could he find peace? Meanwhile, the Cui family awaited the return of their two grandsons. And when night had fully descended, they finally arrived home. Old Lady Cui sighed with relief. Eldest daughter-in-law, the children are back. Prepare for dinner. Lin emerged from the main room. All right, mother, I shall quickly sit down and rest, having been anxious while waiting for the two boys at the alley's entrance. Old Lady Cui felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Cui blushing lit an oil lamp, while Chun entertained their little daughter. Cui Xian assisted her mother in bringing the dishes into the main room. Each family member busied themselves, and eventually, they gathered around the dining table, where the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow, and the steaming dishes filled the air with delightful aromas, each face reflecting ease and contentment. Since moving to their new home, life had improved significantly, bringing a sense of comfort. Old Lady Cui continuously served the children, her expression filled with joy. Today, the estate sent word that the Mo Ho Luo shop has been selected. We should go take a look in the coming days. As it was their first venture into business, the family approached it with caution, yet held great hopes. They engaged in lively conversation, unaware that the brothers Cui Yu and Cui Xian were particularly quiet this evening, especially Cui Yu, who kept glancing at his younger brother with a hint of anxiety. At merely 9 years old, encountering such significant events was understandably overwhelming for him. As the meal approached its conclusion, Cui Xian, after careful contemplation, earnestly addressed his family, grandmother, uncle and aunt, father and mother. I have something of great importance to discuss with you. What constitutes a home? A home is a sanctuary. Cui Xian had rallied a group of young brothers, prepared to declare war against Zhao Zi. Yet, this alone would not suffice. He required the support of his family. Together, they had exerted considerable effort relocating from Heshi village to Nanyang. Thus, Cui Xian would not permit anyone to threaten this family. However, while Zhao Zi might be resolved today, there could very well be others like Qian Ji or Sun Ji tomorrow. Cui Xian realized he could not protect his family at all times. He resolved to grow alongside them. Qin, cradling her daughter, chuckled upon hearing his somber tone. What is it? You seem quite serious. Yet, a single statement from Cui Xian extinguished her mirth. He revealed, the thief who visited our home last night did not come to steal but rather to plant incriminating evidence against us. This individual was sent by County Magistrate Zhao Zi to frame our family. With a clatter, old Cui's hand trembled, causing the porcelain bowl to shatter upon the floor. The other members of the Cui family also displayed expressions of shock. In Nanyang County, who was unaware of the Zhao family's formidable reputation, Uncle Cui Boshang urgently inquired, Xian, are you speaking the truth? Why would the Zhao family target us? Cui Xian recounted how Zhao Yaozu and Zhao Ji had attempted to use him as a stepping stone, only to suffer humiliation, which had incited their desire for revenge. In other households, the parents would have undoubtedly given their child a severe reprimand for such a grievous misstep. However, upon regaining her senses, old Cui embraced Cui Xian, her heart aching. My dear grandson, this is not your fault. Such a weighty matter must have caused you great worry and fear. Cui Zhongyuan, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, the Zhao family has gone too far. Brother, we must report this to the county office at once. Cui Boshang nodded gravely. The two daughters-in-law and Cui Xian turned pale, yet they remained relatively composed. It appeared that during this time, they had also grown, albeit slowly, far better than their previous tendency to weep at the slightest provocation. Cui Xian extricated himself from his grandmother's embrace and said, Father, Uncle, the Zhao family's power, is overwhelming. If we rashly report them, we may ultimately suffer the consequences. Today, I have chosen to speak out because I have devised a strategy to uproot the Zhao family entirely. What did you say? Uproot the Zhao family. At this proclamation, the family fell into stunned silence. After all, it was the Zhao family. Under the dim light, Cui Xian's youthful features still retained a certain naivety, yet for reasons unknown. He exuded an audacious confidence akin to that of a spirited youth. I promised my grandmother that I would bring honor to the Cui family. How could I allow Zhaoji to obstruct our promising future? Subsequently, Cui Xian shared the details of his investigation into Zhaoji's activities with his companions, laying everything bare. The family listened with bated breath, astonished by Cui Xian's audacity. Finally, he added, as for the issue of land consolidation, since we have gathered sufficient evidence against him, we now have room to maneuver. However, Zhaoji wields power and lurks in the shadows. If he fails to frame us, he will undoubtedly choose to strike again. This is the primary concern that demands our vigilance. The unknown dangers are the most terrifying. Therefore, we must seize the initiative and manipulate Zhaoji into persecuting us, transforming the unknown perils into known threats. His speech is articulate, his reasoning fluid, and his demeanor exudes a certain confidence of strategic foresight. Unbeknownst to him, the atmosphere in the room has significantly calmed. Old Lady Cui remarked, "Xian Gu, please continue. What do you propose to do?" Cui Xian lifted his head. "Let us devise a way to have Zhaoji usurp our 30 acres of land. This will serve to control the risk. And I must intervene in the land annexation case as a victim to confront the Zhao family." Gasps filled the room at this revelation. They had only just moved out of the countryside and had yet to complete their social ascent. The land is the lifeblood of the family. Thus, no one dared to speak. After a long silence, Old Lady Cui gritted her teeth. "Very well. Xian Gu is right. Known dangers are far less unsettling than the unseen threats lurking in the shadows." Cui Xian looked at his grandmother in astonishment, impressed by her resolve. He continued, "As for how to attract Zhaoji's attention to our land, we shall enlist the help of a neighbor, Old Cui. We have long since severed ties with him, and it is prudent to establish clear boundaries to prevent him from taking advantage of us in the future. Our Cui family does not covet these so-called kinship ties. We shall create our own family tree." What a bold declaration, faced with the formidable adversary of Zhao County's magistrate. The 8-year-old Xian Gu exhibited not an ounce of fear, but rather a strategic mind ready for a challenge. This youthful audacity was truly remarkable. Yet, the enemy is indeed the Zhao family. Although Old Lady Cui had made her decision, she still trembled as she asked, "Xian Gu, are you confident?" Under the flickering oil lamp, her young grandson smiled brightly, his eyes sparkling with clarity and confidence. Within a month, Zhaoji will surely meet his demise. What audacity! Before the family could respond, Cui Xian suddenly turned to Cui Yu and inquired with a smile, "Brother, how was your visit to the Zhao residence today?" Cui Yu replied, "The interior is unknown, but the exterior is quite lavish, and the entrance has been impressively renovated." Cui Xian raised an eyebrow and smiled at the family. "How can we establish our own family tree without a grand residence? This courtyard is too small, and paying rent is inconvenient for long-term living. Since that is the case, let the Zhao family fade into dust, and let us replace it with the Cui family's nameplate. What do you say, grandmother, uncle, aunt, father, mother? Shall we unite our efforts to confront Zhaoji and carve out a splendid future for our Cui family?" Heavens! With such a simple statement, the blood of the entire family ignited with fervor. This child, Xian Gu, truly embodies courage and spirit. Just a short while ago, the family was tense and fearful, but now they felt emboldened. Instead, everyone seemed invigorated, entering a battle state. The Zhao family has been excessively oppressive. We, the Cui family, stand united, ready to fight for our own defense. Old Lady Cui, her face flushed with determination, looked at her little grandson and declared decisively, "Xian, you lead us, and we shall all follow your command." To everyone's surprise, the elder statesman was by my side. With her resolute decision, Old Lady Cui adopted Xian's plan, and the entire Cui family silently commenced their actions. Thus, on that fateful morning, as the old man Cui strolled outside, he unexpectedly spotted the 2 daughters-in-law of Old Lady Cui gossiping at the alley's entrance. He turned his eyes, stealthily approached, and eavesdropped. The previous incident, where his son-in-law had a breakdown and publicly knelt at Old Lady Cui's doorstep, had brought great shame to him, a grievance he could not swallow. Today, fortune seemed to favor him. As he drew near, he overheard a staggering revelation. The elder daughter-in-law of old lady Cui sighed despondently, saying, "What shall we do? We have offended county magistrate Zhao. Where will our family find a way to survive?" The younger daughter-in-law, cradling her little girl, wiped her tears and lamented. "What can we do? Our skin is so capable, far superior to the grandson of county magistrate Zhao." The elder daughter-in-law added, "But our Xian's prowess is not without reason." At this juncture, the two women, as if they were thieves, discreetly ceased their conversation. Old man Cui, scratching his head in frustration, thought, what could it be a reason for? However, he could not quite catch the rest of their discussion. Yet one thing was undeniably clear: the Cui family had indeed offended Magistrate Zhaoji. Goodness, that is the Zhao family. The Cui family is finished. Old man Cui reveled in their misfortune, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, while simultaneously nurturing a wicked thought. Could it be that the Cui family possessed some treasure that had caught the attention of County Magistrate Zhao? If he could uncover this information and report it to Zhao, wouldn't he be able to ascend the social ladder? With such thoughts igniting his excitement, Old man Cui resolved to seek another opportunity to thoroughly investigate the Cui family's secrets. In his exhilaration, he failed to notice that the two daughters-in-law of the Cui family were exchanging discreet glances while continuing their idle chatter. Meanwhile, old lady Cui had set out early. Based on the information gathered by Cui Yu the previous day, she pretended to be lost and ventured to the village where the old woman, whose land had been forcibly seized by County Magistrate Zhao, resided. Despite her age, she feigned having difficulty walking, making her apparent disorientation seem perfectly plausible and arousing no suspicion. She stopped for a rest at a household, sipping tea and engaging in conversation for quite some time. However, the more she spoke, the angrier she became. Zhao Ji would meet with a dreadful end. This very village, alive and breathing, had been entirely manipulated into becoming black households under his control. To annex the land, Zhao Ji had systematically erased the household registrations of the villagers, rendering them unregistered and disenfranchised. He even forcibly conscripted some of the men who dared to cause trouble. Thus, even after their lands were unjustly taken, these villagers no longer dared to seek justice. As the saying goes, the courthouse opens to the south. Without money, reason cannot enter. This was utterly appalling. After departing from that village, old lady Cui was engulfed in both fury and trepidation, though she was well aware of Zhao Ji's nefarious methods. Witnessing them firsthand revealed the despair they wrought upon ordinary folk. Had it not been for her little grandson, Xian Gu, the Cui family would likely have faced ruin. After 20 long years of anticipation, she finally witnessed the rise of her family and the emergence of her promising grandson, a true prodigy. The once crooked spine of old lady Cui began to straighten, her aged eyes radiating a fierce hatred and a resolute determination. She murmured, "Zhao Ji, no matter your formidable tactics, if you dare to lay a finger on my grandson or threaten the Cui family, I shall stake my very life to retaliate against you." Her grandson was merely 8 years old, at the blissful age of carefree education, yet he was thrust into a tumultuous conflict. Old lady Chui's heart ached for him. It was precisely this pain that fueled her resolve. Reflecting on the tragic situation in the village, she steadied her nerves, though her trembling hands betrayed her fear. Yet, the 8-year-old Xian Gu bore the weight of the Cui family upon his tender shoulders. Why then should her aged spine falter? "Xian Gu, my dear child, do not be afraid. Grandmother will always stand by your side to help you win this battle." As old lady Cui embarked on a quest for evidence, she arrived at Funyo Alley. Upon her arrival, she encountered Cui Xian, who had been waiting for quite some time. Casually, he handed her a book, saying, "Take a look. See if it's of any use." Zhuang Jin, Li Heyu, and others gathered around, playfully shielding them from prying eyes. Cui Xian opened the book and, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Brother, how did you find this?" "This is direct evidence of the revocation of household registrations and land annexation. Although the written documents appeared lightweight, once weighed, they would prove to be of immense consequence." Pleased with himself, Cui Xian recounted the details of how he obtained the evidence. Cui Xian was profoundly shocked. Is this truly possible? It's as if a small soldier has crossed the river to achieve a remarkable victory. Noticing Cui Xian's excitement, Zhuang Jin whispered, "Xian Gu, does this mean we can bring Zhao Ji down?" The other young men were equally invigorated. They were filled with youthful zeal and a fearless spirit, imagining the great deeds they could accomplish together, perhaps even toppling the arrogant county magistrate. Cui Xian shook his head. "No, we are still missing a crucial element. Zhao Ji wields too much power. I need the county magistrate to intervene as a stabilizing force." Master Wu had mentioned that the county magistrate would be visiting the clan school soon, and Cui Xian planned to assess the magistrate's character before making any decisions. The notion of needing the magistrate's participation surprised the group of young men. What astonished them further was Cui Xian's reaction as he paused before breaking into a grin. "Well, brother, I have resolved that matter for you. Do you remember the person you asked me about yesterday, Dechuan? I found out he is the county magistrate himself." "What? Dechuan is the county magistrate?" Upon hearing the words, Cui Xian was somewhat taken aback, but soon realized that the proprietor of the tavern was none other than the head of the county office. The missing old general on the chessboard had been by my side all along. The seemingly imposing and upright county magistrate Wu was, in fact, the simple-minded Dechuan. How absurd! Noticing the remarkable expression on Cui Xian's face, Cui Xian could not help but inquire, "Stian, how did you become entangled with the county magistrate?" Cui Xian then recounted how Yi Huifeng had coveted the rare delicacy of Hongmao and Mohua Luo, even going so far as to pay a visit. The younger brothers listened, wide-eyed in disbelief. Is this truly possible? With the documents safely stowed in his box, Cui Xian turned to the astonished group of younger brothers and chuckled, "Esteemed brothers, all is now in readiness. We merely await the favorable wind. Allow me to educate our simple-minded county magistrate, teaching him a few genuine skills. Then we shall lead into the battlefield and secure victory over Zhaoji. Furthermore, I have been in frequent contact with the group of youths who previously relayed messages to you. I require their assistance to incite a significant public uproar in Nanyang. Once this matter unfolds, our reputation as the eminent scholars of Nanyang will be firmly established." How audacious his words were! The confidence he exuded in asserting that everything was in place, that he could teach the county magistrate genuine skills, and that their status as the celebrated talents of Nanyang was assured, was astounding. Cui Xian and the others were filled with excitement, their spirits soaring. Following Cui Xian was undoubtedly the correct choice. They were destined for greatness. That day, the young gentlemen were invigorated as if they had received a surge of energy, resulting in remarkable progress in their studies, much to Wu's delight. On the same day, the simple-minded Dechuan faced yet another setback at the county office. Carrying fruits and vegetables, he knocked once more on the door of the Cui residence. The Cui household was warm and inviting, with the aroma of food wafting through the air. Old Mrs. Cui opened the door with a beaming smile, her warmth almost overwhelming. "Oh, are you being so polite again? Bringing all these gifts upon arriving home." Hearing the commotion, Cui Zhongyuan stepped out from the hall and called out from the courtyard, "Dechuan has come. Sister-in-law, set an extra place at the table. We can share a meal together." Lin responded with a cheerful acknowledgement. Yi Huifeng, feeling somewhat dazed, entered and was enveloped by a sense of warmth, nearly moved to tears. It was as if all the grievances from work had dissipated upon returning to a loving home. How wonderful it was! However, at that moment, old Mrs. Cui shot a fierce glare at Cui Zhongyuan. "You are always so eager to eat. Yet, regarding your desire to attend the county school, there has been no progress. I am nearly at my wit's end, and you still find the appetite to eat." Upon hearing this, Yi Huifeng quickly asked, "Brother Zhongyuan, do you wish to attend the county school?" How fortuitous, for he could assist with this matter. In the Cui family's hall, at the dining table, upon hearing Yi Huifeng's question, Cui Zhongyuan, filled with shame, replied, "To be honest, I have been a student for many years, yet I remain an unexamined scholar. Therefore, I wish to enter the county school to seek guidance from the esteemed teachers. Studying in isolation indeed hampers my academic progress." Yi Huifeng nodded and suggested with a smile, "In that case, Brother Boss Hang and Brother Zhongyuan, you should hasten to the county academy." Old Madame Cui sighed. "We have visited several times, but they disdainfully reject them as old students from a decade ago and refuse to accept them." Yi Huifeng, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "Is that so? No matter, aunt, let the two brothers try again tomorrow." Old Madame Cui remained silent. It was Cui Zhongyuan who sighed, "We have already gone 2 or 3 times. And they said it was not possible." Cui Xian had only mentioned to old Madame Cui that Dachuan seemed to be a government official. The rest of the family was unaware, and even old Madame Cui did not yet know that Dachuan was the esteemed county magistrate. If she were to find out, she would likely exclaim, "Your Excellency, the magistrate," and would certainly not dare to engage in the same manner as now. While they were dining, Cui Xian laughed and interjected, "Uncle, father, since Brother Dachuan has said so, why not give the county academy another try tomorrow?" Yi Huifeng's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Cui Xian, who was smiling brightly, unable to discern the underlying meaning. "Moreover, why did you call me Brother Dachuan? Shouldn't it be Uncle Dachuan?" Yi Huifeng awkwardly remarked this. Brother Xian, I address your father as Brother Zhongyuan, yet you call me Brother Dachuan. Is that not somewhat inappropriate? Cui Xian blinked. It's fine. We can address each other as we wish. It suits us well. How fitting is it for me, the county magistrate, to call an 8-year-old child my brother? Do I not have any pride? Yi Huifeng was about to retort, but old Madame Cui suddenly interjected with a laugh. Oh, Dachuan, do not take offense. This child, Brother Xian, is quite clever. I noticed when you entered, your expression was rather gloomy. Have you encountered some difficulty? Fear not. Speak freely. Perhaps Brother Xian can assist you. Whenever we face challenges at home, it is Brother Xian who resolves them. The other members of the Cui family found it peculiar that old Madame Cui was so warm towards Dachuan today. Only Cui Yu, who was eating, perked up his ears, thinking, here it comes. Earlier that day, Pei Jian had repeatedly instructed Cui Yu, if the magistrate visits your home while Brother Xian is instructing him, you must attentively remember every word he says. Come back tomorrow and recount it to us in detail. Such a notable scene was not to be missed. Were it not for the fear of suspicion, the 4 young masters would have eagerly seated themselves at the Cui family dining table to observe in person. Indeed, upon hearing old Madame Cui's words, Yi Huifeng's eyes suddenly brightened. Aunt was truly perceptive, perfectly presenting an opportunity to seek counsel from Cui Xian. Thus, Yi Huifeng glanced at Cui Xian, then steeled himself, suppressing his embarrassment as he said, Xian. Brother Xian, I must confess I have encountered a slight dilemma today. Cui Xian internally scoffed, thinking, this is not my fault. With such a character, who would dare believe he is the county magistrate? Yet, maintaining a composed demeanor, he inquired. Oh, what dilemma? Pray tell. Yi Huifeng grimaced. Last time, I followed your advice and tidied the tavern, successfully sowing discord among my 3 subordinates. Today, emboldened by my previous successes, I intended to replicate my approach in another endeavor, only to be thwarted by the second-in-command, who conspired with 2 others to dismiss my plans. Cui Xian shook his head, asserting that since they had already sown discord among themselves, one should continue to exploit this rift. Your eagerness and unmistakable intention will undoubtedly invite severe repression from the second-in-command. I can discern, without a hint of doubt, that your so-called new endeavor pertains to a significant power struggle. Remarkable. Although Cui Xian was not present, he exhibited an uncanny ability to grasp the situation with precision. Yi Huifeng's face betrayed his frustration as he eagerly inquired, is there a remedy for this? Cui Xian replied, indeed. The task of cleaning the tavern, trivial as it may seem, has already driven a wedge between the 3rd and 4th in command, indicating that these 2 have never truly been in harmony. It seems the second in command has deliberately instigated their rivalry to hinder one another. Therefore, do not rush to usurp power just yet. Bypass the second in command and devise a strategy to target the 3rd in command, using personal grievances as a pretext to dismiss him. As the owner, it should be a simple matter to let someone go, and then support a loyal ally to take his place. Yi Huifeng's countenance darkened, and he stammered, I currently lack the authority to dismiss him. What? This revelation left Cui Xian astounded. How could the county magistrate lack the power to dismiss a mere clerk? What chaos must be unfolding within the county office? After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, if you cannot dismiss him, then still employ personal grievances as a rationale. Deny him funding for any tasks he wishes to undertake. The result was a look of deeper despair on Yi Huifeng's face. But I am not responsible for approving funding. Cui Xian, taken aback, regarded Yi Huifeng with genuine concern and advised, then you should return home. Yes, go home, dear child. Though you are an honorary magistrate, even if only in name, you are still a magistrate, with neither personnel nor financial authority. What purpose does your daily presence at the county office serve? It is no wonder you are compelled to seek my assistance. Though he mentally grumbled, Cui Xian felt heavy-hearted. It appeared that Zhao Zi's grip on power was more formidable than he had anticipated. Hearing this, Yi Huifeng grew anxious. His smile strained as he pleaded, no, surely. If you think further, there must be a solution, right? Old Cui, eager to support, chimed in, yes, Brother Xian, please think of a way to assist Dachuan. Cui Yu, quietly enjoying his meal, found it exceptionally delightful this evening. Good heavens, my brother is truly training the magistrate. Though he had been prepared, Cui Yu was still profoundly astonished. He could hardly wait to share this with Pei Jian and the others at school tomorrow. Noticing Yi Huifeng's anxious demeanor, Cui Xian inquired, so, the financial authority and the power to dismiss individuals are both controlled by the second in command? Yi Huifeng quickly clarified, no, that is not the case. This small tavern is overseen by a larger establishment. The authority of the small tavern is jointly managed by my second-in-command and the second-in-command of the larger tavern. It may sound absurd, but this arrangement was already in place before I arrived. It is said that the previous owner of my humble tavern was forced to leave by the second-in-command. With the owner gone, the second-in-command of the tavern, in collaboration with the second-in-command of the Grand Tavern, began to co-manage the establishment. After my arrival, the second-in-command of the tavern grew increasingly arrogant. The second-in-command of the Grand Tavern will be reassigned next year and is now indifferent to the trivialities of the tavern, yet reluctant to relinquish any authority. Consequently, as the proprietor, I find myself unable to accomplish anything. He ramblingly shared a multitude of grievances, which Cui Xian comprehended. County Magistrate Zhao Zhido had departed, leaving the county office without a magistrate. Thus, the governor issued an urgent memorandum to establish a committee-like department comprising the second-in-command of the governor's office and the second-in-command of the county office. The financial powers and the authority to dismiss mid-level officials would bypass the magistrate and be decided by this committee, effectively rendering the magistrate's position entirely powerless. Subsequently, the hapless Dechuan arrived in a daze to assume office. Had a more capable individual taken charge, naturally, the new official would seek ways to seize power. A magistrate devoid of authority cannot function effectively. However, in a moment of anger, Dechuan, expressed his frustration. It is no wonder Zhao Ji would assert dominance over him. In the current situation, Zhao Ji appears more like the magistrate than Yi Huifeng. As Cui Xian listened, his brow furrowed tighter. This situation is quite challenging. Yet, upon hearing that the second-in-command of the Grand Tavern would be reassigned next year, his eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. He exclaimed, "I've got it." Yi Huifeng, excited by this revelation, urged him to continue. Cui Xian, with a knowing smile, remarked, "This strategy may not work for others, but with you, it is bound to succeed. Tomorrow, you shall directly confront the owner of the Grand Tavern and vehemently accuse the second-in-command of misconduct. The newly appointed novice may lack experience in many areas, but surely he can handle a complaint. The second-in-command, knowing he will be leaving next year, will naturally wish to avoid complications. He will first attempt to persuade you with kind words, then resort to threats and temptations to keep you docile. Stand firm. Adopt the demeanor of a brash youth, and regardless of what he says, you must persist in lodging your complaint. If the Grand Tavern cannot prevail, escalate the matter to an even larger establishment. Keep pressing on until he is thoroughly beleaguered, as he is set for reassignment and promotion next year. He will certainly be hesitant to allow you to file a complaint against him. The tea will cool before he departs, since he intends to leave. You need not fear a fallout. As the saying goes, sometimes a wild swing can fell the master. Do you know who the second-in-command of the Grand Tavern fears most? It is precisely someone like you. This is your only opportunity at present, and I strongly advise you to seize it. Otherwise, once the new second-in-command of the Grand Tavern takes office and assumes control over your tavern, you will have no chance left. Can this actually work? Yi Huifeng never anticipated such a simple yet forceful approach and hesitated, saying, "But one should leave a line for others to follow, to facilitate future encounters. If I sever ties entirely, might it invite retaliation?" Cui Xian blinked and made a gesture across his throat, then let him have no opportunity for future encounters. Yi Huifeng's face displayed shock. Cui Xian then burst into laughter. "I was merely jesting. You took it too seriously. Sit tight in your position. For what is there to fear from him?" This statement caused both the Qin family and old Shui to furrow their brows in unison. Cui Xian, realizing the implications, smiled slyly and added, "I mean, what is there to be afraid of? Heh." Yi Huifeng, witnessing this exchange, recognized that the strategist before him was still a child who would be reprimanded by his elders for his impudent remarks. Yet, this very child had devised a cunning plan to confront the magistrate and seize power. Yi Huifeng was astonished by Cui Xian's astuteness. And as he reflected on the words exchanged moments ago, his heart raced with increasing fervor. The method, though perilous, held significant promise. Should the power grab succeed, that Zhao Ji would no longer be able to act so arrogantly. At the dining table, Cui Xian observed Yi Huifeng's indecisive demeanor, smiling as he savored his meal. The cool summer breeze wafted into the hall, causing the oil lamp to flicker. The light danced across his figure, illuminating him in a staccato rhythm. Next to him, Cui Yu gazed in awe at his brother, who seemed to command the situation with effortless mastery. He was left speechless. Recalling a phrase his teacher had once used to illustrate a point, to hear thunder in the stillness. The conversation between his brother and the magistrate, though seemingly casual at the dinner table, was, In reality, a strategic exchange. The Cui family, oblivious to the deeper implications, naively believed they were merely discussing tavern business. Only Cui Yu, privy to the intricacies, understood. His brother was leveraging the situation, crafting a sharp blade that would strike down upon Zhao Ji. The following day, after dining at the Cui residence, Yi Huifeng resolved to take action. With a deep breath, he donned the magistrate's robes. Embracing a mindset of a warrior goes forth without turning back, and made his way to the prefectural office. Many years later, when recalling this event, Yi County Magistrate would regard himself as exceptionally valiant and heroic. However, unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, in Funyo Alley, on the way to the clan school, Cui Yu, with a flushed face, recounted the previous night's memorable moments at the dinner table, unable to stifle his laughter. That magistrate was quite foolish. At first, he was reluctant to call my brother by name, but later to seek my brother's counsel. He swallowed his pride and awkwardly called out Stead, Pei Jian, and the others erupted in uncontrollable laughter. Zhuang Jin jested. If I call Yu Xian, and the magistrate calls Yu Xian, does that not imply that I am also a brother to the magistrate? Gao Qi waved his hand dismissively. We are all brothers here, let us speak of it openly. When we return to the county office, let us ask our brother for a cup of hot tea. Upon hearing this, the four young gentlemen exchanged glances and erupted into gleeful laughter. The joy of youth is indeed simple. Cui Xian joined in their merriment. As they approached the clan school, he spoke quietly, Eldest brother, esteemed brothers, within a few days, I must return to Hushi village. Prepare yourselves, regardless of what transpires. Do not panic. We shall proceed according to our plan. Upon hearing this, the young gentlemen were taken aback, their expressions turning serious. Pei Jian lowered his voice to inquire. Are we preparing to take action? Cui Xian nodded affirmatively. Sometimes, when I ponder over this matter, it truly seems insane. This group of impetuous youths dares to attempt to topple a powerful county magistrate. If they succeed, my brothers, this affair will be the talk of the town for a year. However, Pei Jian, after some contemplation, earnestly advised, Xian, my elder brother knows of your intelligence and that you never engage in ventures without certainty. Yet, I must remind you to do your utmost. If this endeavor succeeds, it will be splendid. If it fails, do not be disheartened. Just ensure your own safety and that of your family. The rest, leave to me and the Pei family. Zhuang Jin, Li Heiyu, and Gao Qi all expressed their agreement. With the support of their four families, they may not be able to eradicate the Zhao clan, but they could certainly protect the Cui family. Hearing this, Cui Xian felt warmth in his heart. He chuckled lightly and said, Elder brother, esteemed brothers, you need not worry. I am aware that I am not fighting this battle alone. In the days following my departure, I will still require your assistance. Come closer, and let me share my plan. The others quickly leaned in. After hearing Cui Xian's scheme, even the audacious four felt a pallor creep over their faces. Was this not a bit too ambitious? Li Heiyu murmured, is this going to drive old Wu mad? Pei Jian was resolute. He will surely go mad. Perhaps he will flee back to the countryside just like Zhao Yazu's teacher did. Zhuang Jin swallowed hard, anxiously inquired, Xian, are you certain this will work? Although old Wu may be unscrupulous, we need not push him to his limits. Just as they were furtively discussing, they unexpectedly encountered Wu Qinglun outside the clan school. Gao Qi, with keen eyes, was the first to spot the teacher and called out, Good day, teacher. The others trembled in fear, hastily bowing in respect, before hastily making their retreat. Teacher Wu, observing the unusually obedient young masters, recalled their recent diligent study and said with satisfaction, Excellent, truly commendable. Meanwhile, a significant event unfolded within the Nanyang prefectural office. County Magistrate Yi Huifeng, in front of all the officials, vehemently accused Wu Tongji of usurping authority, asserting that he held a position of oversight over the magistrate's duties. He even went so far as to remove his official robe and told Wu Tongji, You might as well wear both official robes together. This declaration caused an uproar among the officials, their eyes wide with excitement as they eagerly consumed the unfolding drama. It was said that the newly appointed magistrate was young and naive, but this was undeniably too brazen. Under the watchful eyes of many, Wu Tongji was left defenseless, exposed to ridicule. The prefect, unwilling to witness this farce, reprimanded both parties sternly and instructed them to resolve their disputes privately. Though it was said to be a private matter, many had already overheard the exchange within the Tongji's office. County Magistrate Ye's voice boomed with resolve. Are you threatening me? Do not utter such nonsense. This is my first time in office. I may not understand the rules, but I comprehend reason. In a whimsical turn of events, the audacious young magistrate Yi Huaifeng boldly declared his intention to don 2 official robes, threatening to escalate the matter to the governor if necessary. Should that not suffice? He would not hesitate to bring his grievances to the Kaifeng prefecture or even the Ministry of Personnel in the capital. His resolute declaration sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it, for it was clear that this impetuous official was not to be trifled with. Word swiftly spread throughout the governor's office, establishing Yi Huaifeng's reputation as a formidable presence, prompting others to steer clear of his path. Predictably, Deputy Wu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, chose to relent. With a promotion on the horizon, he could ill afford to be ensnared by such a damning accusation. The prospect of the matter escalating to higher authorities would spell the end of his official career. That very day, Deputy Wu relinquished his authority, and the committee overseeing the county office was disbanded. With the watchful eyes of fellow officials upon him, the young magistrate strode out of the office with a sense of triumph, only to retreat to a secluded corner where he exuberantly clenched his fists in delight. He had truly succeeded. It dawned on him that the intricate machinations of political struggle bore a striking resemblance to mere bickering in the streets. In this moment of reflection, Yi Huaifeng felt a surge of gratitude for having encountered the astute Cui Xian, a boy of remarkable foresight despite his tender age of 8. Nay, he was not merely a child. He was his beloved half-brother, akin to kin. Meanwhile, news of the upheaval within the governor's office reached the county office, leaving many in a state of shock as they recognized an impending shift in power. Lu, the secretary, and Ma, the clerk, sensing the tide turning, promptly made their escape to observe from a distance. Zhao Ziqi, consumed by disdain for Yi Huaifeng, yearned to confront him directly. Yet, bereft of his former authority, he could no longer afford to dismiss Yi with his previous arrogance. Fortunately, the Zhao family maintained their status as the leading gentry of Nanyang, and Yi Huaifeng, despite his newfound influence, could not easily undermine Zhao Ji. In a seemingly unrelated incident on Zhongjing Alley, the tenacious old man Cui, undeterred by previous setbacks, continued his clandestine efforts to uncover the secrets of the old Cui family. His persistence bore fruit when he stumbled upon a serendipitous opportunity. On that day, the eldest granddaughter of the Cui family, Cui Xian, was inexplicably lingering at the alley's entrance, fixated on a roasted chicken shop, salivating with desire. Seizing the moment, the old man Cui, with a determined heart, purchased a chicken and cheerfully offered it to her, speaking in an endearing tone. Cui Xian, her eyes shining with delight, accepted the chicken and began to feast without a second thought. Old man Cui pressed on. "May I inquire about something?" Cui Xian replied, "I haven't eaten enough. I'll share once I'm satisfied." Stifling his own discomfort, he procured another chicken to ensure her cooperation. After consuming 2 roasted chickens, Cui Xian, feeling drowsy, announced her intent to return home. Old man Cui was taken aback, but he persisted, purchasing yet another chicken to keep her engaged, and quickly asked, "I've heard you have a brother who excels in his studies. Do you know why that is?" This time, Cui Xian obediently responded, "Grandmother says it's because our land has good feng shui, which produces auspicious smoke. She buried my brother's birth date in the ground, and he became a remarkable genius." Old man Cui was left momentarily speechless, astonished by her revelation. Seizing the moment while he was momentarily distracted, Cui Xian made her escape. However, old Master Cui pondered for a moment. Children are seldom deceitful. Could it be that the old Cui family truly rose to prominence due to their few acres of auspicious land? Regardless, it was imperative to report this matter to County Magistrate Zhao. It was said that Magistrate Zhao also had a prodigious grandson, and officials are often inclined to believe in the power of feng shui. Perhaps he could be persuaded to invest. Thus, old Master Cui set off for the Zhao residence. Zhao Ji, having been ousted from power, was already seething with anger and irritation. Dining with his grandson at home when old Master Cui entered and recounted the tale of how the old Cui family's auspicious fields fostered genius, Zhao Yaozu immediately exclaimed in excitement, "I knew that lad was capable of composing poetry at just 8 years of age. It must be that a piece of treasure lies beneath their home. Grandfather, we must seize the Cui family's land. Let us inscribe my birth date into it, and I shall become a genius as well." Ha! Anger can cloud one's judgment. Zhao Ji, already in a foul mood, found the audacity of the Cui family intolerable. Regardless of whether the land was truly auspicious, he resolved to seize it first and inquire later. With a cold snort, Zhao Ji reassured his grandson, "Do not worry, my dear. Your grandfather will take care of it immediately." Even though that fellow Yi has usurped my authority, dealing with a mere Cui family is well within my grasp. The local turmoil involving the magistrate's office may not concern the common folk, yet today, the Cui family received an extraordinary piece of news. Brothers Cui Bushing and Cui Zhongyuan once again attempted to enroll in the county academy. This time, to their astonishment, their admission was granted without hesitation. Their success was almost unbelievable. The two brothers returned home in a daze, coincidentally encountering Yi Huifeng, who arrived bearing several pounds of pork and 2 jars of yellow wine. With a cheerful demeanor, Yi Huifeng declared, "There is no better time than now. I brought wine and meat to celebrate your achievements." Cui Zhongyuan softly inquired, "Dachuan, how did you know we were accepted into the county academy?" Yi Huifeng chuckled, "I had no prior knowledge of that. My visit today is primarily to express my gratitude to Xian and to celebrate my regaining control of the tavern." The brothers, believing him wholeheartedly, entered the courtyard together. Old Master Cui, upon hearing the news, was overwhelmed with joy. "Wonderful. My 2 sons are studying at the county academy, and my grandsons are enrolled at the Pei Clan's academy. They shall surely achieve great things in the future." Yi Huifeng nearly choked on his own saliva at this revelation. Cui Xian was studying at the Pei Clan's academy? He vaguely remembered that he had an obligation to visit the Pei Clan's academy this month for the purpose of educating the students. How fortunate. It seemed he must postpone that visit for now. Moreover, the thought of educating the students left a bitter taste in his mouth. Logically, having a prodigious talent like Cui Xian emerge from his jurisdiction should warrant careful nurturing to enhance his own career prospects. However, he found himself awkwardly addressing Cui Xian as Xian brother repeatedly. How could he, in his official capacity, confront Cui Xian directly? It was a source of great embarrassment. Thus, he resolved to keep his true identity concealed for as long as possible. In the Cui household, at the dining table, Cui Xian raised his teacup and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, Brother Dachuan, on reclaiming the management rights of the tavern. Allow me to toast with tea in lieu of wine. Wishing you swift success in subduing that disobedient second-in-command, thereby solidifying your position as the master." Yi Huifeng joyfully returned the gesture with a cup of his own. Then, with anticipation, he inquired, "Xian, do you truly believe I can take down that second-in-command?" Cui Xian confidently replied, "Of course, Brother Dachuan. What you lack now is merely a favorable wind. When the time is right, you will surely prevail." However, Yi Huifeng pressed, "What?" Cui Xian, with a mischievous smile, said, "Well, by that time, it may well be that you, Brother Dachuan, no longer wish to take down that second-in-command." How could that be possible? Yi Huifeng assumed he was jesting, laughing foolishly in response. The following day, brothers Cui Bushing and Cui Zhongyuan went to enroll at the county academy. Before their departure, Cui Xian instructed, "Uncle, father, your timing for enrollment is impeccable. If all goes as expected, the Zhao family will soon make a move against us. At that time, you two should act according to the situation at the academy." Cui Zhongyuan, upon hearing this, grew anxious and asked, "Xian, how should father assist?" Yet Cui Xian merely smiled and reassured him, "Fear not. When the matter unfolds, all father and uncle need to do is guide the way." Once father and uncle entered the academy, Cui Xian continued attending the Pei Clan Academy, earning abundant praise and rewards from Master Wu daily, seemingly unfazed. Meanwhile, the Cui family and the 4 young masters became increasingly restless, anxiously awaiting developments. Until 3 days later, at noon, the village head of Hushi hurriedly arrived at Zhongjing Alley, knocking on the Cui family's door, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, how have you provoked the Zhao family? They sent word to Hishi village, offering a mere penny to purchase your 30 acres of land. If you refuse, they will send all the male members of your family to labor as conscripts. This has stirred the entire village into an uproar. Perhaps you should return with me." Upon hearing this, the elder Mrs. Cui's heart jolted. She quickly composed herself, wailing loudly, "Oh dear, I cannot bear this. The Zhao family is too tyrannical." The 2 daughters-in-law of the Cui family joined in the lamentation, their expressions reflecting utter despair. The village head, witnessing their sorrowful cries, sighed in sympathy. He had thought the Cui family had prospered, yet a twist of fate had led them into conflict with the Zhao family. Such is the unpredictability of life. That day, Cui Xian took leave, and accompanied by his family, who were wailing, hurried back to Hishi village with the village head. Before leaving, he glanced towards the Pei Clan Academy. Contemplating, "Elder brother, the grand performance is about to commence. I shall entrust the stage setting to you." In Zhongjing Alley, the cries of the Cui family attracted the attention of neighboring households. The elder Cui, upon hearing the commotion, chuckled maliciously to himself. Lin, the local constable, feeling uneasy, could not help but ask, "Father-in-law, could the troubles of the Cui family somehow involve you?" The elder Cui's expression darkened immediately. "What nonsense! What does this have to do with me?" Lin Chai exhaled in relief. Shortly thereafter, the members of the Cui family finally returned to Hushi village. A throng of villagers gathered to inquire about the situation. The elderly matriarch Cui and her two daughters-in-law wiped their tears, not even returning home but heading straight to the fields. The sowing had only been completed at the end of June, and now, a month later, the fields were lush and green, a promising site for the crops. What a splendid piece of land! Such a pity it had been purchased by the Zhao family for a mere pittance. Witnessing the elderly Cui weep desolately, the villagers cursed the Zhao family while also feeling a sense of dread akin to the sorrow of the dying hare for the dying fox. The Zhao family was not to be trifled with. Amidst the cacophony of curses and cries, suddenly, Cui Xian rushed into the fields, pulling up the seedlings with fervor. The village head, puzzled, asked, "Xiang, what are you doing?" Cui Xian looked up, serious and earnest, and replied, "I read that pulling up seedlings can help crops grow. The Zhao family is being excessively tyrannical, eyeing our land. I want the crops to mature quickly so we can harvest the grain and minimize our losses." Upon hearing this, the villagers were left speechless, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. If it weren't for the dire state of the Cui family, they would have remarked, "Has this child been driven mad by his studies?" The following day, the elderly matriarch Cui yielded, asking the village head to convey her agreement to sell the land, pleading with Lord Zhao for mercy, hoping he would not send the Cui men to labor. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ji sneered, considering the Cui family's submission to be quite sensible. Zhao Yaozu exclaimed, "Wonderful grandfather! Let us go to Hushi village and bury my birth date in the ground. I wish to become a genius." Although Zhao Ji did not believe in such superstitions, he readily agreed to appease his grandson. "As you wish, my dear." Thus, the Zhao grandfather and grandson set off in a horse-drawn carriage towards Hushi village. They remained unaware that a young child had been watching them from the Zhao residence. And upon seeing Zhao Ji depart, the child immediately turned and ran to deliver the news. "At the Pei Family Academy, today, Xiandi and Cui you were absent from class," prompting Pei Jian and the others to feel an intense sense of foreboding, sensing that something significant had occurred. Indeed, upon hearing that Zhao Ji and his grandfather had gone to Hishi village, Pei Jian and his companions swiftly decided to take action. Their mission was to create a stage for Xiandi. No matter how splendid the performance, it required a grand stage to attract a large audience. Involving the scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, it needed to appeal to all ages. It had to amuse the elderly in the fields while also provoking the literati to declare it absurd. It must be entirely mundane yet uniquely refined, igniting curiosity across various demographics. This would draw a line of public opinion, which would ignite like wildfire throughout the entire Nanyang County. Ultimately, if it escalated, even the county magistrate and local officials would have to intervene to extinguish this blaze of public sentiment, lest they bear the blame of failing in their duty of education. The 8-year-old prodigy who authored Rainbow Cat, an ode to the goose overnight, devolved into mediocrity, rallying countless children to their own fields to pull seedlings in a misguided attempt to hasten crop maturity, naively dreaming of increasing grain yields. Is this topic not sufficiently explosive and absurd? Pei Jian took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Fellow classmates, lend me your ears, for Xian has encountered a predicament, and there is a matter that requires our assistance. Are you willing to help?" "What? Xian is in trouble?" The group of students, upon hearing this, hastily gathered around him, concern etched on their faces. Nowadays, Xian has amassed countless admirers within the clan's academy. Pei Jian continued, "Xian has studied the sacred texts and comprehended the wisdom that uprooting seedlings can hasten the maturation of crops. Today, let us venture to Hushi village to lend a hand. This is not merely for our Pei clan's academy. I implore each of you to summon friends from the various academies. Let us raise our voices as we march through the streets, ensuring that all are aware of our noble endeavor." "What?" Upon hearing this, the students were momentarily stunned, scarcely believing their ears. A hesitant student remarked, "Isn't this akin to forcing growth? Didn't the master say that this is erroneous?" Infuriated, Pei Jian retorted, "Xian has declared this method effective. Do you consider yourself more brilliant than him? Have you forgotten how he triumphed in the last recitation contest? Beware. For Master Wu shall return and chastise you for merely being a bookworm. This time, Xian is again competing against others in scholarly pursuits. Can you bear to witness his defeat? The student shrank back, silenced by the weight of the comparison. How could he dare to rival Xian in knowledge? Since even the mismatched ode to the goose has become a classic, perhaps uprooting seedlings truly holds merit? Furthermore, we cannot allow Xian to continue facing inexplicable losses. Otherwise, Master Wu will once more bestow his ire upon us. Zhuijin, Li Heyu, and Gao Qi promptly rallied in agreement. Among the students, there were also a few plants strategically placed by Pei Jian to echo his sentiments. Had this been a gathering of adults, the scheme would have fallen flat. Yet, these were young children, capable of executing the most unexpected and astonishing feats. Thus, a band of adolescents was easily led astray, culminating in a curious phenomenon reminiscent of the emperor's new clothes. No one dared question the absurdity of the situation. A multitude of students from the Pei clan's academy set forth to call upon friends, a gathering of youngsters around 10 years of age, poised to embark on a grand venture, as anticipated. On this day, the entire city of Nanyang County was stirred. An invisible hand ignited a spark, ready to engulf the landscape, emerging from the youthful scholarly community. In Nanyang County, on the streets, led by Pei Jian and Gao Qi, dozens of students clad in traditional robes traversed together. This scene naturally attracted countless onlookers. The young scholars, while walking, earnestly discussed their grand plans. When we arrive at Hishi village, we shall uproot the crops with vigor. However, we mustn't uproot them entirely, for that would lead to their demise. Indeed, half will suffice. Once we finish today, in a couple of days, the crops shall be ripe. Many passers-by, upon hearing this, could scarcely believe their ears. Goodness, have these little scholars become foolish from their studies? If left unchecked, the crops in the fields would surely suffer. An elderly man hastily advised, "Young lads, do not act recklessly. The crops are thriving in the ground. Pulling them up will lead to their demise." Upon hearing this, Pei Jian stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Old man, you lack education and do not understand agriculture. Are you aware of the 8-year-old prodigy Cui Xian, who wrote the legend of Hong Mao and the 7 heroes and composed the poem Ode to the Goose? He's our classmate. He has comprehended the teachings of the sages and asserts that pulling seedlings can hasten the maturity of crops." Gao Qi, Li Heyu, and Zhang Jin immediately echoed his sentiment. Rallying the group, the band of young boys grew increasingly emboldened, laughing and mocking the old man for his ignorance of farming. More schoolboys, upon hearing the commotion, hurried from various schools to join the ranks. They paraded through the bustling market like a procession, attracting countless curious onlookers. The elderly farmer, accused of being uninformed about agriculture, was nearly beside himself with indignation. "I have devoted my life to tending crops, and yet you dare to teach me how to farm? Absurd." However, the incident of pulling seedlings to help them grow was indeed too emblematic. Those who learned of the event, whether aged men or young children, burst into laughter, discussing it animatedly. Today, the citizens of Nanyang County gathered to share the amusing tale. Have you heard? Those dozens of young scholars plan to pull up seedlings to hasten the maturity of the crops. I wonder where Hishi village is. Their fields are bound to suffer. Some curious individuals even decided to follow the group of young scholars, eager to partake in the spectacle. With the names of Hong Mao and Ode to the Goose circulating, the fire of gossip spread from the marketplace into the scholarly circles of Nanyang. Pulling seedlings to help them grow? Ridiculous. That Cui Xian, who authored Hong Mao and composed Ode to the Goose, was thought to be a prodigy of Nanyang, yet he has committed such a ludicrous act. How laughable. Initially, many literati only expressed their outrage and scorn, until servants and ladies of the household rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, trouble is brewing. Our young master has gone to pull up seedlings." What? The scholars were thrown into a frenzy. Especially at the county school, many literate individuals turned pale. Their children, known for causing mischief, could ruin their futures if they truly engaged in such folly. Amidst the turmoil, the newly enrolled brothers Cui Bushing and Cui Zhong Yuan stepped forth calmly, saying, "Fellow classmates, do not panic. I know where Hishi village is, and we shall lead everyone there." The other students sighed in relief and felt a surge of admiration for the Cui brothers. At this critical moment, they proved to be reliable. Thus, a large group of scholars, whether concerned for their own sons or merely intrigued by the spectacle, set off in a grand procession toward Hishi village. The situation escalated dramatically. As the entire county began to discuss the matter, the patrolling officers sensed something amiss and hurried to report to their superiors. The governor was the first to receive the news. Initially, he was filled with rage, but soon he discreetly made his escape, declaring he had personal matters to attend to and would take the day off. He ordered to seek out Deputy Wu to ascertain how he would handle the situation. Veteran officials are well aware that any incident involving public opinion is particularly troublesome due to its unpredictability. Furthermore, the governor astutely sensed that the matter was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. He decided to delegate the issue, allowing his subordinates to wade through the murky waters and gauge the depths before making a final decision. Coincidentally, just as the governor took his leave, Deputy Wu claimed to have a sudden bout of illness and went to seek medical attention. Consequently, this case was left to the county magistrate. Newly appointed magistrate Yi Huaifeng, having just seized power, was eager to implement his reforms when he was informed of this matter, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. A group of young scholars embarking on a venture to hasten growth. Heaven forbid, if they truly uprooted several acres, he would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the scholarly community. Just imagine, it would be said that Magistrate Yi, under his governance, allowed his juvenile scholars to engage in such absurdity. Merely contemplating this left Magistrate Yi feeling a chill down his spine. If pursued earnestly, this could easily be classified as a grave dereliction of educational responsibility. At that moment, the suffering of the deputy magistrate became evident. He received no share in the glory, yet was expected to bear the brunt of the trouble. In a panic, Magistrate Yi rushed to the governor's office, only to find both the governor and the deputy absent. With no other recourse, he hastily boarded a sedan chair and made his way toward Hushi Village. Hushi Village? That name sounded vaguely familiar. As he sat in the chair, he pondered deeply, feeling an unsettling sense of recognition. Just then, an aide spoke up. "Your Excellency, I just went to investigate further and have finally uncovered the truth. The incident of hastening growth originated from none other than the author of Rainbow Cat and Ode to the Goose, Cui Xian. The scholars are now in Hushi Village aiding Cui Xian in his endeavor." Magistrate Yi was momentarily taken aback, his cold sweat pouring forth. He even contemplated telling his subordinate to forget it and return home. How could he have concealed his identity for so long, only to be caught off guard today? Moreover, Cui Xian, would he truly engage in such foolishness as uprooting seedlings? How could that be possible? Even if Yi Huaifeng were slow to react, he could discern that there was certainly some hidden intrigue at play, yet he could not fathom it. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real concern was how embarrassing it would be to meet Cui Xian face to face while clad in official robes, under the scrutiny of many eyes. Noticing the fluctuating expressions of Magistrate Yi, his aide anxiously inquired, "Your Excellency, what troubles you?" "Nothing much. Just the impending doom of social death." Yi Huaifeng forced a smile and, steeling himself, declared, "It's nothing. Let us proceed." He realized he could not possibly shirk this duty today. At the Pei Clan Academy, Master Wu arrived for class only to find the room desolate, with only a few students present while the rest were conspicuously absent. After making inquiries, he was nearly struck down by the revelation that followed. Gripping the ruler tightly in his hand, Wu Qinglong trembled in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You mean to say that Cui Xian sought your assistance to promote his interests?" And then Pei Jian and his companions responded by bringing their entire clan to aid him in Hushi Village? Upon receiving a confirming answer, Wu Qinglong inhaled deeply, and, in a rare display of profanity, uttered, "Nonsense. Utterly absurd. I would sooner believe that I could commit such an outrageous act of promoting growth than accept that my brilliant student could ever stoop to such a level." Despite his words, Wu Qinglong was undeniably furious. He tossed his sleeves and hurriedly made his way to Hushi Village. Simultaneously, the county magistrate's official sedan chair, accompanied by a throng of yamen runners, set forth with great pomp, evidently headed to address the so-called promoters of growth. This sparked a fervor among the townsfolk, who rallied their friends to follow, eager to witness the newly appointed magistrate dispense justice. Outside Nanyang City, in the village that the elder Cui had visited, the old woman who had previously wept outside Zhao Zi's residence and conversed with Cui Yu recalled the elder's instructions, with tears streaming down her cheeks. She knocked on the doors of her fellow villagers, crying, "Friends, we have hope. Today, someone will stand up for us in Hushi Village and bring down the corrupt official Zhao Zi. Let us go and witness his downfall." Upon hearing this, countless weary, hollow-eyed villagers felt a spark of hope and resentment ignite within them. The stage was set, all parties gathered, and the performance was about to commence. Today marked the day when the Zhao family would come to purchase the lands of the elder Cui. The villagers felt a surge of anger but were powerless to resist. Meanwhile, the elder Cui, supported by her two daughters-in-law, awaited with her grandsons, Xian and Yu, in the fields. The family's expressions were tense. The other villagers, mistaking their discomfort for sorrow, approached to offer consolation. unaware that the Cui family was more concerned about whether they could ultimately overthrow Zhao Ji. Just as the elder Cui was feeling anxious, she noticed Xian reaching out to grasp her hand. Their eyes met, and the determination reflected in Cui Xian's gaze brought her a sense of reassurance. At that moment, a fellow villager gritted his teeth and announced, "The Zhao family has arrived." And indeed, a lavish carriage appeared, accompanied by dozens of fierce servants, arrogantly storming toward them. Even as they reached the fields, they charged forward without restraint, inciting panic among the villagers who scrambled to avoid them. Cui Xian observed this scene with a cold gaze. Once the carriage came to a halt, Zhao Yaozu was the first to emerge, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "Is this the land in question? Quickly, bury my birth date here." Only then did Zhao Yaozu notice Cui Xian, and a smug smile spread across his face. "Ah, we meet again. Weren't you quite arrogant the last time? Let us see if you can still laugh today. Grandfather, chase this unfortunate family away. Do not allow them to tarnish my auspicious land." Upon hearing these words, the villagers seethed with indignation. The Zhao family was insufferably arrogant. Zhao Ji stepped out of the carriage, surveying the Cui family from a commanding height. Having served as the county magistrate for many years, he exuded an aura of authority that instilled fear in the hearts of the common folk, leaving their faces pale and their eyes averted. Zhao Ji's gaze swept around before finally resting on Cui Xian, to whom he inquired, "Are you Cui Xian?" Cui Xian, unperturbed, met his gaze coolly and replied, "Indeed, I am." "What of it?" Zhao Ji was somewhat taken aback, then scoffed, "You possess quite the audacity. Perhaps you might become someone of note in the future. Unfortunately, your future is no longer in your hands." He continued, "Sign this land sale contract, and then your family shall proceed to the labor camp for reclamation." "What?" At these words, the surrounding villagers erupted in a clamor. The village head trembled as he spoke. "County magistrate, did you not say that if the Cui family agreed to sell their land, you would spare them?" Zhao Ji's expression tightened at this remark, and he rebuked loudly, "Nonsense. When did I ever utter such words? The Cui family's decision to sell their land is entirely voluntary, and sending them to the labor camp is merely following the proper procedures of the office. Do you dare to falsely accuse me of impropriety?" The village head, intimidated by this scathing reprimand, crumpled to the ground, trembling and too frightened to utter another word. The Cui family, enraged, turned ashen. The elder Cui, shaking with anger, exclaimed, "You wish to purchase 30 acres of our land for a mere penny, and you dare to claim it is of our own volition? Is this truly how things are in this world?" In response to the elder Cui's challenge, Zhao Ji merely sneered, dismissing her with disdain. As the dignified county magistrate, he deemed it beneath him to engage in discourse with a rural matron. Behind him, one of his subordinates made a gesture, commanding, "Seize these members of the Cui family, revoke their household registration, and send them to the labor camp." The saying goes, "Root out the weeds." Zhao Ji understood this principle well. The Cui family members were filled with horror and anxiety. As Zhao's servants prepared to take action, Cui Xian quickly steadied himself, casting a determined glance at Zhao Yaozu before feigning urgency to look back at his family's land. Fortunately, he feared that Zhao Ji would act irrationally and irreparably, so he had devised a strategy to buy time. Indeed, Zhao Yuzu, noticing Cui Xian's movements, called out, "Grandfather, hold on. Cui Xian, where have you buried your birth date? You must dig it up at once." Cui Xian asked, "If I tell you, will you spare my family?" Zhao Yaozu's eyes gleamed with cunning. "Of course." Thus, Cui Xian replied, "Very well, I shall lead you to it." Seeing this, Zhao's servants hesitated to act immediately. Zhao Ji observed silently, withholding his judgment. Meanwhile, Zhao Yaozu dismounted from the carriage, accompanied by 2 servants, and followed Cui Xian in search of the buried birth date. However, after searching for quite some time, Cui Xian could not seem to locate it. Examining this spot and that, Zhao Yaozu, growing impatient, inquired, "Where could it be?" Cui Xian, maintaining his composure, responded, "In such a vast field, how could it be easily found? The place where I buried the birth date was emitting green smoke." Hearing this, Zhao Yaozu's expression became even more urgent. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and find it." Zhao Ji had been waiting for a considerable duration, yet there was still no sign of Cui Xian and his young grandson's return. Squinting his eyes to survey the area, he suddenly raised his brow. Why did it seem to him that the young lad from the Cui family was deliberately leading his grandson in circles? Delaying for time? Zhao Ji found it hard to believe that the Cui family could stir up any significant turmoil. Nonetheless, to avoid prolonged complications, he resolved to settle the matter swiftly. Thus, under the incredulous gaze of countless villagers, Zhao Ji flicked his sleeve and coldly declared, "Seize the Cui family, compel them to sign the sale contract promptly, and send them to their destined place. Understood. As his words fell, dozens of fierce Zhao family servants responded in unison, preparing to apprehend the members of the Cui family. Jin and Lin, in a state of terror, shielded Yu and the elder Cui. The citizens of Heshi village were so frightened that they shut their eyes tightly. In the fields, Cui Xian seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly raised his head. Just then, clang, clang, clang. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed as a multitude of horse-drawn carriages came galloping from the distance. At the forefront of the convoy, Pei Jian sat with an expression of fury, his voice booming with rage. "Zhao, you dare to lay a hand on my little brother? I shall not let this matter rest." In a bid to ensure timely arrival, Pei Jian and his companions had pooled their resources to hire several carriages, bringing along over 100 scholars. Fortunately, they had made it just in time. The carriages halted in the fields, stirring up clouds of dust. Subsequently, Pei Jian leaped down from his horse, followed closely by Gao Qi, who declared, "Brothers, the plan has changed. The author of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, 7 Heroes has been wronged." Li Hiyu added, "These people before us are as wicked as black-hearted tigers, here to seize Cui Xian's land. That is why Cui Xian sought our help to harvest the crops early." Zhuang Jin raised his arm and shouted, "But merely harvesting is insufficient. We must protect Cui Xian, learning from the valiant Rainbow Cat to combat the forces of evil. I assure you, upon our return, each brother involved today will receive a Rainbow Cat token." Oh my, a Rainbow Cat token. At this moment, we are embodying the righteous spirit of the Rainbow Cat. A group of young lads, their faces flushed with excitement, leapt from their carriages and sprinted towards the fields of the Cui family. "Brother Cui, I am here to protect you," they exclaimed. "How dare these villains act so brazenly? Just wait until I tell my father when I return." Zhao was taken aback. The Zhao family's servants were equally stunned. The citizens of Heshi village stood agape, and even the elder Cui and others were left bewildered. Though they anticipated that Xian would call for reinforcements, this band of saviors seemed rather youthful. They witnessed a throng of young scholars, clad in traditional robes, fearlessly charging towards the Cui family's fields. Just moments ago, the arrogant Zhao Yaozu was now terrified, scampering away under the protection of his servants. Pei Jian and his companions glared at him in anger. However, there was no time to concern themselves with Zhao Yaozu. They all rushed to encircle Cui Xian in the fields. Pei Jian turned to Cui Xian, anxiety etched across his face, and asked, "How are you, Brother Xian? Are you unharmed?" It was evident that he was genuinely worried, panting and sweating profusely from his forehead. Zhuang Jin and his companions wore expressions tinged with lingering apprehension. Meanwhile, a group of young scholars who had rushed over regarded the recently renowned author of Rainbow Cat, An Ode to the Goose, with a mix of anger and curiosity. "Are you Brother Cui Xian? Truly impressive. Are those ruffians outside here to bully you?" one inquired. "Brother Cui Xian, do you genuinely believe that pulling up seedlings can hasten the harvest?" Faced with the barrage of questions from the youthful scholars, Cui Xian felt a warmth in his heart. He shook his head at Pei Jian and the others, indicating that he was fine, and was about to speak when he caught sight of a large crowd approaching from a distance, unmistakably including the county magistrate's sedan chair. The situation was escalating. Cui Xian exhaled deeply, then called out with a hearty laugh, "Greetings, my fellow brothers and classmates. I am Cui Xian. Thank you all for coming to my aid today. Once this matter is resolved, I shall host a banquet in Nanyang County to treat everyone. However, the ruffians have not yet been driven away. We must, like the valiant Rainbow Cat, engage in battle. I assure you, not only will you all receive rewards today, but you will also experience the thrill of vanquishing evil together. Moreover, every brother who participates in this endeavor will undoubtedly become a part of a grand tale. Your parents, teachers, and countless citizens will applaud your bravery. So, my fellow heroes, are you willing?" The fervor of his words ignited a fire within the young hearts, their eyes sparkling with excitement. One could not contain his enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Brother Cui Xian, tell us what we must do." Cui Xian responded with a smile, "Naturally, we shall pull the seedlings. But do be cautious, pretend to pull them up. But do not truly uproot them, for my family still needs to eat." Upon hearing this, the group of scholars exchanged doubtful glances yet complied. In the fields, a gathering of adults stood dumbfounded by the arrival of these youngsters, unable to comprehend the situation. More carts and people continued to swarm into Heshi village, causing their mouths to drop in astonishment. What on earth is happening? They murmured as they gazed into the distance, which seemed to be filled with a sea of people. A keen-eyed servant from the Zhao family squinted, his expression changing dramatically. "It's Magistrate Yi. Why is he here? Zhao Xi's face hardened at the mention. The young Cui had deliberately delayed matters to await Yi Huifeng. Had he known, yet, what good would it do to dwell on it now? Even if Yi Huifeng were to arrive, what was there for Zhao Xi to fear? As Yi Huifeng's sedan chair approached the fields of Hishi village, he spotted a group of young scholars in scholar robes, bending over to pull the seedlings. His face paled in shock. The townsfolk following Magistrate Yi began to murmur among themselves. The students from the county school also wore grim expressions, had it not been for the presence of the magistrate. They would have longed to rush forth and give their rebellious peers a sound thrashing. The learned Wu, arriving with the main contingent, clenched his fists in frustration. What a tumultuous scene these audacious youngsters had stirred. How on earth would this be resolved? As the villagers of Hishi watched in astonishment, the Cui family finally felt a sense of relief. Reinforcements had arrived. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mrs. Cui let out a loud wail. Staggering towards the county magistrate's sedan chair, she ran while wiping her tears, pleading, "Oh, honorable magistrate, please stand up for this humble woman." In broad daylight, the Zhao family is attempting to seize my Dachuan. Mrs. Cui was genuinely heartbroken. Although today was a scheme against the Zhao family, being bullied to such an extent was utterly humiliating and distressing. As she cried, she approached the magistrate's chair, preparing to kneel and prostrate herself. However, upon seeing the honorable magistrate emerge from the sedan, she was left dumbfounded. Was he this Dachuan? The shock was so overwhelming that it momentarily stifled her tears. Yi Huifeng, hearing the name Dachuan, felt an acute embarrassment, as if his toes were digging into the ground. He suppressed his shame and spoke in a deep voice. "What grievances do you have? Step forward and state your case." This marked Yi County Magistrate's first public appearance after successfully seizing power, where he should have commanded respect and authority. Instead, he found himself in an awkward and humiliating predicament. Nevertheless, with so many eyes upon him, he had to maintain his composure. "What do you mean by Dachuan?" "I know. I am unaware of it." Fortunately, Mrs. Cui was quick to react. Upon hearing Yi Huifeng's words, she immediately regained her composure. "Goodness. The Dachuan who worked at the Yamen is actually the county magistrate." No wonder Xian Gur was so confident. With the magistrate as her ally, Mrs. Cui felt emboldened. She promptly knelt down again, continuing to sob as she cried out, "Your Honor, the county official Zhao Xi is being excessively tyrannical, attempting to forcefully buy my family's 30 acres of land for a mere coin. He even wants to send my family to the labor camp for land reclamation. I beseech you to intervene on behalf of my family." Though Qin and Lin were equally astonished that Dachuan had become the magistrate, they too knelt beside their mother-in-law, weeping together. Upon hearing this, Yi Huifeng's expression changed slightly. Could it be true? Mrs. Cui's words caused a stir among the gathered crowd. Weren't they merely observing the young scholars pulling seedlings? How did a lawsuit suddenly emerge? Moreover, to buy someone's 30 acres of land for a single coin is indeed heartless. Such an outrageous and detestable act. Yet upon realizing it was perpetrated by the Zhao family, disdain and understanding filled the eyes of the onlookers throughout Nanyang County. Who was not aware of the Zhao family's overwhelming power? However, in the face of countless piercing gazes, Zhao Ji remained unperturbed, sneering, "This is sheer nonsense. Your family willingly sold the land, and we came to purchase it. The transaction was consensual, so how can you claim that we are being excessively tyrannical?" A gasp rippled through the crowd at the shameless declaration. Yi Huifeng, infuriated, glared at Zhao Ji and retorted, "Impudent. You shall not be disrespectful in my presence." "Zhao Ji, I ask you, did you not employ coercion and inducement to forcibly acquire the land of the common people? Did you not even threaten them with forced labor?" Zhao Ji narrowed his eyes, looking at Yi Huifeng with a cold smirk, and replied, "Utter nonsense. Though you are the county magistrate, you must speak with evidence. I, Zhao Jiqing, stand innocent, having devoted my efforts for the welfare of the people of Nanyang." Before speaking, the county magistrate should contemplate his words carefully. Otherwise, what great authority he wields, and what audacity he displays. In front of such a multitude, he dares to show no regard for the county magistrate, revealing the extent of his arrogance. Yet, as the foremost gentry of the Zhao family, entrusted with the collection of grain taxes and the governance of local stability, he embodies not only the Zhao family but also the entire gentry of Nanyang, a concealed class collective. As the saying goes, imperial power does not extend to the county. Once relations are severed, the implementation of the county's policies will face considerable hindrance. Yi Huifeng's face flushed crimson, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Zhao Ji, do not be so audacious. Wait until I procure evidence, and I shall not spare you." Unfazed, Zhaoji replied, "Then let us await the county magistrate's evidence." As he finished speaking, a group of despondent, ragged villagers surged forth from the crowd, those whose lands had been annexed. "County magistrate, we beseech you to uphold justice for us. Zhaoji has bought away our family's dozens of acres for a mere penny. Zhaoji, you deserve death. You deserve death." The villagers knelt before Yi Huifeng, their expressions filled with anguish as they recounted their grievances. The elderly woman, who had previously wept outside the Zhao residence to Chuiyu, glared at Zhaoji with a face twisted in rage, exclaiming, "Zhaoji, do you remember me? Perhaps you do not, but I shall remember you. In this life, and the next, you have taken away my 40 acres of land. My eldest son was sent to labor and perished on the work site. My second son and youngest son were beaten to death by your men. My 3 daughters-in-law starved, and then my grandchildren perished from hunger. Out of 11 family members, I am the sole survivor. Zhaoji, you vile official, I curse you to meet a wretched end." These words stirred the hearts of the surrounding populace, their eyes brimming with compassion. Yi Huifeng was consumed with fury. Yet, confronted with such accusations, Zhaoji displayed no semblance of shame, instead turning to his household servant. Amidst the clamor, a servant of the Zhao family forcefully pushed the old woman to the ground, warning, "You old crone, cease your reckless utterances. You are slandering a court official." Taken by surprise and knocked down, the old woman coughed violently. Meanwhile, Zhaoji prepared to depart. Casting a scornful glance at the multitude of villagers, mocking Yi Huifeng, "Is this grand spectacle orchestrated by the county magistrate merely to invite humiliation upon himself? I reiterate, in matters of governance, one must base judgments on evidence. Do you believe this is child's play? Or do you intend to create a scene here as you did in the governor's office, so that the gathered populace may behold the splendor of their fatherly magistrate?" Yi Huifeng's face flushed with rage, his whole body trembling, yet he found himself powerless against Zhaoji. Upon hearing Zhaoji's remark about this grand spectacle, County Magistrate Yi suddenly had an epiphany, gazing towards the direction of the Cui family's fields. The conversation he had shared with Cui Xian at the dining table that day resurfaced vividly in his mind. "Xiandi, do you believe that I can truly secure the position of the second-in-command? Naturally, De Chuan, what you lack is merely a favorable wind." A favorable wind? Yi Huifeng's eyes suddenly brightened. At this moment, a large group of students in the fields halted their activities and gathered around Cui Xian, making their way toward this spot. As they approached, everyone parted for them. They were so young, so innocent, yet they showed no fear of the Zhao family's power. Glaring fiercely at Zhaoji and the servants of the Zhao household. At the center of the students stood Pei Jian, Li Heiyu, Zhuang Jin, and Gao Qi, flanking Cui Xian to provide him with protection. Zhaoji looked at them. Yi Huifeng looked at them. The Cui family and the villagers of Heshi turned their gazes toward them. Further away, Cui Zhongyuan and Cui Boss Hang, along with the students from the county academy, Wu Qinglan, and countless other villagers, also directed their attention to them. In that moment, many began to vaguely understand. While it appeared that this group of youngsters was merely pulling up seedlings to help them grow, there was, in fact, an ulterior motive at play. However, they were up against the formidable Zhaoji. Could this group of young ones truly succeed? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Cui Xian stepped forward from among the students. Ignoring everyone else, he first bent down to assist the elderly woman who had fallen to the ground, gently asking, "Grandmother, are you all right?" The old woman shook her head, unable to contain her tears, her eyes filled with murky sorrow and anguish. Supporting the old woman, Cui Xian lifted his head to meet Yi Huifeng's gaze. Their eyes locked. In that moment, Yi County Magistrate, who had anticipated feeling awkward, found himself instead filled with urgency. He looked at Cui Xian, thinking to himself, "Is this the favorable wind you spoke of? If so, then let us ignite a fire, using this wind to fuel the flames." And just as Yi Huifeng had hoped, in the next moment, Cui Xian himself kindled that fire. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he rose, his gaze sweeping across the faces surrounding him, and declared aloud, "I, Cui Xian, have staged a farce today, allowing you all to witness a spectacle. I know that many are laughing at me for my foolish attempts to pull up seedlings to help them grow, seeking to reap a harvest. Yet, as you have all seen, Zhaoji is pressing with his might, and I am truly unable to withstand it. As it is said in the Mencius, a man from Song, lamenting the stunted growth of his seedlings, uprooted them and returned home, saying, 'Today, I am ill. I have helped the seedlings to grow.' The elders present may not grasp its meaning, but it is quite simple. The foolish act of pulling up seedlings to help them grow is precisely what I have done today. Thanks to my teacher's guidance, I have been able to study diligently in the academy. When my teacher imparted this lesson, he did so with great care, conveying its essence. It was my own impulsiveness that led me to commit this folly, bringing forth countless jests and bringing shame upon my teacher. In this era, reputation is of utmost importance. The act of pulling up seedlings to help them grow is too absurd. As a student, I cannot bring harm to Master Wu. Therefore, I must publicly clarify this matter. Not only will he not harm Master Wu, but he also intends to use today's events to elevate Master Wu's reputation. Indeed, upon hearing Cui Xian's words, Wu Qinglan, who was initially filled with anger, was momentarily taken aback and then resolutely stepped forward amidst a cacophony of doubts and derision. Wu Qinglan approached Cui Xian and, gazing at his most esteemed student, proclaimed with pride, "Esteemed guests, I am Wu Qinglan, the teacher of this absurdly misguided student who attempted to force growth. Yet, in my eyes, Cui Xian is wise, quick-witted, and brimming with talent, exhibiting a distinctive literary flair even at such a tender age. He is also my pride." At this juncture, Wu Qinglan turned to Cui Xian with a smile and said, "Thus, my dear Cui Xian, fear not. As your teacher, I stand by you. Please recount the events in detail." Cui Xian looked at Wu Qinglan and inquired, "Master, the matter of forcing growth is often regarded as a jest by many. Students have studied the teachings of the sages, yet when confronted with overwhelming calamities, they find themselves powerless to protect their own well-being. Some even foolishly aspire to emulate the foolishness that is treated as a mere joke, hoping to force growth and reap a harvest. I dare to ask, what use is the study of these sacred texts? If the absurd notion of forcing growth is no longer a jest, but becomes our reality, how shall we comprehend it?" In that moment, many fell silent. The multitude of common folk present may still have been bewildered, but Wu Qinglan, Yi Huifeng, as well as Cui Zhongyuan, Cui Bahang, and the group of county scholars were all profoundly shaken. They had never anticipated that the seemingly ridiculous concept of forcing growth, when interpreted through blood and tears, could be so brutally poignant. Wu Qinglan remained silent for a long while. Then he gazed out at the crowd of commoners and suddenly comprehended his student's intent. How astute! Cui Xian, my exceptional student, truly possesses a heart of unparalleled insight. Master Wu lifted his head to look at Cui Xian and the group of Pei clan scholars behind him, and with a trembling voice, he said, "Good child, I have posed this question to you before, and at that time, you could not provide an answer." However, at this, Wu Qinglan choked on his words several times, suppressing his tears as he continued. But at that time, Cui Xian did provide an answer. "Who among you remembers?" This time, Cui Xian stood tall. Pei Jian, Li Heyu, Gao Qi, Shuang Jin, and the multitude of Pei clan scholars present all straightened their postures, as if in a classroom setting. Wu Qinglan, with reddened eyes, said, "Pei Jian, you speak." Pei Jian swore that he had never attended a class quite like this one in his life. He understood the teacher's question and even knew the answer. Although he was not in the classroom at that moment, the knowledge acquired there had come to fruition in this moment of true education. Straining to meet Master Wu's gaze, Pei Jian, with tearful eyes and a trembling voice, recounted. At that time, the teacher asked us, in the discourse of the strategist, "What can be inferred from the power in the national policy?" We could not respond to this query, except for Cui Xian, who answered. The master said, "The gentleman is not a vessel. Thus true power lies in the hearts of the people, not merely in weapons. Indeed, true power resides in the hearts of the people, not merely in weapons." The words resonated like thunder, sending a profound shockwave through the hearts of the numerous scholars present. Pei Jian, Zhuang Jin, the disciples of the Pei family's scholarly tradition, along with Wu Qinglan, all turned their eager, expectant gazes toward Cui Xian. The time for conflict was at hand, and the hearts of the people had gathered. But what of the momentum? The momentum lay within sympathy for farmers. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Cui Xian directed his gaze towards Zhao Ji, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. "Zhao Ji, you seek evidence, do you? Very well, watch and listen closely. You exert your power to intimidate, bullying the common folk who find themselves voiceless and unable to contest you. Yet you are mistaken. For in this realm, there exists a plethora of scholars, a backbone of literary spirit, and an indomitable essence of ink and brush. This elderly woman before us has endured your gruesome torment and cannot seek justice from you. But I am not like her. I have been educated and know how to speak out. She may not articulate her thoughts, yet I shall teach her how to address you." With that, under Zhao Ji's derisive gaze, Cui Xian grasped the old woman's hand and leaned down, whispering softly into her ear. Upon hearing his words, the old woman trembled, tears streaming down her face. What is poetry? It is the elegance of language and the grandeur of spirit. It is also the simplicity that resonates deeply within the human heart. Though the old woman was uneducated, she understood the words Cui Xian urged her to voice. Thus, with her tears wiped away, she looked at Zhao Ji with a quivering voice. Zhao Ji, this child has just composed 2 poems. Though I cannot read, I understood them. So, I wish to ask you, can you comprehend? The titles of these poems are Sympathy for Farmers. What? Poetry? Composed on the spot? At this proclamation, the crowd leaned in with rapt attention. The old woman, unlettered and with a poor memory, repeated Cui Xian's words as he whispered them to her. Then, her voice rang out, filled with sorrow, each word steeped in anguish. Spring sows a single grain, autumn reaps a myriad of seeds. As these lines were uttered, the eyes of Yi Huifeng, Wu Qinlan, and others suddenly sparkled with realization. Even some unlettered commoners grasped the meaning. Yet, the old woman then glared fiercely at Zhao Ji, her voice rising in a lament. In all the seas, there are no idle fields, yet farmers still starve. What a poignant line. In all the seas, there are no idle fields, yet farmers still starve. Why do farmers continue to starve? Is it not due to the multitude of individuals like Zhao Ji in this world? The old woman's voice continued, her gaze fixed intently upon Zhao Ji. There is more. Listen well, you corrupt official. The hoe strikes under the midday sun. Sweat drips onto the tilled earth. Such a succinct statement conjured images of countless laborers toiling under the blazing sun, weary yet diligent. The simplest of immortal lines wield the greatest impact. The path of truth is invariably the simplest. It carries its own momentum. These verses are not merely poetry. They are the silent cries and roars of countless impoverished souls. Who knows the toil behind every grain of rice? Upon finishing the poem, the old woman was rendered speechless with tears. She understood, she truly grasped the essence of these 2 poems. Wu Qinlan, Yi Huifeng, and the other scholars looked at Cui Xian beside the old woman, astonished. He was but 8 years old, a mere child of 8. Upon the emergence of 2 poems on the farmers, it was destined to make a resounding name in the realm of poetry. The surrounding populace began to recite and share these verses with one another. Those who had heard the content of the poem lifted their heads in collective indignation towards Zhao Ji. An invisible force began to coalesce, igniting a fervent anger within. As Confucius stated, a gentleman is not a vessel. Thus, the true power lies in the hearts of the people, not merely in weapons and warfare. The poetic world trembled, making its mark across the land. In Hushi village, amidst the lush green fields, a multitude of citizens recited 2 poems on the farmers. The aged men, who had devoted their lives to tilling the land, felt tears welling in their weary eyes. The weathered faces of women gazed in disbelief at their rough, scarred hands. In a world where no land lies idle, farmers still perish from hunger. Indeed, why is this so? Perhaps in the past, people had not contemplated it, remaining unaware. Yet now, each heart harbors an answer. Across the vast expanse of fields, the wind wailed, causing the crops to sway gently. The silent, long-suffering farmers, who had endured a lifetime of hardship, raised their voices in inquiry and protest. A stooped old man trembled as he stood, first casting a grateful glance at Cui Xian. Then, with a resounding thud, he knelt, humbly pressing his body and forehead to the very soil that had confined him throughout his life. His voice strained and fervent. I beseech the benevolent Lord of Heaven to take heed of our plight and bring Zhao Ji to justice. This declaration resonated like a clarion call for battle, igniting the entire field in an instant. An honest, patched-up middle-aged man arose, followed by a young woman with reddened eyes, holding her 2 children close. The brothers Cui Zhongyuan and Cui Boshang, alongside a group of scholars clad in traditional robes, stood up. The tear-streaked faces of the old Cui family joined the citizens of Hushi village. Soon, the crowd fell to their knees like waves of grain bending in the wind. Countless voices, both aged and youthful, rose in unison. We beseech the benevolent Lord of Heaven to take heed of our plight and bring Zhao Ji to justice. This scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Since taking office, it was the first time Yi Huifeng encountered such a case, and he stood there, speechless, gazing at the multitude of citizens kneeling before him. The young scholars, led by Pei Jian, were equally astonished. Still tender in age, their features were youthful and naive. Perhaps until today, they had not grasped the profound implications behind a single grain of rice. Yet today, Cui Xian imparted to them the truth. Every grain is born of toil. The young scholars turned in unison to gaze at Cui Xian, who was encircled by the crowd, filled with admiration, reverence, and exhilaration. In their eyes, Cui Xian shone with brilliance and radiance, as dazzling as a heroic figure from a tale. Pei Jian's face flushed with excitement, trembling slightly as he looked at Cui Xian, his eyes sparkling. "Brother Xian, you are truly remarkable, indeed, invincibly remarkable. With such ease. You composed the poem, 2 poems on the farmers, which moved me to tears." In a moment of contemplation, the elder brother struggled to find the most eloquent words to extol your virtues. Yet, just now, you truly exhibited a nonchalant and carefree demeanor, radiating the spirit of a hero. You are undoubtedly a paragon for our kind. Zhuang Jin, Li Heiyu, and Gao Qi, equally caught up in the fervor, flushed with excitement, nodding fervently in agreement. Although the elder brother lacks formal education, he is more than willing to rally behind you, charging into battle. Thus, under the leadership of Pei Jian, a group of youthful and indignant students who despise evil stood up in unison. Their voices rang out, crisp and forceful, reminiscent of reciting verses in a classroom. "We, the common folk, implore the benevolent magistrate to champion our cause and bring Zhaoji to justice. This is the outcry of the people and their earnest wish." Amidst the cacophony of furious shouts demanding the downfall of Zhaoji, Zhao Yaozu stared blankly at Cui Xian, fear and despondence finally flickering in his eyes. The previously unflappable county magistrate, Zhaoji, exhibited a hint of panic for the first time. He sensed the peril of death looming over him. Those commoners he had long dismissed now gathered, each one glaring at him with palpable fury. Under the weight of their wrathful gazes, Zhaoji instinctively retreated a few steps. However, he quickly regained his composure, glaring fiercely at Cui Xian, his voice trembling with a false bravado. "Very well. You do not naively believe that composing a few frivolous verses could bring about my conviction, do you? I am a county magistrate of the 8th rank, selected by the Ministry of Personnel." Before Zhao Ji could finish his sentence, he was struck dumb, for Cui Xian had produced a stack of documents, a cold smile gracing his lips. "While poetry may not suffice to convict you, what of these? Evidence of your land usurpation, forgery of household registrations, and concealment of households, clearly documented in black and white. Might they lead to your conviction?" Zhao Ji's complexion drained of color. These incriminating documents had been meticulously hidden. How had this young scion of the Cui family come into possession of them? As the crowd learned that Cui Xian had procured evidence of Zhao Ji's land grab, a glimmer of hope and admiration sparked in their eyes. This child is truly remarkable. Heroes do emerge in youth. Stunned, Yi Huifeng's eyes shone with intensity as he turned to Zhao Ji, his voice cold. "Zhao Ji, do you still have any grounds for evasion?" Zhao Ji took a deep breath, his earlier arrogance evaporating. Yet, he believed there was still an opportunity. Under the disdainful gaze of the crowd, Zhao Ji humbly knelt before Yi Huifeng, murmuring, "This humble official has erred in judgment. However, the Zhao family owns numerous properties that sustain countless lives. I implore the magistrate to show mercy and discern the truth, chastising me as you see fit." With that, Zhao Ji subtly raised his gaze towards Yi Huifeng. Understanding the implication behind his words, Yi Huifeng's heart raced inexplicably, beating faster with anticipation. After all, it was the immensely wealthy Zhao family that now lay within his grasp. By merely turning a blind eye, he could easily let this man go and seize the Zhao family's vast fortune. Abundant fields, gold and silver, beautiful concubines, grand estates, everything would be at his fingertips. Yi Huifeng, coming from humble beginnings, had risen to the position of county magistrate through years of diligent effort. Yet, he was but a confused individual, a feeble official whose purse was far from affluent, having never indulged in a life of extravagance. This was the first occasion in his life where the allure of wealth and riches presented itself so enticingly. Should he accept or decline? At this moment, Yi Huifeng found himself wavering. As if sensing something profound, he abruptly raised his gaze towards Cui Xian, whose expression was laden with significance. Yi Huifeng recalled a conversation at the Cui family dining table, where Cui Xian had remarked, "However, by that time, perhaps you, Brother Dachuan, might not wish to truly seize that second-in-command position after all. Who can say?" At that moment, Yi Huifeng had chuckled and shaken his head, thinking it impossible. Yet, merely a few days later, he grasped the meaning behind Cui Xian's words. This mere 8-year-old boy possessed an astonishing insight into the machinations of the political world. Noticing Yi Huifeng's hesitation, Zhao Ji's countenance brightened slightly as he knelt forward, continuing, "County magistrate, I implore you. I shall abide by your decision." Yi Huifeng closed his eyes, forcing himself to regain composure. He turned his attention away from Zhao Ji and instead focused on Cui Xian, on the youthful scholars beside him, and on the countless common folk kneeling in the distance. Just moments ago, Wu Qinglan had delivered a lesson in this very field, and in truth, Yi Huifeng had also received his inaugural lesson in governance. He realized that a decade of arduous study culminating in successful examination was not the essence of being an official. He understood that throwing tantrums in the governor's office, scheming for power, and securing his position as county magistrate did not equate to genuine governance. It was all too easy to succumb to greed and become a corrupt official with just a flick of a finger. But how does one become a good official? It requires enduring countless struggles against greed, countless moments of introspection, akin to a series of self-imposed harrowing trials of the heart. Yi, the county magistrate, remained silent. The common folk seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly fell silent. Pei Jian and the other scholars also quieted down, including Cui Xian, who merely observed Yi Huifeng without uttering a word. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Yi Huifeng addressed Zhao Ji, his voice trembling as he spoke. You say I may handle this matter as I see fit. Is that correct? Good. I perceive the hidden implications in your words. It is indeed quite comprehensible. He then cast a glance towards Zhao Ji, expressing his thoughts with evident trepidation. With a flourish of his official robe, he pointed at Cui Xian and the multitude of citizens present, his demeanor slightly agitated. Yet, I have also comprehended the essence of pity the farmers, the lamentations of the old woman, the earnest pleas of the populace, and the hopes of these young scholars. I have dedicated over a decade to the study of the sages, and this is the first official robe I don, embraced by countless citizens who call me their just magistrate. I arrived in a state of confusion, hindered by your machinations, and had never truly contemplated how to fulfill my duties as an official. However, today, the echoes of pity the farmers resonate in my ears, and the fervent expectations of the people are before my eyes. As a magistrate, I am bound to safeguard the peace of my jurisdiction. How could I allow myself to be swayed by your temptations and bribes, thereby forsaking my true intentions? Upon hearing these words, Zhao Ji's expression shifted to one of profound embarrassment. A group of common folk suddenly brightened with anticipation. The young scholars, including Pei Jian, clenched their fists in excitement. They awaited the just official to pin the fate of Zhao Ji. In the midst of the crowd, Magistrate Yi, his face flushed, proclaimed loudly, Zhao Ji, you have disregarded human life, exploited the villagers, and committed heinous crimes. Today, I shall bring you to justice and submit you for higher authority's judgment. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he pointed at Zhao Ji, commanding, seize this man, strip him of his official robes. Instantly, a group of constables armed with clubs apprehended Zhao Ji. A moment of silence fell over the fields, soon followed by the thunderous cheers of the populace. Cui Xian smiled, while Pei Jian, Gao Qi, Li Heiyu, and Zhuang Jing, along with a throng of scholars, jubilantly leaped and clapped, exclaiming, the magistrate is magnificent. The magistrate is dashing and free-spirited. The magistrate is incredibly handsome. Amidst the jubilant shouts, Magistrate Yi, overwhelmed with joy, grinned foolishly, his eyes moistening. At merely 27 years of age, this was his first official position, and he too was young, his blood still fervent. Across the jubilant crowd, Yi Huifeng exchanged glances with Cui Xian, both eyes sparkling with delight. Yi Huifeng then ordered Zhao Ji to be escorted back to Nanyang. Numerous villagers came forth to express their gratitude to Cui Xian, for it was this young boy who had made Zhao Ji's apprehension possible. Thus, Pei Jian and the other scholars surrounded Cui Xian, while a multitude of villagers encircled the group of scholars, forming a grand procession back to Nanyang. The elder members of the Cui family watched in tears, overwhelmed with emotion. They had succeeded in their mission. United as one, they had safeguarded their family. Meanwhile, many literati, exhilarated, returned to Nanyang in carriages, spreading the word of 2 poems on the farmers' suffering across various academies and even to the county school, proclaiming, Dear friends, the notion of pulling seedlings to help them grow was a mere misunderstanding. There are deeper truths to this matter. Come and behold these 2 poems on the farmers' suffering, composed by the 8-year-old prodigy Cui Xian, who boldly denounced the corrupt official Zhao Ji. In a world where no land lies idle, farmers still perish from hunger. How splendid! Such a deafeningly powerful poem, crafted by a mere child of 8? This boy is a true genius. The case of Zhao Ji had yet to settle, and we, as scholars, should rise to celebrate Cui Xian and his 2 poems on the farmer's suffering. Let us unite as scholars to drown Zhao Ji in our collective disdain, nailing him to the pillar of shame. You speak wisely. I shall promptly transcribe 2 poems on the farmer's suffering and send it to the Kaifeng prefecture. Days later, 2 poems on the farmers suffering left Nanyang, boldly spreading to the Kaifeng prefecture, and from there to the capital and the 13 provinces, creating a sensation in the literary circles. Countless literati, moved by the 2 poems, expressed their exhilaration with animated gestures. Upon learning that the author of the farmer was merely 8 years old, they were rendered speechless in astonishment. The prodigy Cui Xian, renowned throughout the land. Upon receiving the letter, Pei Chongqing opened it and read Sympathy for Farmers, 2 poems in a daze. Overwhelmed with emotion to the point of tears, who knows the toil behind each grain of rice? Wonderful, splendid. Cui Xian, I knew you possessed poetic talent. But I had underestimated you. My dear boy, watch as I create momentum for you and usher in a great fortune. Although Pei Chongqing held no specific official title, he served as an aide under the esteemed governor. The governor, a true regional dignitary, donned the crimson robes of a second-rank official. The current governor of Hunan, surnamed Li and named Duan, styled Zongjing, was renowned for his unwavering integrity, intolerant of even the slightest injustice. Undoubtedly, he was a man of action. On this day, after Pei Chongqing presented Sympathy for Farmers, 2 poems, a loud crashing sound erupted from the governor's office, followed by Li Duan's excited exclamation, "What a magnificent poem! In all the land, no idle fields, yet farmers still starve." Chongqing, suppressing a smile, proudly replied, "Your Excellency, this poem was penned by one Cui Xian, an 8-year-old prodigy from Nanyang, who has only just begun his studies 6 months ago. I also have another of his poems, Ode to the Goose, along with his calligraphy." Li Duan was profoundly shaken, scarcely believing his own ears. After reading Ode to the Goose, he trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Marvelous, marvelous." Upon reviewing Cui Xian's calligraphy, Li Duan's face flushed with exhilaration. This child possesses the bearing of a sage. Observing Li Duan's fervent demeanor, Pei Chongqing seized the opportunity to recount the misdeeds of Zhao Ji in Nanyang, which served as the backdrop for Sympathy for Farmers, 2 poems. Upon hearing this, Li Duan was filled with fury. He declared, "How can this be tolerated? Such a grave matter, why has only the magistrate of Nanyang intervened? Where is the governor of Nanyang? I shall summon him to Kaifeng to report. Furthermore, investigate this matter immediately. I intend to draft a memorial to present both Zhaoji and Sympathy for Farmers, 2 poems to the Ministry of Personnel." Although Zhaoji held merely the rank of an 8th-grade county official, neither county magistrate Yi Huifeng nor the governor of Nanyang could adjudicate him without first compiling his transgressions. The case would need to be forwarded from Nanyang to the Kaifeng prefecture and subsequently reported to the Ministry of Personnel. Following that, the supervisory court or the imperial censor would dispatch officials to conduct a thorough investigation with the assistance of the governor's office to ascertain the full extent of the wrongdoing. Only after a comprehensive inquiry could the findings be relayed back to the Ministry of Personnel for sentencing, which would then be referred to the Ministry of Justice for the final punishment. This was a clear and systematic process, which was precisely why Zhao Ji had previously faced Yi Huifeng without fear. However, with Sympathy for Farmers, 2 poems in play, this case would undoubtedly be treated as a precedent, potentially reaching the highest authorities. The author of this poem, merely 8 years old, would surely gain renown in the world of poetry, the scholarly community, and even the officialdom. The more Li Duan contemplated, the more he perceived this likelihood. The future accomplishments of the 8-year-old Cui Xian were boundless. Coincidentally, had not his senior brother recently expressed a desire to take on a closed-door disciple? Li Duan pondered and turned his gaze to Pei Chongqing. Where is Cui Xian currently studying? Has he taken on a mentor? To be candid, this child truly possesses remarkable talent. I intend to recommend him to my esteemed senior as a disciple. Lord Li's senior? Pei Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression transformed into one of fervent excitement. May I inquire, is he not the one who once served as Deputy Minister of Rights, and now a prominent scholar in the realm of letters, a disciple of the esteemed Elder Zheng, the illustrious Mr. Donglai? Good heavens! He is revered in the literary world, a paragon of Confucianism, Mr. Donglai. In this era, transportation is sluggish. Although 2 poems on the farmer's grievance resound with profound meaning, each word a gem, disseminating through the scholarly circles requires time. Pei Chongqing received correspondence, which he subsequently presented to the governor of Hunan, Li Duan. Lord Li's intention to recommend Cui Xian to his senior, Mr. Donglai, was set to unfold 3 days later. On that day, County Magistrate Yi Huifeng escorted Zhao Ji back to the city of Nanyang. The townsfolk cheered and followed, providing an escort along the way. As some scholars returned earlier by carriage, many citizens in Nanyang had already received the news. Zhao Ji was apprehended on the spot by the county magistrate. Those so-called little teachers did not make a mockery of themselves. Rather, they emerged as significant contributors. Particularly notable was the 8-year-old prodigy, Cui Xian, the author of Rainbow Cat, an ode to the goose. Not only did he uncover evidence of Zhao Ji's land annexation, but he also composed the poem Two Poems on the farmer's grievance on the spot, evoking tears of empathy from countless citizens who collectively implored the magistrate to punish Zhao Ji severely. Every commoner who heard of this event was filled with excitement and longing, openly expressing regret for not joining in the excitement to witness the little prodigy composing poetry to punish evildoers. The Deliang dynasty prioritized scholarship over martial prowess, and the populace held scholars in high esteem. Especially when someone recited two poems on the farmer's grievance aloud on the street, many citizens were deeply moved. For the first time in their lives, the illiterate among them grasped the essence of these two poems, 8 lines encapsulating a lifetime of hardship and suffering. Thus, when the magistrate's palanquin, accompanied by Cui Xian and a group of little teachers, returned to the city, countless citizens gathered to welcome them. The just magistrate is formidable. The corrupt official Zhao Ji, your downfall has finally come. Heaven has opened its eyes. Look, those little teachers, each one clever and bright. They surely have promising futures. Which one is the little prodigy, Cui Xian? Surrounded by the little teachers, the fairest and most handsome among them caught everyone's eye. Oh my, he is indeed handsome. He is bound to become a top scholar. The townsfolk eagerly stood on tiptoe, all vying to glimpse the little prodigy. Among them were neighbors from Zhongjing Lane and Old Man Cui. Let us not dwell on the neighbors, who were left speechless and proudly introduced to those around them. That little prodigy Cui Xian lives in our alley. As for Old Man Cui, he intended to await news of the downfall of the old Cui family. Yet he never anticipated that such a formidable character as Zhao Ji would be captured. Furthermore, his little grandson had become the heroic prodigy responsible for apprehending Zhao Ji. Especially when the county magistrate's palanquin passed by, the celebrated magistrate Yi, greeted by the cheers of countless citizens, leaned out to wave at the crowd. At that moment, old Master Cui's heart, which had been laden with anxiety, finally sank. Goodness, is that not the young man who once delivered gifts to the Cui family? This individual is indeed the county magistrate. No wonder my son-in-law knelt down so suddenly. It's over. Everything is lost. Terrified, old Master Cui collapsed onto the ground, trembling all over. Yet, amidst the jubilant celebrations, no one paid him any heed. On the long street, Pei Jian, walking among a group of young scholars, felt his face flush crimson, overwhelmed by the accolades showered upon him, to the point of feeling a delightful tingling at the roots of his hair. He foolishly smiled and clasped his hands in greeting to those around him. Observing that Li Heiyu, standing too tall beside him, obscured him from view, he complained, "Heiyu, could you step aside a bit? Can't you hear the praises from the crowd about how handsome I am? Everyone is looking at me." Li Heiyu, incensed by his words, retorted, "Nonsense. Clearly, they are all admiring me and extolling my good looks." The other scholars erupted in laughter. Master Cui could only shake his head in exasperation, watching the two lively spirits bicker. Nevertheless, one could not deny that today they were truly in the limelight. The citizens of the entire town lined the streets to welcome them with cheers, a grand spectacle that many might never witness in their entire lives. And now, this group of lauded youths, with an average age of merely 10, was enviably youthful. Not only Pei Jian, but also Li Heiyu was brimming with pride. The rest of the scholars were equally flushed, their faces a blend of bashfulness and pride, adorned with silly grins. One could imagine that 10, 20, or even several decades hence, they would fondly reminisce about this magnificent occasion. It was a splendid youth that, though it may fade, would remain unforgettable. As the saying goes, one cannot simultaneously possess youth and the awareness of it. As a reincarnator, Master Cui deeply resonated with this sentiment. Today, this group of young scholars had lent him their strength. In return, it was only right to treat them to a feast and present them with gifts. Yet, in addition to this, Cui Xian wished to bestow upon them something more. As the procession reached the town center and was about to part ways, he called out, "Dear classmates, please hold on. Today, thanks to your unwavering support, we were able to unite our efforts to bring justice and punish the wicked. I know that along the way, we have received abundant praise from the common folk. However, I feel that something is still amiss." Stopping the eager young scholars, and under their excited, surprised, and invigorated gazes, he approached Wu Qinglan and smiled, saying, "Teacher, have you not yet praised us?" "Oh, Such a simple phrase sent waves of excitement through the assembly of students. Pei Jian's face reddened as he was the first to exclaim, "Yes, yes, Teacher Wu. Weren't we magnificent today? Quickly, say a few kind words about us." Zhuang Jin chimed in loudly. No wonder I felt something was lacking. Once you mentioned it. I remembered. Teacher Wu, what is going on? We've accomplished so much, yet you haven't offered us a single compliment. Gao Qi, with an air of solemnity, criticized, saying, Indeed. Indeed, venerable teacher, you seem to lack a certain understanding. They are undeniably youthful and truly exuberant. Each one gazes eagerly at Master Wu, their eyes sparkling. Their faces inscribed with praise me, praise me. If they had tails, one might imagine they would be wagging high in the air at this moment. However, under the watchful anticipation of the crowd, Wu Qinglong unexpectedly raised the ruler in his hand, stating gravely, Do you still dare to seek praise? The act of pulling seedlings to help them grow, though it was a desperate measure taken by Cui Xian, has been met with no questioning from you all. Which truly vexes this old man. The crowd, initially hopeful, was met with such a response and felt a tinge of disappointment wash over them. Yet, in the next moment, Wu Qinglong suddenly burst into laughter. He looked affectionately at his students and said, Indeed, as stated in the Analects, to see a right action and not to act is to lack courage. Today, you have punished evil, fighting for the sake of justice. In the future, let this be your pride. As your teacher, I too take pride in you. As mentioned in the Mencius, I nurture my noble spirit, vast and resolute. Though you are young, you have studied the teachings of sages, like spring grass breaking through the earth. Though tender, you are upright, nurturing a noble spirit within you. And you will surely become pillars of strength in the future. I wish to impart a phrase from the Mencius to you. In times of poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In times of prosperity, one should benefit the world. Today's act of punishing villains is an expression of righteousness. While your daily studies are the means to cultivate your character, I hope you can embody the words from the Book of Documents in the future. Achievements will be great only if driven by ambition, and endeavors will be vast only if rooted in diligence. Finally, I wish to commend you once more. Your performance today was commendable, truly commendable. He extolled them with great fervor. The surrounding townsfolk, having seldom witnessed a lesson from the teacher, could only grasp the general meaning. Yet it did not hinder them from applauding enthusiastically. Pei Jian and the others blushed deeply from the praise, yet being under the intense gaze of so many onlookers. They felt an awkward shyness. In truth, they did not consider themselves as outstanding as the teacher portrayed. Thank you, esteemed teacher, we shall remember your teachings. The students responded with gratitude. Cui Xian clasped his hands in thanks and then borrowed paper and brush from a classmate's bookbox. Smiling as he addressed the surrounding students, Friends, though today's event has concluded, the camaraderie we shared, united in our efforts, shall not come to an end. Thus, I invite all of you to sign your names here. We shall create a record of young heroes punishing evil, wherein every name inscribed will be that of a hero. It shall serve as a testament to our brilliant and spirited youth. Though this record may not offer tangible rewards, it stands as a witness to our courage and fearlessness in youth. Excellent. Today, we are fortunate to stand alongside Brother Cui Xian in punishing evil. Let us support one another in the days to come. As the teacher has entrusted us, achievements are great only if driven by ambition, and endeavors are vast only if rooted in diligence. The young scholars were filled with excitement. Under the leadership of Cui Xian, the group solemnly inscribed their names in the classmate register. In the distance, Yi Huifeng lingered, watching Cui Xian, who stood among the youthful students, brimming with vitality, and felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. This is indeed the essence of a leader, with a mere call to action. Countless individuals are eager to respond, rallying in support. It is evident that in a few years, the scholarly realm will surely witness the emergence of a vibrant community of students from Nanyang. Once the classmate register was completed, Cui Xian cheerfully handed the stack of manuscripts to Wu Qinglong, saying, Teacher, please leave your name as well. Wu Qinglong, filled with emotion, recognized that today he basked in the glory of his students. With the release of 2 poems on the farmers, as Cui Xian's mentor, his own reputation soared alongside that of his exceptional pupil. What more could he desire than to have such a talented student? With great solemnity, Wu Qinglong inscribed his name upon the document. Subsequently, under the excited gaze of the many students, he borrowed red ink and, with a smile, adorned the title page of the classmate register with a beautiful red flower. Here's a little red flower for you. This simple gesture brought immense joy to the students. However, the day's excitement did not end there. County Magistrate Yi Huifeng approached with a smile. Addressing them, This young hero's punishing evil classmate register shall also be transcribed by those in the government office. I will ensure it is included in the annals of Nanyang County, so that future generations may admire the valor of you young heroes." The group of youths erupted in jubilant cheers, their spirits soaring. Soon after, the young heroes exchanged handshakes and bid each other farewell. At the Pei residence, the elderly matriarch had been anxiously awaiting their return. Finally, she spotted Pei Jian rushing back, calling out from afar, "Grandmother, let me tell you, today I accomplished a monumental good deed with Brother Xian." The old matriarch embraced her grandson with fervor, exclaiming, "Oh, I heard. My dear grandson, how magnificent you are." This joyous scene unfolded not only at the Pei household but also at the Gao, Li, and Zhuang families, as well as in the homes of the hundreds of young heroes involved in this event. The Cui family was no exception. Upon returning home, Old Man Cui and his two daughters-in-law prepared a lavish feast. The living room was illuminated by bright oil lamps, and the family members were invigorated, each radiating joy. Indeed, they were immensely happy. Even Old Man Cui, for the first time, uncorked a flask of fine wine. Brothers Cui Xian and Cui Yu each received a small cup. The family raised their glasses in a toast to our united family and to the prosperous days that await us. Old Man Cui seldom indulged in wine, but in his joy, he partook of a few extra cups. The next morning, amidst a cacophony of voices, he rose from his slumber. A neighbor shouted excitedly from outside, "Old Sister Cui, hurry and open the door. The governor, the deputy governor, and the county magistrate have come to visit you." The governor of Nanyang, surnamed Song, was a seasoned official of the fourth rank, well-versed in the ways of governance. When the uproar of pulling up the seedlings to assist growth erupted, Lord Song decisively chose to avoid the storm, opting instead to observe the situation from the shadows. If all went according to plan, he would wait until the tumult of public opinion had settled before stepping forward to render a judgment, subsequently reaping the accolades and applause of the populace. However, an unforeseen event occurred, arriving with a suddenness that was both startling and formidable. Shortly after Yi Huifeng arrived at Hishi village, individuals under the jurisdiction of the magistrate also discreetly made their way there. Thus, the poem Two Poems on the Sorrow of Farmers appeared on the desk of Governor Song that very day. Having aged and spent years immersed in reading and reviewing official documents, the governor had developed a degree of nearsightedness. As he sat at his desk, he picked up the poem presented by his subordinate, squinting to read it while instinctively lifting his teacup to his lips. Yet, in the next moment, sputter. Just as the tea reached his mouth, he could not contain himself and sprayed it out. Lord Song hastily set down the cup, rising in a flustered state. His gaze fixated on the poem as he read it over several times, his complexion paling instantly. The hand holding the poem trembled slightly. As a legitimate scholar of the highest order, he possessed the discernment to appreciate the intrinsic value of this poem. Had he not donned the official robes, he would have certainly slammed the table in admiration, exclaiming, "What a splendid poem!" But now, clad in the attire of a fourth-rank official, he was acutely aware of the poem's monumental implications. Its concise diction wielded the precision of a blade. With decades of experience in the bureaucratic arena, Governor Song's instincts warned him that this poem was destined to reach the highest echelons of power. In simple terms, regardless of whether Zhao Jia committed any wrongdoing, the mere emergence of this poem would spell disaster for him, for it represented a standard case of political correctness that was worthy of being included in textbooks. The Ministry of Personnel, upon receiving this poem, would undoubtedly present it to the cabinet. The 8-year-old prodigy who authored 2 poems on the sorrow of farmers would undoubtedly capture the attention of the esteemed officials within the cabinet, who, being astute, would not forsake such an opportunity to delight the emperor. A divine gift from a child, a boon for our great Liang. This could even be packaged as an auspicious event. Despair enveloped Governor Song as he shut his eyes, envisioning the furious countenance of Minister Li Duan, alongside the inspectors and officials dispatched from the supervisory court, all looking down upon him, ready to hold him accountable. No, that was still mild. Should the situation escalate further, he, the governor of Nanyang, might even be compelled to journey to the capital to report to the Ministry of Personnel. How terrifying. Trembling, Lord Song hastily summoned his deputy, Wu Tongji, who also trembled in response. The two were bound by their shared predicament. Should calamity strike, neither could escape. As the saying goes, cunning often leads to one's own downfall. Had they foreseen the developments of this situation, they should have acted decisively instead of attempting to evade responsibility. Now, Two poems on the sorrow of farmers had surged forth with overwhelming momentum, while the upright magistrate Yi Huifeng had seized the limelight. As the governor and his deputy, they had become conspicuously invisible in this affair. There must be a way to remedy this, a way to salvage their positions. Governor Song, in a state of anxiety, remarked, "I suspect that the esteemed director of finance will soon summon me to Kaifeng to report on my duties. This is manageable, for at least we are familiar with the character of Lord Li. However, my greatest fear lies in the impending arrival of officials who may come to hold us accountable. Any slight misstep could lead to our downfall. Therefore, before those formidable individuals arrive, we must pay a visit to the family of the victim. While I do not expect them to plead on our behalf, it is imperative that they refrain from uttering fatal words. As the saying goes, some matters cannot be measured lightly. If weighed, they may prove overwhelmingly burdensome. If the higher-ups truly wish to investigate thoroughly, who can claim to withstand such scrutiny?" Deputy Wu wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we shall visit the Cui family tomorrow." Governor Song then cautioned, "Yi Huifeng has risen to prominence. You must resolve your conflicts with him at the earliest opportunity. He has rendered justice in the case of Cui Xian, and naturally, there are bonds of kinship involved. Do not jeopardize your career at this critical juncture." Deputy Wu felt a deep sense of despair. Had he known this would unfold, he would not have been so enamored with trifling powers. He was set to be promoted next year. Now, safeguarding his current position seemed a stroke of fortune. That evening, Deputy Wu clandestinely visited the home of Magistrate Yi, weeping profusely as he lamented how he had been blinded by greed and deceived by Zhao Ji. Yi Huifeng inwardly reveled in the situation, finding great satisfaction in Wu's humiliation, yet he maintained a composed faade and engaged in feigned sympathy. The following day, the ballad Two Poems on the Plight of Farmers spread widely throughout the city of Nanyang. Governor Song and Deputy Wu could no longer remain idle. They summoned Magistrate Yi and led a procession of numerous officials from the county and the government to Zhongjing Lane. At this juncture, there was no need for discretion, rather. Their actions demanded visibility, as they needed to demonstrate ample involvement in the Zhaoji case. Thus, on that morning, several official carriages, accompanied by numerous officials clad in ceremonial robes and a throng of bureaucratic aides, gathered at the entrance of Zhongjing Lane. The grand spectacle drew countless onlookers, who stood agape in astonishment. Soon, someone discerned the situation and exclaimed joyfully, "It is the governor and the deputy. Surely they have come to commend the young prodigy, Cui Xian." The entire Zhongjing Lane was abuzz with excitement. This antiquated alley had never before hosted such illustrious figures, let alone a contingent of officials in ceremonial attire. Upon learning that the Cui family had not yet risen, a neighbor hurriedly went to rouse them. Governor Song stood at the entrance of the lane, exuding a warm and affable demeanor. "No need for concern. I was moved yesterday upon hearing of Zhaoji's misdeeds. My heart ached for the people of Nanyang, who have endured such humiliation and torment at his hands. After reading the young prodigy Cui Xian's Two Poems on the Plight of Farmers, I was so profoundly touched that I found myself shedding tears, filled with admiration. Such literary talent leaves me in awe. Who would have thought that Nanyang could produce such a remarkable genius? Truly, it is a blessing for both myself and the people of Nanyang." Thus, without prior notice, he could no longer contain his excitement and came to pay his respects to the prodigious young hero of Nanyang. In truth, it seemed that Governor Song had been rather abrupt. The citizens of Nanyang, upon hearing the governor's generous praises for Cui Xian, were filled with joy and exhilaration. Beside him, Wu Tongji, eager to showcase his eloquence, hastily commenced his flattery, wishing to extol Cui Xian to the point of blooming like a flower. Yi Huifeng watched in astonishment, realizing that a thick skin is indeed a requisite for holding office. At least with his current meager skills, he could not utter such shameless words. While the governor and a host of officials awaited outside the alley, the atmosphere in Zhongjing Alley was naturally abuzz with excitement. Old Cui, having been anxious throughout the night, opened the door upon hearing commotion, only to be met with a throng of officials, which frightened him to the point of wetting his trousers, tears streaming down his face. Seeing this, Lin Chai, fully aware of the situation, anxiously inquired, "Father-in-law, please speak honestly. Does the misfortune that befell the Cui family have any connection to you?" Trembling, old Cui stammered, "How would I know? The grandson of the Cui family is so formidable that he could topple Zhaoji." Lin Chai's face turned pale. "You are going to bring ruin upon our family." His wife, upon learning of the matter, bore a similarly dismayed expression. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. The Cui family was engulfed in terror and despair, while the old Cui family basked in euphoric confusion. Upon hearing the shouts from neighbors, old Cui's wife, in disbelief, rose from her bed, trembling in bewilderment. The county magistrate, the Tongji, the governor, and dozens of officials had come to their home to offer condolences. Goodness! Even during her husband's lifetime, never had so many officials grace their doorstep. Trembling, she hurried to rouse her family. Mother, you must be dreaming. What? Cui Bushing, Cui Zhongyuan. Along with Lin and Chen families, awoke with bewildered expressions, their mouths agape. Even Cui Xian was taken aback. Soon, realization dawned upon him. This was a political spectacle unfolding at their doorstep. Nevertheless, this situation would bring nothing but benefits to the Cui family. And Cui Xian was secretly keeping an eye on Zhao Zi's grand residence. Thus, he smiled and advised, Grandmother, since the esteemed officials have arrived at our doorstep, it would be remiss of us to keep them waiting. Quickly wash up and change into appropriate attire to greet them. Indeed, prompted by Cui Xian's reminder. Old Cui's wife regained her composure and immediately organized the excited family to freshen up and don their finest clothing. This was not merely for show. It was a mark of respect for their visitors. After the passage of a brief tea time, the doors of the Cui residence finally swung open. Outside Zhongjing Alley, a crowd had gathered, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Suddenly, someone joyfully exclaimed, They've come out, they've come out. Old Cui's wife, holding on to Cui Xian, hurriedly led the family outside to greet their guests. However, what transpired next left the onlookers utterly astounded. Standing at the mouth of the alley, Governor Song, upon catching sight of the Cui family, unexpectedly reddened his eyes, tears suddenly cascading down his cheeks. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, the governor stepped forward, his voice trembling. I apologize for my abrupt visit, and I hope I have not startled you. Which one among you is the esteemed Cui Xian, the author of 2 poems on agricultural compassion, who has unveiled the ugly truths of Zhao Zi? Please, step forward so that I may behold you closely. Meanwhile, Wu Tongji, slightly lagging behind, inwardly cursed Governor Song as a cunning old fox, thinking to himself how theatrically he had arrived. However, he did not shy away. Casting a sincere and eager gaze towards the elderly Mr. Cui, his eyes glistening with moisture. Esteemed elder, you must be the one who painstakingly nurtured the prodigious young scholar. Cui Xian, on behalf of the people of Nanyang, and indeed for the illustrious poetic realm of Daliang, I must express my heartfelt gratitude. Hiss. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding populace was left speechless in astonishment. Some emotionally sensitive individuals even shed tears on the spot. The 2 venerable elders truly cherished their people, recognizing and valuing talent. It would not be long before the news of the governor and the deputy governor's earnest commendation of the prodigy Cui Xian would spread throughout the entire county of Nanyang. Meanwhile, the elderly Mr. Cui, who received such praise, was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. How could a mere old woman find herself intertwined with the prestigious poetic circles of Daliang? Only the county magistrate, Yi Huifeng, stood awkwardly by, anxiously stamping his foot. He wished to interject with a few words, yet felt ashamed to face the Cui family after his disguise had been unveiled. Moreover, his self-consciousness made it impossible for him to engage in such high-level exchanges. It was evident that Governor Song possessed a strong will to survive. Thus he performed his role with exceptional vigor. As Cui Xian stepped forward, Governor Song crouched down, disregarding the dust that would taint his official robe. Grasping Cui Xian's hand tightly, with genuine warmth he said, Good child, you must be Cui Xian, indeed a paragon of intellect and grace. Do not fear, for today, I, accompanied by the officials of the court, have come specifically to commend and visit you. Thank you for your efforts in ridding Nanyang of villainy. Cui Xian, to be honest, with his hand held so firmly and hearing such words, he nearly lost his composure. An actor, this is what an actor is. But if you are to outshine me in performance, then I too shall rise to the occasion. Therefore, Cui Xian glanced at Governor Song, then lowered his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In response to your honor, my humble abode is rather dilapidated, and I fear I may not be able to properly host you. Earlier, while waiting for the officials to arrive, the entire Cui family, at Cui Xian's suggestion, had hidden away all valuable and presentable items from their courtyard. Upon hearing this, Governor Song's expression softened even further. He turned to the officials behind him and remarked, Look at this corrupt official Zhao Zi, who has profited immensely. Yet, our true prodigy is reduced to such a state. It truly fills us with shame. As his words fell, the officials echoed in unison, Indeed, and with a warm-hearted gesture, presented pork, rice, eggs, and other offerings, signifying the government's consolation and commendation for the young prodigy. Cui Xian's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed officials. There is so much that it cannot possibly fit in my modest courtyard." No one noticed that as he uttered the phrase, "My courtyard is too small," he tightened his grip on Governor Song's fingers. Governor Song's brow twitched slightly. He then stood, taking Cui Xian by the hand. With a sincere expression as they walked towards Zhangjing Alley, his gaze unable to resist observing the child. This 8-year-old boy, with his bright eyes and youthful countenance, exuded an air of innocent charm. The governor of Song was left somewhat uncertain, pondering whether the firm grip of his counterpart had been a mere figment of his imagination. Meanwhile, Wu, the assistant magistrate, supported the visibly agitated Lady Cui, following closely behind the governor. The other members of the Cui family wore expressions of astonishment, their faces flushed with excitement. Magistrate Yi, along with his fellow officials from the district and county offices, trailed closely behind, each carrying gifts of consolation as they made their way to the Cui residence. Goodness! Countless onlookers were left speechless, utterly stunned by the spectacle before them. Such a scene was beyond their wildest dreams. The governor and the assistant magistrate displayed such warmth and approachability. The Cui family was indeed basking in glory. When would my own family be blessed with such fortune, producing a prodigious child? The eyes of the common folk gleamed with envy. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Cui Xian grasped Governor Song's hand and turned to the group of officials behind him, sheepishly remarking, "The courtyard is rather small. I fear we may not have enough room for so many esteemed guests." At that moment, Governor Song's hand was once again tightly squeezed. Coinciding with the words, "The courtyard is too small," it dawned on him that since their first meeting, Cui Xian had uttered only 3 phrases, each one lamenting the inadequacy of the courtyard. Observing Cui Xian's bashful demeanor, Governor Song mused to himself, "What a performer you are. At merely 8 years of age, you have composed 2 poems on the farmer's sorrow and outmaneuvered Zhao Ji. Truly remarkable." Moreover, the boy's persistent emphasis on the smallness of the courtyard, combined with his role as the architect of Zhao Ji's downfall, hinted at a rather ambitious young lad. Nevertheless, as long as he could navigate this hurdle smoothly, granting him the Zhao family residence might not be out of the question. Quickly reaching a resolution in his mind, Governor Song maintained a cheerful facade as he said, "No worries. Let Wu and I, along with Magistrate Yi, enter for a brief visit. The rest of you may express your good intentions from here." As he spoke, he took the lead, guiding Cui Xian into the courtyard. Once inside, seizing the opportunity in the absence of others, Governor Song lowered his voice to probe. "The Zhao residence is quite spacious, but I'm concerned that if things escalate too much, it may become difficult to manage, and I would be unable to take charge." Cui Xian blinked. How could things possibly escalate? Rest assured, it won't. The two exchanged knowing glances before bursting into laughter. Cui Xian thought to himself, "You old fox." While Governor Song mused, "What a clever little rascal." Regardless of their thoughts, the two reached an understanding in a remarkably short time, effectively orchestrating a resource exchange. Wu, who had been aiding the elderly Lady Cui, observed this exchange and began to comprehend the situation, letting out a sigh of relief internally. Excellent, excellent. The primary concern here is now soothed. At least half the pressure has been alleviated. With a sense of reassurance settling in their hearts, the two officials adopted an increasingly cordial demeanor, opening the doors of the Cui residence wide and settling into a position near the entrance to engage in casual conversation with the family. They inquired about Lady Cui's health and Cui Xian's studies. The atmosphere was harmoniously pleasant. Meanwhile, in the alley, the crowd of curious onlookers gasped in amazement at the sight of the governor, half squatting as he affectionately ruffled the prodigious child's hair, praising him for his intellect and courage. The magistrate, concerned, inquired about the elderly Mr. Cui and, claiming a modest understanding of medicine, proceeded to take his pulse. Oh, what an extraordinary scene, rarely witnessed over decades. The townsfolk gasped in waves of astonishment. Meanwhile, Mr. Cui's household was utterly devastated by the unfolding events. In a moment of resolve, Lin, the constable, seized Mr. Cui and led him to the doorstep of Cui Xian's home to confess and plead for mercy. This matter could not remain concealed. It was far wiser to confess early and seek leniency. Addressing the magistrates, Lin knelt before them. Trembling as he spoke, "The reason Zhao Ji has fixated on the farmland of the little prodigy's family is entirely due to my father-in-law. I implore you to lessen the punishment." A collective outrage erupted among the townspeople upon hearing this. Many in Zhongjing Alley had long harbored disdain for Mr. Cui, and soon the tale of enmity between the two families was recounted. Mr. Cui, overwhelmed by despair, knelt on the ground, shivering in fear. The magistrate, unexpectedly delighted to discover a case with potential for remedy, was nonetheless furious. What a vile neighbor. A trivial dispute has driven you to conspire against another's life. Your instigation of Zhao Ji to seize land is an unforgivable crime. Guards, seize him at once. The constables promptly apprehended Mr. Cui. However, to their astonishment, the elderly Mrs. Cui stood defiantly, glaring at Mr. Cui. Let it be known to all present that this man is not merely my neighbor, but also a member of my own clan. Then, Mrs. Cui recounted the grievances from 20 years prior, bringing the old animosities to light. The crowd, upon hearing her words, erupted in anger, condemning Mr. Cui for his inhumane treatment of the widow and her family. After grasping the full context, the magistrate found himself in a quandary. It is said that a just official finds it difficult to resolve family disputes. This division had persisted for 2 decades, far too long, and was a decision made by the Cui clan's elders. Even as magistrate, he had no authority to adjudicate such familial matters. Fortunately, Cui Xian did not seek the magistrate's intervention in family affairs. He stepped forward and addressed the magistrate. Family matters are trivial and troublesome, and I apologize for burdening you. Yet, you have seen this man's malevolence. Despite our separation for 2 decades, he still harbors ill will towards my family. Thus, I shamelessly request that you summon the elders of the Cui clan to bear witness on our behalf. Upon hearing this, the magistrate inwardly scoffed. What a clever fox, already plotting to ask for the Zhao family estate while seeking support for his own kin. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, one should accompany a monk to the Western Temple. This matter was not insurmountable, and thus the magistrate acquiesced. The members of the Cui family, upon hearing Cui Xian's request, understood the implication, and their faces flushed with excitement. After 2 decades of delayed justice, it had finally arrived. The grievances of the past would now meet with the satisfaction they deserved. Shortly thereafter, the elders of the Cui clan, upon receiving news, rushed to the scene, intimidated by the grand spectacle, and joined in kneeling before the magistrate as they comprehended the unfolding circumstances. The elders of the Cui clan berated the old man Cui mercilessly, leaving him utterly humiliated. With reddened eyes, old lady Cui gazed upon the unfamiliar elders of the Cui family and suddenly felt a profound sense of disillusionment. 2 decades had passed. Most of those biased elders from back then had long returned to dust. The animosity she once harbored had dissipated, leaving her uncertain of whom to direct her resentment towards. Cui Xian turned to his grandmother, who, with misty eyes, shook her head. In that moment, the young boy comprehended his grandmother's unspoken words. At just 8 years of age, under the watchful eyes of the regretful, ashamed, and fearful Cui elders, he stepped forward. Though I have never met you, I presume you are my elders. You are all well aware of the current situation. I was absent 20 years ago, thus I shall refrain from judging your actions. As a younger generation, I prefer not to entangle myself in the grievances of the past. With unwavering clarity and determination, Cui Xian declared, however, I never anticipated that. Even after 2 decades of separation, my family would still endure such torment and persecution. May each elder reflect upon whether this has been fair to us. The assembly of elders lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. In Nanyang City, who had not heard of the prodigious young talent Cui Xian, this should have been a point of pride for the Cui clan, yet now, it was far too late for regrets. Noticing the silence, Cui Xian continued, therefore, in the presence of the esteemed governor, the chief assistant, the county magistrate, and all the officials here, as well as the neighbors and villagers, I wish to ask you to bear witness for my family. The Cui family originated from Hushi village and relocated to Zhongjing Lang. From this moment forth, we shall have no further ties with the other Cui clansmen. Henceforth, our family shall establish a separate genealogy, to be known as the Cui family of Hushi village in Nanyang. I, Cui Xian, shall bear the weight of my family's honor. His voice resonated with conviction, and his expression was radiant. The surrounding townsfolk watched in admiration, applauding fervently. What a spirited young man! The Cui elders felt a pang of heartache, reluctant to lose such a prodigious talent from their lineage. However, with the officials present and Cui Xian basking in his newfound prominence, they had no choice but to acquiesce, albeit begrudgingly, wishing they could devour the old man Cui in their frustration. Ultimately, under the witness of Governor Song and others, Cui Xian's family officially severed ties with the previous Cui clan, establishing themselves as the Cui family of Hushi and Nanyang. The old man Cui, having incited others to seize land, was promptly detained, awaiting judgment. Lin, a lackey, was forced to pressure his mother-in-law into surrendering most of their wealth, selling off some gold and silver, and scrounging together 50 taels of silver to compensate the old Cui family for the inequitable division of assets years prior. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Once the dust settled and the door was closed, old lady Cui embraced Cui Xian, weeping softly. "Xian, my dear. Grandmother is truly overjoyed. I never imagined that 20 years later, we could finally bring this matter to a close. If your grandfather were to know, he would no longer hold it against me. Good child, oh good child." The other members of the Cui family, upon witnessing this, expressed their mixed emotions, oscillating between sighs and exhilaration. For, as Xianji said, they would soon be able to establish their own family lineage, becoming the Cui family of the village of Hishi by the Nanyang River, united as one that could surely look forward to brighter days ahead. However, Cui Xian declared that there was no need to wait for the future. The good times were upon them now. He wiped away his grandmother's tears and, lowering his voice with a smile, said to his family, "Grandmother, do not weep. I have splendid news that will surely banish your tears." The elderly matriarch turned her tearful gaze towards him, as did the rest of the family. Cui Xian continued with a grin. "Do you remember what I said about establishing our own family tree and acquiring Zhaoxi's estate? This courtyard is far too small, and we must pay rent. Such a situation is untenable. If we are to establish our own lineage, how can we do so without a grand residence? The governor has already granted permission, and once the Zhao case is resolved, their estate will belong to us." An instant silence enveloped the courtyard. Cui Bushing, Cui Zhongyuan, and the Lin and Chen families stared in disbelief. The grand estate of the Zhao family was soon to bear the Cui name? Good heavens, it felt like a dream. The elderly matriarch indeed forgot her tears, collapsing onto the ground in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my, is it truly that the Zhao estate is being given to us? How miraculous! This child Xianji is truly remarkable." Just a short while after leading the family away from Hushi village, he had arranged for a grand residence. The elderly matriarch, her tears yet to dry, began to uncontrollably grin with delight. She was overjoyed. Meanwhile, Governor Song had just managed to placate Cui Xian, agreeing to allocate the Zhao estate to the Cui family. The following day, a letter arrived from the Kaifeng prefecture instructing Governor Song to report to the Bureau of Revenue in Kaifeng. The inevitable had come to pass. Though Governor Song was quite seasoned, the longer one held a position of power, the more timid one became. He and Deputy Wu had preemptively coordinated their story to avoid being detained upon arrival in Kaifeng, ensuring their accounts would align should the imperial officials come to investigate. Subsequently, Deputy Wu remained shivering within the Nanyang governor's office, while Governor Song trembled in the Bureau of Revenue in Kaifeng. 3 days later, Governor Song arrived in Kaifeng, weary and travel-worn, and upon meeting Li Duan, he broke down in tears, kneeling in repentance. "My lord, I am ashamed to have failed your nurturing." The bureau chief, Li Duan, scoffed disdainfully. "Spare me your theatrics. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Regarding the case of Zhao Ji, who has been accused of land annexations, disregard for human life, and corruption, have you had any involvement? If so, to what extent?" Governor Song immediately pleaded, "My lord, you see clearly. I have had no part in it." Upon hearing this, Li Duan's icy demeanor softened slightly. He then stated, "You have served under me for many years, naturally. I do not wish to see you fall into disgrace. However, this all hinges on whether you tell me the truth. From today onward, you shall remain in Kaifeng. You are not to leave. I have already drafted a memorial to be sent post-haste to the Ministry of Personnel. This case will be investigated, and inspectors will be dispatched to verify the claims. You must tread carefully." The governor of Song expressed his profound gratitude immediately. Although Li Duan's words appeared impartial, they subtly conveyed sufficient information. As long as he maintained his integrity, being a second-rank minister of revenue, Li Duan could certainly protect him from malicious audits initiated by individuals from the capital. However, if he were to be compromised, there would be no recourse. After concluding their official discussions, Li Duan unexpectedly inquired, "Have you ever encountered the author of 2 poems on compassion for farmers, Cui Xian? What is your assessment of his character?" The governor of Song pondered for a moment and replied cautiously, "He is both refined and intelligent, possessing a remarkable spirit and charisma at such a young age." Upon hearing this, Li Duan nodded in approval. Whether intentionally or not, the Minister of Revenue murmured softly, "Excellent, excellent. It is not in vain that I recommended this young man to my esteemed brother as a disciple." The esteemed brother of the Minister of Revenue. Mr. Don't lie. The governor of Song was taken aback, his entire being trembling at the revelation. He then felt an immense sense of relief. Thankfully, he had agreed to allocate the Zhao residence to Cui Xian. This young man possessed such extraordinary potential. If Cui Xian were indeed to become a disciple of Mr. Zhou Yong of Donglai, he would then have an esteemed Confucian master from the Doliang dynasty, a second-rank minister of revenue, as his uncle by apprenticeship, and a current advisor to the throne as his teacher. Moreover, the advisor bore the honorary title of Xiao Fu, a third-rank position. In simple terms, while an advisor may not necessarily be promoted to the chief advisor, an advisor with the title of Xiao Fu essentially secures the next chief advisor position. How could this not be deemed extraordinary fortune? After the initial shock, the governor of Song suddenly grasped the significance. Why had Li Duan intentionally made this known to him? It indicated that Li Duan had already investigated Cui Xian's circumstances thoroughly. Even his visit to Cui Xian's home in Nanyang was likely known. Li Duan's willingness to protect him stemmed not from mere hierarchical camaraderie, but rather from his own insight in attending to Li Duan's future nephew, Cui Xian. Realizing the implications, the governor of Song attained enlightenment. This seemingly daunting challenge had not yet arrived, yet he had already surmounted it. Li Duan would safeguard him. And he needed to remain in Nanyang to take care of that little fox. No, that little ancestor. Understanding the crux of the matter, the governor of Song exhaled deeply, holding back tears, and expressed to Li Duan with a trembling voice, "Thank you, my lord, I am deeply grateful." Li Duan smiled in silence. Yet, he had not deceived the governor of Song. Even before the governor departed from Nanyang for Kaifeng, Li Duan's memorial had already been hastily submitted to the Ministry of Personnel. Of course, Li Duan had written 2 letters, one directed to the ministry and the other sent to his mentor, the esteemed elder of the advisory council, Zheng Xiaxing, whose courtesy name was Han Yang, was the current advisor with the honorary title of Xiao Fu. After partaking in his meal that day, Elder Zheng sat in his study, opening the letter sent by his little disciple, squinting as he read. He first perused the account of the Zhaoji case, his expression remaining calm as he set it aside. Such a minor case concerning a mere county magistrate was hardly significant enough to warrant the elder's concern, let alone a special letter from Li Duan. The main event should unfold elsewhere. Indeed, when the esteemed Elder Zheng extracted several calligraphy samples and the 2 poems, Ode to the Goose and 2 poems on the hardship of farmers, his eyes immediately sparkled with brilliance. Such exquisite calligraphy, such remarkable poetry. Holding these samples and poems, he glanced back at Zhao Zi's case and exclaimed, "What a masterful technique." This praise was undoubtedly directed at Cui Xian. This 8-year-old child not only possessed remarkable literary talent, but also demonstrated profound insight, strategically navigating circumstances to achieve victory through cunning. After perusing the entire letter, Elder Zheng, illuminated by the oil lamp, noticed what appeared to be ink marks on the back of the paper. With a hint of suspicion, he flipped it over. His eyes widened in astonishment upon discovering that each sheet bore a single phrase, Cui Xian, initiated at 8, now 8.5. In just half a year, he could produce such astonishing calligraphy and such exquisite poetry? What a marvel! Even the well-read Elder Zheng was taken aback. After the initial shock, he comprehended the meaning behind his disciple Li Duan's intentions. The 3 of them, Elder Zheng at the heart of the court, Li Duan guarding a region, and Zhou Yong renowned among scholars, realized it was time to cultivate a young successor. However, neither Elder Zheng nor Li Duan, being entrenched in officialdom, were suitable for directly taking on disciples. Instead, Zhou Yong emerged as the most fitting candidate. As Elder Zheng gazed at the 2 poetry samples, his fondness grew, and he stroked his beard with a warm smile. Such an extraordinary talent has fortuitously fallen into Zhou Yong's hands. Dear disciple, behold as your master bestows upon you a splendid fortune. The following day, after the Ministry of Personnel reviewed Zhao Zi's case, the documents, along with the 2 poems, were presented to the cabinet without any surprises. Within the gates of the palace, east of the Feng Tian Gate and south of the Wenhua Hall, in the 1 Yuan Pavilion, Elder Zheng sat before his desk, trembling as he opened a document. Upon reading it, he rose unsteadily as if seeing 2 poems on the hardship of farmers for the first time. Such poetry! Such poetry! An 8-year-old child has crafted such thunderous verses. This is a testament to the abundance of talent in our great Liang, blessed by the heavens. He resolved to present this poem to His Majesty during the morning court session. Upon hearing this, the other cabinet ministers, including Elder Zheng, gathered curiously around. After reading 2 poems on the hardship of farmers, the officials applauded in admiration. Especially remarkable was the revelation that this poem was composed by an 8-year-old prodigy. One of the scribes hesitated after reading Hardship of Farmers, stating, "While these lines resonate powerfully, would it be inappropriate to present them to His Majesty?" Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the cabinet ministers, Elder Zhang included. How could it be inappropriate? It was, in fact, perfectly so. For His Majesty would not perceive the 8-year-old child as questioning him. Rather, he could utilize this poem to challenge and instruct his ministers. Thus, on this day of court, in the presence of civil and military officials, Elder Zhang presented the two poems to His Majesty, claiming they were composed by a mere 8-year-old boy from Nanyang, Hunan. Within the Taya Hall, the astonished gazes of the gathered officials bore witness to this extraordinary revelation. Upon the completion of the poem's reading, the normally solemn emperor, to everyone's astonishment, erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "What exquisite literary talent! This poem is indeed the work of an 8-year-old child? How splendid! I never expected to find such a prodigious genius in my great Liang." Subsequently, the emperor commanded the court officials to recite two poems on the farmer's sorrow. The ministers and courtiers gazed in awe, marveling at the fact that such resounding verses could have been penned by a mere child of 8. Thus, the prodigious boy, Cui Xian, naturally assumed the role of the day as focal point. One official stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Rejoice, Your Majesty." The emperor, seated high upon his throne, responded with a bemused "Oh, pray tell, what is there for me to rejoice about?" The official, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Such a young prodigy, merely 8 years of age, has composed such thunderous poetry. It would not be an exaggeration to say he is a manifestation of the literary star. His arrival signifies that Your Majesty is the divinely ordained true dragon son of heaven, destined for longevity and prosperity. Heaven blesses Your Majesty and our great Liang." This is truly an auspicious omen. Had Cui Xian been an adult, such flattery would have been deemed excessive. Yet the delightful peculiarity of his youth rendered it a harmless jest. No one dared to provoke the emperor's ire over this matter. Consequently, all the civil and military officials knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Heaven bless Your Majesty! Heaven bless our great Liang." The emperor, in high spirits, jested, "You lot only speak what is pleasing to the ear. The world is rife with uncultivated land, and yet farmers still perish from hunger. Let that be etched in your hearts." The officials collectively echoed, "We shall heed Your Majesty's teachings." In that moment, harmony reigned, and the atmosphere in the court became remarkably relaxed. No one dared to mention Zhao Ji, yet all understood that his fate was sealed. From the moment the emperor praised the prodigy and tacitly endorsed this incident as an auspicious sign, Zhao Ji's doom was irrevocably sealed. After the court session concluded, the Minister of Personnel approached Elder Zhang with a cheerful demeanor, stating, "Elder Zhang, today I shall dispatch someone to Nanyang to investigate this matter. Furthermore, I propose that in collaboration with the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works, we absolve the citizens of Nanyang from corvée labor for 3 years, reduce their grain tax by 60% for 5 years, and exempt the Cui family from grain taxes and levies for 20 years. Additionally, I suggest we coordinate with the Ministry of Rights to promote 2 poems on the farmer's sorrow as a model poem for schools throughout the realm. What say you?" Elder Zhang stroked his beard and smiled, "Excellent." In the early morning, in the courtyard of the Cui family on Zhongjing Alley, old Madame Cui, dressed in new garments, stood beside the water tank, admiring her reflection. She appeared somewhat bashful as she asked, "Eldest daughter-in-law, do tell me, does this attire fit well?" Lin, her daughter-in-law, responded joyfully, "Rest assured, mother, it fits splendidly." Not only had old Madame Cui dressed with great care, but the rest of the Cui family had also donned new clothing for the grand opening of their shop, Nibao Zhai. It had been over half a month since Zhao Ji's apprehension, and how he would be dealt with was a matter for the authorities. For the Cui family, this chapter had reached a temporary conclusion, and it was time to turn the page and embrace a new and prosperous life. As for the Zhao family's residence, it is certainly unattainable for the time being. We must await the arrival of the officials from the capital, who will investigate the case thoroughly. Following their inquiry, the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice will conclude the matter, ultimately leading to the sealing and confiscation of the Zhao estate. Only then can Governor Song commence his operations within the vacated residence, transferring it under the name of the Cui family. This entire process, I fear, will take at least 1.5 years to complete. Fortunately, the Cui family remains unhurried, as they have a new shop to attend to. After enjoying breakfast, the elder Cui happily stepped out of her home, surrounded by her family. As they made their appearance, a neighbor from Zhongjing Alley spotted them and cheerfully exclaimed, "Sister Cui, your shop is finally about to open. What wonderful news. Congratulations." The elder Cui beamed with delight, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Another neighbor scrutinized their family and then inquired with concern, "Where is the little prodigy?" In the wake of the Zhaoji case, the Cui family had become the most esteemed household in the alley, particularly Cui Xian, who was especially adored. Neighbors would venture from afar just to greet him warmly. Hearing this, the elder Cui replied, "Today marks the grand opening of our shop. Xian and the other children are preparing a surprise for the readers of Rainbow Cat. They plan to dress up as the 7 heroes and parade through the streets for some festive merriment." Indeed, dressing as the 7 heroes could be described more plainly as a form of character role-playing from ancient times, akin to the customary practices of the previous generation's anime enthusiasts. Yet, even in antiquity, it retains a certain shock value. Behind the marketplace on the streets of Nanyang, several horse-drawn carriages were parked to the side. Cui Xian, Zhuangjin, Gao Qi, and a few young boys were playfully urging one another, "Are you ready yet? Have you put on your costumes?" Among them, Cui Xian was dressed as Rainbow Cat, adorned in a striking white tang suit, looking particularly handsome. Zhuangjin and Gao Qi portrayed Jump Jump, De Ben, Dodo, and others, each wielding a sword, appearing quite gallant. However, the much-anticipated appearances of Pei Jian and Li Heiyu were notably delayed. After a considerable wait, the two finally awkwardly emerged from the carriage, and upon seeing them, Gao Qi and the others were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Pei Jian had dressed as the Blue Rabbit, while Li Heiyu took on the role of the Shaili. One was slightly plump, the other tall and slender. Both with flushed faces and expressions of embarrassment, truly an eye-watering sight. Zhuangjin laughed until tears streamed down his face, while Li Heiyu wore an expression of utter disillusionment. Pei Jian, indignantly blushing, protested, "We agreed not to laugh. If you keep laughing, we can swap roles, and you can be the Blue Rabbit." Zhuangjin quickly shook his head. Cui Xian, struggling to suppress his laughter, reassured them, all right. Our grandmother will likely be arriving at the Ni Baozhai soon. Let us hasten our departure." Dressed as the 7 heroes, along with characters like the Black-Hearted Tiger and Black Little Tiger, the group of young boys exited the alley and boarded the ox cart. The cart then slowly made its way onto the bustling marketplace street, where the highly anticipated opening of Ni Baozhai awaited. Many fans of Rainbow Cat had gathered, eagerly awaiting the moment the doors would open to purchase their coveted items. As a result, a certain book enthusiast, who had been waiting for quite some time and feeling somewhat bored, turned around and was exhilarated to see a cart entering the marketplace. With wide eyes, he exclaimed, "Everyone, look! It's the 7 heroes! It's the 7 heroes!" This shout caused a multitude of people to turn their heads in unison. Soon, a cacophony of excited gasps and angry shouts ensued. "The valiant Hong Mao! I cannot believe I am witnessing the living embodiment of Hong Mao. How remarkably handsome he is. In his hand, he wields the long rainbow sword. My heavens, how imposing. This is precisely how I envisioned the long rainbow sword to appear. That figure wielding the thunderblade must be De Ben. Goodness. Who is that rotund fellow daring to portray the Blue Rabbit? And what of the lanky one impersonating Lisa? This is utterly outrageous." Those who had never seen Hong Mao merely came to join the fray, while those familiar with the tale were divided. Some were so elated they danced with joy, while others were infuriated to the point of fuming. On the cart, Pei Jian was initially a bit bashful. However, upon hearing the crowd's ire directed at him, he shamelessly struck poses and brandished the ice soul sword before the assembly. Li Heiyu soon joined in the display, as the crowd swelled, with some onlookers vocally declaring, "Do not restrain me. I shall pierce that scoundrel with a sword." Cui Xian grew increasingly anxious. He genuinely worried that Pei Jian might be skewered by the wrathful fans. Thankfully, it seemed that the threats were merely bluster. When old Cui and his family finally arrived at Ni Baozhai, they were astonished to behold the throngs of people outside. Although Xian had mentioned that parading as the 7 heroes would yield promotional benefits, the reality was beyond expectations. Upon closer inspection, the Cui family realized that at least half of the fervent onlookers were hurling insults at Pei Jian and Li Heiyu. Spotting old Cui and the others from afar, Pei Jian called out, "Grandmother, quickly open the doors for business. I can barely withstand this. This child is truly risking his life for promotion." Old Cui promptly waved his hand, and the doors swung open. Brothers Cui Buoxing and Cui Zhongyuan each ignited a string of firecrackers. Amidst the crackling sounds, the excitement of the Cui family, and the eager gazes of the book lovers, An Baozhai was officially open for business. A torrent of customers surged inside, and upon witnessing the lifelike Mo Luo, their eyes widened in astonishment, each exclaiming in wonder at what they had never seen before. The exquisite attire of the 7 heroes was priced at 80 yuan each, while the ordinary Huang Pang 7 heroes were 30 yuan apiece. Additionally, the long rainbow sword, ice soul sword, and other individual divine swords were available for sale, varying in size and material, with prices ranging from 20 to 81. There were even authentic 7 heroes costumes available for wear. Such prices are remarkably reasonable. Bye. I must acquire a set of the Hong Mao costume. It is truly splendid. Business is flourishing immensely. Old Cui, along with his 2 sons and daughters-in-law, found themselves overwhelmed by the demand. The Mo Luo within the shop vanished at a visibly rapid pace. Outside the store, Cui Xian, Pei Jian, Zhuang Jin, and Li Heiyu were panting heavily, leaning against each other as they shared excited, silly laughter. This was their very first shop, and the thriving business brought them immense joy. Their efforts had not been in vain, despite the sacrifices I had made, enduring some embarrassment, Pei Jian remarked with a hint of nostalgia. But then he felt a peculiar tremor beneath his feet. Confused, he turned around to behold hundreds, no, thousands of people, their faces flushed, surging towards the marketplace. Good heavens! Pei Jian exclaimed in shock. Is it possible that my charming appearance, merely disguised as a blue rabbit, has incited such outrage among the masses? This crowd appears ready to trample me. Cui Xian, Zhuang Jin, and Li Heiyu, upon hearing his words, scrambled to their feet in alarm. The sheer number of people was overwhelming. It seemed as though the entire city had descended upon them. As they approached, they shouted phrases like exemption from 3 years of corvée labor and 60% reduction in grain taxes for 5 years. What on earth was happening? The citizens of the city were not gathering to harm Pei Jian, nor were they there to purchase Mo Luo. This fervent throng had come to express their gratitude to the young prodigy, Cui Xian. While the Cui family was busy with the grand opening of their new store, officials from the Zhaoji case had set out from the capital. They first arrived at Kaifeng Prefecture and then proceeded to the Nanyang Prefecture under the escort of officials from the Bureau of Revenue and the Bureau of Justice. Accompanying them was the Governor Song, who had been compelled to remain in Kaifeng for an extended period. Interestingly, upon arriving in Nanyang, these officials did not rush to conclude the case. Instead, they announced a decree, jointly drafted by the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Works, and approved by the Cabinet, which was highly beneficial for Nanyang County. Since the officials had arrived early, many of Nanyang's officials, still bleary-eyed, gathered to listen, including the eager Yi Huifeng, who had come rushing to welcome the heavenly officials. The leading official opened a document and proclaimed, commencing this autumn, the corvée labor of Nanyang County citizens shall be exempted for 3 years. Yi Huifeng shuddered suddenly. The other Nanyang officials widened their eyes in disbelief, nearly convinced they were still dreaming. The official continued, for the next 5 years, the grain tax for Nanyang County citizens shall be reduced by 60%. Furthermore, the author of 2 poems on the farmer's grief, Cui Xian, shall be exempted from 20 years of corvée labor and grain taxes. Additionally, 2 poems on the farmer's grief will serve as a model poem to be promoted in schools throughout the land. A hushed silence enveloped the entire governor's office. Each official's face bore the marks of incredulous astonishment. Although they understood this was a favorable policy for Nanyang, the magnitude of such benefits was truly astonishing. Exemption from 3 years of corvée labor and a 60% reduction in grain taxes for 5 years. Good heavens! Such fortunate circumstances had not occurred in centuries. The citizens of Nanyang would surely celebrate the new year ahead of time. It was evident that Nanyang's acquisition of such advantageous policies was entirely due to Cui Xian, and the impact of 2 poems on the farmer's grief. Governor Song was nearly beside himself with joy, his age forgotten as his face flushed with excitement. First, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the officials. Then, turning to the excited officials of Nanyang, he urged, quickly, command all the clerks in the county and the government to urgently post announcements, conveying this splendid news to the people of Nanyang. Moreover, it is imperative to clearly state that the imperial court's commendation of our Nanyang populace is entirely due to the genius poet Cui Xian's composition. 2 poems on the compassion for farmers. You must hasten. No, I shall personally go, to express our heartfelt thanks to the young prodigy on behalf of the people of Nanyang. If it could be said that the previous visit of Governor Song to the Cui residence bore elements of political showmanship, today, even with his esteemed position, he felt compelled to go forth and bow in gratitude to Cui Xian on behalf of all the people of Nanyang. For this was a blessing to the homeland, a boon for the masses. Governor Song wished to take all the officials to convey their thanks to Cui Xian immediately, yet he hesitated. Glancing at the group of officials from the capital, his expression conflicted. The celestial officials, warm in demeanor, smiled and said, "We shall rest for now, Lord Song. Do go and express your gratitude to the young prodigy on behalf of the people." "Thank you, esteemed sirs, for your understanding. I shall proceed at once," Governor Song replied, hurrying his thanks. He then, filled with excitement, departed the government office alongside Wu Tongji, County Magistrate Yi, and a host of Nanyang officials. Within a short while, announcements were posted at both the county and government offices. Fearing that the illiterate populace might be left in the dark, officials were present to read the proclamations aloud. As anticipated, the entire county of Nanyang erupted in a frenzy. The news spread rapidly from the government office, swiftly permeating the streets and alleys. A butcher, knife in hand, was so overcome with joy that tears streamed down his face. An elderly woman, sitting idly by the roadside, suddenly sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with disbelief and elation. Men in their courtyards embraced their wives, laughing and crying in unison. Women rushed from house to house, sharing this monumental news. The entire city was engulfed in a grand celebration. Indeed, it was proclaimed by the officials themselves. Starting this autumn, all the citizens of Nanyang would be exempt from corvée labor for 3 years. What splendid news! Not only would they be free from labor, but they would also be relieved of 60% of their grain taxes for the next 5 years. Good heavens, this harvest season, families would be able to store away a considerable amount of grain. The officials proclaimed that the reason Nanyang was granted these favorable decrees was due to the young genius Cui Xian's 2 poems on the compassion for farmers. Upon learning this, His Majesty was deeply moved, praising the young prodigy's poetic talent and subsequently rewarding the people of Nanyang. Gratitude for the young prodigy surged among the masses. Upon hearing this news, many citizens, filled with excitement, prepared to personally thank Cui Xian. They inquired along the way and made their way to Zhongjing Alley, only to find it empty. Later, they learned that the Cui family was opening a new shop today, prompting the excited crowd to rush to the marketplace. Not only the common folk, but also Governor Song and all the officials from the government were filled with excitement as they hurried over. Cui Xian, Pei Jian, and others were taken aback by the sudden influx of people, retreating into Nai Baozhai, preparing to shut the doors. The elder members of the Cui family, sensing the commotion, emerged to peek outside, each one of them flustered. "Oh dear, why are there so many people gathered here?" Then, the entire Cui family, along with Cui Xian and several young men, including Pei Jian, stood in stunned silence. They beheld a throng of people in the street, who, upon recognizing Cui Xian, bowed deeply with reddened eyes and expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, young prodigy. Thank you, young prodigy. You are the benefactor of Nanyang, the savior of our people. Indeed, we are grateful to you, our little benefactor. You not only rid us of that scoundrel Zhao Ji, but also secured well-being for the citizens of Nanyang. The court has absolved us of 3 years of corvée labor and reduced our grain tax by 60% for 5 years. Please accept our bow, little benefactor." Upon hearing the words of the multitude, the elder members of the Cui family finally grasped the situation. However, the event seemed almost surreal, lacking in authenticity. Elder Cui leaned against the door frame, feeling somewhat dazed. Our Xian has been praised as a prodigy by His Majesty, and because of this, the entire Nanyang has been exempted from 3 years of corvée labor and 5 years of reduced grain tax? Good heavens, that is His Majesty we are speaking of. Chun and Cui Zhongyan appeared as if they were in a dream, their expressions somewhat bewildered. Nearby, Pei Jian, Li Heyu, Zhuang Jin, and Gao Qi were equally astonished. Then, in a surge of excitement, the 4 of them propelled the retreating Cui Xian forward, exuberantly proclaiming to the crowd, "Look, he is Cui Xian, our little prodigy. He composed 2 poems on the farmer's sorrow and was the one who brought down Zhao Ji. Even His Majesty has praised him and alleviated the burdens of the citizens of Nanyang. Fellow villagers, look at how remarkably handsome he is." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Cui Xian's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. The people genuinely admired and appreciated the young prodigy, responding with smiles. Throughout Nanyang County, None was more handsome than the little benefactor. Besides being fair and charming, he could also compose poetry. Not only did the common folk come to express their gratitude, but a little later, Governor Song, Deputy Wu, County Magistrate Yi, and a host of Nanyang officials also arrived in grand fashion. In the presence of countless witnesses, the officials all bowed to Cui Xian in thanks. The seasoned Governor Song, uncharacteristically sincere, wore an earnest expression. Cui Xian, on behalf of all the citizens of Nanyang, I thank you. You have performed a service that benefits the entire populace. The scene that day would be etched in the memories of the people for many years to come. Officials from the district and county all bowed in gratitude to the young prodigy. Initially, the young prodigy attempted to evade their gratitude, but was soon compelled to accept it. He then emerged from the mud treasure studio, stood on the steps, and smiled as he returned the gesture. Esteemed officials, and all the venerable elders present, I, Cui Xian, am deeply grateful for your kindness. However, this achievement is not solely mine. Half a month ago, in Hushi village, it was with the assistance of countless elders that we were able to bring Zhao Ji to justice. Today, Nanyang reaps the rewards of virtue, all thanks to the good deeds sown by the elders in the past. As I am but 8 years old, I truly cannot bear the weight of such honors. However, what the young lad wishes to convey is that, should he one day escape from Nanyang, he shall undoubtedly carry his hometown in his heart, never forgetting the profound kindness of his elders and fellow villagers today. May our Nanyang, along with each of its residents, embrace a splendid future. People gazed in awe at the upright, spirited young prodigy, Cui Xian, their eyes filled with admiration and wonder, followed by thunderous applause. In the distance, Governor Song stared blankly at Cui Xian, pondering that this young man truly seems poised to rise. His future is undoubtedly beyond estimation. I find myself amidst a multitude of citizens, reciting my own poetry in gratitude to the benevolent Cui Xian. Consequently, within mere hours of the grand opening of the Cui family's Ni Bao Zhai, every item in the shop was sold out, leaving not a single piece behind. After hanging the "We Are Closed" sign, Pei Jian and several young masters, along with a throng of Cui family members, encircled Cui Xian, their gazes fervent. Feeling somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny, Cui Xian instinctively took a step back, bewildered, and inquired, "What is the matter with you all?" "Oh, look at that question." Old Lady Cui inhaled deeply, her face betraying an uncontrollable excitement. "Xian, you have been praised by His Majesty for the past 2 decades." She had fervently wished for the Cui family's ancestral tomb to emit a wisp of green smoke, to produce a literary star. Little did she expect that this green smoke would rise so vigorously, heralding the arrival of a true literary star, even attracting the attention of the emperor. Old Lady Cui had never dared to dream so grandly before. Pei Jian, equally astounded, added, "Indeed, Brother Xian, even the emperor lauds you as a prodigy. Moreover, due to you, the labor and grain taxes for the citizens of Nanyang have been alleviated. Do you comprehend the significance of this?" Cui Xian blinked, humbly inquiring, "What does it signify?" Zhuang Jin, Li Heyu, and Gao Qi all regarded him with solemnity. Pei Jian fumbled for words. Yet it did not prevent him from asserting with conviction, "It means you are immensely impressive this time." Zhuang Jin, somewhat speechless, remarked, "This is common knowledge, so there is no need to elaborate further. Let us first tally the accounts." Yes, let's calculate," they concurred. On the inaugural day of the new shop, everything had sold out. The cash drawer, filled with numerous large compartments, overflowed. The group joined forces to count the money. Cui Bushing, wielding an abacus. After summing up the total, wore a face of disbelief. Old Lady Cui urged, "Eldest, how much is it? Please tell us quickly." Cui Bushing swallowed hard and replied cautiously, "It should be 54 taels and 391. Oh my goodness." The women of the Cui family stared in astonishment. Even Pei Jian and the others were taken aback. This was merely the first day of business. Even after deducting a third of the gross profit, that still amounted to a solid 30 to 40 taels of silver. In a single day, they earned nearly half a set of Nanyang real estate? Hiss. Subsequently, everyone turned to Cui Xian, their expressions dazed. Observing their reaction, Cui Xian shrugged his shoulders. Today was merely fortuitous, coinciding with the entire city's citizens coming to express their gratitude. Everyone merely showed their support. As the fervor surrounding Rainbow Cat wanes, the business of Mo Horluo will gradually decline as well. Therefore, at that time, I shall devise a plan to compose a new script. In addition, we must expand our market, taking Medeo Zhai beyond Nanyang County, reaching Nanyang Prefecture, and even venturing into Hunan Province. By then, we need not confine ourselves solely to the business of moho luo. We must explore various industries. Thus, dear grandmother, do not be daunted by a trifling sum of money. The ascent of the Cui family from the west of Nanyang River to a prominent and esteemed lineage depends upon your guidance and determination to propel us forward. To attain the status of a noble family requires an all-encompassing upgrade in terms of reputation, wealth, connections, and grand residences. This ambition cannot solely rest upon Cui Xian. It demands the collective effort of the entire family. Upon hearing these words, the elderly matriarch's heart raced with excitement, yet she quickly waved her hands in modesty, saying, I am but an illiterate old woman. I cannot do it. Cui Xian laughed in response. Grandmother, who dares claim you incapable? You are truly remarkable. On that day when Zhao Ji bullied us, you slammed the table and united our family as one, ultimately bringing that Zhao Ji to justice. You are indeed the backbone of our family. The old matriarch blushed at the compliment. Lin and Chen, her two daughters-in-law, smiled in agreement. What Xian said is true, mother. You are indeed formidable. That day, the rosy hue on the old matriarch's face lingered throughout. Even upon returning home, she did not admonish her two sons as usual to study hard. People can grow and evolve. For 20 years, she had been trapped in the Cui family of Hushi village, burdened with melancholy and heavy-heartedness, focusing solely on her two sons, wishing they would immerse themselves in their studies day and night. However, in just the past 6 months, her grandson had led the Cui family out of Hushi village, gaining prestige and accumulating wealth, allowing the family to hold their heads high. Even the old matriarch herself had found the courage to participate in the case against Zhao Ji. She discovered that the once formidable Zhao County magistrate could indeed be brought down by their family. Running a moho luo shop could yield profits that the Cui family could never have imagined in a lifetime. Her grandson, Xian, is truly exceptional, leading them out of the mire. So, as the grandmother of Cui Xian, as the cornerstone of this family, should she not also strive to stand tall? Xian is working diligently for the rise of the Cui family. Why should she, as an old woman, not put forth her own efforts? Lying in bed, reflecting on Xian's encouraging words, she felt increasingly stirred and inspired. A voice within her mind questioned, having pushed your two sons for so many years, have you ever attempted to challenge yourself? Rather than merely pushing the children, why not push oneself? The next morning, the old matriarch rose early and, in the courtyard, performed a set of 5 animal exercises that she had observed for many years but had never attempted until now. When Cui Zhongyuan and Cui Basang awoke and beheld this scene, they nearly thought they were seeing things. Cui Basang tentatively called out, Mother. The old matriarch turned back, somewhat shyly saying, Eldest son, second son, could you teach me? I wish to learn to read and also to understand how to calculate accounts. Just then, Cui Xian also rose from his slumber. Upon hearing these words, I immediately raised my thumb in approval. Grandmother truly is a person of action, splendid indeed. Old Mr. Cui was oblivious to the term person of action, yet recognizing that his grandson was praising him, he smiled bashfully and said, I will try to learn. I am not certain if I can master it. In the following days, the brothers Cui Buoxing and Cui Zhongyuan were quite perplexed. Their mother no longer kept a constant watch over their studies, for old Mr. Cui himself was now busy embarking on his own learning journey. Cui Xian observed his grandmother's transformation and felt a surge of joy as he headed to school. At Funyo Lane, Pei Jian and others awaited their arrival as usual. Upon seeing Cui Xian approach, Pei Jian dramatically pulled out several reward tickets from his book box, using them as a makeshift fan, and pretentiously remarked, it is rather warm today. These reward tickets bestowed by Master Wu are just perfect for cooling off. You all know I do not mean to show off. Despite his protestations, the grin on his face nearly reached the back of his ears. Zhuang Jin, Gao Qi, and Li Heiyu each retrieved their own reward tickets, fanning themselves with exaggerated flair. After the Zhao Ji case, the young gentlemen had all matured considerably. The knowledge acquired in the classroom found its true value outside of it. Understanding the significance of education beyond the classroom allowed them to genuinely focus on their studies within its confines. Just as Master Wu Qinglan said, success is rooted in aspiration, and achievement is broadest through diligence. However, witnessing the boastfulness of his elder peers, Cui Xian opened his book box and pointed at the trove of reward tickets inside, chuckling. I truly envy you all for being able to fan yourselves with your tickets. I can hardly manage to hold all of mine with 10 hands. The 4, who had just been flaunting, responded, All right, we get it. No more talk of that. They laughed and bantered as they made their way to the school. Following the Zhaoji case, the atmosphere of learning within the Pei clan's academy was exceptionally vibrant. Even Master Wu, who previously often scolded the Rottenwood, now wore a cheerful expression. As the students settled into their seats, they saw Wu Qinglan enter and announce, "Today, we will study a new poem." Initially, no one paid much attention. However, when Wu Qinglan gazed at the classroom full of students, pausing briefly before breaking into a smile, he declared, "This poem is titled Two Poems on Farming, after deliberation by the officials of the Ministry of Rights. This poem has been chosen as a model text to be sent to schools across the land for students to learn." A hush fell over the classroom at this revelation, and soon all eyes turned to Cui Xian, brimming with excitement and admiration. Pei Jian leapt to his feet and exclaimed, "Master, does this mean that all students in the world will come to know two poems on farming and recognize Cui Xian? My heavens! This is the true meaning of fame spreading across the world." Wu Qinglan nodded with a smile, affirming the answer. The excitement erupted not only from Pei Jian, but also from the other young gentlemen and the entire classroom of students. "Cui Xian, you are truly remarkable. When you achieve great success in the future, do not forget us, your fellow classmates. Cui Xian, you will henceforth be my strongest connection in the scholarly circles." Surrounded by his peers, Cui Xian smiled and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Well said, well said." Pei Jian, standing nearby, felt genuinely happy for Cui Xian, who was receiving such praise from everyone. Yet, inexplicably, a twinge of inferiority began to creep into his heart. Although he felt this way, Pei Jian did not show it outwardly. He had been diligently studying recently, unlike before when he would boast about his intentions to learn, engaging in a self-indulgent fervor. Now, he had truly settled down to read. After the Zhaoji incident, Pei Jian believed he had matured to some extent. He could not pinpoint exactly how, but the warmth of Master Wu's demeanor towards him had noticeably increased, and he had even received several commendation tickets. He was no longer subjected to after-school detention. The texts that once caused him distress could now be recited smoothly when he focused. His calligraphy had also become markedly steadier. Even his father and grandfather, residing far away in Kaifeng, had unexpectedly written back, praising him profusely. His grandmother, Lady Pei, expressed daily joy and admiration, exclaiming, "My dear Jin has truly excelled." Within the academy, no one dared to mock him as Rottenwood anymore. Yet, the human mind is a peculiar thing. In the past, when subjected to ridicule, Pei Jian felt some discomfort but never experienced true inferiority. Now, when he was showered with compliments, he found himself increasingly anxious and intimidated. Thus, the seeds of self-doubt quietly took root within him. Deep down, Pei Jian understood that he was not exceptional. The pursuit of knowledge brings wisdom, and the more one reads, the more one becomes aware of their own shortcomings and insignificance. Those complex and obscure texts were easily mastered by Cui Xian after just one glance. While Pei Jian had to exert immense effort to keep pace with the teacher's rhythm, dedicating himself to late-night studies to barely keep up. One of the trials of youth is the realization, at the height of one's aspirations, that one is likely an ordinary and mediocre person, especially when one has a remarkably gifted younger brother. However, Pei Jian's strongest attribute was his tongue. He would never voice his insecurities. The more insecure he felt, the more he insisted on appearing nonchalant and self-assured. As the day's lessons concluded, the four young gentlemen, along with Cui Xian and Cui Yu, left school on time. Free from detention, the evening sky was adorned with brilliant hues, and a gentle breeze swept through. On their way home, Pei Jian, carrying his book box, suddenly spoke up, startling his group of friends. With pride, he declared, "Brothers, I have something to share. Next year, I plan to take the imperial examination." "What?" Zhuang Jin thought he was joking and laughed, saying, "Don't boast. If you take the exam, I will too." Pei Jian raised an eyebrow, choosing not to refute him, merely smiling. This caused Zhuang Jin to lose his smile. Li Heyu stammered, "Wait, are you serious?" Even Cui Xian was taken aback. Pei Jian nodded, his expression uncharacteristically serious. "You all know my family situation. It's inevitable that I will have to take the imperial examination sooner or later. I began my studies at the tender age of 5, and after 6 years, I have finally grasped some of the intricacies. Recently, my grandfather wrote to the master, inquiring about my progress. After deliberation with the master, they have decided that I shall commence my studies in the art of the 8-legged essay." Gao Qi remained somewhat incredulous about this development, murmuring, "But it is already the latter half of the year. You are just starting to learn the 8-legged essay." and you will be participating in the imperial examination next year. Does that not seem a tad hasty? Pei Jian chuckled. Participating in the examination does not guarantee success. I shall take part early to gain some experience. It is all part of preparing for the future, is it not? Upon hearing this, Zhuang Jin, Li Heiyu, and Gao Qi exchanged glances, feeling a sense of dissonance. This was Pei Jian. After all, he was the most extravagant, the most unreliable among us. The thought of him suddenly preparing for the imperial examination was absurd. Observing the bewildered expressions of his friends, Pei Jian laughed. Come now, brothers, do not look so shocked. One must grow. We cannot continue to drift aimlessly. Consider Zhao Jian. Had it not been for Xian Di's counsel and his composition of 2 poems on the farmer's sorrow, how could we have achieved such a splendid victory? This, I believe, is the essence of studying. Our purpose in attending the academy is to prepare for the imperial examination. Is it not? Heavens, such words were truly uncharacteristic of Pei Jian. Only Cui Xian, upon hearing this, smiled and remarked, Elder brother, you have matured. Pei Jian, with a proud arch of his brow, reverted to his usual carefree demeanor, exclaiming, Indeed, I feel the same. As they reached the entrance of Funyo Alley, he waved merrily at his companions, book box in tow, and made his way home. Li Heiyu, Gao Qi, and Zhuang Jin bid each other farewell. It was evident that Pei Jian's earlier remarks had a profound impact on them, leaving their expressions somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, Cui Xian stood at the crossroads, observing Pei Jian's carefree gait as he returned home, a slight furrow appearing on his brow. Cui Yu, standing beside him, inquired, Brother, what troubles you? Cui Xian shook his head, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease regarding Pei Jian's demeanor. Later, as Cui Xian and his companions finished their studies for the day, a plump, amiable-looking elder clad in a scholar's robe ambled into the county town of Nanyang, seated upon a donkey cart. The rotund elder surveyed the unfamiliar little county, marveling, Is this truly the place where my young disciple has grown up? Indeed, a land of remarkable talents and genuine simplicity. While one might assert the charm of the place, upon entering, what evidence was there of such simplicity? The servant guiding the donkey cart grinned and cautioned, Master, that prodigious child has yet to agree to become your disciple. The elder's expression stiffened, a mix of embarrassment and irritation crossing his face. You chatter too much. It is only a matter of time. Unfazed by the reprimand, the servant suggested, Shall I inquire about the residence of the prodigious child? The elder shook his head vigorously. No, that would not do. Let us find an inn to stay at. Tomorrow we shall draft an introduction letter and visit the county school. The servant, puzzled, asked, Did we not come to recruit the young prodigy as your disciple? Why then go to the county school? The corpulent elder let out a soft grunt, remarking, Is it not due to that rascal Li Duan's commendable deeds? He failed to notify me in advance. And now my young disciple has gained celestial renown through 2 poems on the farmer's sorrow, becoming celebrated far and wide. Here I am, journeying from afar, appearing rather mercenary. It seems I only seek a disciple now that he has achieved fame. A servant inquired, Are you not, indeed? The elder erupted in indignation, Certainly not. Furthermore, I possess a modicum of reputation. If I were to approach him unannounced to request his apprenticeship, and he were to decline, what then? Do I lack pride? He continued, Thus, remember, I did not traverse 1,000 miles solely for the purpose of taking on a disciple. I happen to be traveling to Nanyang and merely intend to teach there. In any case, spread the word of my arrival in Nanyang. Perhaps my dear disciple will hear of it and come forth to seek me. Such a possibility is truly delightful. The servant, momentarily at a loss for words, finally spoke. What if the prodigious child does not come to seek you? You have journeyed so far for the sake of acquiring a disciple. Why complicate matters? The elder hesitated, uncertain. It should not be the case. Over the years, wherever I have traveled, many have wished to apprentice under me. He reiterated, Once more I stress, I am not here to take on a disciple. That evening, despite the servant's protests, Mr. Donglai lodged at an inn in Nanyang. Before settling in, he wore a confident expression, yet once he lay upon the bed, he found himself restless, tossing and turning. By the late hours of the night, still unable to sleep, Mr. Donglai emerged from his room and roused the servant sleeping in another chamber. The servant, bleary-eyed and weary, lamented, My lord, I know you are truly not here to take on a disciple. Mr. Donglai's expression momentarily faltered, and he complained, We cannot remain in this inn indefinitely. I cannot find peace here. We must seek a more permanent abode. What do you mean by cannot stay in an inn indefinitely? Was it not your own desire to lodge here? Moreover, We have scarcely been here for a few hours. Where does this indefinitely come from? The servant, struggling to keep his eyes open, had neither the energy nor inclination to argue, weakly replying, "You are right, my lord. I shall seek to rent a house tomorrow." "Mr. Donglai inquired, "And where do you intend to rent?" The servant was filled with confusion. "This is our first visit to Nanyang, and we are unfamiliar with the area. We have not had time to inquire about anything. How could I possibly know where to rent?" Yet, as the words lingered on his lips, he saw the anticipation in his lord's eyes and suddenly understood. Mr. Donglai cleared his throat, his gaze evasive. The servant feigned deep contemplation before finally saying, "Ah, this truly presents a formidable dilemma. How about this? My lord, you should make an appearance at the county school tomorrow to establish your presence. I shall inquire about the residence of the young prodigy and arrange to rent a house adjacent to theirs, or perhaps directly across the street." Upon hearing the words, Mr. Donglai hesitated with a sense of restraint, stating, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? The intent seems rather overt, almost as if one were desperately trying to ingratiate themselves." The servant, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, concurred, indeed. Mr. Donglai's countenance stiffened for a moment, then feigned nonchalance, saying, "Very well, this is merely a trivial matter. You may take charge as you see fit. I have never been one to concern myself much with such things." After uttering these words, he joyfully departed with his hands clasped behind his back. The servant scratched his head in distress, internally lamenting, "Master, your demeanor is truly unworthy of admiration. Yet you insist on this pretense of modesty. When the prodigy disregards you, you shall have cause to weep." The following day, Mr. Donglai rose early to head to the county school. He appeared rather endearing, clad in a simple scholar's robe, and when he presented his visiting card, the doorman scarcely paid him any mind. However, within less than the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, the county school's instructor and a throng of students rushed out in a flurry. "Mr. Donglai? It is indeed Mr. Donglai. My heavens, what fortune has graced our county school to host Mr. Donglai?" The students, brimming with excitement, flushed with enthusiasm, their eyes filled with admiration. The instructor bowed deeply, respectfully performing the rites of a disciple. This was the phenomenon of a renowned scholar, a paragon and idol for all scholars across the land, the illustrious Mr. Donglai. With a cheerful demeanor, Mr. Donglai graciously accepted their salutations. Then, almost inadvertently yet with deliberate clarity, he clarified, "There is no need for such formality. I have been entrusted by Li Duan to travel to Hunan for lectures. As fortune would have it, I find myself passing through Nanyang. Hence my visit to the county school." Upon hearing these words, the scholars and